Chapter 1. Death and the Arrival of the System. Outside Qingfeng village. As dusk settled, the trees cast elongated shadows upon the small mountain village beneath the waning red sunlight. A boy, clad in clean attire, walked against the encroaching shadows toward the rear of the village. His pallid complexion and lackluster eyes betrayed his frail state with each few steps. He coughed, clutching several stacks of yellow paper, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Suddenly, he paused, placing the yellow paper amidst the nearby grass before sitting down. Wait, a voice called out, and a little girl in a pristine dress hurried toward him. The girl, with her cherubic face flushed from running, appeared quite endearing. Brother, please come home with me. It's unsafe to be out here so late. As she reached for him, he replied nonchalantly, It's Ying. Please head back, I wish to play a while longer. I promise I'll return shortly. You needn't worry, you'll be fine. Now go home. Sitting on the ground, the boy feigned indifference, brushing off her concern with a languid wave of his hand. Brother, can you not be so playful? Honestly, I'm not going to bother with you anymore. I'm going home first. She pouted, clearly displeased. Wind Brother is just a playful spirit. Wind Brother, whose full name was Lu Qingfeng, was a notable training enthusiast in Qingfeng village, well liked by every family. While other children began their training for soul awakening at the age of 5 or 6, he had commenced at 4, maintaining a disciplined routine of early rising and sleeping. He often assisted with his siblings and farm work, never shirking his responsibilities. However, several months prior, he had fallen gravely ill, bedridden for a month. His family exhausted their wealth in pursuit of his recovery, transforming from one of the wealthiest families in the village to the poorest. In a desperate bid, his father ventured into the forest, never to return. Upon realizing her husband was lost, his mother remarried in another village, rumored to be named Holy Soul Village, not far from there. Thus, Lu Qingfeng became an orphan. Just when the villagers believed he would succumb, he reappeared after a heavy rain, frail but able to walk. He survived on the charity of the villagers, though no one genuinely cared for him. Perhaps only Ying did. Watching her retreating figure brought a pang of sorrow to Lu Qingfeng's heart. He was acutely aware of his own condition. He would not survive the next 2 days. Once a vibrant young man, he lamented the fate that loomed ahead. He was indeed a transmigrator, yet his plight was far more tragic than others. Lacking a formidable system, he had been thrust into the body of a dying individual. He had harbored some hope for the upcoming soul awakening day, yet his life was destined to end today. With a bitter smile, he chose silence. After Ying disappeared from view, he lifted the stack of yellow paper once more, intent on departing this world in a manner befitting another realm, while also erecting a monument for his father. Unbeknownst to him, a throng of villagers emerged shortly after, their faces etched with sorrow as they gazed upon the boy, each step marking a final farewell. As night fell, the forest echoed with the sounds of predatory beasts. Lu Qingfeng had erected a monument for his father, as well as for himself. The stars shifted in the heavens, while life ebbed away on earth. Farewell, world. Just as he believed death was imminent, a blue light suddenly appeared before him. Ding! The storyline of Douluo Continent has officially commenced. The lottery system is now activated. Congratulations, host, for receiving your first lottery opportunity. Ding! Life signs of the host are diminishing. 1 lottery opportunity will be consumed to aid the host in reconstructing their body. In the next instant, amidst a storm of thunder and lightning, an unseen energy enveloped his form, erasing and reshaping him anew. In the midst of destruction and rebirth, a perfect body gradually took shape. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully reconstructing your body. Next lottery condition, acquire the first soul ring. Lu Qingfeng was oblivious to these developments. The moment the system manifested, he lost consciousness. The following morning, dew awakened him, the chill and surrounding forest confirming his survival. I'm not dead. What is happening? Suddenly, a surge of heat coursed through his body. Primal energy surged as if something within him was on the verge of bursting forth. I can't hold Ona. With a cry, a golden light erupted from his palm. A card materialized, its gilded surfaces contrasting starkly, one side black as night, the other pure white. In that moment, Lu Qingfeng comprehended its significance. Martial Soul, magic card, level unknown, type unknown, its function correlates with the soul rings added. This means I could potentially become the first all-round soul master in history. Excitement welled within him, yet he forgot that the ground was still muddy from yesterday's rain. As he stood, his numb legs betrayed him, and he stumbled, landing in a graceless heap. It took a moment to regain his composure, and he opened the system panel to review his current status. Host, Lu Qingfeng. Level 10 Soul Power. Martial Soul, Magic Card. Lottery opportunities, 0. Task, acquire the first soul, ring incomplete. Innate full soul power. Lu Qingfeng was once again astonished he hadn't anticipated such a boon from the system. Roar. At that moment, a bloodied, one-eyed, white-striped tiger let out a ferocious roar and charged towards him. Only then did Lu Qingfeng realize he was in a perilous forest. Despite having obtained a martial soul and innate full soul power, he was still merely a child and stood no chance against even an injured tiger. The imminent threat of death ignited his survival instincts. He rolled, tumbling down the slope, narrowly evading the tiger's lethal strike. I must escape. Lu Qingfeng sprinted, disregarding the direction, intent on putting as much distance as possible between himself and the danger. Chapter 2. Bestial Transformation. The tiger pursued relentlessly, its foul stench filling his nostrils, heightening his survival instinct. His throat was hoarse, and pain coursed through his body. Boom! The massive paw of the tiger struck Lu Qingfeng's back, sending his frail form flying. Yet, the body altered by the system was extraordinary in this realm. He merely felt a fleeting moment of pain, quickly replaced by a refreshing sensation. It was as if a switch had been flipped within him, unleashing boundless strength. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Qingfeng flipped and resumed his flight. The tiger, taken aback, had expected the blow to be fatal, only to find this human more resilient than anticipated. However, this act of fleeing ignited the tiger's ferocity. Roar! The tiger roared in anger, leaping into the air. Its massive form was not cumbersome, rather, it generated a fierce wind as it charged forward with formidable force. Ah! As Lu Qingfeng ran, he suddenly felt a pang of terror. Before he could react, he was once again hurled through the air, the searing pain nearly plunging him into unconsciousness. Fortunately, this was not an ordinary body otherwise. That blow would have been fatal. This strike was infused with the tiger's wrath, far more powerful than the last. Though his body was strong, he sustained broken ribs from the impact. Yet, those fractured ribs hindered his escape, leaving him to watch helplessly as the tiger closed in. Having faced several brushes with death in a single day, Lu Qingfeng's mental state had undergone a profound transformation. Though escape seemed impossible, he refused to resign himself to fate. Let's see who meets their end first. He bellowed hoarsely, channeling all his soul power into the card. Instantly, the card radiated brilliance, intricate patterns swirling upon its surface, emanating an awe-inspiring aura. The fierce tiger sensed the imminent danger from above, yet the arrow was already on the string and could not be withheld. Boom! 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 The tiger's claws clashed with the card, unleashing a violent wave of spiritual energy that uprooted the surrounding flora. Lu Qingfeng's body was sent flying, his frail form colliding with several trees before finally coming to a halt. He lay there, contorted on the ground, his spine grotesquely fractured. Logically, he should have succumbed to death by now, but the system's reconstruction of his body allowed him to endure, delaying his demise. Nevertheless, even in this state, his chances of survival were infinitesimal. Yet, fate seemed to offer a glimmer of hope. In stark contrast, the tiger had vanished, leaving behind a card that floated in its place his martial soul, the demon card. At that moment, the demon card had transformed, its black and white surfaces adorned with intricate chain patterns. On the dark side, there was an image of a pure white tiger, unmistakably the same one that had previously attacked Lu Qingfeng, albeit appearing even more ferocious and agile. If one were to describe the difference, it would be akin to distinguishing between a wild beast and a spirit beast. Conversely, the white side depicted a dark, humanoid creature. It possessed human features, yet bore the claws and fur of a savage beast, exuding an unsettling aura that sent chills down the spine, reminiscent of the earlier tiger's sheer brutality. However, the eerie card began to drift toward Lu Qingfeng. The side portraying the monstrous being transformed into a beam of black light and entered Lu Qingfeng's body. In the next instant, his already contorted small form began to levitate in the air. The sound of cracking bones echoed, yet this time Lu Qingfeng remained utterly silent, devoid of even a cry of anguish, not dead, but rather devoid of sensation. He truly felt no discomfort. Only a gentle warmth enveloping him. Even the previous agony had vanished, leaving behind a slight chill, particularly in his lower regions. Startled, Lu Qingfeng stumbled to the ground, but felt no pain whatsoever. Am I dead? He chuckled bitterly and raised his hand to slap his face. A sharp sting surged through his right cheek, accompanied simultaneously by the revelation of the card's first ability, which could be deemed as his inaugural soul skill. Beast transformation. Ordinarily, this skill would be acquired after obtaining a soul ring from a spirit beast, granting one the ability to momentarily transform into that spirit beast. However, By a stroke of serendipity, he had acquired a wholly different power. So in my final moments, I absorbed that ferocious white tiger into the card, gaining the ability to transform into it, along with the capacity for the tiger's embodiment. Moreover, since that tiger is not a spirit beast, this ability does not require the consumption of spiritual energy, allowing me to transform at will. I just hope I look decent well, at least I'm not dead. Having grasped the situation, Qingfeng quickly accepted it. After all, it was merely the loss of a soul skill, which paled in comparison to death. Now, he possessed the means for self-preservation, enabling him to survive even in this perilous forest. Finding a clear stream, Qingfeng examined his reflection. His robust physique approached 2 meters in height, muscles coiling like dragons, exuding explosive power. His long tail whipped through the air with vigor, and his sharp tiger claws could effortlessly rend trees apart. His legs brimmed with strength, capable of leaping several meters with ease. Roar! Beholding his form, Qingfeng felt a surge of adrenaline and could not restrain a powerful roar. The wild, thunderous roar reverberated through the forest, causing all creatures to instinctively submit beneath its might, paralyzed in fear. Qingfeng noticed that his outburst might have been excessive, wishing to avoid drawing attention. He transformed back into the original tiger and swiftly fled. However, after a short distance, he sensed something amiss. Something within the tiger's body seemed poised to emerge and could no longer be contained. No, it can't be. Puff! Dust billowed, and leaves scattered. Qingfeng suddenly felt a wave of exhilaration, unable to resist another roar, and it was this sound that led him to an astonishing discovery. Could it be that I can cultivate? Qingfeng gazed in disbelief at the white light emanating from his body, as a delicate white soul ring slowly ascended. Within him, a tempestuous energy yearned to burst forth but halted midway, leaving him in discomfort. It felt akin to being on the brink of undressing, yet being told that today was not the day. What more could he say? This discomfort was not due to anything else, but rather a grumbling stomach. He was hungry. Chapter 3. Encounter. With no alternative, Qingfeng, sensing his weakened state, knew he must find sustenance. Shortly thereafter, he caught sight of a lively rabbit and, without hesitation, devoured it. For others, this might induce nausea, but for him, there was no discomfort after all. In his previous life, he had resorted to eating even rat meat to survive, let alone such an adorable little rabbit. The moment he consumed it, Qingfeng felt a faint warmth coursing through him, so subtle that he initially dismissed it as mere illusion, prompting him to seek further small creatures to satiate his hunger. Unbeknownst to him, the white aura surrounding him grew slightly denser, and his soul power appeared to be steadily rising. On the systems panel, the following details emerged. Host, Qingfeng. Level 12 soul power. Martial soul, demon card. Skill, beast transformation white tiger. 10-year spirit beast. Lottery attempts 1. Task, upgrade to level 20 soul power to receive 1 lottery attempt. Additionally, a progress bar appeared next to the 10-year spirit beast inscription, currently halfway filled and advancing steadily with his consumption. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of Qinghe village, Gu Yingying stood behind a middle-aged woman. Why is there a tiger's roar? The noblewoman tucked away her crystal ball and grasped Gu Yingying's small hand, preparing to depart. Yingying, let's go. I shall take you to Tianshui Academy. The noblewoman was a teacher at Tianshui Academy, who, out of leisure, conducted a martial soul awakening ceremony for the village, unexpectedly discovering a phoenix among the mountain chickens. Gu Yingying, a mere girl, had manifested innate soul power at level 7, her martial soul being the water attribute gourd flower, a healing and defensive auxiliary martial soul. Thus, she resolved to take the young girl with her to enroll in the Tianshui Academy. However, the girl appeared distracted, as if she harbored some unfulfilled wish, and was reluctant to leave her side. Yingying, is there anything you wish to take with you? You may take anything, she offered. Gu Yingying was at a loss, her mind in turmoil, as if a silver needle had pierced her heart. The sudden roar of a tiger jolted her back to reality. It was Brother Foam. She was reminded of the neighbor's brother who used to play with her and bring her joy, but he was now. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. The girl's emotions finally erupted into a sorrowful wail. The noblewoman attempted to comfort her, but was held back by Gu Yingying's mother. Teacher, her brother. He passed away just yesterday. Upon hearing this, the noblewoman was at a loss for words. Such partings were the most painful. Alas, I shall step outside for a moment. With no other recourse, she headed to the place mentioned by Gu Yingying's mother. On a small hill stood 2 gravestones, one large and one small. The larger bore an inscription, that of Lu Qingfeng's father, while the smaller remained unmarked, representing Lu Qingfeng himself. Nearby, there were signs of dragging, and she followed these traces for a while, until she spotted the footprints of a fierce tiger. Using her soul power, she smoothed over the tracks and forged smaller footprints before letting out a deep sigh and returning. Ying, do not blame me. Before long, Gu Ying gazed at the footprints, and hope flickered across her flushed face. Brother Feng, wait for me. I will come to find you. Meanwhile, Lu Qingfeng was oblivious to all of this, immersed in the joy of consuming creatures to level up. Indeed, he had discovered that he could eat monsters to gain experience, and for the subsequent day, he feasted on small animals, although the experience points provided dwindled significantly. By now, a single rabbit offered him less than 1% of the necessary experience. As he glanced at the sky, Lu Qingfeng casually transformed into his beastman form and strolled towards the forest's edge. He could not remain there indefinitely, as he still needed to attend school and such. However, just as he exited the woods, he encountered a small girl running frantically, with a burly man in pursuit. Due to his beastman state, Lu Qingfeng easily caught the scent of alcohol on the man, suggesting this was a case of drunken folly. Initially, he had no intention of intervening, as he was not in human form. Yet, unexpectedly, the girl dashed toward his hiding spot as if she had a dog's nose. In the darkness, Lu Qingfeng felt a soft impact against him. With no other option, he grasped the girl's hands gently and reassured her, "Do not be afraid. He cannot harm you." However, the girl, like a frightened rabbit, grew even more terrified. Lu Qingfeng was at a loss for what to do, so he said to her, "I will drive that man away. You should return home quickly." The girl's hand was suddenly released, leaving her momentarily stunned in place, followed by a piercing scream. She recognized the voice. It belonged to that man, yet it vanished almost as swiftly as it had emerged. Was she to leave? A coarse voice echoed in the girl's ears, but paralyzed by fear, how could she muster the strength to move? As Lu Qingfeng observed the girl's lack of response, he departed alone, yet the man's frail physique rendered him unable to don the attire. Helpless, he attempted to revert to his original form. However, what Lu Qingfeng did not anticipate was that the moment he transformed back into a human, he was seized by excruciating pain that coursed through his back. His upper body uncontrollably tilted backward, and his spine did not mend, despite the formidable regenerative abilities of this body. The sudden agony engulfed him like a plunge into an icy abyss, his entire being drenched in cold sweat, blood ceaselessly oozing from his wounds. The previous injuries resurfaced in an instant, ribs fractured, spine shattered, a pitiful state indeed. Change, he yearned to unleash his martial spirit, but before he could, a warm hand steadied him. After a brief, tremulous exploration across his form, the hand gently laid him upon the ground, alleviating a fraction of his torment. As Lu Qingfeng gazed upon the scene, he recognized the same girl from before. Yet now, she appeared utterly distraught, crying out, "Help! Someone please! I am fine," he managed to utter with the last vestiges of his strength. "If I can just lie down for a moment, I will be all right." With those words, his consciousness began to fade into oblivion. In the hazy depths of his mind, he sensed something being draped over him, accompanied by a gentle warmth wafting through his nostrils. The following day, Lu Qingfeng awoke to find himself in an unfamiliar room, with a girl peacefully slumbering beside him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that her beauty was striking. Though not classically exquisite, her innocent and endearing visage was precisely the type he adored. However, it was not long before the girl sensed something amiss and opened her eyes. Their gazes met, and she gently remarked, "You're awake." "Yes, you saved me," he replied. "Don't worry, just rest well. I will prepare a bowl of soup for you," she said, turning to leave. Observing her slender silhouette, Lu Qingfeng was suddenly enveloped in a warm sensation, a yearning to embrace her stirring within him. Unbeknownst to him, 2 streams of tears began to cascade down his cheeks. Chapter 4. The reason Lu Qingfeng was at a loss, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. In 2 lifetimes, he had never experienced such a sensation of being cared for. Although there had been Xiao Yingying before, that emotion was far too faint, and in his state of grave illness, he could hardly perceive it. In a moment of weakness, he found himself unable to suppress his sobs, prompting the young girl to turn around and rush over to comfort him. "What is the matter? Is there still pain somewhere?" Lu Qingfeng stifled his emotions. His voice choked with gratitude as he uttered, No, thank you. Thank you. Unsure of how to express himself, he could only repeatedly convey his thanks. The girl beside him offered comfort, while Lu Qingfeng silently reveled in the warmth that enveloped the room. However, this comforting atmosphere was soon shattered. Outside, a man's raucous voice pierced through. Lin Qingru, come out here. The door was violently kicked open by a burly man with a dark scowl, his face betraying a hint of inebriation. Damn it, Lin Qingru, you wanted woman, come out. Who is that bastard? I'll kill him. Lu Qingfeng understood that his presence had likely led to a misunderstanding regarding his relationship with Lin Qingru. However, the man's violent temperament suggested he was far from virtuous. While Lu Qingfeng maintained his composure, Lin Qingru was a different story. Her excessive gentleness rendered her trembling and at a loss before this man. Her small face turned ashen as she stammered, "Why, you're talking nonsense. He isn't." Yet the man paid her no heed, forcefully pushing Lin Qingru down and preparing to strike her. Damn it, a mere woman, and she dares to argue back. The sharp sound of a slap resonated within Lu Qingfeng's heart, unleashing a torrent of anger that was impossible to restrain. In a flash, a magical card shot forth, embedding itself like a dart into the man's arm. What the hell is this? Lu Qingfeng's physical strength was exceedingly feeble, lacking any considerable force. Even with the enhancement of soul power, he was unable to inflict significant damage upon the man before him. Furthermore, the rural men possessed robust physiques, rendering them impervious to fear. In fact, the pain only served to awaken the man's senses. Who dares to ambush me? He growled menacingly, removing the magic card. Lu Qingfeng, enduring the pain, bellowed, "Get the hell out of here." Channeling all his soul power, a surge of energy erupted, sweeping through the room and toppling every piece of furniture in its wake. A radiant white soul ring materialized around him, exuding an aura of malevolence and fury. The man, trembling with fear, fell to his knees, repeatedly pleading for mercy. "Soul Master, esteemed Soul Master, spare my life, I beg you." Lu Qingfeng took a deep breath and retracted the magic card, exclaiming, "Leave." The man, in a panic, fled through the door, leaving behind a puddle of an unidentifiable liquid. Lin Qingru stood in stunned silence, her expression shifting repeatedly. In contrast, Lu Qingfeng, having expended an excessive amount of soul power, found his injuries worsening. Crimson blood spilling from his lips, while an unbearable pain radiated from his back. "Are you all right?" Lin Qingru approached him with the same gentle demeanor as before. Moments later, the room returned to its tidy state. Lu Qingfeng, feebly taking a few bites of food, inquired, "Could you explain what just happened?" Lin Qingru, having just lifted her spoon, set it down again, her countenance darkening. I can help you, but I do not understand either." She wiped the blood from the corner of Lu Qingfeng's mouth and continued, 3 months ago, my parents passed away. After arranging their funeral, I was left to live alone. I was managing until I accidentally ingested something strange and became poisoned. Ma Kai, the man from earlier, covered my medical expenses, but I was unable to repay him. And subsequently, he pressured me into marrying his brother. Lu Qingfeng fell silent. If that were truly the case, he would be an outsider, unable to intervene. Why am I even telling you this? You should rest. I will step out for a moment to gather some herbs to stop the bleeding. Do you wish to marry? I can take you away. Lin Qingru shuddered, her back turned to him, hesitating for a moment before ultimately departing. An inexplicable heaviness enveloped Lu Qingfeng's heart. He was uncertain of the cause but felt an overwhelming urge to escape this place. At that moment, the system activated. Ding. Host's physical condition is critically poor. Would you like to use a lottery chance to restore your health? Lu Qingfeng suddenly recalled that he had completed his first task, earning a chance to enter a lottery. However, he had not utilized this opportunity to restore his own body. System, is there any possibility for my body to self-repair? Ding. The newly formed body, shaped by the system, possesses a remarkable ability for self-restoration. As long as there is no immediate death, it can achieve self-repair. However, the current condition of the host is severely poor. In the absence of any unforeseen circumstances, it will require 10 years to complete self-repair. It is advised to use 1 lottery chance for restoration. There is indeed a possibility for self-repair. The weighty stone that had long rested in Lu Qingfeng's heart finally fell away, prompting him to inquire, what prizes are available in the lottery? Ding. Please take a look. A grand wheel appeared on the system panel, adorned with 4 reward boxes. The first reward was a level 10 soul power cultivation. Acquiring this would enable him to ascend from a level 12 soul master to a formidable level 22 grand soul master in an instant. The second reward was a 10,000-year soul ring, a jet-black ring exuding an aura of terror. Merely sensing it, Qingfeng could feel the immense power it harbored. The third reward was the awakening of a second martial soul, which had already taken the form of a massive white wing, named the Sacred Wing. This was undoubtedly the finest among the 4 rewards, granting an individual a second martial soul. A feat that even a deity would require vast amounts of effort and resources to accomplish. However, Qingfeng did not linger on this prize. His gaze was fixated on the 4th reward, which was a soul bone. The chest bone of the 3,000-year-old extreme ice giant bird. It could bestow upon him the wings of the extreme ice giant bird and a domain soul skill. The extreme ice domain. If he were to obtain this, it would entirely compensate for his current shortcomings. Yet, the probability of 1 in 4 felt exceedingly low. Could he exchange it directly? Ding. Using double points, one could acquire a specified item. Qingfeng's expression darkened, finding the sudden increase in demands rather excessive. However, he remained unfazed, recognizing that one must be self-reliant. An overdependence on the system is unwise. As he contemplated this, a raucous commotion ensued outside, where several elderly women squeezed in, chattering away and completely disregarding Qingfeng. He chose to remain silent, listening to their conversation. How unfortunate for that girl. Not only have her parents passed away, but now she is being mistreated by that man. Indeed. Do you truly believe her poisoning was accidental? I think otherwise. By the way, where has Lin gone? Why isn't she at home? Chapter 5, Master Ma. Old ladies, be cautious with your words. If that grandson hears you, you might find yourself on the receiving end of a beating. I fear him. He is half buried in the ground, and I still dare not speak ill of him. The elderly women, having set down the new bridal garments they carried, busied themselves rummaging through the room, collecting items such as knives and scissors. The final act was performed by the woman who had initially spoken, as she stealthily proceeded, fearful of being discovered by the others. Qingfeng observed everything keenly. However, he found himself in a state of profound weakness, utterly incapable of addressing the matter at hand. Nonetheless, instead of succumbing to despair, he summoned his martial spirit and unleashed the soul power within him. With a sharp sound, the soul energy, accompanied by a magical card, shot forth, resulting in a resounding crack as one of the table's legs splintered. The elderly women present appeared visibly alarmed. Who are you? They stammered. You need not concern yourselves with my identity. What matters is that I will pose questions, and you shall provide answers. Should I find any of your responses unsatisfactory, that table shall be your fate. Though Qingfeng's voice was youthful, it possessed a subtle intimidation when combined with her soul force, sufficient to deter the elderly women before her. Coupled with the hovering magic card in their midst, the women dared not make any sudden movements. Soul Master, esteemed Soul Master, we have done no wrong. We merely came to deliver clothing. Yet, their plea was met with the sound of shattering wood and the ethereal presence of the magic card. Qingfeng remained silent, wielding the magical card to sever the table once more, an act far more intimidating than any words could convey. What did you mean when you said that Lin Qingru was coerced into marrying that man? The elderly woman who had just spoken appeared less fearful, for it seemed that this esteemed Soul Master was aligned with Lin Qingru. Without further hesitation, she exclaimed, Indeed, esteemed Soul Master. This child, Lin Qingru, is exceptionally fastidious about cleanliness. She even washes wild vegetables multiple times before consumption. How could she possibly have ingested something toxic? She must have been poisoned. The elderly woman refrained from continuing her remarks, and Qingfeng turned his gaze to the others, who remained silent, particularly the one who had stealthily concealed the weapon. Trembling in trepidation, with a swift motion, the magical card darted forth, resembling a dart as it pierced the elderly man's sleeve. With a cacophony of clattering, all the concealed weapons fell to the ground, causing the old man to instantly kneel and cry out for mercy. Qingfeng controlled his emotions and inquired, Where is that person? Ma Kai has gone to the city to seek the Soul Master, while his brother, Ma Jia, has gone in search of Lin Qingru. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Qingfeng erupted in fury. He could not bear the thought of allowing the girl who had offered him solace during his most vulnerable moments to be tarnished, living a life of confusion and despair. In that instant, he could no longer contain himself and transformed into a white tiger spirit beast, bursting through the door. A roar echoed throughout the village, the ferocious aura descending like the grim reaper's scythe, reaping every fragile life in its wake. The 3 elders were so frightened that they lost their senses, taking a long time to regain their composure, yet now there was no sign of a tiger. Qingfeng moved with astonishing speed, embodying his name as if he were gliding upon the gentle breeze. Yet, The current winds were anything but gentle. They were tempestuous. Terrified villagers remained indoors, paralyzed by fear, though a few audacious souls dared to venture forth. From a distance, they beheld a white tiger, ferocious and formidable, crushing the home of Lin Qingru as it made its way toward the forest. "The tiger has devoured a person," one villager shouted in horror, fleeing in the opposite direction, only to be swiftly halted by a large hand. It was Ma Kaijin, the soul master, returning in search of his companion. Accompanying him was a middle-aged man adorned in extravagant attire, who held his head high, exuding an air of superiority. Nevertheless, he was merely a powerful soul master, possessing soul rings of 10 and 100 years, yet he projected an aura akin to that of a titled Douluo, displaying an overwhelming arrogance. "With this esteemed soul master present, what are you so afraid of?" Ma Kai remarked, his tone dismissive. "Fear not, for Master Ma is here," a trembling young man implored. "Yes, Master Ma, please save us. The tiger is devouring people." With a grand gesture, Master Ma waved his hand, his robes billowing dramatically, embodying the demeanor of a sage. "Take me to the location." Ma Kai, adept in the art of sycophancy, eagerly added, "Why delay? Let us lead Master Ma forth." "Ha ha ha. This way, Master Ma, this way." The trio set off with great fervor, unaware that the battle had already reached its conclusion. The white tiger spirit beast transformed from Lu Qingfeng swiped its massive paw, effortlessly sending the masked assailant flying as he attempted to assault Lin Qingru. However, Lin Qingru herself was utterly startled by the sudden intervention. With trembling hands, she hastily adjusted her disheveled garments before fleeing in panic. Lu Qingfeng observed from a distance. Unable to pursue any further, in his current state, he could only offer protection from behind her. At that moment, Master Ma and his companions arrived. Upon seeing the white tiger spirit beast, Master Ma was initially taken aback, but reassured by its demeanor. He waved his hand dismissively. "So it is merely a diminutive white tiger spirit beast. How dare you venture out to cause harm instead of remaining in the forest? I advise you to serve as my steed. Otherwise, prepare to face dire consequences." Lu Qingfeng, disinterested in engaging with the old man, turned to leave. However, the old man, seemingly addicted to the encounter, brandished a whip-like martial spirit that ensnared Lu's leg. "Humph, do you dare to act so brazenly before Master Ma? Behold my martial spirit, the master whip. Receive my strike, the lightning 5 whips." As he spoke, a pale soul ring ascended from behind him, and faint sparks of electricity flickered along the length of the whip, crackling ominously, albeit somewhat intimidatingly. "Lightning 5 whips." Master Ma enunciated each word distinctly, each utterance accompanied by a flourish of his whip, causing the electricity to crackle in the air, producing waves of sound. However, the sound waves were feeble, barely sufficient to rustle a couple of fallen leaves. With a thunderous roar, Lu Qingfeng leaped with all his might, his palm, as large as a basin, striking directly against Master Ma. Logically, such an impact should have sent him flying. However, curiously, he merely staggered backward without sustaining any tangible injury. Master Ma brushed off the dust from his clothing with a contemptuous snort, remarking, "I was careless and failed to evade. Little tiger, I shall grant you another chance. Do make the most of it." In the next moment, a turtle shell-like object materialized before his chest. It became evident that the old man was employing his second soul skill, the turtle shell, which explained why that blow had not incapacitated him. Nonetheless, he did not mind receiving a few more hits. Just as he pondered this, Master Ma erupted in fury. "You, a mere white tiger, dare to launch a sneak attack on me, Master Ma, the soul master. Do you not comprehend the might of my invincible Hunyuan shield? You have already fallen victim to my Hunyuan force and will soon face severe repercussions. Now, behold as I demonstrate my prowess." Upon hearing this segment, Lu Qingfeng sensed a faint toxin within his body, which dissipated with a gentle shake. Feeling somewhat weakened, he decided it was best to take his leave and abandon the game. With this thought, he executed a swift left kick, sending Master Ma tumbling to the ground. Immediately after, he unleashed a sweeping strike akin to a whip, leaving Master Ma utterly devoid of the strength to resist. The gentle breeze rustled as Lu Qingfeng leaped a few times, vanishing into the depths of the forest. Chapter 6, Contemplation. After Lu Qingfeng departed, he followed the scent of Lin Qingru and discovered her by the riverbank. At that moment, Lin Qingru was in a state of utter distress, her garments torn and hanging loosely, revealing glimpses of her fair skin. A young maiden, on the brink of being violated by a scoundrel. Such an ordeal is intolerable for anyone. Indeed, Many virtuous women might succumb to despair in similar circumstances. Although this is the Douluo Continent, a place characterized by its relative maturity, Lin Qingru remains but a 13-year-old girl, filled with trepidation regarding such matters. The events of the day have plunged her into a profound sense of hopelessness, her thoughts consumed by a desire for oblivion. Yet, she did not surrender to despair. After weeping by the river for an extended period, she found herself on the verge of seeking an end, only to halt at the last moment. Uncertain of her own emotions, Lin Qingru turned once more towards the village. Lu Qifeng suddenly conceived an absurd notion. Could this girl possibly be returning to seek him out? Given her own precarious circumstances, such thoughts were not an act of kindness but rather a display of folly. However, what he could never have anticipated was that Lin Qingru indeed seemed intent on finding him this time. Observing the girl's frantic dash, a pang of pain gripped Lu Qifeng's heart. If she returned to find him absent, she would surely be devastated. With this thought weighing heavily on him, he could no longer afford to trail behind her leisurely. In a single breath, he surged past her like a tempest sweeping through the woods, back to the little house they once shared. Yet, that humble abode lay in ruins, shattered by his own hands, though the belongings on the bed remained intact. The bed itself had succumbed to decay. At this moment, Lu Qifeng had little choice but to lie down where he was, a sudden wave of excruciating pain nearly robbing him of consciousness. Fortunately, a faint coolness within his body served to bolster his formidable spirit, allowing him to quickly regain his composure. Lin Qingru entered, throwing herself onto him in distress. "What's wrong? You mustn't die, please don't die." Her face was a canvas of conflicting emotions, and inexplicably, she found herself using this boy as an excuse to cling to life. Indeed, Lin Qingru had resigned herself to her fate. She had teetered on the edge of self-destruction by the river several times. Yet her fear of death had always stayed her hand. Her hurried return was not born of genuine kindness. She was not one to extend significant aid to strangers. Her decision to assist that boy stemmed solely from a prior act of kindness shown to her by another stranger, a fleeting stir of compassion, nothing more. Now, she sought to wield this fragile semblance of goodwill as a veil to obscure her own moral failings, using Lu Qifeng as a pretext to find a reason to survive, all while cloaking her cowardice in the guise of noble intent. Yet, this was a truth known only to her. Even Lu Qifeng remained oblivious. Seeing the boy in agony, Lin Qingru hurriedly laid him flat and fetched white gauze for rudimentary bandaging. Before long, darkness enveloped the sky. Outside, raucous voices filled the air as Ma Kai re-entered, depositing a set of red bridal garments. He addressed Lin Qingru. "Sister Qingru, I acknowledge my previous missteps, but we cannot allow this auspicious day to be marred. Tomorrow marks your wedding to Ma Jia. We must avoid any further mishaps, lest we become the subject of ridicule." With that, Ma Kai observed Lin Qingru accept the garments before departing, his demeanor one of subdued frustration. He had not anticipated the unfortunate encounter with the formidable tiger, which had not only injured him, but also incurred significant medical expenses. After such a tumultuous experience, he had little desire to return. However, upon learning that the tiger had emerged from behind Lin Qingru's house, he surmised that the spirit master from her home must have also been wounded and fled. Thus emboldened, he ventured forth once more. Fortunately, the day had passed without further incident, and the wedding would proceed as planned. Within the room, Lu Qifeng gazed at the new bridal attire, softly inquiring, "You are to be wed?" "Indeed, I am to be married. For only through this union can I procure more medicinal herbs to heal you. I lack the means and ability to do so otherwise. I can take you away," he offered. Lin Qingru chuckled ruefully. "What can you, a child with no resources, possibly do to help me escape? I wish for a wheelchair to attend your wedding. After all, you are my savior." He fell silent for a moment before replying, "Very well, wait for me here." Lin Qingru departed to seek a wheelchair, while Lu Qifeng seized the opportunity to transform into a formidable beastman, making his way to Ma Kai's residence. At that moment, the house was teeming with people. In the center, Ma Kai laughed heartily. "I tell you, that little brat is nearly finished. Even a child could dispatch him. Then why don't you do it?" Ma Jia chimed in. "If you kill him, I could." "MD, you think me foolish? That boy is a spirit master. What if he has some hidden prowess? It could end badly for us. Currently, he is allied with Lin Qingru, and his aggression towards us stems from our brutality. Once she marries into our family tomorrow, he will be one of us. Even a spirit master cannot harm his kin." Upon hearing this, Lu Qifeng lost interest in eavesdropping further. His sharp claws tore through the wall, unleashing a tempestuous force that extinguished the lights within the room. his bloodthirsty eyes glowing ominously in the darkness, projected an aura of dread. "Yes, it is you," Marjia exclaimed, recognizing those eyes, the terrifying strength still etched in his memory, and the sinister aura that sent shivers down his spine. Lu Qifeng disregarded him, stomping his foot on the ground, which instantly unleashed a tremendous wave of sound. "Whoever moves shall perish." These simple words rendered everyone motionless, as the eerie gaze from behind resembled the side of death. Taking a single step forward would lead to demise. If Lin Qingru is unwilling tomorrow and you dare to coerce her, the entire village shall face annihilation. He no longer wished to linger here. He was prepared to depart. Yet the outcome still hinged on Lin Qingru's decision. However, just as he was about to leave, one individual trembled on the ground, starkly contrasting with the others. Lu Qingfeng felt perplexed and inquired, "Pray tell, what matter have you concealed from me?" I. The individual stammered, their pale visage betraying an even greater dread. "Speak." I poisoned the child's bowl." Lu Qifeng suddenly sensed that something was amiss, for Lin Qingru would always take a sip before feeding him, which could only imply. "You wretched soul." Bang! With a forceful grip of his tiger claw, Lu Qingfeng's hand shattered the man's skull in an instant. However, at that very moment, the poison took effect. A violent cramping pain surged through his abdomen as if his insides were being sliced by a knife, an unbearable torment. Chapter 7. Departure. Plop. Lu Qingfeng stumbled and fell, yet his reflexes were swift enough. In that fleeting moment of descent, he propelled himself several dozen meters forward with the strength of his hind legs. "I too have succumbed to the poison after transforming into a beast man. I found no means to rid myself of this affliction, or perhaps it was only after my transformation that I became poisoned." Just then, the voice of the system echoed in my ears. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain an ordinary human and acquired the soul beast skill, Evil Devour." Without hesitation, Lu Qifeng opened the skill introduction. Evil Devour. By hunting creatures imbued with aberrant emotions, one can acquire evil soul power. This evil soul power cannot be fused with soul power. Any forced fusion will result in backlash. Note: aberrant emotions include fear, excitement, despair, and greed. Lu Qifeng understood the reason for the sudden excruciating pain in his body. Was it the backlash caused by the collision of evil soul power and soul power? This sensation was intolerable. Did he truly have to abandon one? Was it impossible to possess both simultaneously? He suddenly felt a reluctance. What was rightfully his would always belong to him, including this evil soul power. He did not wish to relinquish any part of it. Children make choices, while adults naturally desire to possess everything. There are always more solutions than difficulties. Lu Qifeng, guided by the principles of Tai Chi from his previous life, summoned the soul energy within him, and the results were markedly positive. At the very least, he was no longer in agony to the point of immobility. However, rather than consolidating his regained strength, he chose to depart from that place, mindful that a girl awaited him in the distance. In the depths of the forest, Lin Qingru clutched her abdomen, groaning in excruciating pain, utterly tormented by the sudden, intense suffering that rendered her incapable of even crying out. Perhaps, she mused, succumbing to this torment would be the most merciful end, avoiding the impending wedding, sparing the unfortunate child, and simply fading away. Yet, why did a sense of unwillingness linger within her? In the shadows, the towering figure reemerged, its eyes emanating a haunting green glow, sinister and bloodthirsty. Those rough hands, which pained her upon mere contact, coupled with that wild voice, etched an indelible image in her heart, one she could not erase. In her dazed state, it felt as though a pair of discomforting hands were lifting her away. Was this what death felt like? Lin Qingru succumbed to unconsciousness, yet fortuitously. Lu Qifeng arrived just in time. He possessed the means to heal her. However, the outcome remained uncertain. His method was perilous, utilizing soul energy to purge the toxins from her body, but being an ordinary person, Lin Qingru's capacity to endure such energy was unknown to him. A single misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Time was of the essence. There was no room for hesitation, and each step taken had to be flawless. Lu Qingfeng's mental state was intensely focused, as the soul energy in his hands resembled a silver needle, gradually penetrating into Lin Qingru's body. It traversed along her meridians, seeking out the toxins, and then, Lu Qingfeng experienced an extraordinary sensation, as if his very soul traversed along the delicate needle forged from this ethereal energy, penetrating her meridians. The process of dispelling the toxins did not consume much time, yet it left Lu Qifeng feeling nearly depleted. The intense mental strain was overwhelming. Moreover, within him, Two forces clashed against one another, the retaliatory energy continuing to provoke his body. However, it seemed that my body had acclimated to this backlash. As I did not feel excessively uncomfortable, what could be the reason for this? After gently setting down the now-recovered Lin Qingru, Lu Qifeng began to attune to his physical condition. At the core of his dantian, a dark torrent symbolizing the malevolent soul energy chased after a golden current representing the soul power. Remarkably, the previously unsteady yin-yang diagram now flowed with newfound fluidity. This vivid perception indicated a profound internal clarity. Lu Qingfeng suddenly realized that he could distinctly perceive everything within his body, as if his physique were laid out before him in a 3D cross-section. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, on awakening the power of the soul. Reward: enhancement of soul quality. Enhancement of soul quality? Lu Qingfeng delicately sensed that although the appearance of this golden soul power remained unchanged, the potency it harbored was immense. It was precisely due to the enhancement of the quality of this soul power that the two previously opposing forces within him began to find tranquility. The infusion of spiritual energy further quelled this silent conflict. My current strength has ascended to the level of a great soul master. Yet my soul power remains at the 12th rank. This indicates a substantial increase in my potential, which is indeed a positive development. Now, all that remains is to await the restoration of my body. 10 years is no longer necessary. Upon observing the system's notification, Lu Qingfeng smiled. The time has been reduced by 4 years. I now require only 6 years for a complete recovery. However, where should I spend these 6 years? At that moment, a system prompt appeared. Ding! Please note, the narrative of Douluo Continent has commenced. The protagonist Tang San is currently located in Nodding City. It seems you wish for me to venture there. Thus, I shall comply. With this thought, Lu Qingfeng hesitated no longer. He cradled Lin Qingru and returned, securing a sturdy board to himself as a makeshift support. This should suffice. Although he could not move his upper body, he felt no discomfort, having faced death twice. Could he not endure this minor inconvenience? Now, he merely awaited Lin Qingru to awaken. By tomorrow, they would set forth for Nodding City. The following day, as dawn broke, Lin Qingru awoke to find Lu Qingfeng seated in a wheelchair beside her, maintaining an odd posture. As for how he ended up in the wheelchair, it was due to Ma Kai's overwhelming fear. Upon discovering he was alive and in good condition, he sought the carpenter, who worked overtime to craft a wheelchair. The carpenter, noticing the peculiar board, suggested modifications. His skill was commendable. He effectively affixed the board to the wheelchair, rendering it less unusual. What is happening? Am I not dead? Lin Qingru gazed blankly at the scene before her, struggling to comprehend. Villagers gathered around, offering blessings and apologies. She looked on in bewilderment, utterly confounded by the unfolding events. Lu Qingfeng tugged at her hem and said, Sister Qingru, there is no need for you to marry now. You are free to go wherever your heart desires, and they will not hinder you. Indeed, Qingru, it is our fault. Everyone should have the right to choose their own path in life, to live passionately and fervently, in pursuit of their own happiness and sense of belonging. After enduring all this, Ma Kai has also undergone a transformation, preparing to leave this place and start anew. Meanwhile, Lin Qingru has come to understand her own aspirations and how she ought to navigate her life following these events. Let us depart. Lin Qingru urged Lu Qingfeng as they exited the small village, vanishing beneath the blazing sun. Chapter 8. An encounter with Tang San. Lu Qingfeng and his companion took nearly half a month to arrive at Nodding City. The reason for such a prolonged journey was entirely due to their poor sense of direction, which led them astray. They eventually managed to secure a carriage to expedite their arrival. However, they were already past the enrollment period of the academy, so gaining entry would undoubtedly require some clever maneuvering. Qingru, let us first find an inn to rest. Tomorrow, we shall seek certification at the Spirit Hall. With a gold soul coin each month, we shall not have to worry about sustenance, Lu Qingfeng suggested. A hint of fatigue crossed Lin Qingru's face as she replied, All right, I will follow your lead. The two made their way to a tavern with their remaining funds, but en route, they noticed that someone was trailing them. Sensing this, Lu Qingfeng merely smiled. The follower was either plotting something or had succumbed to temptation. Although Lin Qingru was not exceptionally beautiful at that moment, her innocent visage and the signs of her developing form hinted at her potential as a stunning beauty. Dare to follow us, and you shall find it a perilous endeavor. he mused. Lu Qifeng silently contemplated that he had long since become adept at wielding the two energies within him. His soul power had reached an extraordinary level, seamlessly transforming weapons of all kinds, be they swords, spears, or halberds. Moreover, due to the utilization of his soul force, executing a long-range kill was now well within his capabilities. If that person were to arrive, he could easily dispatch them with a single sword strike. To his surprise, however, before he could proceed much further, he encountered a charming little girl with a scorpion tail braid, none other than Xiao Wu. She merely glanced at Lu Qifeng before turning to Lin Qingru and said, "Sister, someone is following you from behind. You must be cautious." Thank you. Little sister, Lin Qingru replied, clearly taken aback for a moment before responding. After Xiao Wu spoke, she departed, seemingly unaware of her destination. Yet Lu Qingfeng distinctly noted that the little girl cast a glance back at him before leaving. Perhaps it was the peculiar, malevolent soul force within him. But that 10,000-year-old little rabbit was indeed remarkably perceptive. Lu Qingfeng gazed at Lin Qingru and said, "Sister Qingru, there's no one around. Look at that little girl. How joyful she is. She is merely playing a trick on you. Let us find an inn to rest. You have been on your feet for quite some time." Soon after, the two entered a quaint inn. Lin Qingru, utterly fatigued, placed Lu Qingfeng on the bed before succumbing to slumber herself. The ethereal power of Lu Qingfeng swiftly detected the presence of the sneaky, lecherous man trailing behind him. Still following? You truly seek your own demise. At that moment, he harbored no thoughts of murder. Killing was merely an act devoid of emotional turmoil. Instantly, Lu Qingfeng manipulated his soul energy to form a small dagger, which penetrated the wooden planks and halted at the foot of the staircase. The maximum range was 5 meters. Beyond that, he could not guarantee a fatal strike. He patiently awaited the lecherous man, who, after indulging in a meal downstairs, turned towards the staircase. However, as he rounded the corner, a sharp dagger abruptly materialized beside him. With a swift thrust, the blade severed a blood vessel, crimson blood gushing forth. Panic ensued among the inhabitants of the building, while Lu Qingfeng, the orchestrator of the chaos, silently employed his soul power to shield Lin Qingru from the cacophony. Meanwhile, in a narrow alley, Xiao Wu pondered deeply. What is this? I sensed a familiar essence from that individual, albeit faint and chaotic. He exudes an aura of danger. Could he also be a reincarnated soul beast from 100,000 years ago? As she contemplated, a slight figure emerged at the alley's end. A boy whose unremarkable appearance belied a sense of competence. "What are you doing here, Xiao Wu?" he inquired. "It's nothing. Just encountered a rather peculiar person," she replied, shaking her head. "Peculiar? In what way?" After a moment of contemplation, she could not articulate her thoughts, opting instead for playful mischief. "Well, it's just very strange." Suddenly, a piercing scream reverberated through the street, startling everyone. From a nearby inn, people surged out, their faces etched with sheer terror. Tang San, bewildered, attempted to pull Xiao Wu away. Who would dare commit murder in Notting City? Yet, Xiao Wu remained unfazed. "The peculiar person I mentioned is inside that inn." Just then, 2 strange figures came into view. Lin Qingru had finally awakened amidst the commotion and hastily fled with Lu Qingfeng, fortuitously encountering Xiao Wu and Tang San along the way. The astute Tang San noticed Lu Qifeng in the wheelchair. Internally marveling at his acute perception, he could see through the chaos, emanating an unsettling aura. "That's the one, very strange," Xiao Wu insisted. They did not pursue but merely glanced into the inn, where they beheld the gruesome sight of a slashed throat. Tang San's expression hardened, clean and ruthless. A person who regards lives as mere trinkets. Yet, how did he achieve this without a trace? He meticulously utilized his purple extreme demon eye to scrutinize the scene, finding no evidence, as if the act had materialized from thin air, with the incision smooth, indicating a weapon of refined craftsmanship. Suddenly, he recalled the boy's gaze before departing. A cold sweat breaking out as a chilling thought took root in his mind. Could this man be the one who killed him? Meanwhile, Xiao Wu's astonished expression mirrored his own. Could he truly be a reincarnated soul beast from 100,000 years ago? This would explain how he dispatched that lecherous man following us. Soon, the city guards arrived, dispersing the curious children and conducting an investigation, leaving both filled with unanswered questions. Elsewhere, after the inquiry, Lu Qifeng and Lin Qingru had settled into another inn for the night. The cold moonlight streamed in, its silvery rays mingling with the celestial energy, flowing into Lu Qingfeng's being. Unbeknownst to him, within his soul space, the suspended magic card underwent a transformation. The side engraved with the white tiger suddenly emitted a golden halo, the white tiger within appearing to transcend, becoming even more ferocious, yet infused with a hint of divine energy, reminiscent of his enhanced wedding quality, shimmering with golden flecks. Conversely, the black side revealed a faint point of light upon the tiger's claws. Simultaneously, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a century-old soul ring, granting you the special ability, Concealment. Concealment, a passive skill that renders you undetectable and untraceable by entities below godly level, provided you do not actively reveal yourself. Chapter 9, Certified Soul Master, Entering Nodding Academy. Under the guidance of Lin Qingru, Qingfeng arrived at the Nodding City branch of the Spirit Hall. They required a monthly provision of a gold soul coin to sustain their living, without which they could hardly survive in this place for 6 or 7 years. Just as fate would have it, upon reaching the entrance, they encountered two individuals approaching them, Tang San and Xiao Wu. Coincidentally, they too were there for their spirit certification. Xiao Wu stepped forward and inquired, "Sister, are you also a spirit master?" Lin Qingru, feeling a bit awkward, replied, I am not. It is my younger brother who is here for certification. Tang San mused to himself, realizing that this child, who appeared to be of a similar age, was indeed a spirit master. He wondered what color his spirit ring might be. "Greetings, I am Xiao Wu, and this is Tang San," she introduced. Tang San also extended a greeting, leaving Lin Qingru astonished. She had not anticipated that these two children were spirit masters as well. Was it true that becoming a spirit master had become so commonplace? Wasn't it said that the path of a spirit master was arduous and demanding? How could it be that children as young as 6 or 7 were now spirit masters? She felt bewildered, reflecting on how, at the age of 6 or 7, she was merely toiling in the fields. Equally perplexed was another female spirit master undergoing the certification. Although Qingfeng could not recall her distinctly, he sensed she had some connection with the tool user Su Yuntao, though the specifics eluded him. It was merely a matter of celestial dogs and goddesses. Qingfeng cast a disdainful glance, yet his attention was captivated by the protagonist, fixating upon him with keen interest. Tang San, evidently aware of this scrutiny, felt a fleeting flicker of apprehension in his gaze and spoke up, "Let us first proceed with the Soul Master certification." Qingfeng also agreed. Yet he refrained from being the first to proceed, allowing the two individuals to go ahead. Lin Qingru leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "The city is truly remarkable, brimming with so many prodigies. Even our village's Master Ma only became a soul master at the age of 11. Are there really those as formidable as 6 or 7 years old here?" Qingfeng smiled and said, "No, the people here are quite similar. It is merely that these two individuals are exceptional talents." Soon, the two accomplished their assessments, each receiving a certification of level I and a gleaming golden soul coin. The third was Qingfeng, but he was not the only one who entered. Tang San also joined him. The reason, of course, was the whimsical encouragement of the lively Xiao Wu, and also due to Qingfeng's consent. His true strength lay not in soul power. "Place your hand upon the crystal ball, and I shall discern your soul power level," the girl instructed. However, Lin Qingru found herself at a loss. "My brother's hand cannot move too much. May I hold the crystal ball for the test?" The girl responded curtly, "That is impossible. If you damage it, you will be liable for the cost." Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, pouted and asserted, "Then I shall hold it." Without waiting for the girl's agreement, she seized the crystal ball and positioned it before Qingfeng. "Thank you." He expressed his gratitude and placed his hand upon it. In the next moment, a brilliant light erupted. The girl exclaimed, 10, 15 levels. Tang San was equally astonished. This individual, though not much older than himself, managed to reach level 15 at such a young age, unless he possessed innate full soul power, and his first soul ring must be formidable. Xiao Wu, however, sensed once more that this person was certainly no ordinary individual. The quality of his soul power was beyond that of a typical soul master. And now she could not perceive any aura emanating from him, suggesting he might possess some hidden means of concealment. This individual was likely an unmanifested, elusive 10,000-year soul beast. The girl was utterly taken aback. This paragon of excellence had just been mocked by her moments ago. She found herself momentarily frozen in astonishment. Qingfeng discerned the astonishment of the others, yet he maintained a serene demeanor, calmly inquiring, "May I now receive the golden soul coins?" The head of the branch soon arrived, extending a warm welcome to the three individuals and inquiring whether they would be inclined to join the spirit hall. The other two declined, but Qingfeng hesitated. Indeed, joining the spirit hall was not without its merits, although it would ultimately be vanquished by Tang San. The final outcome remained unchanged. In the grand tapestry of the world, divisions inevitably lead to reunions, and reunions eventually result in divisions. Tang San's eventual endeavor to unify the continent under the Spirit Hall does not align with the prevailing currents of fate. Nevertheless, Lu Qifeng refrained from committing, merely stating, "Once I have made my decision, I shall certainly inform the supervisor." The supervisor, elated, bestowed upon him an additional golden soul coin. Recognizing the immeasurable benefits of securing such a prodigious talent, Tang San then bid farewell at the entrance, saying, "My friends, we have pressing matters to attend to. We shall meet again another day." Lu Qifeng replied, "There is no need to wait for another day. We shall meet every day." Tang San, puzzled, remained silent. "I wish to pay a visit to the master. Might you kindly facilitate an introduction?" Although he was aware that Tang San had already become a disciple of the master, he refrained from stating this outright, uncertain if Tang Hao was nearby. Noticing Tang San's guarded demeanor, he continued, "I have heard that the renowned Wuhuan master, Yu Xiaojiang, resides within this city at the Junior Soul Master Academy, and I have come to pay my respects out of admiration." Despite Lu Qingfeng's eloquent words, Tang San remained skeptical. The young man appeared gentle and refined, yet his intentions seemed deeply calculated. "We are indeed students of the academy, yet we cannot ascertain whether the master will receive you. Fear not. I merely seek the master's assistance in gaining admission to the Junior Soul Master Academy. Due to my limited mobility, I wish to bring my sister along." Seeking help? Tang San said nothing further, simply guiding them onward. Upon entering the academy, they parted ways. Lu Qifeng understood that he was summoned for a conversation with the master, yet the outcome was of little concern to him. The conclusion was inevitably one of agreement. He harbored no particular intentions, nor did he aspire to seize any opportunities. Each pursued his own cultivation. Had it not been for the system urging him to arrive here promptly, he would have preferred to avoid the hassle altogether. However, having arrived, not meeting the master would indeed be a loss. Upon entering the office, Tang San was approached by a middle-aged man who inquired, "Xiao San, what brings you here?" "Master, there is someone who wishes to see you," Tang San replied. "Who wishes to see me?" the master asked, setting aside his pen. "A child, 7 years old, with a rank of 15. Yu Xiaojiang sprang to his feet and exclaimed, "Quick, take me to him." Tang San silently acknowledged the truth of the situation. Yet he did not intervene, for he doubted that the physically challenged boy could accomplish anything significant here. The group soon convened. Yu Xiaojiang, disregarding all else, approached Lu Qifeng and asked, "What is your martial soul?" Lu Qifeng did not conceal the release of the spirit card. The spirit card, an auxiliary-type martial soul, possesses a primary soul skill that enhances speed. The master gazed deeply, then remarked, "Level 15, auxiliary type, innate full soul power. This is a top-tier auxiliary martial soul. And it is a new one at that. Incredible, truly incredible. Would you be willing to take me as your mentor?" Lu Qifeng appeared utterly unconcerned, stating, "I am but a simpleton and hardly worthy of being a disciple of a master. I have come with a request." The master's eyes dimmed momentarily. "It is possible, but I would like to document your martial soul." Before he could finish, Lu Qifeng interjected, "Of course." Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully entering the Nodding City Primary Soul Master Academy. The main quest is officially initiated, and a reward system gift pack is available for collection. Chapter 10. Hunting Soul Beast Host. Lu Qifeng Level 15 Soul Power Martial Soul. Magic Card Skill. Concealment. Passive Skill. Items. Lottery Chances X1. Beginner's Gift Pack X1 Quest. Obtain the second soul ring. Lu Qifeng gazed at the ethereal screen before him, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. After merely conducting a brief assessment and documenting his information, the master had allowed him to depart, assuring him of his enrollment. Lu Qifeng held on to this assurance with conviction, offering his gratitude before leaving with Lin Qingru. Upon returning to his lodgings, Lu Qifeng eagerly unwrapped the novice gift pack. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the 5-element scripture and the facade of deception. Clicking on the item descriptions, Lu Qifeng was filled with exhilaration. Both items were precisely what he urgently needed. The 5-element scripture possessed the remarkable ability to transmute the powers of the 5 elements, allowing him to convert water, fire, metal, and wood into his own soul power. Moreover, with his willingness, he could infuse his soul attacks with elemental attributes. This effectively resolved his cultivation dilemma, as the arduous nature of refining his soul power had rendered advancement increasingly challenging. With this method of cultivation, he could swiftly elevate his prowess. The other item, the facade of deception, was equally indispensable. It enabled him to alter his appearance and assume the guise of any species. However, once a form was chosen, It could not be modified, and those below the divine level would remain oblivious to the transformation. With this capability, he could adopt a different identity to earn a living and engage in various ventures, all while enjoying the dual assurance of security. Qingfeng resolved to experiment with this hypocritical facade tonight. As midnight approached, he transformed into a beastly tiger man, donning the ethereal mask. In the next moment, a character creation interface materialized before his eyes. Qingfeng smiled awkwardly, pondering the peculiar sensation of goosebumps that enveloped him. It wasn't long before he completed his transformation, embodying the visage of his past life, a face unremarkable yet pleasing to the eye, with a hint of melancholy in his gaze and a countenance marked by the passage of time. This was the appearance of a middle-aged man, although his physique had altered. His strength and speed remained unchanged. To his astonishment, he discovered that this body was also capable of cultivating the five-element scripture. With both soul power and soul rings to nurture, the heavens had not been unkind to him. In this life, he aspired to rival the divine. Shortly thereafter, Qingfeng stealthily appropriated a set of garments from a nearby chamber and made his way to the soul beast forest beyond the city. Instantly, a rich surge of wood elemental energy coursed through his being, eliciting an involuntary, euphoric exclamation from him, a sound both melodious and alluring. However, this enchanting utterance did not go unnoticed by three others nearby. One woman, not unattractive, expressed her disdain with a scoff. Ugh, how repulsive. The other two joined in laughter, one of them exclaiming, "Your brother is impressive." Qingfeng paid no heed. His resilience was not so fragile. He intended to depart immediately. However, one of the men interjected. "Brother, are you fearless or simply naive for venturing into the soul beast forest at night? Are you not the same?" Qingfeng remarked. His pace was unhurried. Yet the three individuals behind him were not lagging. "Hehe, brothers, are we not embarking on an adventure? There are certain soul beasts that only move under the cover of night. They are indeed valuable treasures." Qingfeng halted his steps, proposing, "Shall we engage in a transaction?" The bearded elder, his face alight with joy, had also been eager to negotiate with this young brother. Without hesitation, he noted the young man's unimpeded movements, indicating a keen perception. Although the three of us could discern clearly, it was somewhat inconvenient for us. Moreover, the young man had the audacity to approach at night, suggesting he was a battle soul master, a role we were in dire need of. Once we accomplished our mission, we could share the spoils together. Without hesitation, Qingfeng readily agreed. He had merely come to test his physical capabilities this time, yet who would decline the opportunity to earn a bit of money on the side? After some deliberation, the group decided to grant Qingfeng 30% of the profits. Naturally, it was his demonstrated strength that won the unwavering respect of these three individuals. "Truly impressive, brother. This enhanced soul technique is indeed formidable. Uncle Huzi." The prowess exhibited by Qingfeng is that of a formidable offensive soul master, and the subtly transformed dual claws fortuitously became his sole skill. The quartet advanced cautiously through the perilous depths of the soul beast forest, where danger lurked at every corner. A single misstep could prove fatal. Suddenly, a hissing sound pierced the stillness. Under Qingfeng's vigilant gaze, a massive black python lay in wait, fixated upon them. "Be cautious. There is a black serpent," he warned. The other three, aware that this was Qingfeng's soul skill, prepared themselves with utmost vigilance. The serpent, cunning and patient, awaited an opportunity to strike, yet with Qingfeng serving as their keen-eyed sentinel in the darkness, they remained on high alert. However, as fate would have it, a momentary lapse occurred. One of the women lagged behind and caught the serpent's attention. In an instant, the massive python lunged forward, coiling around her with terrifying swiftness, intent on dragging her away. The remaining trio could not stand idly by as their comrade faced impending doom. They unleashed their formidable powers. The burly man transformed into a werewolf, clutching the serpent's body with all his might, but the python's strength was overwhelming, and its slick scales rendered it nearly impossible to grasp. "Stop it. First soul skill, healing light," cried out another man, who revealed himself to be a support soul master. His healing skill provided a brief respite to the near-fatal female soul master, yet it was but a temporary reprieve, merely prolonging her fate. Without immediate rescue, death loomed inevitable. Their vision was limited, and they could not afford to wield torches at all times. In that moment, regret washed over the trio as they lamented their decision to venture out at night. "Reinforce. Halt." Qingfeng exuded an imposing aura, as a yellow soul ring materialized behind him, unleashing a fierce and overwhelming presence that stripped away some of the pretense he had donned. In that moment, He appeared as though possessed by the spirit of the white tiger, albeit in a far more formidable form. With a swift motion, he extended his claw, seizing the scales of the python and tearing away large chunks of flesh. The python, writhing in agony, prepared to retaliate, but its speed paled in comparison to that of the ferocious tiger. Thud, thud, thud. The python's desperate attacks all missed their mark, and in a fit of rage, it released a stream of venom from its mouth, abandoning the woman. The putrid venom, however, failed to touch Lu Qingfeng, who moved with the agility of a nimble cat, darting back and forth while leaving a trail of blood and flesh in his wake. Uncle Hu, witnessing the chaos, bellowed, "Behold, my second soul skill, wolf claw puncture." He transformed into a shadowy figure, piercing through the python's body, eviscerating it. At that very moment, Lu Qingfeng's attack landed as well. He struck the python's head with a resounding impact, shattering its skull and spilling its essence onto the ground. A yellow soul ring began to rise gradually. Lu Qingfeng was inexplicably consumed by a desire for this soul ring, as if he could devour it. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the white tiger on the other side of the magic card emerged and directly engulfed the soul ring. Instantly, another circle of soul rings appeared beneath his feet. The other three individuals, believing he had absorbed it, congratulated him and declared they would no longer return. However, Lu Qingfeng was aware that the soul ring was gradually dissipating. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the first century-old soul ring. Reward: weapon, long knife, serpent fang. Chapter 11. Phantom hunting cat. The three companions departed with the enormous python, which was indeed valuable. Yet, Lu Qingfeng had no desire for the monetary reward, as his purpose for coming was to test his true strength. That python, possessing an essence of 200 to 300 years, could be easily slain. However, due to the environmental conditions, it was challenging for them to lift it. Nonetheless, this posed no difficulty for him. Lu Qingfeng did not pause and swiftly ventured deep into the forest. Here, the surroundings grew eerily silent, as if all sound had vanished. The tranquility was unsettling. Something felt amiss, for I should have already been under surveillance. The eerie stillness enveloped the area, devoid even of the faintest hum of insects. Within Lu Qingfeng, the soul power surged, preparing him for an imminent confrontation. A faint rustling echoed in his ears. A small soul beast was stealthily advancing, intent on hunting him down. However, Lu Qingfeng was well prepared, eagerly awaiting the beast's assault, for the outcome of their encounter remained uncertain. Suddenly, three venomous arrows shot forth with incredible swiftness, almost impossible to evade. Their trajectories were cunningly angled, each aimed directly at his vital points. A single misstep could lead to his demise beneath their toxic tips. Yet, for Lu Qingfeng, they were merely a trifle too slow. He deftly pivoted, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. At that moment, a shadow descended from above, its foul stench assaulting his senses and inducing a wave of nausea. Yet he recognized that now was not the time for weakness. With a swift motion, he raised his claws and instantly rent the shadow asunder. Viscous, deep green blood gushed forth, sizzling as it splattered against his arm. To his surprise, the creature's blood was also toxic. From the ground, a yellow soul ring gracefully ascended, and the ethereal image of a white tiger behind Lu Qingfeng lunged forward to devour it, resulting in a second yellow soul ring materializing at his back. Though his digestive capacity was somewhat lacking, he knew that with diligent training, it would improve significantly. However, this was not the moment for such considerations. He had yet to ascertain his true strength and needed to seek out beasts over a millennium old for a proper test. A mere century-old soul beast was insufficient to satiate his ambitions. The creature he had just vanquished, known as the venomous arrow mouse, had existed for 400 years. For any other grand soul master, confronting it in this environment would yield no prospect of victory. Yet he was different. He had triumphed, and with remarkable finesse, employing less than 30% of his power and speed despite the high-stakes vigilance he maintained. The cool moonlight cascaded down, enveloping Lu Qingfeng in its ethereal glow, his tiger fur shimmering and flowing with the breeze, exuding an otherworldly allure. A hunting cat, nestled in the branches of a tree, caught the scent of danger mingled with an irresistible aroma. In a series of agile leaps, it closed in on the peculiar human, instinctively aware that this individual was not to be trifled with. Yet, the intoxicating scent proved too compelling to resist, and its primal desires overpowered its rationality. In a flash, the hunting cat struck like the wind, rending the flesh of the human's shoulder, poised to deliver a lethal blow to his neck with its next attack. Qingfeng was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated being injured so easily. It appeared that one could never afford to let their guard down. Instantly, he entered a state of vigilance, as if the entire surroundings were etched in his mind, every movement and alteration perceptible to him. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged from behind, carrying a sharp aura, as if it sought to sever the nape of his neck. Qingfeng was taken aback, immediately bowing his head to evade the strike. Yet, this was the assault of a hunting cat, far from easy to dodge. As the hunting cat pivoted, the force of its attack diminished significantly. However, this also resulted in 3 deep gashes marring his shoulder. Although Qingfeng endured a blow, he consequently caught a glimpse of the spirit beast's silhouette. It was a feline-type spirit beast, possessing low offensive power but remarkable speed. He swiftly deduced the general characteristics of this creature and contemplated a strategy. The spirit beast lurked in the shadows, only striking when an opportunity presented itself to ensnare it. One must provide it with such an opportunity. Seemingly indifferent, he slightly raised his neck. In the next moment, a swift shadow hurtled toward him, accompanied by a chilling wind akin to a lance, aimed directly at his throat. "Got you." Qingfeng smiled faintly. Although his speed could not match that of the feline spirit beast, it was by no means slow. He raised his hands, and in an instant, he felt a sharp pain in his left hand as it was pierced through his defenses, a small claw ensnaring it. Meanwhile, his right claw had already struck, leaving a chilling mark upon the body of the feline spirit beast, crimson blood gushing forth in a horrifying cascade. Upon seizing this opportunity, Qingfeng, despite enduring pain, launched yet another attack. The cat hunter, hindered by injuries on its back, found its speed diminished. Although it had evaded the initial strike, it was improbable that it could continue to do so indefinitely. Thus, the cat hunter turned back, ready to engage in a desperate struggle. A faint luminescence enveloped its body, and in an instant, a lunge materialized before Qingfeng. However, this shadow swiftly multiplied into 2, one on the left and the other on the right, targeting his neck. Reluctantly, Qingfeng was compelled to retreat to evade this assault. The phantom cat. It was through this encounter that he learned the name of this soul beast. Not merely by hearsay, but because of its most prominent trait, the ability to conjure 3 phantoms. Yet, only 2 had manifested thus far, with the third lying in wait, poised to strike him down in a single blow. Qingfeng was acutely aware of the perilous situation he found himself in, having just taken a step back, his body still recovering from the strain. Should the phantom cat launch a surprise attack at this moment, survival would be a daunting challenge. Yet, he remained unflustered, instead exhibiting remarkable composure as he meticulously analyzed the circumstances. The phantom cat initiated its assault from the front. His only recourse was to retreat a step. In such a scenario, where would you choose to strike? The answer is clear, from the front. Whoosh! The fleeting shadow glimmered under the moonlight, resembling a shooting star, vanishing in an instant. Thud! Qingfeng collapsed to the ground, his face splattered with blood, and his crimson eyes bore an icy glare. In a fleeting moment, the phantom hunting cat had launched a surprise attack on him, nearly claiming his life. Had it not been for his keen judgment, he would have already perished. In a frontal assault, my ability to evade was lacking, compounded by your remarkable speed, which granted a 70% chance of success. Yet, you underestimated my defensive prowess. He withdrew the cat that had been impaled on his tiger claw. Just moments ago, its lethal talons had almost pierced through, severing vital arteries, but fortune favored him. In a stroke of inspiration, he opened his jaws wide and crushed the phantom hunting cat's body, leaving 3 deep scars on his face as a result. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the Millennium Soul Beast, the phantom hunting cat, and receiving the reward, Soul Beast skill, Phantom Assault. Phantom Assault, following system upgrades. This skill can manifest infinite phantoms as the soul power increases. Chapter 12. Qianren Shui. After vanquishing the phantom hunting cat, Qingfeng did not rush to return, but instead hunted several creatures within the forest once more. This time, they were not millennium beasts, merely soul beasts aged a few centuries. However, as it was his first encounter with a soul beast skill, his methods were exceedingly brutal. Many were torn apart, their bodies left in shambles. The following day, rumors spread that a particularly vicious soul beast roamed the soul beast forest, mercilessly shredding any it encountered, thus attracting numerous soul masters eager to hunt it. Little did they know, the cause of this carnage was not a ferocious soul beast, but rather a single individual, a mere 7-year-old child. At that moment, Lu Qingfeng was oblivious to these events, sitting in the primary Soul Master Academy. His expression one of helplessness as he attended class. In his past life, he had longed to enter school, yet upon doing so, he realized he was ill-suited for academic pursuits. Although the teacher's explanations were excellent, he found it impossible to concentrate. As soon as class ended, he had Lin Qingru push him to seek out the master. The master, engrossed in his writing, set down his pen upon seeing Lu Qingfeng and inquired, "What brings you here?" "I wish to forego class and learn from you instead," Lu Qingfeng replied. The master, indifferent to such matters as long as they did not interfere with his research, readily agreed. Lin Qingru thus found herself with a lighter load. Assigned by the master to assist in the cafeteria while they rented a small house nearby, life seemed to settle into a tranquil rhythm. By day they studied at the academy, while by night, Lu Qingfeng either ventured into the soul beast forest or practiced at home. In these recent days, his soul power had risen to level 16, achieving a dual enhancement. Both his malevolent and sacred soul powers had escalated simultaneously. This was not a mere sum of 1 plus 1 equating to 2. Having previously tested his strength against a newly emerged Millennium Soul Beast, the outcome had been a draw, with both sustaining injuries. Had it not been for the malevolent soul power driving the soul beast into a frenzy, he might have been gravely harmed. This signified that his current strength was indeed on par with a Millennium Soul Beast, which, when translated to Soul Master ranks, equated to the Soul Sovereign level. One day, upon returning to his rented abode, Lu Qingfeng sensed something amiss. There was someone inside. His vigilance heightened as he braced for potential threats. Creak. Before he could even push the door open, it swung ajar, revealing a cherubic boy gazing at them with wide eyes. "Brother, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you." The little boy stepped forward, addressing Lin Qingru, "Sister, may I speak with my brother for a moment?" Lin Qingru, momentarily taken aback, was unable to respond before Lu Qingfeng interjected, "Sister Qingru, I'll speak with my brother for a moment. I'll be back shortly." It wasn't that he genuinely recognized the boy. Rather, the palpable fluctuations of soul power emanating from him signaled profound danger. This child was undoubtedly a perilous individual. Yet why had this boy come seeking him? He had no recollection of ever meeting him, and the notion of any blood relation was utterly implausible. The boy pushed him gently, and Lu Qingfeng remained silent, discreetly mobilizing his internal soul power. "You must be curious as to why I sought you out." The boy spoke in a calm tone. "Indeed, I am somewhat curious, as I don't believe we've met," Lu Qingfeng replied. "That's certainly true. You could not have met me. I am not here for you. I seek another." The boy's tone shifted. "Recently, a person has emerged within the soul beast forest, whose every battle results in the slaughter of numerous soul beasts, employing exceedingly cruel methods and exhibiting exceptional stealth." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingfeng comprehended the intentions of the individual before him. Yet he pondered how one could deduce such a conclusion amidst the concealment techniques that were nearly imperceptible. Previously, he had dispatched a soul emperor to track the individual, but to no avail. However, there was an instance when the person vanished in this vicinity. He had deployed numerous agents to investigate the area, with the only lead being this location, which coincidentally matched the timing of that individual's disappearance, thus prompting his visit. "It appears that my suspicions were not unfounded. May I inquire as to your identity?" This person does not possess formidable strength, and should he lack significant backing, he would not hesitate to eliminate him. Yet, the words of the young boy stirred a profound discomfort within him, akin to the overwhelming taste of durian, sharp and suffocating. "I am Shui Qinghe," he declared. "Ha, Shui Qinghe. Are you not simply Qianren Shui? What pretense is this? Are you truly astonished? Do you recognize me?" Lu Qingfeng then remarked. "The illustrious name of Prince Shui Qinghe is certainly not unknown. Is that so?" Qianren Shui chose to remain silent, patiently awaiting Lu Qingfeng to speak first, thereby seizing the initiative. However, after a prolonged silence with no response from him, she began to feel irritated. How could this person be so uncommunicative? "Aren't you going to tell me your name?" Lu Qingfeng replied in a nonchalant manner. "Since you have already conducted your investigation, my secrets must have been entirely laid bare. You must have known my name long ago. It makes no difference whether I speak it or not." Qianren Shui was left speechless by his words and ceased to hold back. "I shall not waste any more words with you. I need to meet that person in the soul beast forest tonight, or else both of you will meet your demise by dawn." "How do you know I am acquainted with him?" Lu Qingfeng retorted. Qianren Shui smiled faintly. "I do not know. I am merely testing the waters. After all, taking a life is no trouble for me. If I do not encounter him, I shall not return." Lu Qingfeng, Your prowess leaves me speechless, haha. Sooner or later, I will take you back. The two of them fell into silence. Qian Rinxue found it rather dull and decided to send him back. If it were an ordinary person, she would have instructed her subordinates to do so, but since this individual was remarkably handsome, she chose to go herself. At the entrance, Qian Rinxue stood there bidding farewell. Brother, I am leaving. However, Lu Qifeng called out to her, saying, Younger sibling, come here. I have something to discuss with you. Although Qian Rinxue felt perplexed, she approached him nonetheless. Lu Qifeng drew him closer, then suddenly reached out to cradle his face, whispering softly, Brother, I will miss you. His grip was firm yet not excessive, for this individual possessed a propensity for violence. However, he held an unwavering confidence that once the night had passed, the thought of harming him would no longer cross her mind. Qian Rinxue felt a pang of vulnerability as murderous intent surged within her. But she was soon overwhelmed by an intensely ferocious aura. At that moment, Lu Qifeng spoke again. Brother, please return for now. I am fine. Do not worry about me. There are others at home who can protect me. A shadow of darkness loomed in Qian Rinxue's eyes, yet she refrained from unleashing her fury, as the perilous energy continued to provoke her. Chapter 13. Easing the crisis, but must one truly depart? Lu Qifeng was unaware that if he wished to conceal himself, no one would be able to detect his presence. However, there remained Lin Qingru. What if she were to encounter this girl? Therefore, he felt compelled to go. Not merely due to Lin Qingru, but rather driven by an innate desire. If he did not wish to go, even should Lin Qingru perish before him, he would remain unmoved. Having come to this understanding, he no longer fretted, patiently awaiting the arrival of nightfall. Yet, he did not embark on this journey lightly. Given that the opponent had chosen the soul-hunting forest as their battleground, a duel was likely to ensue. Though he was weak, akin to a mere insect, this did not imply he could be easily trifled with. The potency of evil soul power was on par with that of sacred soul power, establishing itself as a formidable force within this realm. Should a confrontation arise, he would not acquiesce to the use of his evil soul power. Through days of exploration, he had discerned the characteristics of evil soul power. It possessed an exceedingly strong contaminative quality. Once tainted by this soul force, the inherent soul power within an individual would become corrupted, leading to agitation and loss of control. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The most significant aspect was that this evil soul power could not be dispelled. Even employing his sacred soul power, one could only diminish it gradually, never achieving complete eradication. Currently, the only method proposed for entirely removing this evil soul power was to dissipate all soul energy, but whether this would truly succeed remained uncertain, merely a conjecture. As the golden crow set in the west, night descended upon the land. Lu Qifeng transformed into a white tiger beast man and journeyed towards the soul hunt forest. Under the influence of his concealed skills, he unconsciously found himself treading upon inconspicuous paths, evading the scrutiny of others, who remained completely oblivious to his presence. As he traversed without incident, he arrived at a tavern nestled within the soul hunt forest, where he sensed an extraordinarily pure soul power. He mused inwardly. This must be the power emanating from the angel martial soul. It appears that Qian Rinxue is indeed here. I can only wonder if she might take action against me. I'll observe for now. He often harbored pessimistic thoughts, for he believed that such an outlook would better equip him to face any challenges. However, after a prolonged wait, he noticed that Qian Rinxue had yet to descend, indicating she had not yet detected his presence. She hasn't noticed me yet. I shall wait a little longer. Once she becomes anxious, I will approach her. Approximately half an hour later, Lu Qifeng stood before the door of Qian Rinxue's chamber and gently knocked. A calm voice beckoned from within, Enter. Upon seeing him, Qian Rinxue expressed her surprise. So, you are the soul master? You seem rather aged. With a chuckle, he retorted. Oh, you think you are young? Your entire family seems aged. Lu Qifeng, with a hint of insincerity, casually inquired, What brings you to me? Nothing much. I merely wish to see the notorious soul master. To my disappointment, he turns out to be nothing more than a weakling, Qian Rinxue lamented, disillusioned. She had anticipated a formidable figure, yet instead encountered a man in his 20s, not particularly handsome. Never mind. It would be better to end this and not waste any more time. As she contemplated leaving, Lu Qingfeng's remark drew her back. Hee. I doubt the soul emperors and soul Douluos outside can discern the depths of my abilities. Oh, you can recognize them. That is intriguing. Come forth, Qian Rinxue commanded, gesturing for several hidden bodyguards to reveal themselves. She pointed to one soul Douluo and asked, Can you determine his rank? The soul Douluo approached, inspecting Lu Qifeng from every angle, yet he was unable to ascertain his level. The presence of the sinister soul power within Lu Qifeng prompted a sense of trepidation, as if he were a ravenous tiger poised to pounce. Your Highness, I fail to discern his level. His soul power is peculiar. Even I cannot probe its depths. The faintest hint of his soul power evokes an odd sensation within me, he reported. Qian Rinxue's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It seemed she had stumbled upon a treasure. She instructed the others to leave and continued. You likely possess limited strength, perhaps at the Soul Emperor level. Your arrival suggests you fear our potential aggression. Escaping with your abilities should pose no challenge, yet ensuring the safety of those two may prove difficult. Thus, you have come, presumably seeking to negotiate with us. Lu Qifeng smiled gently but remained silent, his heart brimming with astonishment. Truly, she is the destined daughter. Her prowess is remarkable. From such a minuscule piece of information, she could deduce so much. Impressive indeed. Qian Rinxue continued, join us, or rather, join me as my subordinate, and I shall grant you what you desire. Although this individual was merely a soul emperor, his youth hinted at potential for cultivation. Do you know what I seek? Wealth and power, both are within my grasp. Yet, I surmise that these are not your true desires. You covet that child. His spine is shattered, and his survival is a stroke of luck. I suspect you have been extending his life for many years, yet his chances of recovery are slim. Qian Rinxue frowned. She was not fond of engaging in ventures that offered no return. Lu Qifeng, in truth, desired certain medicinal herbs. However, she deduced that she would acquiesce to his wishes. Thus, she remarked, indeed, he has but a few years left to live. I wish to spend these final years by his side, and I seek nothing in return. Well, if that is the case, then you shall be mine, and I shall not treat you poorly. Each month, I will send a few resources your way for your cultivation. After the child is passed, you may come to find me. In uttering these words, she had already contemplated relinquishing her ambitions. For the resources she could offer would be limited. It was contingent upon one's own abilities to ascertain how far one could grow. Lu Qifeng felt a flicker of delight within himself, for this situation had brought him closer to the edge, granting him ample time for personal growth. However, deep down, he harbored a desire to join the Spirit Hall, believing it to be the swiftest path to advancement. The notion of seizing opportunities from the protagonist seemed rather unrealistic to him. Moreover, aligning himself with the Spirit Hall could potentially pave the way for Lin Qingru to embark on her own journey of cultivation, though he was acutely aware of the arduousness that lay ahead. After concluding their conversation, Lu Qifeng concealed himself in the shadows, choosing to remain until Qian Rinxue departed. Once the crisis was averted, he returned home. Although he had missed the opportunity to connect with the Spirit Hall this time, he did not consider it a loss. Qian Rinxue had promised to provide him with resources, and given her character, she was unlikely to go back on her word. Yet, the exact amount remained uncertain. He decided to return home, pondering that his sister Qingru might be anxiously awaiting his arrival. As he approached his rented accommodation, a faint whiff of blood reached his nostrils, causing his heart to skip a beat. His mouth parched, he hurriedly made his way inside. The interior was tranquil, and the source of the bloody scent turned out to be a white dog downstairs. Lin Qingru lay peacefully asleep on her bed. Chapter 14. Apothecary Xiaoyu. I was utterly startled. Who would be so cruel as to kill a dog in this place? Truly, it is quite absurd. Lu Qingfeng calmed his tumultuous emotions and prepared to descend and dispose of the deceased dog. However, before he could make his way down, he noticed a short-statured man stealthily entering the scene. Upon catching sight of the lifeless dog, the man was taken aback and in a flurry of panic. He hastily stuffed the dog into the burlap sack he held and fled the scene in a hurried manner. As Lu Qingfeng's interest peaked, he realized that dawn was still more than an hour away, granting him ample time to discern the peculiar activities of this man. The diminutive figure fled into a small courtyard, and Lu Qifeng stealthily followed, concealing himself atop the roof, shrouded by the cloak of night. His curiosity was not merely a whimsical fancy. Rather, he had detected an unusual scent, reminiscent of some sort of drug, though he could not quite place it. The aroma was particularly potent, emanating from the lifeless dog, discernible despite the overpowering stench of blood. However, the mystery lingered. Why had the dog perished? The strong smell of blood was evident, yet there were no traces of it at the scene. These enigmas stirred his curiosity. Perhaps he might uncover something valuable here. After all, this man exuded an aura of malevolence, venturing out in the dead of night to capture a dead dog. Highly suspicious, indeed. The man did not enter the room but retrieved various tools from within, such as scissors, a kitchen knife, and a cleaver. Could it be that he intended to indulge in dog meat? Surely not. One might wonder, was there truly someone who relished such a delicacy? Lu Qingfeng mused that he might seize the opportunity to partake in a meal himself. Yet, the man's actions soon dashed this notion, as he swiftly proceeded to dismember the dog with alarming efficiency. In mere moments, the task was complete, yet the scene was most bizarre. The dog bore no tail. Even more astonishingly, within Lu Qingfeng's astonished gaze, the man gradually withdrew from his pocket a large, thick, long, and rigid object. Lu Qingfeng fell into silence, feeling that it was time for him to depart. Lingering any longer might lead to a profound upheaval of his worldview. The interplay between man and beast could still take such forms. Yet, upon reflection, there was an undeniable thrill in it. This minor subversion of one's perception could indeed mark a significant advancement in the annals of perversion. In contrast to the future family of Tang San, he could only assume the role of the younger brother. However, outcomes rarely align with one's expectations. The man sighed and remarked, "Alas, while this potion is indeed effective, its potency is rather overwhelming. Even a soul sovereign, perhaps even a soul sect, might struggle to withstand its force." After speaking, he produced a vial of crimson liquid. The peculiar scent he had previously encountered emanated from this very substance. Lu Qingfeng twitched his keen nose, suddenly sensing a wave of heat, as though something was amiss. He lowered his gaze and felt an inexplicable shock. Could it be that this was the reason? He realized he could no longer remain there. Otherwise, he might commit unspeakable acts. However, before departing, he could not allow this individual to have it easy, daring to introduce such bizarre substances to corrupt a 6-year-old child like himself. He would not permit such a travesty to succeed. To prevent further harm, he resolved to descend into the depths of hell. With this thought, he decided to take action, ensuring that this individual would remember the lesson well. Yet, in the next moment, a flicker of crimson light burst forth. The scarlet glow radiated an unusually ferocious power, causing all who beheld it to tremble in fear. The man muttered to himself, "I, Xiaoyu, am a prodigy of the mutated martial soul, possessing a remarkably powerful martial soul, crimson chives. My auxiliary abilities are formidable as well, yet I find myself reduced to a mere peddler of medicine. Tragic, lamentable, infuriating." Xiaoyu felt a surge of dissatisfaction, murmuring to the heavens, "How unjust, how terribly unjust. I aspire to become a powerful soul master, not merely a potent pharmacist." Lu Qingfeng, observing from above, grasped the situation. This fellow was merely a drug seller, and as for the nature of the drugs, it was needless to elaborate. It was related to chives, a truth understood by all men. However, it seemed that this man had erred. His innate martial soul was indeed peculiar. He decided to watch further to see what other antics this man might conjure. Yet, the next scene left him utterly astounded. Below, the previously aggrieved Xiaoyu was now preparing a barbecue grill, ready to roast the unfortunate dog. Furthermore, his first soul ring illuminated, the milky white ring appearing quite extraordinary against the backdrop of the crimson chives. The first soul skill, essence of chives. As his voice echoed, a large handful of vibrant green chives materialized in his hands. These chives were pure and untainted, growing sturdier than ordinary ones, their sheen under the flames exceedingly tempting. As soon as they were placed on the grill, they began to sizzle, releasing an abundance of juices, their aroma wafting pleasantly from afar. Lu Qingfeng had been running almost all night and was now ravenously hungry. The tantalizing aroma wafting through the air rendered him immobile, compelling him to consider indulging in a bite. Yet, he remained mindful that he was a notorious villain, potentially harboring other nefarious tricks. Thus, it was imperative to act with caution. Knowing oneself and one's adversary is the key to invincibility in battle. Could I possibly admit that my inability to grill meat was the cause? Surely not. In this day and age, who could still lack the skill to roast meat? Indeed. In the next moment, Xiaoyu summoned his soul skill once more, a brilliant golden soul ring materializing behind him, emanating a formidable presence. His second soul skill, essence of chives. Instantly, a stream of crimson liquid appeared out of nowhere, and with remarkable swiftness, Xiaoyu captured the essence within a container. Yet, he was soon overcome with indignation. How could such a potent skill, capable of preservation for 3 days, treat him with such injustice? Sizzling. The mouth-watering fat from the roasting meat tempted him, and the previously disheartened Xiaoyu abruptly ceased his complaints and began to tend to the grill. In no time, a peculiar yet delightful combination emerged. Grilled chives paired with roasted dog meat. Oh my, how delectable! Lu Qingfeng could no longer contain his fury. Wiping the saliva from his lips with an air of righteous indignation, he declared, "Today, I shall rid the world of this scourge and teach you, you pervert, a lesson." With that, he leapt down from the rooftop, snatching the leek essence from Xiaoyu's hands amidst the latter's stunned gaze. Before he could act further, however, Xiaoyu's words struck him like a thunderbolt. "Are you here to steal the virility elixir too? Lu Qifeng was momentarily taken aback, but he swiftly took action, rendering Xia Yu unconscious with a single blow. Am I the type to be trifled with? Could he possibly suggest that he has a penchant for dog meat? Such a notion is utterly unacceptable. It would severely tarnish his image as a nocturnal hero. Ah, how delightful. The dawn is approaching. I must hastily finish and make my escape. After a whirlwind of activity, Lu Qifeng also discreetly pilfered a bottle of chive essence, intending to test its effects, though certainly not on himself. In the stillness of the night, a particularly lascivious remark lingered in Xia Yu's small courtyard. But alas, the fellow was already in a state of unconsciousness. Hey, I seem to glimpse a pathway to fortune. Chapter 15. The experiment of potency. Upon returning to his rented apartment, Lu Qifeng pondered how best to earn some money, as he currently found himself in a state of financial precariousness. Xia Yu's aphrodisiac could prove lucrative. Affluent individuals, especially those of advanced age, would undoubtedly seek such remedies, particularly if they found themselves lacking in vitality. As Lu Qifeng contemplated further, the feasibility of his idea became increasingly evident. However, the only dilemma lay with that fellow, Xia Yu. It seemed he would have to make another visit tonight. Fortunately, he still possessed a bottle from the previous night's acquisition. Before departing, he must thoroughly assess the efficacy of the potion, which, being derived from the spirit of martial arts, generally bore no side effects and could be preserved for 3 days. He certainly had ample time to manage this minor affair. At that moment, the inconvenience of being a disabled individual became glaringly apparent. Every thought and action necessitated the presence of another. Yet, this was an inescapable reality. Lin Qingru remained oblivious to Lu Qifeng's thoughts. She found a modicum of satisfaction in her current life. However, since last night, an inexplicable sensation had taken hold of her, leaving her flustered and unable to articulate her feelings. Upon this reflection, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her bashful demeanor bewildering Lu Qifeng, who was watching her intently. He could not help but inquire, "Sister Qingru, what is the matter?" Realizing her lapse in composure, Lin Qingru hastily cleared her throat and turned away. "It's nothing. Nothing at all. I merely choked on my saliva a moment ago." Saliva, capable of causing one to choke? Surely, no one could genuinely accept such an excuse, could they? Yet, it was indeed true that saliva could cause such an incident. Lu Qifeng maneuvered his wheelchair closer and gently patted Lin Qingru's slender waist, reassuring her, "It's all right. It's all right." As for the reason he chose to touch her waist, his lack of height was an undeniable limitation. His hand wandered over that delicate figure, showing no intention of withdrawing. We are left perplexed, uncertain of what this old rascal is truly up to. If anyone were to discover that his soul had already entered middle age, they would undoubtedly scoff in disbelief. Before long, Lin Qingru turned around, her expression returning to normal. She gazed at Lu Qifeng with tenderness and said, "All right, sister is fine now." Remarkably, she seemed completely unbothered by the inappropriate touch. This scene was witnessed by a mere onlooker outside, who clenched his teeth in indignation and fury. How infuriating! Why could she not see that he was taking advantage of her? Why does a child possess such privileges? If Lu Qifeng were to hear this, he would undoubtedly respond. Indeed, children possess certain privileges. It is evident that you have never encountered a women's restroom. Ahem, that's quite enough. What would you like to eat, Xiaofeng? I shall go out and procure it for you, dear sister. Lu Qifeng exclaimed in astonishment. Sister, you can cook? Lin Qingru feigned anger, responding, Humph. How could you not believe in your sister? Fine, do as you wish and play by yourself. Sigh, how could that be? How could I possibly doubt my sister? The meals she prepares are undoubtedly the most delectable. The two bantered and laughed, much to the chagrin of a certain lecherous figure lurking at the door. One could tolerate being a mere loser, for at least there might be a chance of finding a partner. However, being a lecherous loser meant that even a tank would be beneath his notice. Even more infuriating was the fact that this lecherous individual possessed an exceedingly timid disposition. Lu Qifeng had seen him several times. Was it not merely because he harbored feelings for Lin Qingru? What was there to fear? Though rejection was inevitable in the end, one might as well embrace the inevitable sooner rather than later. Lu Qifeng cast a fleeting glance at the unsavory individual, sensing the necessity to pay heed to him, for his reputation appeared rather disreputable. Unbeknownst to them, the unsavory character, seizing the opportunity of their departure, stealthily infiltrated their abode. Upon their return, the duo encountered no peculiar sights or odors. Lin Qingru, being the commendable woman that she was, had prepared a delectable meal, albeit it paled in comparison to his culinary skills. Just wait until I'm done. I shall showcase my craftsmanship, he declared. This time, it was Lin Qingru who was taken aback. While it was perfectly normal for her to possess culinary skills, even for anyone of her age, it was quite another matter for a mere 6-year-old child to claim such expertise. "Do you think I believe you?" she mused. Yet, in order to shield Lu Qingfeng's fragile sensibilities, she feigned sincerity and replied, "Well, dear sister shall certainly savor your culinary creations." Lu Qingfeng, that cunning old dog, instantly discerned Lin Qingrou's feigned intentions. Capitalizing on his diminutive stature, he whimpered, "You don't believe me, well. The latter, with no choice but to appease him, stepped forward to console. Old dog Lu gazed at the captivating scene before him, silently urging, "Come closer, come closer." Under the night sky, adorned with twinkling stars, he chose not to practice today. Instead, he held a vial of chive essence, contemplating how to maximize its efficacy in his forthcoming experiment. Should he successfully complete this step, he could seek out Xiaoyu to discuss a potential collaboration. However, just as he departed, ready to find a small dog for his experiment, an intruder had entered his rented abode. In the dead of night, breaking into another's home, the intentions could only be theft, or even worse, a threat to life. Lu Qingfeng does not regard them as particularly wealthy. Rather, it is Lin Qingru who captures attention. It is likely that this thief is not in pursuit of riches, but rather in search of a person. Lu Qingfeng remained utterly silent, concealed behind a door, due to his hidden skills. Even a deity would be incapable of detecting him on the other side of the door, unless they happened to gaze upon him. Shortly thereafter, a figure emerged. It was a man, reeking of medicinal herbs, who stealthily approached Lu Qingfeng's door. As he opened it, a large hand swiftly descended, seizing him as one might a fledgling chick, and propelled him out of the window. Though Lu Qingfeng remains unaware of this individual's identity, such knowledge has become irrelevant to him now. He has resolved to employ a human subject for testing the medicine, indifferent to the morality of his actions. It is worth noting that in his previous life, Lu Qingfeng profoundly experienced the fickleness of human sentiment. Without a bond of life and death, all relationships are but ephemeral clouds. Lu Qingfeng meandered along the narrow path leading to the outskirts, aware that a certain household here reared a peculiar creature, akin to the pigs of his previous life. However, the flesh of these animals was remarkably delectable, making them highly sought after in the city. Today, he intended to bring some amusement to these pigs. Casually seizing one of the pigs, he also grabbed an iron cage and ventured into the nearby forest, where the old dog began his experimental trials. The nefarious man, just awakening and oblivious to his predicament, was forcibly administered a glass of crimson liquid. As he attempted to voice a protest, a surge of heat enveloped his body, as if something within him was tumultuously stirring, compelling him to release it. Conveniently, a pig stood nearby, awaiting his indulgence. Lu Qingfeng observed the man beside him, noting the redness in his eyes, a clear indication of overindulgence. It seemed prudent for him to reduce his usage. However, the next moment, the lecherous man audaciously called out Lin Qingrou's name. This provoked Lu, who was typically protective of his own, to erupt in fury. Without uttering a word, he silently retreated to catch another. Today, let us forego sleep. Chapter 16. Collaboration completed. In the forest outside Nodding City, a wretched voice wailed with abandon. No, you are a devil. You are a devil. Yet, as this voice continued to scream, its tone began to transform. Lu Qingfeng found the situation exceedingly distressing. Truly, human nature is a profound enigma. A man and a pig, indeed. After enduring a night of torment, he finally distilled a dosage that would be bearable yet not fleeting. Confident that Xiaoyu would be delighted to cooperate. However, as the dawn approached, time was of the essence, and he hurriedly tidied up the scene before departing, oblivious to the fact that a small wooden carving had slipped from his possession and remained behind. The following day, the proprietor of the livestock farm discovered that his animals had vanished and promptly reported the matter to the city guards for assistance. Following a series of fortuitous events, the lascivious man, driven by insatiable hunger, quickly became notorious throughout Nodding City for his peculiar exploits with the livestock. Despite the absence of the internet in this era, the speed with which this amusing tale spread was astonishing. What was most astonishing was that the farm owner did not scold the man. Instead, he expressed gratitude, saying, "Young man, you have been a tremendous help. I have long wished to conduct such an experiment. It could not find the means, even with money. You are truly a good person, selflessly generous. Here, take this silver coin." His words incited a wave of laughter, leaving the lascivious man at a loss for words. Unable to utter a denial, for to do so would be to admit his role as the pig's companion, This farcical incident became widely known, even among the students of the Soul Master Academy. Lu Qingfeng and Lin Qingru undoubtedly heard the commotion, yet both chose to regard it as mere folly. While Lin Qingru's thoughts remain a mystery, Lu Qingfeng felt a sense of exhilaration. The fact that such a person had not met a more severe fate was already a display of mercy. However, this uproar meant that unless the man departed from this place, he would forever be the subject of ridicule, with even deeper scandals likely to surface, leading to what one might call urban demise. Often, such a fate is far more unbearable than death itself. Nightfall arrived once again, a time of exquisite beauty. Lu Qifeng gracefully descended from the eaves into the abode of Xiaoyu. This evening, Xiaoyu was absent, and after a considerable wait, he finally returned home. His face marred by bruises. Alas, who has left you so battered and bruised? He jested from his perch on the eaves. You, who are you? Xiaoyu gasped, instinctively wanting to flee. He had grown fearful over the past few days, for each time he ventured outside, he would be intercepted by certain individuals, only to endure a brutal beating, all for the sake of a mere vial of essence. Once a prodigious talent with a mutated martial soul, Xiaoyu had now been reduced to peddling medicine, and to add insult to injury, he was now being attacked and robbed. Lu Qifeng leaped down and stood before him, producing the previous bottle of leek essence, gazing at him with a smile that was neither here nor there. Now, do you remember who I am? In an instant, the prodigy of the mutated martial soul, Xiaoyu, blurted out, dog meat thief. Bang! Lu Qingfeng's fist arrived in an instant, leaving dark bruises beneath Xiaoyu's eyes like a panda's markings. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. After receiving this blow, the once proud Xiaoyu finally understood. He could no longer address this brute so carelessly. A new title escaped his lips before he could reconsider, medicine thief. Thud. The perfectly symmetrical black eyes served as undeniable proof. What do you even want? My leaks are out of the question. They're my lifeline. Xiaoyu pleaded, his face swollen with bruises and tear-streaked, a pitiful sight indeed. Yet Lu Qingfeng's fury remained unquenched. This fool, does he even know how to speak? Barely restraining himself from striking again, he spat out, steal your leaks? Do I look like that kind of man? Bang. Thud. Crash. A chaotic symphony of impacts later. His rage was finally spent. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, curled in the corner like a trembling rabbit, had suffered the full brunt of it. He had come to a grim realization. This man was utterly deranged. No matter what he said, the outcome would always be the same. A beating. Sniffle. Wah. The outside world is too cruel. I want my mother. I want my mother. Alas, no salvation would come before the merciless Lu Qifeng. Calling for anyone was futile. Just tell me what I did wrong, and I'll change. Please. If you change, I won't have an excuse to hit you. Lu Qifeng blurted out before catching himself. Coughing awkwardly, he amended, Ahem. It's not you who's wrong, it's the world. Xiaoyu didn't buy it for a second. He just wants to hit me. Wah. I'm so pitiful. Mother, there's a man here who wants to beat me. Utterly broken. Xiaoyu resembled nothing so much as a forsaken bride, trembling in despair. Upon witnessing this, Lu Qifeng decided that further play was unnecessary. He then produced a well-prepared bottle of leek essence, placing it on the ground as he proposed. How about we collaborate? You provide me with the leek essence, and I shall concoct the medicine. Rest assured, it will not be fatal. Xiaoyu, intrigued by this proposition, sprang forward with a graceful leap, akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate, and, after scrutinizing the leek essence for a considerable time, finally inquired, How did you achieve this? Through experimentation on others. Of course, came the reply. Lu Qifeng cleared his throat lightly and said, Naturally, it required an immense investment of time and resources, meticulously experimenting step by step. Not only does it avoid lethal consequences, but it also has absolutely no adverse effects on the body. Impressive, isn't it? Hey, if I weren't outmatched by you in strength, you might already be dead by now. However, to avoid becoming a test subject, Xiaoyu refrained from voicing such thoughts and instead cautiously inquired, Then, what do you intend to do? Collaboration, of course. You possess the raw materials, and I hold the expertise. Together, we make an impeccable match. An absolutely perfect partnership. Xiaoyu replied, Put away your fist first, then we can discuss this properly. Lu Qifeng, do you see how large it is? Xiaoyu, please put it away, brother. Lu Qifeng, brother, seeing how large it is, it must hurt immensely upon impact. Xiaoyu, brother, I shall join forces with you. A sudden gust from Lu Qifeng, coupled with his imposing fist, finally swayed Xiaoyu, who was quite willing to collaborate with him. Thus, Lu Qifeng joyfully draped his arm around Xiaoyu's shoulder and proclaimed, From now on, we shall be partners. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Xiaoyu, without a moment's hesitation, replied, Indeed, there is something. Lately, many individuals have been vying for my medicine. However, let it be clear that our relationship is strictly professional. Your personal affairs are none of my concern. Qingfeng, with an air of righteousness, assured him that he would not meddle in the other's private life. Xiaoyu continued, They are all soul lords and grand soul masters, and not many are aware of this. If you can aid me in resolving this issue, I am willing to offer you an additional 10% of the profits. Am I the sort of person who can be swayed by profit? I demand 15%, Qingfeng countered. Deal. Let us swiftly address this matter. Anyone who dares to bully my partner shall face my wrath, and I shall not hesitate to put an end to them. Chapter 17. All matters resolved. Xiaoyu's lips twitched. This individual was rather excessive. Yet, he had no choice, as he relied on this person to reclaim his factory and amass a fortune. The prospect of great wealth. Before long, the duo arrived at a modest abode. Xiaoyu, emboldened by his association, unleashed a tirade. You inside, heed my words. You have one opportunity to emerge and grovel before me. Now, at once, come forth and crawl. Qingfeng stood silently by, grappling with the profound torment that must have befallen this individual to render him in such a state. How utterly delightful this was for him. He had an affinity for such personalities, those who unwittingly provided him with opportunities to showcase his prowess. It was precisely individuals like this that made the world so exhilarating and joyous. Before long, a rugged man emerged, cursing vehemently, brandishing a stout stick in his hand, evidently unwilling to let matters rest. Damn it, Xiaoyu, have you consumed the heart of a bear or the gall of a leopard to dare disturb my slumber? Come forth and allow me to teach you a lesson. With a resounding thud, the stick struck the ground, echoing ominously. Xiaoyu, terrified, faltered and sought refuge behind Qingfeng, clutching his leg for a sense of security and promptly declaring, What are you? Who do you think you are? Dare to lay a finger on me? Come, I am right here. Let's see if you have the guts to confront me. The man's forehead pulsed with rage as he gritted his teeth and swung his stick with fervor. The sweeping motion generated a fierce whoosh, its power undeniably intimidating. Aimed directly at Xiaoyu's forehead. If it connected, it would surely result in a grievous injury. However, to Qingfeng, this was merely a tickle. He extended his hand and effortlessly snapped the stick in two. The man, having exerted too much force, stumbled forward, unable to regain his balance. Yet, in the next instant, 3 spirit rings, 1 white and 2 yellow, materialized behind the man, activating his martial spirit and abruptly halting his momentum. At that moment, the man resembled a frenzied wolf, emitting a series of guttural sounds. You are Xiaoyu's protector, yet he failed to mention that I am a soul master of the 3rd ring. Xiaoyu was taken aback, shocked that the first person he encountered was indeed a 3rd ring soul master. Could he truly hold his own against him? The outcome was something neither of them could have anticipated. Qingfeng, with a dismissive demeanor, mocked, Is this it? A mere soul master of the 3rd ring? Surely, no one genuinely believes that a 3rd ring soul master is formidable, right? His expression and gestures were so comical that they provoked uncontrollable laughter. However, in this critical moment, Xiaoyu dared not join in, suppressing his amusement with a rather peculiar expression. You're asking for trouble. The man, unable to contain himself any longer, unleashed a blinding radiance from his soul rings. First soul skill, Tiger descends the mountain. In an instant, the man transformed into a ferocious tiger, leaping down with unparalleled ferocity, his claws sharp enough to rend Qingfeng's head asunder. Witnessing this, Xiaoyu swiftly retreated, exuding an aura that suggested he would flee at the slightest hint of danger. Qingfeng smiled gently, as parts of the illusion surrounding him unraveled, revealing a colossal tiger claw that suddenly emerged, cleaving through the formidable soul technique with ease. Ah! The man let out a tortured scream as his claws were severed in an instant. An overwhelming agony coursed through his body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. The pain was excruciating, akin to a piercing torment even with the slightest strike, let alone the brutal severance he had just endured. However, this was only the beginning. No sooner had he cried out than a mound of earth filled his mouth, rendering him mute, while his now clawless hands were firmly pinned down. The eerie green gaze oscillated before him, reminiscent of a harbinger of death, plunging him into a dizzying state of sheer terror. Do not fear. It is but a gentle touch. Qingfeng delivered a decisive blow, rendering him unconscious, and then unceremoniously tossed him into an abandoned alley. Whether he lived or perished now rested in the hands of fate. As he turned, Xiaoyu stood frozen in fear. The audacity and lack of principles of this drug thief were astonishing, and to defeat a soul master with a single strike was an accomplishment even the soul sect could not achieve. However, what terrified him even more was the brutal nature of this individual's methods, which were utterly appalling. In that moment, despite his prior impressions, Xiaoyu could not help but tremble uncontrollably. Lu Qingfeng approached with a light chuckle, saying, "Just now, he harbored murderous intent towards me. Typically, my strikes lack force, and my methods are not so ruthless. You ought to be aware of this." Xiaoyu replied with a smile, "How fortunate I am to have only developed panda eyes." However, he refrained from expressing more, uncertain whether the individual might lose control and strike again. "Come, let us proceed. Identify all those who have taken your medicine and confront them one by one. They must learn who possesses the right to seize your remedy." Lu Qingfeng, with an expression of righteousness, was met only with disdain. Having learned from past experiences, Xiaoyu was aware of the limits of his actions. After subduing the thief who had attempted to steal medicine, he advanced to deliver a series of punches and kicks, then proceeded to the next target. The entire process of retribution, while initially somewhat brutal, became increasingly gratifying, albeit somewhat taxing on his fists. "You see, my knuckles have turned red from the exertion." Should the thief hear this remark, he would undoubtedly respond with a torrent of invective, berating Xiaoyu for his audacity. To wield power in such a manner is one thing, but to utter such words, mildly damaging yet profoundly insulting, is simply outrageous. Outside the city of Nottingham, Xiaoyu departed with a heavy heart, carrying a bundle. As he left, a sense of nostalgia washed over him for the home he had inhabited for over a decade. Lu Qingfeng raised his hand and said, "Let us not forget our agreement. I shall sell here, while you sell there, and every 3 days we shall convene. The profits earned shall belong to each respective seller." Were it not for these individuals pilfering my goods, I would have long since amassed wealth through my pharmaceutical endeavors. Why should I seek fortune elsewhere? Curse this wretched lot. Lu Qingfeng could not help but scoff. Who is this so-called prodigy, reduced to peddling medicine? Selling medicine is my primary vocation. Being a prodigy is merely a side endeavor. It is only through the trade of medicine that I find true joy. I am passionate about selling medicine, and no one can usurp my domain. Ha, ha. El Qingfeng remained silent, bidding farewell before rising to depart. For continuing the conversation would likely compromise both intellect and integrity. It is uncertain who had previously exhibited a similar demeanor. We dare not speak of it nor inquire further. Nevertheless, he did not return directly. Rather, he made a detour to the abode of the three souls master from their initial encounter. At that moment, the master was laboriously tending to his wounds, crimson blood staining the entire household, reminiscent of a crime scene. Lu Qingfeng quietly approached, his demeanor concealed, and spoke softly. "Does it hurt? Fear not, for the pain shall soon dissipate." The man, upon hearing these words, trembled with fear, attempting to rise but faltering and collapsing to the ground. His head remained bowed, unable to lift it again. His bulging eyes fixated on the ceiling. Those who dare to harbor murderous intent against me must be prepared for death. Chapter 18. A windfall from the heavens. With matters concerning Xiaoyu reaching a conclusion, the sale of aphrodisiac was progressing smoothly. The first vial had fetched 3 gold soul coins, a remarkable profit that rendered him restless with excitement. However, he allocated all this wealth towards purchasing cultivation resources, including various medicinal items, indiscriminately consuming everything he acquired. Given his mastery of the 5 elements technique, the more resources he possessed, the better. Recently, while cultivating in the soul-hunting forest and absorbing extraordinary emotions, his white tiger spirit ring had grown exceedingly powerful, accumulating nearly 200 years of cultivation. The enhancement of his malevolent soul power was surpassing his expectations. Should his holy soul power fail to keep pace, it would result in dire consequences. Thus, in recent days, he refrained from venturing into the soul-hunting forest at night, choosing instead to remain home and cultivate his holy soul power. The repercussions of an imbalance between the two forces left him with lingering apprehension. On this night, a significant appointed time had arrived. El Qingfeng, traversing the familiar path with ease, arrived at a small grove outside Nottingham. This time, however, he was not there to await Xiaoyu, but rather another group of individuals. They were from Shui Qinghe, or perhaps one could say, the followers of Qianren Shui, who had come today to deliver resources to him, accompanied, of course, by corresponding tasks. Lu Qingfeng has never entertained the notion of gaining without effort. To attain moral righteousness, one must invest considerable diligence. This holds true for Tang San's companion, Qianren Shui. As well, for the spirit hall possesses ample resources to facilitate his growth and to safeguard Lin Qingru. In contrast, when considering Tang San's team, it is worth noting that, aside from Oscar and Ma Hongjun, the backgrounds of the other members are remarkably formidable, eliminating any concerns regarding safety. Even Oscar and Ma Hongjun benefit from the backing of Shrek Academy. In stark contrast, Lu Qingfeng, apart from a singular system, possesses no influence, lacking the ability to protect Lin Qingru. Should circumstances demand a sacrifice, Lin Qingru would undoubtedly be the first to perish. Thus, he finds himself with no alternatives. Dismissing extraneous thoughts, he observed several figures emerging in the distance, their outlines indistinct in the mist. 3 individuals approached, all of whom were soul kings at the 5th ring, exuding an aura that suggested they regarded him with little concern. One rotund figure stepped forward and proclaimed, "You are the individual the prince spoke of. Come forth to receive your mission." Lu Qingfeng furrowed his brows, refraining from responding. A subtle premonition whispered to him that today might not unfold peacefully. Quietly, he crushed a small pill, one he had procured at a steep price from a distant city, designed to slow the circulation of a soul master's spiritual energy. However, it proved ineffective for him. To elaborate, the system's products are invariably of superior quality. It is hardly surprising that a mere antidote would have no effect on one impervious to toxins. The Soul King let out a chuckle, tossing the object in his hand onto the ground. Lu Qingfeng said nothing, appearing as though he was about to bend down to pick something up. At that moment, the laughter of the 3 grew louder, yet unbeknownst to them, death was silently approaching. In the fleeting moment when Lu Qingfeng bent down, he unleashed the soul beast skill, Phantom Assault. This technique, inherently rooted in speed and previously concealed with utmost finesse, rendered the 3 individuals utterly incapable of reacting, particularly the stout man closest to him. In the next heartbeat, 3 shadows abruptly manifested before the trio. The jovial grin on the stout man's face had yet to fade when, in an instant, a chilling long blade was thrust into his neck. Soul King perished. The 2 remaining Soul Kings were taken aback, leaping a considerable distance away, as 5 distinct soul rings materialized behind them, exuding a formidable aura. However, this had no effect whatsoever on Lu Qingfeng, who, with a corpse now discarded, wore a broad smile upon his face. Did I not inform you of my identity before my arrival? The moment he initiated Phantom Assault was destined to culminate in the demise of the stout man before him, not due to the volume of his laughter, but rather because he was the nearest and thus the most vulnerable target. Despite the presence of poison, the fact remained that a mere novice, barely a great soul master, was woefully overestimating his abilities against these 3 soul kings. The only path to instill fear in the remaining 2 was to eliminate one swiftly, thereby achieving his true objective. What followed was merely the beginning of a grand performance. With a sinister smile, Lu Qingfeng unsheathed the long blade that had claimed the life of the corpulent man. The serpent's fang, a reward from a previous hunt of a soul beast, was incredibly sharp, radiating an aura of terror and a pungent scent of blood. "You dare to slay one of His Highness's men," he scoffed. "And what of it? Do you truly believe His Highness cares for 3 insignificant soul kings, or for me, a soul emperor?" A fearsome white tiger martial spirit manifested behind him, its ferocious soul energy surging violently, as if it were venting its rage. The atmosphere, intensified by the presence of the serpent's fang, instilled a profound dread in the 2 soul kings. They instinctively swallowed hard, with Finn contemplating retreat. A soul emperor. This individual was indeed a soul emperor. They had presumed him to be merely a soul sect member or a soul king, never imagining he was a formidable assault-type soul emperor. Had they unwittingly wandered into the lair of a tiger? At that moment, Lu Qingfeng sensed the opportune moment had arrived. His eyes gleamed brighter, the eerie green of his pupils reminiscent of a curse from the depths of hell, shattering the psychological defenses of the 2. He advanced boldly, the tiger behind him adopting a crouching stance, its deep, oppressive roar resonating through the forest, the encroaching mist lending an air of enigma to the scene. "Do you feel the flow of your soul energy slowing?" he taunted. "Fear not, for my gift to you has only just begun. This poison will not only impede your soul energy, but will also hinder your breathing, rendering it labored. You need not worry about my hands being involved. Soon enough, you'll find yourselves in dire straits." His words detonated like a bomb, obliterating their composure, and they surrendered without hesitation. Their bodies betrayed Lu Qingfeng's claims. Their soul energy had indeed dulled, Their breaths came in labored gasps, a consequence of sheer anxiety. "Please, spare us. We are loyal to His Highness. Should you take our lives, it would be a dire situation for you as well. We shall relinquish all that we possess. We desire nothing." In the face of the unknown, fear is a constant companion, a truth that remains unchanged through the ages. Qingfeng, sensing the moment, altered his expression to one of consideration. In the eyes of the two Soul Kings, this was a glimmer of hope. Their words had evidently resonated with this harbinger of death. My lord," they pleaded, "if you grant us mercy, we assure you that we will manage this matter discreetly, and not a soul shall be the wiser." Qingfeng cast a fleeting glance and coldly scoffed, "Humph. Leave the items behind and get lost." The two immediately placed all the computers they had on the ground, frantically escaping without a trace, and before departing, they even took away his mission scroll. Qingfeng, with a beaming smile, accepted this unexpected fortune with remarkable composure. A pie falling from the sky must surely be delectable. This time, he acquired 3 precious herbs, each over a millennium old, along with dozens of golden soul coins, over a dozen century-old herbs, and several elixirs. He struck gold. This bounty would be more than sufficient for his cultivation until the end of the semester. Chapter 19. The Ring, Dual Hearts. Qingfeng tidied up the scene and hurried home. However, as he reached his doorstep, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have no place to conceal these items. Qingru entered his room every day to tidy up, and if he failed to hide them properly, he would indeed be at a loss for words. At that moment, the long-awaited system finally made its appearance. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully defeating the 5-ring Soul King and receiving the reward, Space Ring, Double Heart. It was as if a pillow had been presented just when he felt drowsy. The system was indeed his confidant. Without a moment's hesitation, Qingfeng claimed his reward. The 2 rings were exquisitely crafted, shimmering in a lovely silver hue, with slightly curved bands that added a touch of individuality. Each ring was adorned with a gem resembling a diamond, translucent and radiant. Moreover, the unmistakable couple's design of these rings was particularly evocative. Is the system suggesting that I should confess my feelings? Qingfeng's lips twitched slightly as he helplessly inquired. However, to his astonishment, the system actually responded to him. Ding! Dear host, please do not doubt the professionalism of the system. The system will not interfere with your emotional life, and its capabilities are exceedingly formidable. Each item possesses its own unique characteristics. For instance, the long sword has the trait of invincibility, while the spatial ring, known as Dual Heart, is characterized by its all-encompassing nature. Qingfeng felt that his decision to skip school was a grave mistake, as there were words whose meanings eluded him. It was only when the situation demanded it that he regretted his lack of knowledge. This was indeed a rather awkward predicament, leaving him no choice but to once again inquire of the system. System, could you elucidate the meaning of this term in a manner that I can comprehend? The system did not respond immediately. Instead, it remained silent for a moment before replying. Ding! Due to the host's limited intellect, the system has activated the annotation feature and will now provide an explanation. The spatial ring, Dual Heart, possesses the trait of perception, enabling both ring bearers to sense each other's presence. Furthermore, it grants the ability to absorb half of a fatal attack directed at the other. Note: this ability has a cooldown period of 3 years and can only withstand forces below the divine level. Although the Dual Heart's powers were formidable, Qingfeng did not feel particularly elated. Instead, he engaged in a spirited exchange of banter with the system. Qingfeng, what grounds do you have to claim that my intellect is inferior? System, you have never attended school. Qingfeng, do you look down on those who have never been to school? System, please do not misinterpret my words. I only disdain you. The following day, Qingfeng rose early, and Qingru had already prepared breakfast. Oh, Xiaofeng, why does your room have such a strong medicinal scent? Qingfeng's expression stiffened. He had used a millennium-old herb in his training yesterday, its strong aroma lingering, which he had forgotten to clear away, thus arousing suspicion. Faced with Qingru's skeptical gaze, he could only muster the courage to speak. Sister Qingru, I'm sorry. I borrowed some money from the master to purchase 2 herbs, and I consumed them last night. I'm truly sorry. His face flushed crimson, his eyes darting away, unable to meet Qingru's gaze. This was not pretense. He could easily deceive strangers without a flicker of guilt, yet he faltered before those he trusted and respected. To Qingru, this scene appeared as shame, stemming from the emotional turmoil of hiding the purchase of the herbs from her. The herbs must have been costly, and their family was impoverished, barely managing ordinary expenses. Spending such a sum on herbs was a significant burden for them. Xiaofeng. Lin Qingru was at a loss, tears welling in her eyes, her reddened orbs reflecting self-reproach and heartache. She had completely embraced Xiaofeng as family, pouring all her affection into this disabled child. Their very survival relied on his identity as a soul master to earn a meager living with gold soul coins. Lin Qingru's heart ached deeply, her grip on Lu Qifeng tightening as 2 tears cascaded onto his face, stirring ripples within his heart. Observing Lin Qingru's emotional state, Lu Qifeng reaffirmed his resolve. He would ensure she lived the best life, free from worries and constraints. Outside, the sun shone brightly. Inside, genuine emotions flowed. While the two were dining at home, far away in the imperial city, Qian Ruxue received a message from the 2 soul kings sent last night. As she perused the documents, a smile graced her lips. It seemed the soul emperor was formidable, having directly slain a soul king. Splendid, I grant you time to grow. But you must ever remain by my side. The note mentioned that one of the 3 soul kings had perished due to unforeseen circumstances. But she was unlikely to accept such claims. It was evident that the 2 soul kings were merely frightened and had penned this out of fear. Yet, she remained uncertain of the connection between him and that ominous energy. Qian Ruxue recalled the moment from several months prior. She had been cultivating within a carriage when she suddenly sensed an exceedingly malevolent force, stirring her angelic martial soul and hinting at an erratic inclination. That incident had further awakened the power of her angelic martial soul, enhancing her innate talents and accelerating her cultivation at an alarming rate. It was that malevolent energy that had drawn her to Nodding City, where she unexpectedly encountered a soul emperor. I hope you two are unconnected, for otherwise, I would have no choice but to eliminate you. My angelic martial soul embodies the most righteous light in the world. Such evil cannot be permitted to exist. With these thoughts, Qian Ruxue immersed herself once more in her cultivation. A radiant glow enveloped her, sculpting a sacred visage. The child before her, engrossed in practice, resembled a lotus, pure and untainted, only to be admired from afar, never to be profaned. She truly was among the most beautiful in Douluo Continent, possessing a uniquely captivating aura even in her youth, a blend of charm and aloofness that endeared her to nearly everyone. Meanwhile, within the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, a master studying Soul Beast suddenly turned his gaze towards Lu Qifeng, alarmed by the gravity of his words. Even he, the foremost authority on martial soul theory, found it hard to believe. Xiaofeng, can your injuries truly heal? Lu Qifeng smiled faintly and said, Indeed, Master, my injuries are capable of healing. Albeit the process will be rather slow, as my enhancement soul skill is still quite feeble. But wait, how do you intend to heal? You mentioned that your skills are of enhancement. So how could you possibly utilize soul skills to mend your own body? A spinal injury is inherently a fatal wound. The fact that this child has survived is already a stroke of great fortune. And now, to claim that he can use soul skills to restore his spine, how is that even conceivable? Lu Qingfeng had long devised a scheme for deception. And now he spoke with unflinching candor before the master. Chapter 20, Deception and Breakthrough Master. You are aware of my primary soul technique, enhancement, which allows me to augment a specific part of my body. Consequently, I pondered whether it would be feasible to directly enhance my internal organs, or perhaps even fortify my spine. Upon hearing this, the master's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he promptly inquired, Thus, have you succeeded? Can you directly reinforce your spine? Lu Qifeng shook his head, stating, This is quite challenging. I have not succeeded, or rather, I have only achieved partial success. I am unable to reinforce the entire spine. But even this small enhancement has instilled hope within me. I believe that as long as my bodily strength keeps pace, I will surely be able to fortify the entire spine. The master, increasingly animated, paced back and forth before Lu Qingfeng, meticulously analyzing the remaining content. By utilizing soul techniques to strengthen specific body parts, those corresponding areas would acquire a source of power, thereby fortifying the spine. Although the time was brief, seizing this opportunity to apply healing substances that promote recovery could enable the spine to absorb them, subtly enhancing its regenerative capabilities. In this manner, the damage to your spine could be repaired. Lu Qifeng listened in silence. The master, indeed a master, could deduce the remaining information from just this little hint. And his reasoning was remarkably logical. There was no need for further explanation. The master's words were sufficient to persuade many, and in the future, when he stood up, he would have solid grounds, preventing disbelief. Xiaofeng, I increasingly wish to accept you as my disciple, the master remarked. You jest, master. As you have seen these past few days, my heart is far from focused on my studies. Moreover, with my injuries, even if I recover, it will take many years. And I have already missed the opportunity for cultivation. How could I possibly have the capability to become your disciple? That would only bring you shame. The master remained undeterred. Should you agree, you may come to find me at any time, and I shall treat you as I do with Xiaosan. Thank you, master. Qingfeng expressed his gratitude and addressed the matter at hand. Master, I previously purchased some medicinal herbs without informing Sister Qingru. Thus, I fabricated a story, claiming that the funds were lent to me by you, and I hope you can assist me. The master furrowed his brow, as he was not adept at deceit and did not wish to witness Qingfeng veering down a misguided path. Xiaofeng, tell me the source of your funds. Do not attempt to deceive me, for I am still capable of uncovering the truth. With a slight curve of his lips, Qingfeng observed that everything was unfolding according to his expectations. It was time to weave another deceit, crafting an elaborate familial background for himself. Master, you are well aware that my martial soul is a white tiger, a powerful entity indeed, and I possess exceptional talent. However, due to familial circumstances, I am unable to cultivate at home, nor can I truly exist in this world. After my parents departed, my relatives turned against me, seizing the pretext of hunting soul beasts to maim me and abandon me in the soul beast forest. Yet, by a stroke of fate, I was rescued by someone and subsequently encountered Sister Qingru, who had also been saved by that very individual. We, both orphaned and destitute, chose to live together. However, a few days ago, a man from my family sought me out. He was a friend of my father. Upon seeing my plight, he bestowed upon me a substantial sum of money and some medicinal herbs. Yet, I dare not divulge this to Sister Qingru. Master, can you keep this secret for me? As he placed a bag of gold soul coins upon the table, the master did not even glance at it, his brow furrowed in contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. Alas, the malevolent gaze of the white tiger, a collateral relative, you are indeed a pitiable soul. I shall safeguard your secret. But you must take this money back. Qingfeng understood that this matter was settled, and thus he spoke. Master, I would like you to hold on to this for me, as I find it inconvenient to conceal. When I come to study, you may return the herbs to me. Naturally, there is also a share of remuneration for you within. He placed a small pouch into that pocket, containing a golden soul coin, intended as compensation for the master. I do not require the money, but you may cultivate here. I am also eager to observe how you fortify the spine, and I can offer you some advice on the absorption of herbs, which is certainly more beneficial than mere direct absorption. Qingfeng nodded, yet the movement aggravated his injury, causing him to grimace in pain. Ah, thank you, master. The subsequent events unfolded with relative ease. Even in the presence of the master, Qingfeng's cultivation did not reveal much, and in an effort to appear more convincing, he deliberately slowed down the pace of his recovery, thus embodying the demeanor befitting a soul master. Time passed, and before long, a momentous day arrived. On this day, the Soul Master Academy was to commence its holiday. Tang San and Xiao Wu also came to bid farewell to the master, as they were set to return to Holy Soul Village. He vaguely recalled that it was during this period that Tang Hao departed, and Tang San and Xiao Wu solidified their bond as siblings. Qingfeng sighed, reflecting on how swiftly time passes. This day held particular significance for him, as it marked his quest to hunt for the second spirit ring. Just 2 days prior, his spirit power had reached level 20, and acquiring a spirit ring would elevate him to the esteemed status of a great spirit master. However, the endeavor to obtain a spirit ring was no trivial task, necessitating another visit to the master. After waiting for an extended period, Tang San finally emerged. It was hard to recall how many times this was their meeting. Despite his continual studies under the master, encounters with Tang San had been notably infrequent. This was partly due to his own reluctance, and partly because Tang San seemed to harbor a sense of wariness towards him. Each meeting left Tang San with an inexplicable unease. Indeed, as a protagonist who had traversed time and space, Tang San possessed an acute sense of perception. He instinctively felt that something was amiss with Qingfeng. The latter's demeanor was inconsistent, often laced with untruths. This was not merely a matter of intuition, there were tangible signs. Yet the intricacies of Qingfeng's lies rendered them nearly impossible to unravel. This time was no different. He had informed the master that someone from his family was coming to fetch him, which allowed for a rather unique consideration. Xiao Wu, let us depart, he suggested. Though Xiao Wu also sensed something off, she refrained from questioning him and chose to follow Tang San. In a narrow alley, Tang San shared his thoughts. Xiao Wu, I wish to shadow Qingfeng. I sense he is not someone of noble lineage, His approach to the master may conceal ulterior motives. Xiaowu nodded in agreement, yet harbored her own suspicions. Qingfeng could potentially be a manifestation of a malevolent spirit beast, necessitating caution in their actions. Thus, the two followed Qingfeng and the master to the outskirts of Nodding City. The master departed shortly thereafter, as previously arranged. Once the master had left, Qingfeng exhaled deeply, relieved to finally be able to move freely. Chapter 21. Entering the soul-hunting forest. A profound surge of spirit power emanated from him. A sacred force akin to the gentle caress of spring, enveloping all in warmth. At that moment, he suddenly sensed two distinct presences trailing behind him. Am I being followed? He pondered. In an instant, he devised a plan, gradually releasing his spirit power in a dissipating manner, reminiscent of a deflating balloon, while he discreetly coughed twice. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant, observing the two energies behind him. Noting their stillness, he chose not to act hastily. To ensure the success of his hunt for the spirit ring, he had invited another companion along, Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, Tang San and Xiaowu were astounded by the purity of the power they sensed. What manner of force was this, radiating such sanctity that invoked reverence? According to legend, the most sacred martial soul on the continent was the angel martial soul, although they had never encountered it. Surely, its sanctity could not rival this newfound power. Like the warm sun of spring, it instilled boundless hope. Yet, as this power manifested, Xiaowu found herself grappling with complex emotions. This force seemed to embody evil, yet it now appeared in a state of purity, and Qingfeng himself was gravely injured. Was it possible he was being pursued, forced into human form out of desperation? Before she could ponder further, a figure emerged in the distance. Xiaoyu, with his playful demeanor, approached. Oh dear, whose child is this, abandoned here? Quite handsome. Come along with your big brother. Unbeknownst to him, this was Qingfeng. He was drawn over by the comforting aura that surrounded him. However, upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. Qingfeng smiled and said, Xiaoyu is guiding me forward, and there are people following behind. You are. Qingfeng directly unleashed his martial soul. Previously, when he and Xiaoyu engaged in heroic deeds, he had encountered this martial soul and believed that merely seeing it again would trigger his memory. Just as he anticipated, Xiaoyu indeed recalled it. However, he did not heed Qingfeng's words. Instead, he stood to the side, expressing his astonishment with exclamations of wonder. As Qingfeng listened, his teeth ground in irritation. Yet he found himself powerless in the current situation. If you don't take me away soon, I'll lump you together with a sow. Xiaoyu replied dismissively, seizing the opportunity for a bit of amusement. You think I'm as foolish as Zhu Xuanle? I have no interest in pigs. It is worth mentioning that Zhu Xuanle was the unfortunate fellow whom Qingfeng had previously used as a test subject for experimental drugs. And you dare to act tough while being incapacitated. Xiaoyu flashed a wicked smile, his grotesque visage betraying a disturbing delight. He then produced an array of tantalizing delicacies from his backpack: grilled leeks, flavorful beef, and stir-fried pork. Seated in place, he indulged in a feast, occasionally casting glances at Qingfeng, wearing a smile he mistakenly believed to be amiable. Unbeknownst to him, it was a grin that could provoke lethal wrath in others. Behind him, Tang San and Xiaowu were left speechless at this scene, especially Xiaowu, who could distinctly smell the scent of roasted rabbit. How dare he roast one of my kin? Tang San, however, had no desire to continue watching. This scene spoke volumes. First, he was indeed a descendant of a noble family, yet he was overlooked. Second, his soul power was commendable, but nothing more than that. Tugging at Xiaowu's sleeve, Tang San whispered, Xiaowu, let us depart. Xiaowu, still gnashing her teeth, shot Xiaoyu a fierce glare before following Tang San away. Sensing their departure, Qingfeng lingered a moment longer, waiting until he could no longer perceive their presence before transforming into his beast form and rising from his wheelchair. Observing this, Xiaoyu shivered and raised the rabbit leg in his hand, exclaiming, Bro, come, have a bite. Sure, but I want the leg in the middle. Qingfeng approached with a smile, his enormous tiger claws making a sound akin to popping beans, exuding an imposing ferocity that was truly terrifying. Sitting on the ground, Xiaoyu struggled to swallow, pleading, Brother, please, be gentle. Soon, the beautiful forest returned to its former tranquility. Within the hunting soul forest, Xiaoyu limped forward, his face swollen and bruised, which genuinely frightened many soul beasts. I must ask, brother, what kind of soul beast are you seeking? What purpose does it serve? It is rather exhausting to search aimlessly. Qingfeng was deep in thought, contemplating the type of spirit beast he should seek. His magical card Martial Soul exhibited exceptional compatibility, leading him to believe it might even harmonize with all categories. At present, he needed to swiftly restore his condition, which meant locating a restorative spirit beast, specifically one belonging to the support category. He recalled a particular support spirit beast in the forest known as the Wisteria. With this thought in mind, he no longer hesitated and declared, "Let us find the Wisteria." Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, thinking she must have misheard him. "What did you say?" "The Wisteria, it is the most suitable spirit beast, aged between 2,000 to 3,000 years. Indeed, given his current physical strength and the quality of his soul power, he could absorb a spirit ring over 2,000 years old. However, the Wisteria was known for its gentle disposition, which made the task considerably easier. If luck were on his side, a 3,000-year spirit ring was not out of reach. Yet, Xiaoyu's reaction was quite different. She stared at Qingfeng in disbelief, reaching out to touch his forehead, exclaiming, "You're not feverish, are you? Get away from me." "No, really, as a powerful assault type. What do you intend to do seeking a support or control type spirit beast? Are you out of your mind? That is utterly unsuitable for you." Qingfeng chose not to elaborate, hastening his pace. "Wisteria blossoms flourish on cliffs or deep within forests. If we do not hurry, we shall be engulfed by darkness," he remarked. "I am untroubled, but can your slight frame endure?" However, this time, Xiaoyu stood her ground, her face a portrait of grievance and discomfort. "No, I refuse. I do not wish to go. I demand an explanation." Yet, Qingfeng remained unfazed, continuing to distance himself from her. The surroundings resonated with the chirping of insects and the calls of birds, occasionally interrupted by rustling sounds. The eerie hunter's soul forest surged with unseen currents. Witnessing Qingfeng's growing distance, Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and resolved to follow, hoping he was not the type to lure individuals and only to raise spirit beasts. Surely not, surely not. As Xiaoyu pressed on, her legs grew increasingly weak. In a moment of misstep, she slipped and fell, only to be confronted by a massive maw dripping with drool, its putrid breath assaulting her senses. "Help! Someone, please." Chapter 22. Slain the Silverblade Man is Clang. The collision of sharp teeth and tiger-like claws erupted into a cacophony, generating sparks that danced in the air. Qingfeng, quick-witted and swift of hand, promptly kicked the fallen Xiaoyu aside. "Stay back. I shall handle this creature." Before him stood a mantis, its entire body resplendent in a brilliant silver hue, glinting with a metallic sheen under the sun's rays. It was of a considerable size, nearly as tall as a human. Its razor-sharp mandibles resembled a pair of daggers. Shimmering with a frigid light, the putrid saliva it exuded possessed corrosive properties, having already eroded a significant portion of the fur on its claws. This was a soul beast, the Silverblade Mantis. Renowned for its stealth, it boasted formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. Such a specimen, entirely cloaked in silver, had reached the millennial tier, a foe beyond the reach of ordinary soul masters. Hiss! With a surge of fighting spirit, Qingfeng's prowess cannot be simply assessed by his soul power level. Although he is currently only at level 20, his soul power endurance rivals that of even the Soul Sect, not to mention his formidable physical constitution. With nearly 5 centuries worth of soul beast attributes, one must ponder who below the Soul Sect could possibly possess such strength. "Come on!" The Silverblade Mantis roared, instantly closing the distance with a speed that reached its zenith. A mere mortal would scarcely perceive its form, only to be swiftly dispatched. However, Qingfeng was different. He immediately discerned the direction of the Silverblade Mantis's strike and deftly evaded, unleashing a claw attack that cut through the air. Yet, this strike too met with emptiness. For his opponent's speed was not to be underestimated, perhaps even approaching his own. This ignited a desire to continue the battle, as he had not encountered such a formidable adversary in the soul-hunting forest for quite some time. At that moment, the Silverblade Mantis shifted its target, its forelimbs gleaming with a terrifying radiance, akin to arrows poised on a bowstring, ready to unleash their lethal force. The skill, Windblade. This attack was aimed squarely at the hasty retreating Xiaoyu. But who was Xiaoyu? Though perhaps lacking in strength, a direct hit from this assault would undoubtedly spell doom. "This is bad." Qingfeng unleashed his full power, the ethereal golden shadows enveloping his claws radiating with brilliance. In that moment, the illusory claws materialized into reality, resembling 8 iron talons that effortlessly tore through the assault of the silver-bladed Mantis. His strength surged once more. Yet, this was merely the beginning, for the silver-bladed Mantis launched a second onslaught, this time targeting him directly. As the saying goes, It is often in the blink of an eye. Before Lu Qingfeng could stabilize his stance, he was struck solidly by the attack. 2 gruesome crimson gashes marred his body. Fortunately, his resilience was formidable, allowing him to stifle a cry, only emitting a muffled grunt. How powerful! Who would have thought such intelligence could exist? But what use is it? Lu Qingfeng, filled with fury, summoned all his soul power, instantly enveloping the silver blade Manus with the aura befitting the king of beasts. Locking onto it with unwavering precision. Phantom assault. Swift as a flash. In an instant, four phantoms surged from all directions, launching an assault on the silver blade Manus. Yet, the creature remained unfazed, raising its forelimbs to unleash a barrage of wind blades that shattered all illusions. A cloud of dust enveloped the area, and both figures vanished, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. Even the silver blade Manus felt a tinge of fear, its hind legs instinctively retracting a step. However, before that step could fully settle, Lu Qingfeng, concealed in the shadows, struck again. With terrifying claws capable of cleaving through gold and jade, he effortlessly tore through the Manus's outer defenses, severing one of its hind legs. This inflicted a fatal wound, leaving no chance for recovery. Nevertheless, the silver blade Manus summoned its signature move for a desperate final stand. Having witnessed its prowess before, Lu Qingfeng knew the might of its ultimate technique, blade break. Channeling all its strength into a single strike, it moved with the swiftness of lightning and the force of thunder. Before Lu Qingfeng could react, the silver blade Manus surged forth like a silver bolt of lightning. Despite his formidable strength, he could not afford to overlook this attack. Yet, armed with dual claws, he remained undaunted. He grounded himself, initiating phantom assault once more, but this time there were no illusions, only a remarkably straightforward charge. Clang! The two figures collided. The metallic sound abruptly ceasing, as the silver blade Mantis, still in its charge, collapsed with a resounding thud. In that moment, its proud silver blade shattered. Soul rings emanating a violet glow slowly ascended from its lifeless body, yet Lu Qingfeng refrained from absorbing them. This was a worthy adversary. No way. That fellow Xiaoyu was still around. He could not reveal his ability to absorb soul rings, for such a power was too overpowered to disclose. With a profound sense of reluctance and sorrow, Lu Qingfeng tended to his wounds and dug a deep, deep grave with his claws to bury the silver blade Manus. If I cannot possess it, neither shall anyone else. Xiaoyu gazed longingly at the soul ring, about to utter something, but was swiftly seized by Lu Qingfeng and tossed to the ground. If you keep staring, tread carefully, next time you encounter something swifter than this, I want to be able to save you. I know, he replied, his legs trembling, whether from fear or something else, he could not tell. As Lu Qingfeng fell into a moment of silence, he chose not to offer any explanations. Instead, he seized the collar of his companion and pulled him inside, threatening. If you come within 3 meters of me, I shall eliminate you, just like that Manus, cut in half. Without a care for Xiaoyu's reaction, he activated the system. System. Display the panel. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has reached 500 years, granting you a beastly weapon, the White Tiger Claw. White Tiger Claw. Possessing a minuscule fraction of the White Tiger's bloodline, its characteristics render it invincible, exerting a natural suppression over beasts. It was precisely this power that enabled him to swiftly vanquish the silver blade Mantis. Otherwise, it would have required considerable effort. This marked his first acquisition of beastly transformation abilities. While the Phantom Assault was a soul beast ability that could unleash its full potential only when he transformed into a white tiger. Had it not been for Xiaoyu's interference, would the silver blade Manus even have merited a scratch upon him? Host. Lu Qingfeng level. 20 soul power cultivation method. 5 elements classic martial soul. Demon card skills. Concealment. Passive skill. Items. Lottery chances X2. Longsword. Serpent tooth. Space ring. Dual heart task. Elevate soul power to level 30 ding. Detected that the host possesses beast transformation skills, thus activating the second panel. Ding. Panel generation successful. Host. Lu Qingfeng, beast transformation, cultivation. 500 years soul beast martial soul. White tiger. 1 in a billion of the white tiger bloodline. Skills. Phantom assault. Evil devour items. White tiger claw. Beast king pressure. Awakening level 3, ding. Due to the host's low intelligence, an evaluation has been initiated for the host's benefit. Evaluation commencing. Evaluation concluded. A fighter among the weaklings. Keep pushing forward. You are on the verge of shedding the title of weakling. Chapter 23. The final battle at the Wisteria. Gazing at the 2 lottery chances displayed above, Lu Qingfeng smiled. He had previously been aware that the probability of items within the system's lottery wheel could be enhanced. Hence, he had refrained from utilizing that lottery opportunity. Another reason was that the previous rewards were largely inconsequential to him. Aside from the external soul bone and the second martial soul, which were somewhat beneficial, the rest held little value. This time, however, the prizes on the lottery wheel should have refreshed. He opened the lottery wheel. With a mere thought, a translucent azure wheel materialized in his mind, divided into 5 equal sections, 4 of which contained items, while the 5th bore only a single line of text. Ding. As the host possesses more than 2 lottery chances, you may spin 1 chance to directly exchange for the corresponding item, and increase the probability of a specific reward by simply entering its serial number in the blank space provided. Qingfeng did not hastily inscribe this guide, but instead began to peruse the descriptions of 4 items. The first, a level high martial soul awakening 1. Note, this martial soul awakening allows for the free selection of various types. The second, a 10,000-year external soul bone 1. Note, this external soul bone permits a free choice among attack, defense, and support. The third, a 10,000-year flower spirit soul ring. Note, originating from the ancient era, this special soul beast, the flower spirit, possesses unimaginable beauty and healing abilities. Gentle reminder, due to the host's excessively low strength, a warning is issued to the host against contemplating this soul ring, as you are currently incapable of absorbing it. The fourth, body refinement method 1. A randomly selected body refinement technique of high quality with a completeness rating exceeding 10. After reading the annotations, Qingfeng was left speechless and remarked, "Could the system elucidate what the last point is all about?" Ding. Due to particular reasons, this world does not accept the body refinement lineage, and hence, it is inadvisable for the host to choose it. The system's explanation was not flawed, yet it contained a significant oversight. In this realm, the duration for which a person can absorb soul rings is intricately linked to their physical constitution. The stronger the physique, the longer the absorption period, leading to more potent soul rings and consequently, more formidable soul masters. In summary, among the 4 rewards, the third one was the most beneficial at present, as it provided a soul skill capable of healing his own injuries. The 4th reward, however, was more advantageous for future development. Yet, it was not the opportune moment for a lottery draw, as they had just arrived at the vicinity of the wisteria flowers. Even from a distance, the distinctive fragrance wafted through the air, but it was a scent that should not be inhaled excessively due to its toxicity. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, evidently oblivious to the danger, continued to breathe in deeply. "How fragrant! It's as if a beautiful woman is approaching me. Here I come, beauty." Before he could finish his sentence, a resounding slap landed on his face, and bright red blood splattered across the ground. Qingfeng's voice echoed from ahead, "What do I look like to you? A beautiful woman?" Startled back to reality, Xiaoyu nearly vomited his previous meal upon realizing he had just called a burly man a beauty. The very thought made him feel nauseous. Qingfeng produced a detoxification pill, stating, "This substance can temporarily alleviate the symptoms. It contains an abundance of wisteria, whose fragrance possesses the ability to induce illusions. Typically, detoxification pills are ineffective against this. Therefore, if I cannot exit before this pill loses its potency, you must leave on your own." Xiaoyu, holding the pill in silence, summoned his martial spirit to conjure a plethora of chive essence and refined chives. The refined chives enhance attack power, while the chive essence augments all attributes. "You summoned me for this purpose. Go ahead. I value my life greatly. And even if you perish inside, I shall not venture in to retrieve your remains." He waved his hand dismissively, exhibiting a palpable impatience. Qingfeng remained silent, leaving his long knife, serpent's fang, behind as he ventured alone into the realm of wisteria blossoms ahead. Passing through a narrow passage, he was greeted by a breathtaking vista of fertile fields and lush bamboo, adorned with cascading wisteria. This scene evoked a verse from a poem of his past life, which seemed perfectly suited for the moment. In a sea of wisteria 3,000 feet deep, one might mistake it for the purple river descending from the heavens. Everywhere he looked, wisteria flourished in orderly rows, their delicate lavender petals exuding a fragrant aroma, reminiscent of a celestial paradise, beautiful to behold, yet untouchable. However, beneath this enchanting facade lay a turbulent undercurrent, concealing lethal dangers. The wisteria, as a toxic plant and soul beast, required flesh for sustenance. They relied on their collective strength and alluring fragrance to lure in humans or soul beasts, ensnaring and devouring them. For an ordinary soul master, not to mention a soul venerable, it was unthinkable to traverse this place alone. At the very least, a companion was essential, preferably one adept in detoxification assistance. Lu Qifeng absorbed the essence of all the leaks in their concentrated essence, experiencing a surge in his soul power and various other aspects. Though this period was fleeting, it was certainly better than having nothing at all. The sharp claws of the white tiger glistened with a radiant sheen, and the oppressive aura of the beast king surged forth in an instant. The vigilant wisteria did not retaliate immediately but rather attempted to appease. However, how could they possibly engage in any meaningful exchange? Lu Qifeng launched a sudden assault, his claw effortlessly tearing through several strands of wisteria. Surrounding him were vines that had flourished for decades, even centuries. With a single swipe, numerous spirit rings ascended, and he, with insatiable appetite, absorbed them all. Today, he was determined to engage in a grand endeavor. Whoosh! The wisteria counterattacked, its violet tendrils transforming into long whips that lashed out towards him. Notably, one particular vine, as thick as an adult's arm, struck the ground with such force that it carved out a deep ravine. Lu Qifeng skillfully evaded, never allowing himself a moment's respite. The sheer abundance of wisteria blossoms before him was overwhelming. Should even a single individual command them, Lu Qifeng would dare not approach. 3 mere cobblers can rival a single zhuge-liang. How much more so when faced with thousands of wisteria blooms? It would not be surprising if they were to collectively outmatch him 8-fold. Lacking any semblance of order, I am confident in my ability to eradicate them. Once I eliminate one, I shall make my escape with it in hand. Lu Qifeng transformed into 4 phantoms, darting in various directions, while the assault of the wisteria flowers dispersed into 4 distinct streams. This scattering, however, revealed their roots, yet regrettably, the initial attempt yielded no remarkably stout roots, resulting in a failed entrapment. If one attempt proved futile, then a second would surely succeed. I refuse to believe I cannot uncover your roots. As he pondered this, a robust wisteria vine suddenly erupted from the ground, nearly impaling him, and to his astonishment, the claws of the white tiger struck against it, producing sparks. An attack from beneath the earth. Could it be that your roots lie hidden underground? Lu Qifeng remarked that one is being rather unscrupulous, playing by unfair rules. It is indeed unseemly to hide when one cannot prevail. Yet, he pondered, it was he who initiated the confrontation, thus he bore the brunt of the blame. Chapter 24. The hunt concludes, however, with the introduction of an exceptionally thick wisteria into the fray. Lu Qingfeng's circumstances grew increasingly precarious. Evading attacks was as effortless as a breeze, yet each time he sought to retaliate, the wisteria would intervene, disrupting his offensive maneuvers, much to his vexation. It was akin to the experience of having one's trousers down only to be interrupted by a knock at the door. One can only imagine the discomfort of such a predicament. If one possesses the audacity, let us engage in a fair one-on-one duel. System ding. You are taking on their entire family in a one-on-one battle. How fair? Lu Qifeng, who exactly are you? A system belonging to someone. It is one thing not to assist me, but to mock me here is utterly unacceptable. This friendship is irreparable. There is no affection left, none whatsoever. Lu Qifeng, a 6-year-old who has succumbed to darkness and harbors a disbelief in love, transformed into his white tiger form, granting him enhanced mobility and formidable spirit beast abilities. In an instant, he unleashed a phantom assault, dispersing into 5 ethereal shadows, which caused the sea of wisteria flowers to split into 5 segments, revealing their robust roots. At last, fate favored the determined, as Lu Qingfeng spotted an exceptionally thick root and seamlessly initiated a second phantom assault towards the floral expanse. However, before he could reach it, he was repelled by a previously encountered wisteria vine. The wisteria sea healed, and the root vanished. Fuming with rage, Lu Qingfeng yearned to obliterate the wisteria, yet found himself at an impasse, as his white tiger claws could not breach its defenses. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. The indomitable nature of his claws should have allowed him to sever even a lesser defense like that of the wisteria. Something was amiss. With newfound clarity, he launched another attack, this time keenly observing the wisteria vine as it emerged from the ground. The moment it surfaced, he struck with his claws. Yet, as his claws neared the vine, a peculiar substance, reminiscent of both gold and stone and tinted purple, appeared, obscuring the vine from view. This layer was insufficient to halt the white tiger claws, but as they made contact with the vine, Lu Qingfeng witnessed this substance expand rapidly, filling the gaps of his claws and thwarting their slicing motion. Consequently, the wisteria sustained minimal damage, elucidating the reason behind the ineffectiveness of his claws. With this understanding, he discreetly readied a segment of his claw, prepared for a clever maneuver. If the wisteria wished to engage in a battle of wits, he would respond with cunning tactics. However, A sense of foreboding crept in. As he pondered, the auxiliary ability of his summer rain soul skill dissipated, causing his speed to falter momentarily. In that fleeting instant, the wisteria concealed beneath the earth launched a surprise attack. With a thunderous roar, the wisteria erupted from the ground, its tendrils resembling a sword poised to pierce the heavens. Bearing down upon Qingfeng with tremendous force, he leaped high, plunging his dual claws into the wisteria's form, only to encounter that same resistance once more. In that instant, the wisteria's rigid body twisted and coiled into circular loops, seeking to ensnare Qingfeng and annihilate him. Yet, Qingfeng would not fall for such a ruse. A hidden segment of his claw sprang forth, piercing fiercely into the vine. He channeled all his strength into his claws, and, to his satisfaction, the white tiger claws did not disappoint. The entire wisteria was cleaved into several segments, with purple sap cascading down like rain. The wisteria was rendered limp, devoid of any remaining vigor. In that desperate gamble, Qingfeng had severed its roots, leaving it incapable of further resistance. A circle of purple soul rings rose slowly, indicating an age of approximately 2,000 years. Yet, something felt amiss. According to his research, a wisteria waterfall should possess at least 4,000 to 5,000-year-old wisterias. Yet this waterfall contained only two, both of which were relatively weak, the most powerful among them merely 2,000 years old. This discrepancy was troubling. There was undoubtedly something he remained oblivious to. Just as he intended to slay the remaining wisterias to absorb their soul rings, an overwhelming pressure suddenly loomed, sending shivers down Qingfeng's spine and causing his hair to bristle, reminiscent of a startled cat. A warning chimed ahead. Caution. High-energy presence detected. 10,000-year spirit beast sighted. Advise retreat. 10,000-year spirit beast? What in the world? Time to skedaddle. Qingfeng was taken aback and quickly picked up the lifeless corpse of the wisteria flower with his mouth. Realizing that it was no joking matter to confront a millennia-old soul beast, an entity far beyond his capability to defeat. Better to avoid such a calamity altogether. With this thought in mind, he departed with a sense of relief. However, it was not long before he spotted a furtive little figure stealthily making its way along. Qingfeng was startled and quickly concealed himself, transforming into human form while carrying the lifeless body of the wisteria flower. He also took along Xiaoyu, who seemed to have fallen under a spell. After fleeing for several kilometers, the chilling sense of danger behind him slightly diminished. At this moment, Qingfeng's sacred soul power was almost depleted, and with Xiaoyu keeping watch, he could finally restore his soul energy in peace. Wait, let me recover my soul power first. Please refrain from speaking. I know you've been enchanted, just keep watch for me, he said, somewhat at a loss for words. He settled down to recuperate his soul power, though in truth, he had no urgent need to do so. For another source of soul power resided within him, an evil soul power. However, under normal circumstances, Qingfeng was reluctant to employ this dark force, as it was exceedingly malevolent and could invite divine retribution. Xiaoyu, equally at a loss, could only manage an awkward smile. Previously, upon hearing the cacophony from within, he had considered venturing inside to investigate, but upon realizing that he would be of no assistance, he hesitated, during which he fell under the enchantment. The detoxification pill had lost its efficacy, leaving him dazed as he wandered closer. Had Qingfeng not emerged at that moment, he likely would have been incapacitated, or worse, might not have emerged at all. In gratitude for being saved, Xiaoyu resolved to vigilantly guard. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling of an overwhelming multitude of stars surrounding him. Suddenly, with a thud, Xiaoyu collapsed beside a tree. Qingfeng, who was still in the midst of restoring his soul power, opened his eyes. Indeed, in this soul-hunting forest, one could not afford a moment's respite. He shook his head, producing a series of cracking sounds as his sacred soul power receded, replaced by an ominous and sinister force. The pitch-black evil soul power coiled around his white tiger claws, darkening their once radiant sheen. And the air split with a sound akin to the wailing of tormented souls from the depths of hell, harrowing and mournful. Truly, fate would not allow him a moment's peace. Chapter 25. Absorbing the second soul ring, three figures appeared before his eyes, two men and a woman. The same trio he had encountered during his initial foray into the soul-hunting forest. The bearded man among them wore an expression of astonishment. Is it really you? As Qingfeng furrowed his brow, he found the impressions of the other two individuals to be rather mundane, yet he held a particular fondness for the bearded gentleman. Perhaps due to their shared status as older men. Therefore, he was reluctant to engage in any conflict with this bearded figure. "What brings you here?" he inquired simply. Aware that the soul rings of spirit beasts would dissipate after a certain period, compelling him to absorb the rings swiftly. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be in vain. However, this straightforward question provoked an intense reaction from the opposing party. The woman stepped assertively in front of the bearded man and shouted at Qingfeng, "Who do you think you are, speaking to me in that tone?" The bearded man frowned and shielded the young girl behind him. "I apologize. This young lady can be a bit impulsive. Please do not take it to heart. You may continue with your business. We will take our leave." He had noticed the ancient wisteria blossoms behind them and the individual who seemed to be assisting in acquiring the soul ring. It was highly probable that this person was a support-type spirit master, suggesting that the soul ring was likely obtained solely by Qingfeng. If it were an ordinary spirit beast, it might be manageable, but the wisteria blooms were known to house spirit beasts in groups. To retrieve a spirit beast carcass from within would mean facing at least 4,000 or 5,000 year-level spirit beasts, alongside countless 110-year spirit beasts. Were he in their position, merely casting a glance might not guarantee a safe return. This further underscored the power of this individual. Dealing with the three of them would likely pose little challenge. "This is an antidote pill," the bearded man declared, placing it down along with a modest pouch containing the remains of a deceased spirit beast, which appeared to possess excellent flesh, quite sought after among the nobility. Alongside this, there were merely a few gold soul coins. Qingfeng spoke, "Remove the corpse. Anyone who approaches within 100 meters shall be killed without mercy." This marked the extent of his tolerance. Had it been someone else, they would have resorted to violence long ago. There would have been no conversation, only bloodshed upon meeting. Our girl had intended to say something, but was silenced by another man's hand over her mouth, and the three of them departed. Qingfeng could almost ascertain that among the three, only Uncle who genuinely wished to depart, for the other man had revealed a smirk of triumph just before their departure. "I await your return, and I hope you do not follow," he declared, administering the antidote to Xiaoyu. "This fellow is inept at everything, yet somehow manages to emerge victorious effortlessly. Why am I not so fortunate?" Qingfeng emitted a feeble groan as he approached the lifeless body of the wisteria, gently caressing its radiant form while quietly awaiting the impending clash. Meanwhile, a woman had begun to scream vociferously. Uncle who, typically warm and congenial, now appeared ominously somber. "You nearly became one of us. Did you not notice the wisteria behind them? Without the prowess of a soul king, who could prevail, you or him? It seems that joining the Duke's household has profoundly unsettled you. Remember, within the soul-hunting forest, it matters not if you are of noble blood. Even a prince could perish here without investigation. For individuals like us, regardless of our lofty status, we must ever keep in mind that only we can safeguard our own heads." Before Uncle who could conclude his thoughts, a wave of weakness washed over him, prompting another man to chuckle slyly. "Uncle, you are far too timid. You might as well remain here and await good news. I assure you, not just one soul king, but even 10 would succumb beneath this potion." With that, the two departed, leaving Uncle who with a countenance marked by complexity. This child, even when courting death, still remembers to leave him a path to life. Truly a good soul. Had he not noticed that the other party was immune to the substance previously? Did he think I was blind? This cannot solely be blamed on the man, as records on Douluo Continent indicate that those immune to toxins rely on their martial spirits. Thus, he naturally assumed that Qingfeng's initial immunity stemmed from his elevated soul power, coupled with the fact that this potion had remarkable effects even on soul kings. His confidence soared. Little did he realize, this departure would mark an eternal farewell. Having long sensed the commotion, Qingfeng sat beside the wisteria's corpse, observing the approaching figures. One man, with a malevolent glint in his eyes, remarked, "My lord Soul King, what has transpired? Are you faltering? Did you not speak with such bravado moments ago?" "Oh, I recall now. Could it be that your vitality is waning?" "Ha ha." The man laughed heartily, utterly unconcerned for his dignity, with the woman joining in the mockery. "Come on. Strike me if you dare. Tell me, what of a soul king? I am now a member of the Duke's household. Do you have the audacity to lay a hand on me?" "Ha ha ha ha." Their laughter rang out, yet Qingfeng found himself engulfed in confusion. Was there something amiss with him? What could be the source of their jubilation? Had he fallen under some enchantment? Qingfeng pondered the possibilities within his heart, ultimately concluding with a single thought. These two individuals are mentally impaired, and madness is a condition that requires treatment. Moreover, that woman had the audacity to point at him and demand that he strike her. How shameless can one truly be? What kind of mindset must one possess to utter such words? Regardless, he was at a loss, compelled to appease these two deranged souls. "I shall fulfill your wish." No sooner had he spoken these words than laughter ceased abruptly, as two jubilant heads tumbled to the ground, rolling a considerable distance. Blood splattered everywhere. The metallic scent quickly attracting numerous soul beasts. Lu Qingfeng hastily departed with Xiaoyu and the corpses of the soul beasts, seeking a relatively tranquil spot to absorb the soul ring. A bright purple soul ring gradually enveloped the magic card, a vibrant glow swirling upon it, ultimately coalescing into a vine adorned with blooming purple flowers. Simultaneously, Lu Qingfeng felt the power and resentment emanating from the Millennium Soul Beast. It was only natural for the slain creature to harbor animosity. However, this resentment was feeble, so weak that upon entering his body, it was assimilated by his dark soul force, transforming into strands of energy. The wisteria, even in death, could not fathom that its lingering grudge would serve as nourishment for another's growth. Such a notion was truly haunting. With Lu Qingfeng's prowess, absorbing a soul ring was an effortless endeavor. Even one of a millennium posed no challenge, given his superior physical constitution. In a short while, the soul ring was wholly absorbed into the magic card, the image of the wisteria appearing on the platinum side, while the dark side revealed a mysterious figure, an exquisitely beautiful woman. She resembled a nature spirit, serene and graceful. Chapter 26. The Spirit. Falling rain. Lu Qingfeng was at a loss regarding how to confront the peculiar skill of his second spirit ring. The second spirit ability, Rain of Flowers, summoned a floral sprite that would descend, showering him with healing blossoms. Note: the blossoms would last for a day. Summon sprite. Must I have a sprite trailing behind me each day, lifting my garments to mend my wounds? Is this not rather excessive, perhaps even a tad too whimsical? Lu Qingfeng expressed his immense enjoyment of this state, for throughout his life, he had never encountered a flower spirit. Even in the Douluo Continent, spirits are exceedingly rare, and to behold one is indeed a profound joy. With his second soul skill, Rainfall, a gentle breeze swept by, and the resplendent violet glow of his soul rings intensified. From within, two wisteria flowers emerged, forming a simple yet elegant portal. In the next instant, a spirit of such breathtaking beauty that words could scarcely capture her essence emerged from within. Her golden ratio physique appeared as if it were a masterpiece meticulously crafted by the divine, a rare gem lost to the mundane world, exuding grace intertwined with gentleness. This serene being possessed a curious heart and a pair of wings that seemed to be the purest and most delicate creations imaginable. Beauty, so exquisite it rendered one speechless, so profound it could evoke despair. She was exceedingly shy, her large violet eyes shimmering with boundless curiosity and tenderness. With dainty fingers, she lightly touched the air, causing a cascade of purple petals to fall upon Lu Qingfeng. He could not help but emit a sound of pleasure. As he felt a wave of rejuvenation wash over him, not only was his vitality restored, but even his spirit and soul power began to recover gradually. This was truly delightful. Just as he was reveling in this unparalleled experience, the spirit curiously alighted behind Lu Qingfeng, observing him with interest. Lu Qingfeng held his breath and slowly turned his head, only to find the fairy right behind him, an enchanting fragrance tantalizing his senses, urging him to refrain from any semblance of rudeness. However, before he could fully turn around, the fairy suddenly lunged at him, catching him off guard and knocking him down. "No, please, no." In that moment of disbelief, Lu Qingfeng felt an unsettling shift within himself, as if he were undergoing some inexplicable transformation. He gasped, feeling a peculiar sensation at his back, as if something had materialized there. It was not just a feeling, it was indeed a reality. Lu Qingfeng exclaimed, for he had caught sight of the pair of pristine white wings behind him. In that moment, he finally heard his own voice, soft, sweet, and utterly resembling that of an adorably enchanting girl. Could it truly be? Lu Qingfeng raised his hand, and blood gushed from his nose. To his astonishment, it was the arm of a girl, and she seemed to possess a cascade of purple hair, ethereal and exquisite. He suddenly pondered whether he had transformed into the likeness of that enchanting sprite. However, just at that moment, Xiaoyu stirred from his unconscious state. Reluctantly, Lu Qingfeng had no choice but to withdraw from this condition, planning to observe further at a later time. Yet, upon witnessing such beauty and then glancing back at Xiaoyu's disheveled visage, a surge of indignation welled up within him. He approached, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks that left Xiaoyu in a daze. Still feeling unsatisfied, he delivered a couple more blows, bestowing upon him a pair of panda eyes, which brought him a sense of relief. The newly awakened Xiaoyu murmured, "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Did you just hit me?" He raised his bewildered head, inquiring with slurred speech. In the heart of Lu Qingfeng, There was not a ripple of emotion as he firmly rejected the accusation. It was not me. I am unaware. Do not slander me. Xiaoyu, perplexed, inquired. Then who struck me? At that moment, he was engulfed in confusion, entirely convinced that Lu Qingfeng was the culprit. Yet faced with the daunting reality that he could only let it pass due to the overwhelming prowess of the other party. Thus, bearing a profound sense of helplessness, the two exited the soul-hunting forest. Remarkably, this expedition concluded with unexpected tranquility, accomplished in merely a day. Having acquired the second soul ring, Lu Qingfeng's strength surged once more, leaving him curious about the changes the system would bring this time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the second soul ring and unlocking a new title. Chick. Note: you have transcended the realm of the weak, gloriously evolving into a chick. With an emphasis on the word small, Lu Qingfeng, dare to switch to a more reasonable system? Am I to be bullied for being honest? System, you are not so honest yourself. Lu Qingfeng believed that he could no longer pay heed to the system, lest it provoke an affliction within him, one that could be fatal even without a pre-existing ailment. However, fortunately, this was merely a fleeting moment, as the system had not forgotten its responsibilities. Ding! Congratulations to the host for attaining the rank of Great Soul Master. A special reward of the Lucky Pearl has been bestowed. Note: the Lucky Pearl is a plaything of the Qilin, capable of bestowing auspiciousness and fortune, and is exceedingly rare. Before Lu Qingfeng appeared a golden jewel, the size of a fist, with an aura of auspiciousness swirling within, exuding an extraordinary presence. However, the question lingered: could this object truly bestow good fortune? And how was it to be employed? Ding! The method of usage is as follows: immerse the lucky jewel in warm water, complemented by the true fire of Samadhi, and refine it for a total of 49 days before consumption. System, are you jesting with me? Ding! I know you still ask. Lu Qingfeng, the system is being sold at a mere $1 for 4 units. However, since the system remains silent, Lu Qingfeng has no intention of pressing for answers. After all, such matters often hinge on fortune. Since you claim it is useful, let us take a chance. Opening the lottery panel, I wish to draw. This time, he acquired a lucky pearl, along with 2 additional chances to draw, convinced he would surely obtain what he desired. The roulette materialized, 5 numbers emerging upon its surface. Heavenly spirits and earthly spirits, may the Supreme Lord reveal his grace. Whoosh! The roulette spun, the pointer whirling rapidly as Lu Qingfeng anxiously observed its gradual deceleration. Do not stop, do not stop. Yet, it seemed to be playing a trick on him, as it prepared to halt at the edge of the 3rd number. Given this trajectory, it appeared destined for the 3rd position. However, just then, a barely perceptible shattering sound echoed. The freshly acquired lucky pearl shattered instantly, and the pointer came to rest precariously at the edge of the 4th number. This is it. Ecstatic, Lu Qingfeng delivered a playful punch to Xiaoyu, who protested in response. Now it was all above board. Haha, just wait until I surpass you. I shall strike your backside 100 times, 100 times. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 9 Extremes Combat Technique, General Outline. With eager anticipation, Lu Qingfeng opened the outline of this technique within the system interface, only to be left bewildered. He recognized the characters, yet the arrangement rendered him utterly perplexed. He felt as though the system were mocking him. Are you deliberately toying with me, taking advantage of my lack of formal education? System, indeed. What will you do about it? Goodness, I am utterly astounded. Critical damage, 99,999. Chapter 27, The Looming Danger. No longer wishing to bicker with the system, Lu Qingfeng once again perused the outline of the 9 Extremes Combat Technique. Though he still struggled to comprehend much, he gathered a general understanding. The 9 Extremes Combat Technique is a formidable physical cultivation method, divided into 9 levels, each corresponding to a specific combat skill, hence the name. Essentially, as you engage in physical training, you simultaneously cultivate combat skills. Upon mastering the combat skills, the corresponding phase of physical training is deemed complete. He glanced at the first level, aptly named Wind-Shattering Dance. Mastering it to perfection renders the body as resilient as steel, harmonizing strength and flexibility. In motion, it shatters the wind, and in stillness, the wind dances gracefully. Lu Qingfeng felt it unnecessary to continue reading, as he could not comprehend the subsequent content at all. How to cultivate, the pathways for channeling energy, what to pay attention to, and the activation of acupoints. These concepts were far too complex for a novice like him to grasp. It was quite disheartening. He decided to abandon the text and instead procure some medicine. Although he did not understand the intricacies, he was well aware of the necessity for various medicinal supplies. Upon exiting the soul hunting forest, he took Xiaoyu to the apothecary. The duo had earned a considerable sum from selling aphrodisiacs in recent days, so they made their way directly to the largest pharmacy in the nearby small town adjacent to Notting City. The shopkeeper, noticing their haste, assumed they had sustained injuries, especially given Xiaoyu's pallid and distressed countenance, which only deepened the misunderstanding. Observing their trembling expressions, he asked, "What can I assist you with?" He was particularly anxious that they might request remedies for hemorrhoids. Qingfeng felt a pang of curiosity as he noticed the peculiar gaze of the boss fixed upon him. What could it possibly mean? Had he become enamored with my striking visage? Just as he pondered this, the boss's attention subtly shifted towards him. Their eyes met, and an unusual atmosphere began to envelop the space. The boss's complexion turned ashen, and he instinctively took a couple of steps back. Surely not, surely not. I am a man in my 40s or 50s. Do not jest with me in such a manner. Qingfeng revealed a peculiar smile, stroking his chin as he approached the boss. Boss, could you offer a discount? I cannot, the boss exclaimed, clearing his throat. It turned out he had misunderstood and quickly added, discounts are available. How much do you wish to purchase? Xiaoyu, exuding an air of arrogance akin to that of a wealthy patron, poured out dozens of gold soul coins. Whatever you have, I will take. After a round of haggling, Qingfeng departed with a large bundle of medicinal herbs. He ventured outside the city alone, instructing Xiaoyu to ensure he spent the night at the boss's establishment. However, Xiaoyu felt a twinge of unease, for the boss's gaze seemed somewhat unsettling. It was as if he were admiring a beautiful woman, his expression suggesting an insatiable hunger. Could it be that my beauty transcends the boundaries of gender? Xiaoyu pondered, but I do not wish for that. The boss, smiling, took Xiaoyu's hand and said, Dear guest, please come inside. Outside the city, Qingfeng stored most of the herbs in his spatial ring, retaining only a small portion for himself to absorb, specifically those beneficial for healing bones. He had mentioned to the master and Lin Qingru that he would return in 3 days, during which he must absorb as much of the herb's essence as possible. Upon his return, he aimed to restore his body while simultaneously learning about the human anatomy and herbal medicine, for he dared not practice the 9 extreme combat techniques without knowledge. Should he fail, he would have no place to lament his misfortune. Before long, the quartet inadvertently stumbled upon Qingfeng in the midst of his cultivation. One among them approached with a grin and inquired, Brother, it is quite perilous to cultivate here. Why not venture outside instead? How klitsch, Qingfeng thought, recognizing their ploy to seize his herbs, feigning casualness as if they merely chanced upon him. Qingfeng stood up, revealing his gleaming white tiger claws. Had they followed him all the way from the city merely to covet his possessions? It was nothing more than murder and plunder, a scenario he was all too familiar with. Come on, if you eliminate me, everything I possess shall be yours. Otherwise, prepare to meet your demise. The earlier speaker had not anticipated Qingfeng's forthrightness, and thus decided to abandon any pretense of subtlety. You are quite intriguing. Would you be interested in joining us? I see you possess formidable offensive capabilities. Together, we can hunt soul beasts, and you will find not only beautiful companions but also abundant wealth. Despite the man's lengthy discourse, Qingfeng remained indifferent, which only served to incite the other's anger. Yet, at that moment, 5 figures suddenly materialized before them, 2 of which lunged directly at him. This was Qingfeng's phantom assault. Having acquired a soul ring, his abilities had once again ascended. Even in human form, he could manifest 5 elusive phantoms, rendering him even more unpredictable. Watch out. The warning barely escaped his lips before a round severed head tumbled to the ground. Crimson blood sprayed high into the air, the metallic scent pervading the atmosphere. In a mere 5 seconds, a life had been extinguished. You shall pay for this. The assailant, empowered by his martial spirit, a crocodile, boasted a visage covered in repulsive green scales. First soul skill, water bullet. A spherical mass of water coalesced in his mouth, spinning rapidly before being shot forth at high velocity. However, Qingfeng merely flicked his claws, shattering the water bullet effortlessly. The remnants splashed against him, merely dampening his fur. Is that all you've got? Pathetically weak. Qingfeng sneered disdainfully, lowering his body. Let me show you my soul skill. The first soul skill was half-released. Ambush. Whoosh. Swift. Astonishingly swift, beyond capture. By the time one reacted, his figure had already arrived before them. The icy claws, glinting with a cold sheen, swiftly plunged into the man's neck. He had yet to respond when his own bloodied corpse appeared in his field of vision. The second one fell, lifeless. The remaining 2, utterly terrified, cried out for mercy. Desperate to flee, but Lu Qingfeng would not grant them the opportunity to escape. He unleashed a series of ambushes, harvesting the battlefield. In the quiet outskirts of the soul-hunting forest, a decisive victory had been concluded. As the victor, Lu Qingfeng scavenged all the spoils and departed into the distance. Little did he anticipate that shortly after his departure, another group would arrive. 7 individuals, the quintessential Soul Master team, each adorned with the same emblem. Moreover, the air was thick with a sanguine aura, indicative of recent killings or a proclivity for bloodshed. A tall, gaunt figure kicked a corpse and licked his lips, darkly remarking, "Boss, all of them were instant kills, dispatched in a heartbeat." They were at least high-level Soul Masters, 46th rank or above, specializing in agile attacks. The man referred to as the boss smiled and replied, "I didn't expect to encounter them here. Since we found them, we might as well collect the spoils. That large bundle of medicinal herbs may contain what we need." He turned to the woman clad in tight attire behind him and commanded, "Lotzi, begin the pursuit. Locate that individual." Lotzi said nothing, but a circle of yellow light emanated from behind her. The first soul skill, tracking bird. Instantly, a small orange-yellow bird appeared, soaring down the path Lu Qingfeng had taken. Chapter 28. A reunion with Qianren Shui ahead. Lu Qingfeng could not resist utilizing his second soul skill once more. The fragrant floral scent settled upon his back, guided into his spine. In that moment, clarity enveloped him, and he couldn't help but hum softly. Yet, this very sound was alluring, stirring the deep-seated human yearning for beauty. After completing this, Lu Qingfeng began to scrutinize the newly acquired body. Looking down, he beheld 2 underdeveloped yet promisingly ample forms. He could not resist reaching out to touch, and instantly, a surge of emotions welled within him. Yet, there was an odd sensation. After all, it was his own touch. He then glanced at other areas, nearly losing control as blood gushed from his nose. This was simply exquisite, a treasure meant solely for Lu Qingfeng, unheard of in the mortal realm. How delightful. However, just as he reveled in the allure of his beautiful form, a voice echoed from afar. Approaching was a child, around 7 or 8 years old, strikingly handsome. Yet Lu Qingfeng recognized her. It was Qianren Shui. How could she possibly be here? Lu Qingfeng instantly calmed down, concealing his wings as he perched upon a branch, observing the self-absorbed Qianren Shui below. "Is anyone there? I just caught a glimpse of you. Come out quickly. I wish to see you." "See me? You might as well consume me." In Lu Qingfeng's heart, he harbored doubts. He found it impossible to believe such words, especially when uttered by a mere side character like Qianren Shui. He had already resolved not to venture outside, reassured by the knowledge of his hidden skills. As long as he did not expose himself, no one would uncover his presence. Yet, before he could further contemplate, a nimble figure leaped before him from the ground. "You smell so delightful. There is no escaping, for I have found you," Qianren Shui declared, her gaze fixated on the petite girl before her. In that instant, he lost his composure, captivated by the brilliance of her luminous eyes, which were locked onto this enchanting being. He forgot to speak or even breathe, lest he disturb her. She was breathtakingly beautiful, so exquisite that words failed him, a creation of nature unparalleled in splendor. Even the birds soaring above and the creatures crawling beneath the earth would be rendered speechless in her presence. In that moment, Qianren Shui's confidence in her own beauty waned, for it seemed that no woman across the continent could rival her allure. Lu Qingfeng was utterly startled. Upon seeing Qianren Shui motionless, he leapt down. However, as he did so, Qianren Shui reacted swiftly and followed him. Wait, may I inquire your name? Who are you? Where do you come from? Why are you here alone?" Qianren Shui, even in her childhood, possessed an extraordinary strength, and despite Lu Qingfeng's speed, he could not shake her off in the slightest. Yet, it was Qianren Shui who was more astonished, for she had exerted all her strength just to barely keep pace with him. Speed was not her forte. Yet it was certainly not a weakness either. From this perspective, it was evident that this beautiful girl was exceptionally gifted. As Lu Qingfeng found himself unable to shake off Qianren Shui, he halted, reassured by the knowledge that he possessed wings and could take flight whenever he wished. Why should he fear her? "What is your name?" he inquired, fully aware that he was feigning ignorance, merely wishing to gauge Qianren Shui's reaction. However, her response left him utterly perplexed. Known for presenting herself as Shui Qinghe, she unexpectedly relinquished her facade, reverting to her true self. "Hello, my name is Qianren Shui. May I ask your name?" Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and it was unclear what had prompted such a transformation. Certainly, it could not be attributed to shyness. Surely, no one would genuinely believe this was shyness, would they? Faced with this unfamiliar version of Qian Rinxue, Lu Qifeng hesitated, contemplating his reply before stating, "I am called Ziyu." The name, derived from the wisteria flower and the rain, served as a poignant reminder. Ziyu, what an unusual name. Will you be my friend? Qian Rinxue extended her petite hand, but he nimbly evaded her grasp. What a jest. Who knows if you harbor ulterior motives? He retorted. And why should I become your friend? Qian Rinxue paused, opened her mouth, and forcibly drew him behind a sturdy tree, its trunk entirely concealing their figures. I have no friends. I long to befriend you. My fate has been predetermined since birth, what I should do at what age. How I should act, none of it was ever within my control. It was all arranged by others, leaving me no room for rebellion. As she held his hand, she recounted her long-held secrets and suffering, as if he were a remnant of a past life, compelled to do anything for survival. He did not interrupt or pass judgment. Yet a pang of sorrow stirred within him. Indeed, a predetermined destiny would bring discontent to anyone, even if it was ostensibly for their own good. Qian Rinxue was, without a doubt, a pitiable soul. In that moment, Lu Qifeng accepted her as a friend, not for any particular reason, but because he could not bear to witness another's painful childhood, nor could he stand to see his own reflection in someone else's struggles. Yet, one question lingered in his mind. Why do you wish to befriend me? Without hesitation, Qian Rinxue replied, because I like you. A sweet smile graced her lips as she nestled against Lu Qingfeng's shoulder. You give me a sense of beauty and purity, like the epitome of perfection. I yearn to be close to you, to be your friend, and even to become family, to be together forever. However, there remained an unsaid truth. A hidden force lurking beneath her flawless exterior, a force known as evil. But what did that matter? She simply wished for companionship. To find a confidant with whom she could share her thoughts and find solace. Lu Qifeng gently embraced Qian Rinxue, whispering in her ear, "Then we shall be friends." The two of them strolled hand in hand through the soul-hunting forest, sharing their stories with one another. Qian Rinxue took the lead in the conversation, while he simply listened. Yet, the more he listened, the more he perceived the profound sadness that enveloped Qian Rinxue. Fear not, for I shall bring you joy. Prepare delightful meals, present you with the most exquisite flowers, and capture the beauty of various landscapes in my art. Lu Qifeng spoke, releasing the falling rain. As two petite girls embraced amidst the floral downpour, their laughter ringing with joy. Tears sparkled in Qian Rinxue's eyes, resembling pearls cascading down. Then, it settled. We shall meet here every month. You will prepare delicious food for me, admire the beautiful flowers, and bring forth lovely scenery. I shall wait for you always. Yes, it is agreed. He understood that Qian Rinxue was about to depart, for those who accompanied her had begun their search. Her leaving was also a means to prevent herself from falling into peril. Children, would you care to come and play with Uncle? Chapter 29, Blood Wolf Squad. Just as the two were about to part ways, a soft male voice echoed from a distance. It belonged to 7 individuals. A standard Soul Master team. Little ones, we are the Blood Wolf Squad. Would you like to come and play with us? Uncle will treat you very kindly. The speaker was diminutive, with a repugnant visage, and his gaze was filled with loathsome desire. Lu Qifeng discerned that this individual harbored perverse inclinations towards children. The others kept their distance, disdainful of his behavior. One young man with long hair and a robust build remarked, "There's a particularly effective tonic for vitality in the nearby small town. If you cannot manage it, just procure some. This is truly revolting. It makes one want to retch." Yet, the effeminate man remained unfazed, retorting with an air of arrogance, "What do you know? This is pure love." As soon as he uttered these words, the others erupted in anger, yet they were restrained from acting due to their team affiliation. The lewd man attempted to advance but was halted by a burly man named Blood Wolf, the leader of the Soul Master team, ranked at level 42. The girl in white must belong to a prominent family. She possesses a certain grace. Either we let her go, or we eliminate her. Alternatively, we could capture the other one and sell her to the nobility. Do you think they share any connection? I believe we should seize both and sell them to the nearby Star Luo Empire to avoid complications. Someone else chimed in. We have not located that individual. We cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Upon finishing his statement, everyone except for the lewd man nodded in agreement. Wait. Can you at least allow me? Before he could complete his plea, another woman clad in leather pants delivered a kick, causing him to tumble against a nearby tree. I have tolerated you for long enough. Blood Wolf frowned, stating, let us focus on the task at hand. He turned to the woman, saying, Bloodflower, go and capture both of them. Remember, do not mar their faces. Be gentle. We shall sell them first and discuss matters thereafter. Bloodflower acquiesced and swiftly advanced. Lu Qifeng understood that an arduous battle was inevitable. He turned to Qian Ruxue and said, I forgot to mention, I will protect you from now on. As soon as the words left his lips, several tendrils of wisteria burst forth from the ground, striking at Chihuahua. However, she reacted swiftly, turning at the last moment. Otherwise, that blow would have been fatal. Impressive. You possess such prowess. It seems I have underestimated you both. With the manifestation of her martial soul, Dark Knight Leopard Cat, Chihuahua sprouted 4 sharp claws and 2 feline ears appeared atop her head. Come forth, unleash your full strength, and let me witness your true power. She seemed overly confident in her dominance, unaware that these would be her final words. Lu Qifeng gazed at a line of small characters on the system panel, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his lips. Since you say so, I shall indulge you. With a swift motion, dozens of black tendrils erupted from the ground, each adorned with sharp barbs, exuding a foul odor. Bloodflower sensed the imminent danger. Yet before she could react, her body became paralyzed, leaving her helplessly witnessing the black vines pierce through her. Her final thought echoed in her mind. The sin is toxic. Ding. The beautiful flower spirit is nature's most pristine creation, possessing the ability to wield the powers of wisteria and heal the world's most perplexing ailments. Yet it also harbors the most insidious toxins. Behind beauty lies ugliness. Every individual and creature possesses multifaceted nature, and the flower spirit is no exception. The events unfolded with such swiftness that no one had the chance to react. Even the formidable Blood Wolf and the extraordinary Qian Rinxue questioned the sudden turn of events. Is this real? The answer is, indeed. Lu Qingfeng resolved a sensitive assault-type spirit master with an astonishing speed that surpassed common imagination. Blood splattered. The man behind the Blood Wolf roared, a surge of ferocious power emanating from him, as his robust, earth-toned and black fur combined to transform into a towering 2-meter-tall humanoid black bear. Be cautious, Blood Bear, the Blood Wolf cautioned, harboring no intention to intervene. His inner pride prevented him from lowering his countenance, yet he still permitted the alluring woman from earlier to provide him with assistance. A flock of birds appeared behind the enchanting woman, each adorned with identical patterns reminiscent of ethereal cloud motifs from a bygone era, albeit lacking their former grace and imbued with an air of falsity. Soul skill, gale birds. These diminutive avians surged into the blood bear's form, instantly augmenting its speed. However, Lu Qifeng remained unfazed. Such velocity paled in comparison to his own. Boom, boom, boom. Black vines erupted from the ground, lashing against the blood bear. Yet the latter's tough hide rendered it impervious to any significant harm. Nevertheless, this sufficed. For the noxious fumes it emitted could only affect a radius of a few meters around itself and the black vines. Although the black vines failed to breach the blood bear's defenses, the poison required no conditions. It merely needed to make contact with the enemy to take effect. Hiss. A wave of corrosive smoke emanated from the blood bear's back, and it felt a jolt within its body before swiftly collapsing, falling flat before Lu Qifeng. Now, you may go accompany her. Lu Qifeng smiled faintly as more wisteria emerged from the depths of the earth, weaving into an expansive net that ensnared the remaining 5 individuals. Suddenly, Bloodbear bellowed, the vines are poisonous. Yet, scarcely had he uttered these words when a black vine pierced through his skull, crimson blood splattering across Lu Qingfeng's form, staining her once violet attire to a deep black. She herself was gradually succumbing to darkness, from her magnificent wings to her flowing tresses. Blood trickled down her fair and beautiful visage, the stark contrast evoking a trance in all who beheld her. Why was she so merciless? But their only response was more vines and the stench of venom. Upon hearing Bloodbear's warning, Bloodwolf was the first to leap away, followed closely by the long-haired man and the lecherous fellow. The remainder were ensnared by the black vines, their anguished cries resonating before they plummeted into the abyss, leaving not a trace behind. What is it, dear uncles? Would you like me to demonstrate the art of murder for you? Lu Qifeng touched the blood on his face with his finger, as his jet-black wings lifted him away from the ground, allowing him to gaze down upon the crowd. In that moment, it seemed as though the world had fallen into silence, leaving only the sound of his wings flapping. Whoosh, whoosh. It resembled the whispers of a demon, striking the soul and consuming life itself. A dark vine sprouted around his fingertip, blooming with grotesque flowers. Chapter 30. The Black Wisteria. The Blood Wolf wore a grim expression. This time, we have intruded upon your grace, and you have already taken so many lives. Surely your wrath should have subsided. He spoke thus out of trepidation, for the peculiar toxin wielded by the opponent was so potent that even a defensive battle spirit could not withstand it, underscoring the formidable strength of the adversary. Yet, Lu Qifeng had no intention of allowing them to escape. Since enmity had been forged, it was only fitting to eradicate the roots of the conflict. These individuals harbored ill intentions toward them. What reason did he have to permit their departure? The lewd man trembled in fear, his heart turning cold as Lu Qingfeng's gaze shifted to him. Uncle, why do your legs tremble? Is it out of fear? But I am merely a charming little child. Why do you feel such dread towards me? Lu Qingfeng controlled the black vines, making them sway back and forth before the man. This particular vine was devoid of toxins. It was a tool he had specially brought to punish the lecherous man. Rest assured, this one is harmless. The others possess no venom either, he assured, conjuring several more black vines that coiled around the despicable figure, dancing and writhing. Yet, to the man, this scene appeared as a descent into hell. These vines transforming into gleaming steel blades poised to strike him down. In an instant, the man who had previously entertained visions of grandeur was reduced to a pitiful state. His body trembling and drenched in excrement, pleading for mercy, his forehead bloodied from the fervent bowing. Please, I beg you, spare me. Have mercy. But Lu Qingfeng merely observed in silence, his expression devoid of any emotion. His intent surpassed mere humiliation. He sought to torment the man's psyche, ensnaring him in an unending cycle of fear and despair, subjecting him to the most excruciating punishment. I'll fight back. The lecherous man finally snapped, attempting to muster the courage to retaliate. Yet, before he could rise, black vines ensnared his limbs, lifting him into the air. Delicate tendrils emerged, piercing through his fingertips. The connection between hand and heart rendered the pain excruciating. Ah! The man shrieked in agony, akin to a slaughtered pig. At that moment, the initial vine rapidly sprouted a multitude of barbs, forcing its way into his mouth and writhing as if intent on burrowing into his very being. More slender vines erupted from the ground, creating openings in the man's flesh, each agonized scream intensifying the torment he endured. Even the nearby blood wolf and another observer could no longer bear the sight, interjecting, "If you intend to kill him, why must you subject him to such torment?" Lu Qingfeng coldly scoffed. "Did I permit you to speak?" As his words faded, the black vines lunged forth, forcing Blood Wolf to reluctantly shift his position while contemplating an escape. Yet, Lu Qingfeng had already foreseen this. In an instant, an innumerable array of vines emerged behind Blood Wolf, encircling him completely. However, Blood Wolf was no pushover. Upon manifesting his martial soul, he unleashed a flurry of wind blades, severing the black vines. Did he truly believe I was powerless against him? After all, Blood Wolf was a formidable figure of the four-ringed Soul Master. And although Lu Qingfeng's toxins were exceedingly potent, his speed allowed him to evade danger in a short span. His figure moved with the grace of a fierce wolf, each leap exuding an aura of ferocity. With a swift grasp of his delicate hand, Lu Qingfeng rendered the lecherous man devoid of life, his body shattered beyond recognition. Not a single intact fragment to be found. Is the Soul Battle Sect truly formidable? He elevated his stature and charged towards the Blood Wolf. Soul Technique, Rainfall. In its ordinary state, Rainfall possesses the ability to heal wounds. However, in its current form, it becomes a lethal force, capable of extinguishing life in an instant. With no chance of survival, the advancing momentum of the Blood Wolf was forcefully repelled, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Lu Qingfeng extended a non-toxic vine to elevate Qianrenxue, bringing her to his level, thereby reducing the likelihood of her becoming a target. However, at that moment, an overlooked long-haired Soul Master unexpectedly exhaled flames, scorching the vines. Have you forgotten my presence? Lu Qingfeng smiled faintly. I had almost forgotten why I ventured out to court death. In a heartbeat, his speed surged, bringing him face to face with the long-haired Soul Master. Blood Wolf bellowed, "Be cautious." His body surged forward like a cannonball, but it was too late. The dark rain fell upon the long-haired Soul Master's face, and in less than a breath, life's essence was extinguished. Blood Wolf roared, "I will kill you." His awareness was acutely honed, recalling each soul skill Lu Qingfeng had employed: flight, toxins, vines, and the rain. 4 soul skills, perfectly corresponding to the Soul Sect. As a fellow member of the Soul Sect, he was keenly aware of its limitations. Had it been a typical Soul Master, their soul power would be nearly depleted by now. Thus, he still possessed the strength to fight. With his 4th soul skill, Vicious Wolf Strike, a violet soul ring enveloped Blood Wolf. In the blink of an eye, his figure morphed into that of a true wolf, lunging at Lu Qingfeng. With a sickening sound, the wolf's claws pierced through Lu Qingfeng's right chest, tearing apart the black wings behind him. Yet, in that moment, he smiled. Is it worth it? To trade my life for a mere wound? Blood Wolf, in his final moments, realized he had been poisoned and had little time left. Yet he still boasted with a pretentious air, "To die alongside such a beautiful person, it is worth it." However, Lu Qingfeng strained to rise, invoking the rain before him. Instantly, a fragrant aura enveloped him as purple petals descended, transforming into waves of healing energy. Under this infusion, his wounds began to mend and heal. Bloodwolf's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet he was powerless, for he was already dead. From a distance, Qingfeng approached, her mouth slightly agape, at a loss for words. Qingfeng remained enveloped in darkness, and slowly spoke. The beautiful wisteria flower spirit is one of nature's most pristine creations. It possesses the ability to command the power of wisteria and can heal all the world's ailments. Yet it also harbors the most enigmatic poison known to mankind. Upon finishing his words, he gazed intently at Qingfeng and asked, "Would you be willing to befriend someone like me?" Qingfeng remained silent, enveloping him in a tight embrace, and softly replied, "I am willing." Qingfeng, with a beaming smile, felt his body return to its former state. Petals fell like rain from above, cascading down upon the two, transforming into glimmers of light that dissipated, creating a breathtaking tableau. In this verdant forest, the two forged a unique bond, perhaps one could even call it a deep-seated friendship. Chapter 31. The aristocrat's intrusion. Days later, under a radiant sky. The warm sun kissed Qingfeng's face, prompting him to squint slightly. Lin Qingru, nearby, was washing clothes, a youthful smile gracing her still innocent visage, revealing their mutual comfort in this simple life. Yet, trouble often arrives unbidden. Outside their abode, a noble's carriage halted before their courtyard. A portly nobleman, sporting a bushy beard, disembarked, accompanied by 4 guards. Qingfeng discerned that the highest ranking among them was merely a great soul master, posing no real threat. However, he refrained from resorting to violence, for they needed to continue their studies in this place. Otherwise, they would be compelled to seek refuge elsewhere. This was not something he desired, nor did Lin Qingru. After finally securing a stable home, the thought of further exhausting travels was far from appealing. Thus, it was prudent to avoid any reckless actions. The rotund gentleman approached, bellowing, "Routine inspection. Open your dwelling. A fugitive has recently infiltrated this area, and should I uncover any evidence of harboring such a criminal, the consequences will be dire." Qingfeng chuckled, bemused by the absurdity of the excuse presented. This nobleman had been fixated on Lin Qingru from the outset, evidently captivated by her beauty. Soon, he anticipated a fugitive would make an appearance within the room, leading to their capture. He would perish, while Lin Qingru would be rescued and vow her allegiance to him. How kitsch, he mused. Yet he was curious about the nobleman's expression should the fugitive fail to materialize. He instructed Lin Qingru to lead him to the restroom, where he transformed into a cascade of purple rain, manipulating the vines to eliminate the fugitive within the house, discarding the body outside. Soldiers stormed in, scouring every corner. Yet they found no trace of the fugitive. Instead, a keen-eyed neighbor discovered the corpse and rushed to the nobleman, eager to claim credit. My lord, I have seen him. The fugitive is right here." The nobleman's face darkened as he struck the man, causing several teeth to scatter. "Show me." Moments later, still wearing an ominous expression, the nobleman commanded his subordinates to retrieve the fugitive's body. Without hesitation, he ordered the soldiers to apprehend Lin Qingru. Doubts arose in his mind regarding her possible connection to the fugitive. She must be captured for rigorous interrogation. Lin Qingru, terrified, turned pale and weak as she beheld the advancing soldiers, her legs trembling uncontrollably. "I do not know him. I have no connection to him." Her words tumbled out incoherently. Yet she stood defiantly in front of Qingfeng, warming his heart with her bravery. Alas, it seemed they must flee once more. It was time to seek refuge elsewhere. Qingfeng sighed softly, preparing to employ his beastly soul technique, when an unexpected turn of events transpired. What an imposing presence! A flamboyantly dressed young man emerged into the view of the crowd, exuding an elegant demeanor and a chilling aura that drew everyone's gaze. Behind him trailed 2 figures clad in black robes, their gender indiscernible, likely serving as his protectors. How dare a mere noble in this confined space brazenly abduct 2 women in broad daylight? Do you not recognize the law? The speaker was none other than Qingfeng, though he did not disclose his identity, stating in a nonchalant manner, "I cannot recall such outrageous conduct permitted within the empire. Capturing fugitives does not equate to abducting individuals." The noble, evidently unfamiliar with Qinghe, wore an expression of disdain, declaring, "The law? In this city of Notting, I am the law. Who are you, a mere child, to question me? I am the brother of the city lord's wife, the esteemed brother-in-law." Qingfeng replied coolly, "Even the city lord of Notting must adhere to the law. Depart at once." The noble scoffed, My brother is the city lord of Notting. Qian Rinxue reiterated, leave this place, taking your entourage with you. The noble persisted. My brother is the city lord of Notting. Qian Rinxue's patience waned, leave. The noble continued, my brother is the city lord of Notting. The crowd watched, bewildered. Even the most temperate soul would find it vexing to encounter such obstinacy. The former scholar chose silence, instead producing a token belonging to the imperial city. The noble was instantly stricken with fear, collapsing to the ground in tears. Brother, I was wrong. His words and demeanor were exceedingly sincere, clearly born of experience. Noticing Qian Rinxue's displeasure, he hastily retreated with his followers, moving with the swiftness of a fleeting breeze. Truly, he was a remarkably agile, rotund figure. Qingfeng lamented the advantages of power and influence. Yet, in the end, one must possess absolute strength. Without it, power becomes mere rhetoric. Furthermore, he remained uncertain of Qian Rinxue's purpose for being here. In fact, just a few days prior, he had pondered why Qian Rinxue would appear in this place, but ultimately could not conceive a reason significant enough to warrant her presence, unless she had known of Ziyu's existence from the outset, which seemed implausible. Qian Rinxue dismissed the crowd and approached Lin Qingru to offer her comfort. Qingfeng listened nearby, nearly unable to suppress a laugh. For it was evident that Qian Rinxue was not adept at offering comfort. The two guards maintained their composure, revealing little in the way of expression. Yet one could surmise that they, too, were enduring a profound torment. Once the consolation concluded, Lin Qingru leaned discreetly towards Lu Qingfeng's ear and whispered, does this younger brother have some issues? I can't shake the feeling that his mind isn't quite right. Lu Qingfeng could no longer contain his laughter, yet he quickly ceased. Qian Rinxue gazed at him and inquired, what is it that you find amusing? Lu Qingfeng spoke with righteous indignation, it is not me. I did not laugh. Do not speak nonsense. He sighed. Qian Rinxue no longer lingered on the matter, pushing him away and handing him a token. With this token in hand, as long as he remained within the empire, no one would trouble him. Remember, this is not for you. The token gleamed a resplendent gold, inscribed with the emblem of the royal house, and at its center, 3 grand characters proclaimed, Prince's Token. He was taken aback that Qian Rinxue had come to bestow this upon him. However, it seemed inappropriate. Could she not have sent a trusted aide instead? Why must she come personally? He inquired, is there nothing else? Qian Rinxue replied nonchalantly, a hint of secret delight in her words. Initially, there was. But now there is not. I am in a good mood today. If you have something to discuss, perhaps I could assist you. Lu Qingfeng fell silent for a moment, uncertain of what schemes Qian Rinxue was concocting. Yet, a pie falling from the sky is an opportunity not to be missed. He immediately expressed his desire. I seek a master who can teach me the art of medicine. I wish to learn healing. Chapter 32, Traditional Chinese Medicine and Pharmacology. Medicine, after all, is also a means of sustenance for someone with disabilities. I will find you an excellent teacher. You may learn whatever you desire. Qian Rinxue felt that everything seemed to be unfolding in her favor today. This child, once he masters the art of medicine, would be able to sustain himself, and his profound connection with the Soul Emperor would be fully utilized. A teacher was soon found, though the instruction was rather rudimentary, focusing on the use of medicinal herbs, which offered little assistance in his quest for knowledge about the human body's acupoints. How could such superficial medical knowledge yield significant results? Suddenly, it struck him that this Douluo Continent was steeped in a Western backdrop. How could there possibly be Eastern practices of traditional medicine? With this realization, Lu Qingfeng sighed both day and night, putting his study of the 9 extreme combat techniques on hold to devote himself earnestly to medicine. Observing his diligence and intelligence, the teacher began to impart various advanced techniques to him. Thus commenced a routine of attending the master's lessons in the morning and studying medicine in the afternoon. Surprisingly, although this lifestyle was somewhat monotonous, it allowed Lu Qingfeng to acquire knowledge beyond his expectations, filling his mind with numerous ideas that he endeavored to put into practice. The most remarkable instance was when he and the physician utilized the principles of pharmacological antagonism to concoct a completely natural and harmless poison, successfully hunting down a century-old soul beast. This discovery prompted Qian Rinxue to provide even more medicinal materials, cultivation resources, and royal medical texts, propelling their research in medical pharmacology to new heights. Every day brought forth new revelations, along with increasingly potent poisons or antidotes, all derived from ordinary herbs, without the use of any mystical elixirs. Yet, even with such humble ingredients, they managed to slay a nearly 500-year-old soul beast, of course, with the accompaniment of other soul masters. The physician was elated, but Lu Qifeng felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, as he sensed something within him awakening a deeper obsession with pharmacological studies. This was not merely due to a passion for medicine. It was because the system had finally deemed him worthy of tasks. Ding! Congratulations, host, for unlocking the side quest, The Path of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Practitioner. Phase 1. Completion of Pharmacological Research. 80. Reward. A volume of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Practitioner's Inheritance Manual. A traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Upon acquiring this text, he could finally begin cultivating his 9 extreme combat techniques. However, he did not abandon the growth task of the traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, for according to his understanding, a poison master is not defined by their craft. Perhaps he could leverage the characteristics of his second soul skill to become a poison physician. This way, he wouldn't need to carry additional medicines, saving a considerable sum, truly a stroke of fortune. Time passed steadily, and the physician gradually struggled to keep pace with him. Their roles began to reverse, and even the master frequently visited to discuss medical matters with him. The prodigious talent of Tang San was similarly drawn to learn from him, and he, in turn, gleaned some knowledge from Tang San, albeit minimally. 2 months elapsed, and the inheritance manual of the traditional Chinese medicine practitioner finally materialized. Upon receiving this tome, Lu Qifeng did not rush to cultivate but meticulously studied it, absorbing all the knowledge within. After a month of thorough examination, he finally began his practice of the 9 extreme combat techniques. Yet, during his initial attempt, he encountered a setback. His entire body flushed crimson, as if he were a copper statue engulfed in flames, exuding steam. Nonetheless, he understood the reason for this transformation. His significant injuries were hampering his ascension, and his cultivation had stagnated at the 21st level for quite some time. He had experienced confusion, anxiety, and panic. But all of this was soothed by Lin Qingru's unassuming gestures and sincere words of comfort. Now he focused solely on the study of poisons within traditional medicine. Their quality of life improved tremendously, with decreasing visits to the academy. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, the lively rabbit spirit, often visited, engaging in playful banter with Lin Qingru. Seeking medical attention was trivial. What mattered most was that his spine had begun to heal gradually through persistent effort and with the use of rainfall at night. The pace of recovery accelerated significantly. His spine felt akin to a serpent on the verge of metamorphosis, poised to emerge even stronger. One day, several years later, with Lin Qingru's help, Lu Qingfeng slowly stood upright. This was the first time in years that he had risen from his wheelchair, using his own legs. They embraced, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Finally, he could stand. The atmosphere in the room was charged with emotion, and onlookers were moved to tears. The physician approached, patting his shoulder. "You've stood up. You've stood up." Over the years, aside from Lin Qingru, the physician had never left. Compelled by Qianren Shui to impart his medical knowledge, and driven by a personal desire, he viewed Lu Qifeng as his own child, pouring his entire life's learning into him, alongside the remnants of his love. After the fleeting joy came a long-lasting blend of happiness and sorrow. He had to depart, whether due to Qianren Shui's influence or his own quest for strength. This departure meant leaving Lin Qingru behind. The reason was simple. She was merely immortal. That night, the 11-year-old boy knelt before Lin Qingru's door. Eyes reddened, but not a single tear fell. They spent the night awake, reminiscing about their shared past. Inside the room, Lin Qingru stained a watercolor painting inscribed with Lu Qifeng's name with her tears, the inky blackness flowing over the white paper, erasing its purity and transforming it into a ruined canvas devoid of imagery. As dawn broke, Lu Qifeng leaned against the door and spoke his final words. "Qingru, wait for me. I will surely return to marry you." They both understood that their bond had transcended the innocence of sibling affection, blossoming into something noble and hopeful, an emotion called love. Silence enveloped the room, and after his departure, a weary-looking girl emerged, gazing at the youth who was gradually fading into the distance. "I will wait for you to return and marry me." Chapter 33. Entering Shrek Academy. In truth, there was still a year until the promised rendezvous with Qianren Shui, so he had no intention of seeking her out just yet. Instead, he relied on his own strength and resources to arrive at Soto City in the Barak Kingdom, not far from a place he had longed to visit, Shrek Academy. He wondered how powerful its inhabitants had become and anticipated their encounter with great eagerness. Shrek Academy is nestled within a quaint little village, and the rationale for its location is quite simple: a lack of financial resources. Gazing at the dilapidated buildings before him, Lu Qifeng expressed his reluctance to attend school here. His purpose for coming was to encounter the protagonist of this world and to assess his own capabilities. Of course, there was also the obligation to fulfill the tasks assigned by the system, which had inexplicably begun to issue missions, a rather inhumane turn of events. Ding. The system has detected the host's dissatisfaction and has activated a personalized service, consuming one lottery opportunity. Initially, Qingfeng nodded in agreement, considering the system to be somewhat teachable. However, upon hearing the latter part of the message, he became quite agitated. Please, dear grandfather, refrain from activating it. You are already sufficiently humane as it is. Ding. In light of the host's candid acknowledgement, the task difficulty has been increased, and the mission has been altered. Ding. New task issued. The rise of a champion. As a man of the system, one must strive to surpass all rivals. Challenge the protagonist's team and achieve victory within 3 years, with a current completion status of 0. Additional task. Challenge Zhao Wuji and endure for the duration of a single incense stick. Task rewards. To be determined based on task completion. Additional task reward. Enlightenment X1. Silent as a breeze, Qingfeng pondered the futility of challenging the imposing figure before him. After all, such an endeavor would be an act of self-inflicted torment. With a heart harboring ulterior motives, he ventured into Shrek Academy. The entrance was devoid of guardians, allowing him easy passage, yet he was soon halted by a voice. What brings you here, young man? It was an elderly gentleman, exuding warmth, yet his presence radiated an undeniable aura of authority. Each step he took bearing down with formidable pressure upon Qingfeng. This must be the Soul Emperor, the one who would conduct the soul power test at the gate a year hence. Not daring to be presumptuous, Qingfeng humbly replied, "Respected elder, I am but a traveler journeying through the realms. Upon witnessing the remarkable nature of this place, I felt compelled to pay a visit." The elder responded, "Traveler, this is merely a dilapidated academy, lacking in wonders. It bears no distinction from other villages. Perhaps you should seek your sights elsewhere." Clearly, the Soul Emperor had no intention of granting him entry. However, Qingfeng was well prepared. Having anticipated Shrek Academy's financial constraints and secured a substantial sum from Xiaoyu prior to his arrival, with several hundred golden soul coins in hand, he was confident that the elder's resolve could be swayed. "Respected elder, I find myself quite parched. Might I trouble you for a glass of water?" As he spoke, he placed the bag of gold coins into the elder's hands. Initially, the elder appeared displeased, but upon glimpsing the gleaming coins, he cleared his throat and discreetly accepted them. Though Shrek Academy does not typically accommodate outsiders, seeing that you are still quite young, I shall permit you to enter for a brief respite, he conceded. As they meandered along the path, the elderly man deliberately guided him in a circuitous route, leading to the sight of Oscar, who was diligently practicing alongside another soul master. Indeed, he resembled the character portrayed in the original narrative, a robust, hirsute gentleman. He yearned to catch a glimpse of Oscar's face, yet was forcibly whisked away by the venerable Soul Emperor. The other two individuals remained unseen, their whereabouts unknown, possibly causing mischief elsewhere. After a leisurely stroll through the academy, the Soul Emperor ushered him into the kitchen and poured a glass of water, inquiring, "Pray tell, what brings you here?" Evidently, wisdom comes with age. Qingfeng had no intention of deceiving anyone with his words or the golden soul coins. Each of these formidable beings possessed a depth of insight, and even the seemingly dim-witted Zhao Wuji had a certain shrewdness. How much more so this cunning elder, who exuded a deceptive charm. Yet, he was prepared with an alternative narrative. "In truth, I hail from the heavenly Douluo Royal Academy. I heard from Brother Xiao that there are many powerful students at Shrek Academy, which piqued my curiosity to come and gauge the disparity between us." As he spoke, he produced a token from his bosom, a token of the royal city, which had been given to him by Qianrenxue. The elder glanced at the token before returning it. "Ah, is that child Xiao? No wonder he is so extravagant. However, your timing is unfortunate. You find yourself here alone today. If you wish to wait for everyone to arrive, it will take some time." "That's all right," Qingfeng replied. "I would like to challenge that support-type Soul Master first." "Soul Emperor, you are also a support-type Soul Master?" "Not at all," Qingfeng shook his head. "I am a powerful assault type." "Soul Emperor, do you not feel any embarrassment? How audacious to seek a duel with a support-type master. Are you here merely to seek validation? Rest assured, I will challenge him in a manner we both find acceptable, and I shall triumph." The elder's expression grew peculiar. "He is a support type. You cannot engage him in combat." "Fear not, that will not be the case." Qingfeng smiled, a warm and amiable smile. The elder's lips twitched, sensing impending trouble. Yet, he dismissed the matter, for he was a Soul Emperor. Having tested the boy, who was merely a 21st level battle soul master, he felt no fear. Furthermore, knowing Xiao, he doubted the boy would resort to violence. Yet, the vague sense of guilt lingered inexplicably. Soon, the two arrived at the training ground of Oscar. After a brief exchange, the two powerful beings left the scene to the two youths. Oscar approached, somewhat bewildered. You wish to challenge me? But I am a support-type soul master. I surely cannot compete with you. A faint smile curled at the corners of Lu Qingfeng's lips as he mischievously remarked, We shall excel in what you are adept at, enhancement support. A profound silence enveloped the venue, prompting even Oscar's teacher to nudge the nearby soul emperor, questioning, Are you certain this child isn't jesting? He held unwavering confidence in his disciple, the continent's first prodigy endowed with innate full soul power in the culinary arts. To compare oneself to him in enhancement support is nothing short of absurdity. Oscar, momentarily taken aback, soon erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Are you, indeed, sure? Lu Qifeng gazed at him with a smile, saying, Laugh all you want. Soon enough, the blow will come that even your mother wouldn't recognize you. Chapter 34. The pill and Oscar felt a bit out of sorts and quickly composed himself, stating gravely, Did you come first, or did I? Yet, despite his serious tone, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was simply too amusing. A master of battle souls competing in enhancement against a support soul master. Was this not the epitome of absurdity? No, to call it absurd would be too generous. It was more akin to a fanciful daydream, one in which one finds oneself stepping in dog excrement. Truly bizarre. Haha. Lu Qifeng, undeterred, retrieved the herbs he had meticulously prepared and utilized the tools within the soul guiding device for grinding and concoction. It is worth mentioning that this soul guiding device was a gift from Qianrenxue. Having a wealthy benefactor certainly brings joy. Oscar, having finally ceased his quiet chuckle, sensed the gravity of the situation as these tools were unveiled. The moon ticket flower, the recommendation grass, and the seeking you leaf, these were no ordinary herbs. They held significant potential for healing injuries. Was he about to brew medicine? Lu Qifeng remained silent, his adept hands skillfully crushed and kneaded various medicinal herbs, placing them into a jar. Before long, a delightful aroma of herbs wafted through the air. Upon inhaling deeply, Oscar felt an invigorating clarity, as though his entire being had been purified. With each subsequent breath, he was transported to a warm spring day, enveloped in unparalleled comfort. How delightful! He exclaimed, a wave of longing surging within him, as if he wished to savor the contents of the jar immediately. The two elderly men nearby were also drawn closer, captivated by the enchanting fragrance of the medicine. What a wonderful scent! I have never witnessed such a method of preparation. You are quite an impressive young man. Who is your master? Inquired Oscar's white-bearded mentor, evidently intrigued by the concoction. Lu Qingfeng did not respond. Instead, he poured the medicinal liquid into a bowl, patiently waiting for it to cool. In truth, I felt I had already triumphed. Esteemed seniors, I implore you to sample my enhancement potion, the P1 elixir. P1. Nurturing the foundation and cultivating the essence is intriguing. Yet, I wonder how it compares to my disciple's prowess. The four of us remained silent, awaiting the cooling of the concoction. Soon, the two seniors consumed the liquid, their eyes widening in astonishment as they sensed a warm current flowing through their bodies. The once stagnant soul force began to rise, albeit slightly, and there were faint signs of recovery from past ailments. They exchanged glances filled with complexity, unsure of how to articulate their thoughts. Lu Qifeng, having anticipated this reaction, promptly retrieved a small pill from his storage pouch. This is the minor P1 pill, composed of commonly found ingredients and quite affordable. Although its efficacy is modest, it is still sufficient for great soul masters. For those above soul respect, further enhancements can be made through ingredient substitutions, and it boasts a long shelf life. The two seniors sampled the minor P1 pill once more, furrowing their brows as one remarked, You have indeed emerged victorious with this restoration. However, wait, why am I the one who has failed? Oscar protested, feeling aggrieved. He had not even commenced his endeavor yet found himself defeated. He was unafraid of failure, yet this particular defeat was unprecedented. Lu Qifeng remained silent as he produced another small P1 pill, allowing the two elders to examine it before handing it to Oscar. Eagerly, Oscar consumed the pill, which melted in his mouth, offering a delightful blend of sweet and sour flavors. He added a hint of sour plum, enhancing its taste. Oh, how delicious! However, the essence lies beyond mere flavor. Oscar reveled in the sensation as the medicinal properties transformed into a warm current within him, permeating his entire being, making him feel as if he were luxuriating in a hot spring. He acknowledged his defeat this time, into a battle soul master no less. As a talented support-type soul master, he found this outcome unacceptable and promptly proposed a series of other challenges. You may have won this time, but what of healing injuries? Restoring soul power, enhancing various states, and boosting attack strength? Lu Qingfeng had long anticipated his response, thus he had prepared for every eventuality. The profound and intricate principles of traditional Chinese medicine, with its ancient remedies designed for recovery and fortification, had been the focus of his extensive research over the years. His understanding of both this world and the pharmacological sciences had reached an extraordinary level, rendering this mere Oscar route utterly inconsequential to him. Today, I shall allow you to experience the despair that I command. A glimmer of light flickered from the soul guiding device, and 3 boxes materialized before him. He gestured toward the boxes, introducing them from left to right. This one contains the Great Strength Pill, which enhances physical power. This one holds the Swift Elixir, which augments speed, and this particular one is the legendary Vitality Tonic, which brings joy to women and makes men shine with vigor. The expressions of the 3 individuals were peculiar and enigmatic, leaving them uncertain whether to express delight or confusion. Clearing his throat, Lu Qingfeng offered an awkward smile. Pardon the mistake. This is actually the copper skin and iron bone medicine, which fortifies one's defenses, making the body as resilient as iron. Each of the 3 individuals sampled the pills, and the potency only increased, with effects capable of compounding. Oscar consumed the copper skin and iron bone medicine, and instantly, every part of his body became as unyielding as iron. His eyes lost their luster, and he collapsed to the ground, creating 2 overlapping depressions, one deep, one shallow. Lu Qingfeng stood there, refraining from mockery, patiently awaiting his awakening. However, there was no sign of him rousing even until midnight. Meanwhile, 2 seniors huddled together, conversing. Did that medicine prove beneficial for you? What medicine? I am completely unaware. I don't possess any. Share some with me. I know you have stashed it away. Hurry. I will give you a gold soul coin. Oh really? You are hoarding gold soul coins? Just wait until I inform the dean upon my return. You shall be in trouble. Lu Qingfeng was astonished that 2 formidable warriors could quarrel over golden soul coins and vitality pills. Had he known, he would undoubtedly have laughed heartily, proclaiming, I am your true master. Indeed, selling medicine is the most prosperous path to wealth. At that moment, within the esteemed Shrek Academy, Lu Qingfeng stood silently before Oscar. The cool, silvery moonlight bathed the 2 figures, casting their contrasting silhouettes. The despondent Oscar gazed at the person who had left him utterly defeated, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. He attempted several times to speak, yet found himself lacking the courage to voice his thoughts. Lu Qingfeng feigned the demeanor of an otherworldly sage and inquired, Do you comprehend the reason for your defeat? I do not, came the reply. It is because you overly rely on your martial soul. Only by relinquishing your attachment to your martial soul can you truly grasp the profound essence of support. It is only at that juncture that you can genuinely evolve into a competent support-type soul master. Chapter 35, Ma Hongjun. Oscar stood in a daze, momentarily at a loss for words. What do you mean? Lu Qingfeng suddenly turned around, his eyes gleaming with intensity. What I mean is you. Do you not comprehend what it means to be a support-type soul master? Before I could respond, Lu Qingfeng raised his voice. What is a support-type soul master? It is someone who provides enhancements to their teammates, enabling them to fight valiantly while standing at the rear, basking in the glory of victory. This is not the kind of support that a team truly needs. This is akin to a mere idle lord, a figure who cannot sustain himself. Are you merely content to bestow various buffs upon them? Is that not the case? Lu Qingfeng smiled disdainfully. Of course not. A proficient support-type soul master should fight alongside their teammates. Why should I refrain from using debuffs on them when I can bestow beneficial states? Even a single word or gesture from me may influence the entire battlefield. Adding states is merely the most rudimentary approach. But what? Are you suggesting that as a support-type soul master, I possess no means to strike at the enemy? You have a mouth, you have hands and feet. So why can't you rely on yourself? The power of words is boundless, and human creativity knows no limits. What do you see here? Lu Qingfeng extracted a small pill from his ring and crushed it, releasing a plume of green gas that wafted through the air, imbued with a hint of sweet fragrance that beckoned curiosity. Oscar, upon witnessing this verdant phenomenon, instinctively recoiled, yet found himself drawn to the enticing aroma, momentarily mistaking it for some form of enhancing elixir. What was this substance? Meanwhile, Lu Qingfeng wore a devilish grin, the cold moonlight casting shadows that highlighted his malevolent expression. This is a paralysis pill. Those who inhale its scent will succumb to a brief state of numbness. It's referred to as a poison pill. Isn't it intriguing? This is precisely the method employed by support-type soul masters to launch their attacks. If I were to assist my teammates in battle, I would prepare such poison pills in advance and hand the antidote to my allies. Tell me, which team do you think would prevail, one armed with poison pills or one without? Oscar yearned to counter this reasoning, but soon realized he lacked the means. Deep down, he understood the fallacy of such logic. Consuming pills invariably inflicted harm upon the body, accumulating toxic residues. These were the inevitable repercussions of pill consumption. For every remedy, there lies a poison. Regardless of strength, nothing could rival the capabilities of a soul master as support. He wished to cry out, to turn the tide in his favor, yet found his body rigid, his mouth incapable of forming words. Just then, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Oscar, who is left speechless. Task complete. Current task completion level, 17. At this juncture, Qingfeng resolved to depart, sensing that upon awakening, he might face a beating. Although Oscar possessed little skill, his incessant chatter was likely to become a source of annoyance. Before leaving, he scattered numerous poison pills on the ground, sufficient for Oscar to consume an entire jar. However, unbeknownst to him, that night would drive Oscar to madness, as each step he took was tainted with poison. The kaleidoscopic gases and the ominous green ring above his head preventing him from finding solace in sleep. He vowed that one day, he would personally eliminate this insufferable human. The following morning, a figure returned, a rotund man, barely standing at 1.60 meters, his corpulence eliciting a sense of humor. Ma Hongjun, let us see what you look like when I bring you down early in the day. With this thought, Qingfeng approached, tapping Ma Hongjun on the shoulder. Little chick, I see your extraordinary talent. You have the makings of greatness. Would you care to learn the art of departure from me? Upon hearing the term little chick, Ma Hongjun erupted in fury, bellowing, Who are you calling a little chick? Instantly, he manifested his martial spirit, transforming into a figure adorned with a comb atop his head and feathers adorning his arms, a veritable little chick. Who are you calling a little chick? His face flushed with rage, purple flames flickered from his mouth, the atmosphere thick with tension, as if a single misstep from Qingfeng could ignite a fiery demise. Yet, he was blissfully unaware that Qingfeng intentionally sought to provoke this reaction, to incite Ma Hongjun into combat, thereby securing his own amusement for the day. Thus, he chose to respond with a hellishly aggravating retort. With a wide-eyed expression of innocent bewilderment, he declared, Of course, I'm speaking of you. Is there another little chick present? Before he could finish, Ma Hongjun, consumed by wrath, unleashed a torrent of purple flames, intent on annihilating him. As Qingfeng nimbly leapt aside to evade the incoming strike, he spun around to deliver a thrust followed by a sweeping kick, toppling Ma Hongjun to the ground. From his elevated position, he looked down with a grin reminiscent of a Qingfeng bear and taunted, This little chicken can breathe fire too. Doesn't he risk turning himself into a roast chicken? This remark further incensed Ma Hongjun, causing his entire body to tremble with rage, his soul rings materializing around him. Intense heat coalesced within his mouth, ultimately transforming into a fiery beam, shooting forth. His first soul skill, Phoenix Ray. The evil fire phoenix undoubtedly ranked among the continent's premier martial souls, and even this single display of heat could deter many formidable assault-type soul masters. It was even conceivable that Dai Mubai, transformed into his white tiger form, might struggle to withstand it. Yet Qingfeng was different. He was a practitioner of the 9 extreme battle techniques and had successfully cultivated the first layer to an introductory level. His physical prowess was exceptional, complemented by the white tiger's claws, granting him the capacity to withstand this assault. Thus, he stood firm, unflinching, as the purple flame struck him directly. Ma Hongjun was immediately filled with regret, realizing he had allowed his fury to cloud his judgment. How could a mere child possibly endure such a powerful attack? What if something were to happen to him? Would he not regret it for a lifetime? You mustn't die. As he thought this, the flames dissipated, leaving Ma Hongjun and the 2 observing elders astonished. Are you certain this child belongs to the assault category? Such defensive capability is not typical for one of his type. Perhaps he consumed some sort of elixir. Let us observe further. I sense this child harbors some ulterior motive rather than merely coming to spectate. Chapter 36. Overcoming Ma Hongjun. The purpose of his visit could be pondered later. For now, it would suffice to witness how Ma Hongjun and Oscar, who had shown rather slow progress over the years, might react to this child as challenge. One of the stronger figures mused, "Indeed, let us first ascertain the extent of this child's strength." The focus shifted back to the arena, where Ma Hongjun was once again filled with rage, unable to tolerate the presence of this handsome child before him. His face flushed crimson, yet he could not muster a retort. What do you mean? Do you think you are a unique firework? No, no. You are merely an ordinary chicken, a chicken among chickens, and not even one worth consuming due to your excessive weight." Ma Hongjun trembled with fury as the phoenix dance spirit manifested behind him. His second soul skill, Bathing Fire Phoenix, a yellow soul ring emerged, and his entire being ignited with a layer of purple flame, surging forth to form a phoenix shape, albeit a rather corpulent one, resembling a phoenix that had overeaten. With short, stubby wings, this phoenix is truly diminutive and feeble. This statement only further ignited the flames of his fury, his emotions boiling over like a steam engine propelling his soul power. With a roar, a searing purple flame surged toward Lu Qingfeng, enveloping him in an instant. "I shall transform you into a roast chicken." Ma Hongjun relished the thought, believing that if Lu Qingfeng were so formidable, he ought to withstand it. Yet, as moments passed, the figure within remained motionless. Could it be that he had truly burned to death? In truth, the hidden elders were amused. Having witnessed Lu Qingfeng's swift retreat the moment the flames approached, a speed unmatched even by many 30-level agility-type soul masters. This child is indeed peculiar, seemingly enjoying himself immensely. What curious contraptions does he have stored in his soul guide? They chuckled, eager to see what unexpected surprises he might present. Ma Hongjun anxiously watched as the figure within the flames gradually diminished until it vanished entirely. His heart raced. Had he truly perished, consumed by his own flames? He struggled to accept this reality, his face paling. Just then, a hand helped him up, offering reassurance. "Fear not. I shall be waiting for you below." Ma Hongjun was still grappling with his thoughts when Lu Qingfeng executed a shoulder throw, slamming him back to the ground, utterly disoriented. Mere moments ago, he had been comforted, and now, in an instant, he found himself thrown aside. However, upon seeing Lu Qingfeng's face, he felt a mix of emotions. Realizing it was indeed Lu Qingfeng who stood before him, smiling slyly. "Rest assured, even if you perish, I shall remain." At that moment, realization struck him. He had been outwitted. The figure consumed by flames was not a person, but rather a human-shaped model he had crafted for reference while practicing the 9 extreme battle techniques. The first layer had already been mastered, diminishing the model's significance, and he had produced 5 of them, with 4 still residing in his spatial ring. Just as Ma Hongjun prepared to voice his thoughts, a figure suddenly appeared before him, a massive fist swinging back and forth in front of him. The speed was astonishing, leaving him no time to react. "Tell me, is this fist large?" Yes. Ma Hongjun struggled to swallow, daring not to deny its size. A negative response would surely result in it landing squarely on his face. And does it resemble a bun or a sandbag? Bun. Sandbag. He had intended to say bun but abruptly changed his mind. Internally, he felt relieved, recognizing his cleverness. Otherwise, that fist would have struck him down. However, who was Lu Qingfeng? A youth of the 21st century. His tricks were far beyond what this naive child could comprehend. With a slight shake of his fist and narrowed eyes, Lu Qingfeng declared, "Let us play a game of hitting the sandbag." Ma Hongjun immediately sensed impending doom. Before he could respond, the fist connected with his face, leaving his left eye black and blue, causing tears to stream down his face. Yet, despite the pain, he refrained from crying out, merely sobbing softly, his body trembling like a chastised child. Lu Qingfeng paid no heed to such matters. He once again thrust his fist into Ma Hongjun's face, inquiring, "What does it resemble now?" "A bun, a large bun," Ma Hongjun blurted out before Lu Qingfeng could finish. "Indeed, you've mastered the art of quick responses. Do you believe yourself to be quite clever?" "Well, indeed you are," he chuckled heartily. "Congratulations on your correct answer. I bestow upon you a large bun. Are you not elated, perhaps even surprised?" Ma Hongjun retorted, "I'm as joyful as a banana." Bang! 2 dark circles appeared on Ma Hongjun's visage. However, the system prompt had yet to materialize, leaving him with no choice but to reluctantly clench his fist. Expressing his distress, "Do not blame me. This is for your own good. Remember, beyond the mountains, there are people, and beyond those people, there are even more formidable ones." With a cacophony of sounds, Ma Hongjun curled up on the ground, trembling in fear. "You are not human. You are not human. I have surrendered. Yet you continue to strike me." Regrettably, the system prompt had not yet arrived, leaving him no alternative but to proceed in this manner. I cannot simply say that I have not completed my task, can I? So, you must endure this hardship and take your beating. Thud. Just as he prepared to land a punch, a hidden soul emperor struck him down with a swift kick. Enough. Another blow and you shall be disfigured. What manner of martial soul do you possess? Not only is your strength remarkable, but your defense and speed are astonishingly swift as well. Lu Qingfeng gazed quietly at Ma Hongjun, reluctant to respond, as his mission remained unfulfilled. Ding. Mission accomplished. Challenge Ma Hongjun successfully. Current task completion level, 27. Chapter 37. Entering the Soul Fighting Arena. Upon hearing the system's announcement and confirming the completion of his task, Lu Qingfeng finally addressed the inquiry of the Soul Emperor. My martial spirit is rather subpar. Is it possible for it to grow stronger? Yet, martial spirit is not the foremost concern. What truly matters is diligence, effort, perseverance, and relentless striving. The crowd responded with skepticism. Heh, I can hardly believe you. It was evident that Lu Qingfeng was being cunning in the eyes of the Soul Emperor, who, with a smile, stepped forward, narrowing his eyes and raising a fist. As if to engage in a discussion, is it akin to a sandbag or more like a bun? Lu Qingfeng could not allow the situation to persist any longer. He immediately conceded, acknowledging his mistake. Senior, I am in the wrong. My martial soul is the White Tiger, a powerful assault type, with a soul power level of 21. As he spoke, he directly activated his beast transformation martial skill, transforming into a White Tiger Beastman. Instantly, a brilliant light enveloped him, and the White Tiger let out a resounding roar, exuding an unparalleled might. At that moment, his appearance was quite formidable. He stood nearly 2 meters tall, adorned with flowing white hair, sporting sharp claws and menacing fangs, with piercing emerald eyes. Each breath he took released a fierce aura, accompanied by a strong scent of blood. The onlookers were taken aback, utterly astonished. Among them, the plump boy, Ma Hongjun, felt an intense sense of unfairness. Why? Why should this person's martial soul be more impressive than mine? It is unjust. Oscar exclaimed in disbelief. This is also a White Tiger? No way. Could he be from the same clan as Daimubai? His words drew the attention of everyone, their gazes fixated on Lu Qingfeng. At that moment, each of them began to harbor their own suspicions. What connection did Daimubai have with this individual? The identical White Tiger martial soul could not merely be a coincidence. Even if it were a coincidence, the odds seemed far too improbable, especially given their presence at Shrek Academy and the token from the Tiando royal family. In that instant, everyone was eager to hear how this young man would elucidate the matter. Lu Qingfeng spoke calmly and steadily, stating, I am not acquainted with the individual you refer to as Big Brother Dai. I am merely a minor character in the Heavenly Do Imperial City. Under the guidance of Brother Xiao, I have come here to test my abilities and to meet a wider array of people and experiences. Beyond that, I harbor no ulterior motives. To emphasize his unfamiliarity with Daimubai, he reiterated his statement, insisting that he truly did not know him. However, observing the expressions of those around him, he felt as though he was speaking to a wall, his attempts only complicating matters further. Resigned, he decided to let them indulge in their conjectures, curious to see what fantastical tale they might concoct. Ah, Xiaofeng. We are all aware of the unspoken understanding among us. It is likely that you have never encountered Daimubai here. Xiaoyao, please go and fetch Daimubai. Let us reminisce for a while. Upon hearing the news, Lu Qingfeng was instantly invigorated. He had feared he might not see Daimubai after all. However, the prospect of being able to find him was indeed fortuitous. With a smile, he entered alongside the formidable Soul Emperor, but soon became aware that his grin appeared somewhat peculiar, prompting him to temper his expression. This scene, in turn, evoked vivid imaginings among the bystanders, who speculated that this must undoubtedly be a melodramatic tale, one rife with betrayal and brotherly conflict. They mused that the narratives exchanged here would surpass those penned in novels, particularly in an era where begging seemed more lucrative than writing. The group made their way into a room where the furnishings were meticulously arranged. As soon as the two powerful figures took their seats, they began to bombard Lu Qingfeng with inquiries, their intensity reminiscent of a blind date. Far more intimidating, in fact. It felt as though they could unearth the secrets of his ancestry with a mere question. Their relentless barrage of questions was overwhelming, leaving him in a state of acute discomfort. Were these humans truly devils, so enamored with gossip? Had it not been said that only women enjoyed such trivialities? Yet, here were these individuals, far older than any young maiden, equally engrossed in the conversation. Oscar, how I wish you would return. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun pondered to himself, humph. Just wait until Boss Dai returns. I shall see to it that you are properly dealt with. Before long, Oscar returned alone, having failed to locate Dai Mubai. I searched every brothel, but he was nowhere to be found. He must have wandered off to some other place for amusement. Lu Qingfeng remained silent. Aware that time was abundant and there was no urgency to linger, staying any longer might lead to inquiries about the color of his undergarments. He rose to his feet and spoke. Esteemed seniors, since Dai Mubai is absent, I shall not intrude upon your esteemed institution. Oh, young Feng, are you departing? Are you not waiting for Dai Mubai? The Soul Emperor remarked, suddenly illuminating with excitement. Young Feng, would you consider joining us at Shrek Academy? Although your soul power has yet to reach the requisite level, your combat prowess in practice is already commendable. I can make an exception and accept you as my disciple. That will not be necessary, he replied. My soul power is insufficient, and it would be unfair for your esteemed academy to bend the rules for me. Besides, I have yet to reach the appropriate age. With further training, I could possibly join next year. Ah, young Feng, do take care. The Soul Emperor could only wish him well as he departed. After all, he was connected to Dai Mubai, and it was likely he belonged to the same noble lineage, complicating matters given his ties to the royal family of the Star Luo Empire. Thank you, esteemed senior. I shall return next year, he declared, his fighting spirit ignited. For on that day, no matter who it was, all would be present, and his mission could be fulfilled. As for Shrek Academy, that was not an option. He deemed it impossible for a lifetime. Why would he forsake the superior Heavenly Royal Academy to attend here? The allure of the protagonist's status was insufficient to draw him in. Upon exiting Shrek Academy, Lu Qingfeng activated his hidden skill and soon arrived at Soto City. Here, another attraction awaited him, the Grand Soul Arena. There was a stringent graduation requirement at Shrek Academy that seemed to correlate with the Grand Soul Arena, involving some sort of token, underscoring the significance of practical combat experience. Donning a mask, Lu Qingfeng entered the Grand Soul Arena, where the young lady at the counter greeted him with enthusiasm. This was not merely due to his appearance, although he had been average-looking in his past life. The distinctive charm of a man akin to Uncle Cheng still rendered him quite appealing. Many affluent women had considered taking him under their wing, but he had firmly declined. After all, he believed in love. Sir, what brings you here? She inquired. Are you here to participate in the soul battles? It's your first visit. What do you need to do? The young lady presented a token, stating, you must register your identity and pay a deposit. May I have your name, please? Lu Qingfeng, disinclined to engage in further conversation, spoke directly. Martial Monk. My martial soul is a card, and I am a level 29 battle soul master. Here's the deposit. Please arrange an opponent for me at your earliest convenience. Lu Qingfeng casually tossed some Jin Hun coins, anticipating his forthcoming battle. Chapter 38. On the Pinnacle of Pretense. The young lady, upon glancing at Lu Qingfeng, initially perceived him as formidable. However, after a moment's contemplation, she realized he was merely a battle soul master, which proved rather disappointing. It was truly a waste of her affections, such a visage yet lacking in strength, indeed a mere novice. Be cautious, my friend. Everyone here possesses considerable prowess. After hastily completing his identity verification, the lady playfully flirted with him, pondering whether a fleeting romance might blossom. Yet, who was Lu Qingfeng? A being of pure and noble thoughts, utterly uninclined to entertain such vulgar notions. A straightforward refusal was inevitable. Thank you. But may I have the honor of inviting you to dinner later? The counter attendant beamed with delight. Of course. You are always welcome. Before long, guided by another individual, Lu Qingfeng arrived at the Novice Battle Soul Arena, where most participants were of Soul Master rank. It was rare to encounter someone of his caliber. By mere chance, he found himself called to battle immediately, likely orchestrated by that young lady to expedite his match, allowing him to return and engage in activities favored by adults. As for what those activities entailed, well, adults are well aware. In the next match, a monk faced off against the Chain King. The Chain King, a robust figure with his upper body bared, brandished a thick and lengthy chain, his countenance exuding an aura of ferocity akin to that of a red-haired demon. Upon entering the arena, he declared, I am the Chain King, a 32-piece soul master, with the martial spirit of the Crimson Chain. Lu Qingfeng nodded and introduced himself, a martial monk, level 29, a master of weapon spirits, with a weapon spirit card. The moment he spoke, it ignited a wave of laughter from the spectators. Ha ha ha, what is a level 29 doing here? Seeking death? Go home and nurse. Practice for a few more years, and spare us the embarrassment. Indeed, indeed. The boss bets it all on Iron Chain King. If he loses, I'll wash my hair upside down. I'll eat excrement upside down. Iron Chain King also laughed heartily, saying, "Ahaha, you should go play elsewhere. This place is quite perilous." Lu Qingfeng, however, chose to disregard him entirely and directly inquired, "May I commence?" The referee, momentarily taken aback by such audacity, pondered how he possessed the courage to continue. Truly, it was the boldness of a novice unafraid of tigers. Naively believing that all those who frequented the arena were benevolent souls, incapable of inflicting harm. Such innocence was indeed remarkable. With the proclamation, the match commenced. As the words echoed, Lu Qingfeng transformed into a mere shadow, appearing before the Chain King. With both hands clasped into fists, he struck the Chain King with tremendous force. Instantly, the latter was propelled like a mere ball, crashing against the arena's wall. A profound silence enveloped the venue, as the spectators struggled to comprehend the unfolding reality. One individual, without even unleashing their martial spirit, had effortlessly dispatched a battle soul grandmaster with a single blow. How could such a feat be believed? The entire Colosseum was shrouded in an eerie stillness, save for Lu Qingfeng's voice. "I have little interest in battling the weak, nor do I relish idle chatter. Moreover, referee, I believe I have emerged victorious. Have you forgotten something?" The referee, having barely descended for a minute, stiffly returned to the stage and declared loudly, "The victor is the martial monk." Boom. Instantly, the arena erupted into chaos, with all present engrossed in discussions about this remarkable man. What appeared to be weakness was merely a reflection of their own limited perception. He had no desire to engage in trivial conversation. Indeed, those who possess striking looks often harbor formidable strength. "Martial monk, I wish to bestow upon you my votes and recommendations." Lu Qingfeng flicked his sleeves, leaving not a single cloud in his wake. "A throng of ordinary mortals can only envy the powerful, yet I am different. I find admiration solely within myself. Truly, I am remarkable. Just moments ago, I awarded myself a perfect score of 100. How could one claim this is mere pretense? Certainly not. The less one speaks, the more favorable the outcome. When it comes to pretense, I am a connoisseur. There exists only the cowardly pretender, not the pretender I cannot embody." Lu Qingfeng arrived at the lounge, where the young lady from earlier approached him, offering a warm greeting that carried a hint of flirtation. Words like, "Brother, you were so impressive. I really like you," would certainly not elicit a smile from him, nor bring him any joy, for he is a person of integrity. Soon, the second match commenced, and Lu Qingfeng emerged from the lounge with a wild grin, leaving the young lady with a look of deep disappointment, as if he had abandoned her after a fleeting encounter. Am I truly such a person? I would never abandon anyone. Ah ha ha. His next opponent was a woman of decent appearance, unremarkable yet not unattractive, possessing a physique that was neither particularly good nor bad, something difficult to define. Adhering to the principle of chivalry, Lu Qingfeng decided to allow this woman a brief moment of existence, intending to eliminate her after 2 seconds. However, as soon as she approached, she exclaimed, "Handsome, would you like to play with me? I really adore your type, and I could concede defeat right away." And then, before she could finish her sentence, Lu Qingfeng interrupted her. "Referee, if this woman concedes, does that mean I have already won?" The arena fell into an eerie silence. How shameless can one be? The beauty speaks to you, and you fail to appreciate her charm, yet you take her words literally. The referee, caught off guard by his question, turned to the woman and asked, "Are you conceding?" "Of course not. I am still engaged in a delightful conversation with my charming brother. I would prefer not to concede." She boldly approached Lu Qingfeng, revealing an alluring and profound allure right before his eyes. Wow! Lu Qingfeng clicked his tongue in astonishment, never expecting this woman to have such formidable connections, so deeply concealed, with such an imposing background. What a pity. He didn't fancy her at all. His expression darkened instantly as he turned to the referee. "Can we begin already? I've no desire to waste words on this unsightly woman. Even I look better in women's attire than she does. Yet here she is, shamelessly attempting to seduce me. One wonders if she has ever glanced at her own reflection. Wouldn't you agree?" The referee. The crowd. Holy, this guy was truly something else, utterly brazen. "What did you say?" The woman erupted in fury, lunging forward to fight. Seizing the opportunity, the referee hastily announced the match's commencement before fleeing the scene at breakneck speed. Yet, little did he anticipate that someone would move even faster. Only upon closer inspection did the spectators realize it was a woman. Or, perhaps, a hushed silence fell over the arena as all eyes fixated on the battered figure below, now so disfigured that even their own parents wouldn't recognize them. A peculiar atmosphere settled in as the crowd murmured among themselves, was this person a man or a woman? The beating had been downright brutal. as if the intent was to pummel them to death. Chapter 39. Relocating the battlefield. By the time everyone regained their senses, Qingfeng had already descended, delivering the final blow right before the referee's eyes. See? Not only is this woman unattractive, but she is also pathetically fragile. Who in their right mind would ever want her? She'd be doomed to spinsterhood, collapsing from a single hit, utterly useless. What is the point? Bringing her home would be like keeping a mere ornament. His words sent the entire crowd, men and women, young and old, into roaring laughter. This man was vicious. No, he was brilliant. To utter such cutting remarks, in the realm of savage insults, they crowned him king. Amidst the shared mirth, only one person remained absent from the revelry, the woman in question, who had already fainted from sheer rage. Back in the resting chamber, the young lady had vanished, replaced by a burly man, bare-chested, his muscles coiled like serpents, exuding explosive power. His speech carried the rough charm of a seasoned warrior. Brother, I've taken a liking to you. How about we team up and carve our way to the top together? What do you say? Qingfeng relished engaging with individuals of such straightforwardness, devoid of ulterior motives, who spoke candidly, without concealing their true intentions. I am Silver Battle Spirit, and you may be the most rudimentary of battle spirits. However, your pace in this life is rather sluggish. Let us ascend together and engage in dual combat. I can guide you to a higher realm, where numerous formidable opponents await. Qingfeng pondered for a moment and indeed recognized the truth in his thoughts. His purpose was never to attain a certain rank. Rather, it was to gauge his own prowess. In this arena, he found it nearly impossible to encounter anyone capable of challenging him, and even the average high-ranking soul masters might not stand a chance against him. Remaining here was merely a waste of time. It would be far more advantageous to engage in duels, striking swiftly at the heart of the matter. Perhaps by that time, he might even adopt a different approach, taking on two opponents at once, as this would expedite his experience accumulation and bolster his strength. Very well, I agree. Let us proceed and complete the necessary formalities. The rugged man, chuckled. Brother, you are straightforward. I am Taiju, wielding the iron rod as my martial spirit, a level 37 battle soul master. I am a martial monk, a level 29 battle soul master. With this mutual introduction, they soon finalized the paperwork, naming their team the Helpless Squad. Neither of them was concerned about the opinions of others. They were determined to enjoy themselves in whatever manner they pleased. After approximately half an hour, Qingfeng comprehended fully why Taiju had chosen to team up with him. Initially, there had been a multitude of players, but upon seeing the information, many dismissed it as a mere gimmick concocted by the Soul Arena and subsequently withdrew, leaving only him. Taiju had also found himself here out of financial necessity. Once, he had led a harmonious life with his childhood sweetheart, marrying and starting a family, tending to their farm. However, an unforeseen illness had plunged their household into dire straits, compelling him to seek out this arena for a chance to earn money. Qingfeng felt an increasing admiration for such individuals, who, possessing strength, would return to care for their childhood companions while leading a life of modesty, something truly rare. This brought his thoughts back to Lin Qingru, igniting a desire to return swiftly. He resolved to strive for greater strength, for only then would he possess the capability to safeguard her. In the upcoming match, the helpless team would face the fiery double rhinoceros in what promises to be a thrilling showdown. The question remains, will the fiery double rhinoceros, with their 3 consecutive victories, triumph once more, or will the rising star Taiju alongside the new monk prove even more formidable? Let us await the outcome with bated breath. Qingfeng was unfamiliar with the two individuals before him. Thus, he chose not to engage directly, but instead retreated to the rear with Taiju, waiting for their adversaries to make the first move. Given Taiju's defensive inclination, no matter the nature of their opponent's assault, it would be unlikely that they could be swiftly vanquished. Moreover, Qingfeng's speed was astonishing, rendering it exceedingly difficult for anyone lacking the cultivation of a soul master to keep pace with him. The name of the duo, Fiery Dual Rhinos, suggested a strong offensive capability intertwined with flames, and Qingfeng mused that a rhino charge would add an element of excitement to the encounter. With a deft wave of his hand, he thought to send one of them tumbling, thus saving time. As the brothers activated their martial spirits, a surge of crimson flames enveloped them, coalescing into a substantial fiery orb behind them. Qingfeng anticipated the emergence of a fiery rhino. However, he was taken aback when the orb revealed itself to be 2 diminutive firebirds, one with a golden beak and red feathers, the other with a red beak and golden plumage. It appeared the brothers specialized in agility. Their martial spirits, both the fiery rhino bird, were quite peculiar, one a rhino bird king and the other a mutated variant. A rather bizarre pairing indeed. As the two activated their martial spirits, their speed surged dramatically, leaving trails of flame in their wake, akin to ethereal afterimages, which were undeniably impressive. To others, their velocity was remarkable, yet to Qingfeng, it was merely inadequate. They were still too slow. In a mere flicker, he seemed to remain stationary, but moments later, his figure vanished from sight, reappearing elsewhere. Observers with keen eyes recognized the phenomenon, exclaiming, "It's an afterimage." This individual is also of the agility type. His speed is extraordinary. My eyes can scarcely track him. What sort of velocity is this? Could he truly be a great soul master? I would believe it if you claimed he was a soul master specializing in agility. Those witnessing the scene, despite their vast experience, struggled to keep pace with Qingfeng, let alone the fiery dual rhinos, who stood frozen in shock, unable to move. This shattered their understanding of the capabilities of a great soul master. How could one possess such speed? Yet, the evidence was undeniable, leaving them no room for disbelief. Even Taiju, positioned at the back, was momentarily stunned. This speed was astonishing. Could it be that they had encountered a prodigy? Before he could contemplate further, one of the fiery dual rhinos was propelled away, tumbling across the stage several times before halting at the edge, a prominent shoe print adorning his face. A glaring sight indeed. The other brother, witnessing this spectacle, grew increasingly alarmed, only to find himself similarly struck by Qingfeng. Though he did not roll away like his counterpart, it turned out he had fortuitously activated his soul skill just a second prior to being hit, enveloping himself in a fiery red aura that formed a shimmering protective barrier around him. The force exerted by Qingfeng's kick was not particularly great. It merely addressed a trivial matter. However, one must recognize that he had already honed the 9 extremes battle technique, endowing him with strength that surpassed ordinary comprehension. Even though it was merely a kick, it was not something a sensitive attribute soul master could withstand. This mutated fire rhinoceros exhibited peculiar traits. Chapter 40. Resolving the twin brothers. One could discern this from his soul skills, which sensitive attribute soul master would dare to learn defensive skills. This individual could not possibly be a defensive type soul master. Intrigued, Qingfeng decided against hastily eliminating the two, instead returning to the side of Taiju and stating, "Hold on, do not sell them off just yet. I alone can handle it. Their martial souls possess intriguing qualities, and I wish to explore any potential discoveries." Understood. Taiju replied obediently, having grasped the gravity of the situation. The young man he had discovered, no, his elder brother, was undoubtedly a formidable force, exceedingly powerful. To seize the opportunity to ally with such strength was crucial. One must not let such a chance slip away. As the saying goes, failing to embrace a strong ally is akin to being foolish. At this moment, Qingfeng became somewhat more serious, positioning himself directly in front of the fire rhinoceros. "You are not a sensitive attribute soul master, nor a defensive one. Your fiery defenses are quite commendable. There's something intriguing about them." The individual chuckled, "Of course. My fire rhinoceros boasts formidable defenses, enhanced by the fiery retaliation effect. A kick from you would surely inflict considerable harm. My brother is on his way. And defeat is inescapable for you too. Fiery retaliation? Inflicting injury on me?" Qingfeng felt the boy was overthinking. His earlier kick had merely felt a slight warmth from the flame shield, with no significant sensation beyond that. Perhaps it was due to his dramatically increased defensive capabilities that he had nullified the minor damage, rendering him imperceptive to it. He could only attribute it to that rationale. Otherwise, the notion of being immune seemed far-fetched. Surely, the system would not grant him immunity to flames, would it? Ding. Of course not. The system is fair and just. Flame immunity requires 4 points. If points are insufficient, please complete tasks to earn points. With the system's lack of subtlety interrupting his pleasant musings, Qingfeng had to momentarily abandon those thoughts, facing the now-risen twin brother. The brother's martial soul was the fire rhinoceros king, a formidable entity with a significantly higher intensity of flames than the younger sibling, coupled with remarkable speed that nearly left afterimages in his wake. First soul skill, bird escape. The fire rhinoceros king materialized behind him, melding into his being. Torrents of red flames surged along his sides, while fine feathers sprouted between his arms, adorned with flickering flames. The instant the soul skill activated, he propelled himself toward Lu Qingfeng like a cannonball, yet the latter showed no inclination to evade, instead bursting into laughter. The name of this soul skill was simply too amusing, Bird Escape. One had to marvel at the creativity behind such a title. As the brother's fury intensified, his speed surged, arriving before Lu Qingfeng in an instant, only to have his strike narrowly dodged by a sidestep. He nearly lost control and tumbled down. Was this mere coincidence? The brother dared not contemplate further. If it were mere luck, it could happen to anyone, but if it were not? For someone to evade his wrathful strike in such a state was no trivial matter. No, it was better described as unfathomable. This time, whether it was coincidence or skill remained untested, but an opportunity still lingered. In the state of martial soul manifestation, the brother soared into the air. His body enveloped in flames, with yellow soul rings shimmering behind him. Second soul skill, Meteor Bird, as the name implies. It was as swift as a meteor, albeit an exaggeration, but indeed his fastest soul skill to date. He was confident that this skill would strike Lu Qingfeng, proving that the previous instance was merely a stroke of luck. However, a dramatic scene unfolded once more as Lu Qingfeng appeared to inadvertently step aside, perfectly evading the explosion radius of the meteor bird. A sense of foreboding surged within the brother. This was no coincidence, for he noticed Lu Qingfeng gazing at him, his smile chilling. A wave of threat washed over him, yet there was nothing he could do to evade, as his skill had not yet concluded. Boom! With another kick, the imprint of his foot once again marked the brother's face, sending him sprawling, rolling to a halt 10 meters away, unconscious on the ground. This time, Lu Qingfeng did not hold back. Given the nature of the blow to the head, it was fortunate he had not perished. In truth, Lu Qingfeng had no intention of killing him, but he was taken aback by the frailty of the individual. A mere exertion of force had proven too much for him. He was indeed strikingly weak. Lu Qingfeng now felt that his strength was comparable to that of a soul master, while the average soul sage no longer satisfied him. Enough. I am weary. Lu Qingfeng turned around and, with a swift movement, appeared before his younger brother. Before the latter could react, he delivered a powerful punch directly to his chest. Instantly, the sound of cracking bones echoed, as the one known for his formidable defenses was unable to withstand the blow, resulting in fractured ribs. Lu Qingfeng once again redefined his self-awareness. Is this a sign of his overwhelming strength, or is it simply that others are too weak? It is not entirely their fault for their inadequacy. Rather, Lu Qingfeng's prowess is exceptional. His holy and sinister soul power boasts remarkably high quality. Although his beast transformation state has not seen significant enhancement, it is now infinitely close to the realm of a 1,000-year soul ring. The reason for his current stagnation in advancement remains unclear, as he should have transitioned long ago. The system merely offers the explanation. Points are required. This thought dispelled his ambitions for the time being, deciding that it would be best to address it later. In addition, he has mastered the first form of the 9 extremities battle technique, the Gale Dance. He has cultivated this technique to a considerable degree, resulting in a substantial enhancement of his physical capabilities. The increase in his strength can only be described as terrifying. Thus, although his cultivation level stands at merely 21, his true combat power is likely to be exceedingly close to that of a high-level soul master. And even some soul kings who he can counter may not pose a threat to him. Furthermore, he possesses both sinister soul power and lethal poison as his formidable trump cards. The cheers and proclamations of victory from the crowd below the arena jolted him back to reality. They had won this time, and the next match would be scheduled for tomorrow. It was time to return, as the night had grown late, and wandering alone outside was unsafe. One could never know when an oddity might approach and engage in unspeakable acts. Chapter 41 returned to the Wisteria waterfall as soon as Lu Qingfeng stepped off the stage. A throng of people rushed towards him, each bearing a peculiar expression. Some were exhilarated, others admiring, while a few appeared unkind. Yet, it must all be attributed to his charisma. These individuals were undoubtedly captivated by his charm. With this thought in mind, he unhesitatingly accepted all the gifts offered, save for those unsanitary women who sought to leave unpleasant lipstick marks on his face. Sister Qingru had always advised him to maintain hygiene and avoid eating recklessly to prevent an upset stomach. Moreover, the earlier lady had audaciously expressed her desire to share a bed with him, babbling about cleanliness and effort. Did sleeping truly require effort? It was absurd to think he could not sleep without her. Thus, Lu Qingfeng firmly replied, "You should wash up first, and I shall do the same shortly." With that, he departed, leaving the city of Silan. It was a jest to linger any longer, as he could only imagine the troubles that awaited him. However, as he walked, He noticed someone trailing behind, his former companion, Taiju. He halted and inquired, "Why have you been following me? What is your intention?" Taiju chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head, appearing somewhat bashful as he gazed at Lu Qingfeng without uttering a word. "Speak up," Lu Qingfeng urged impatiently. Taiju, feeling the pressure, finally stammered, Wait. I wish to ask for your assistance." "Not a chance." Lu Qingfeng rebuffed him immediately. "Do you think that just because I have shown you some kindness, you can presume upon me? How preposterous. Who do you think you are?" "Ridiculous." Taiju was taken aback by Lu Qingfeng's swift rejection, his face still adorned with a foolish grin. "But wait, this matter could benefit you as well. We could amass a significant fortune and never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of our lives." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingfeng had already discerned that Taiju, despite appearing simple and honest, harbored a multitude of ulterior motives. It was likely that even that segment of beautiful romance was a mere fabrication of his own. "I have stated that I will not assist you. Should you continue to follow me, you shall meet your demise." Lu Qingfeng no longer concealed his murderous intent. When Taiju sensed this chilling aura, he was immediately struck by a wave of trepidation, as if the entity before him was not a mere human, but a ferocious beast poised to devour him. A thought of surrender flickered in his mind. However, the lure of the immense fortune at stake compelled him to press onward, despite the trepidation that clawed at his resolve. Moreover, there was a notion that lingered. If we intentionally concede a match, we could. Why then, the disobedience? Lu Qingfeng had turned, his long knife, serpent's fang, drawn, its sharp blade gleaming fiercely against the night sky. It sliced through steel as though it were mere clay, dispatching foes with ruthless efficiency, invincible and unyielding. Such a weapon could slay a soul master with the ease of a simple meal. Iron Pillar, until his last breath, could scarcely fathom that he would meet his end in such a manner. Before he could utter another word, his head had already tumbled to the ground, his round eyes still gleaming with a flicker of life. Yet, as time pressed on, that spark gradually faded. Perhaps he spoke the truth, that a blissful and harmonious family was of utmost importance. But did this bear any relevance to Lu Qingfeng? Perhaps he was mistaken, merely seeking to satiate his own desires. But such matters were now irrelevant, for he was beyond the grasp of life and death. The remainder would be left to the passage of time and the whims of fate. Half a month later, Lu Qingfeng reappeared in the soul-hunting forest near Notting City. On this day, he was to bid farewell to Qian Ringshu, for he could not linger in this vicinity any longer. The pace of his advancement was simply too sluggish. Today would mark their parting. Transformed into a cascade of purple rain, he drifted through the forest when suddenly, a potent scent of blood invaded his nostrils. A fierce battle was unfolding in this place. Lu Qingfeng followed the alluring scent to a place he had once visited, the Wisteria Waterfall, where he had previously obtained his second soul ring and embraced the identity of Ziyu. Reflecting on that moment evokes a sense of nostalgia and a fluttering of the heart. If he is not mistaken, it was at that time that the ancient Wisteria Flower King had its moment of breakthrough, and he had merely seized an opportunity. Now, returning to this site, his thoughts are tangled and complex. Though he cannot quite grasp the reason, perhaps it is linked to the Wisteria Flower spirit. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it and chose to enter directly. In an instant, Lu Qingfeng stood frozen in place. The once vibrant landscape was now devoid of the nine heavens purple river, the waterfall fragmented, and lifeless wisteria flowers scattered everywhere. The air was thick with fragrance, yet it was overshadowed by the stench of blood. Corpses of soul beasts and humans lay strewn across the ground, many in disarray, with little left intact. All had been pierced or torn apart, their blood staining the area, transforming the entire Wisteria waterfall into a cursed ground soaked in crimson. Lu Qingfeng felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Why would such beauty vanish? Who would dare to take action here? He was unaware, but followed the sounds of battle until he reached the summit of the Wisteria waterfall, where he could almost overlook the entirety of the cascade. The scene was utterly horrifying. Bodies lay scattered not just on one side, but all around, both human and soul beasts alike. Additionally, there were two unfamiliar figures present. One was a terrifyingly robust silver-purple wisteria, radiating an aura of dread. This must be the Wisteria Flower King, a 10,000-year-old soul beast. Yet, at this moment, its presence was chaotic, its body marred by bite marks, and its tendrils bore faint signs of scorching. The other was a lion-like soul beast adorned with resplendent golden fur, crowned with a 1-foot horn, and enveloped in crackling electricity. Lu Qingfeng discerned that this was undoubtedly the apex predator of the soul-hunting forest, the Thunderclap Lion King. However, the Lion King-esque condition was far from optimal. Not only was there a fissure appearing on its singular horn, but its body was also marred by several wounds, oozing crimson blood. Both were ancient beings, yet for reasons unknown, they had commenced a confrontation. Reflecting on the numerous human corpses he had previously encountered, Qingfeng began to formulate a hypothesis. Yet, whether his conjecture held true required further evidence. If his speculations were indeed accurate, this catastrophe was far from over. For what had unfolded thus far was merely a skirmish among soul beasts, with humanity yet to intervene. Atop the mountain, tension crackled in the air as Qingfeng swiftly traversed the surroundings in search of what he desired. Ultimately, he stumbled upon a concealed cave where he discovered the lifeless form of a young thunderclap lion, likely the reason for the Lion King's presence in this location. Qingfeng was at a loss, his gaze growing increasingly frigid, and his mood had plummeted to unprecedented depths. I am curious to ascertain who possesses such audacity and for what purpose. He understood that this was undoubtedly orchestrated by humans. Otherwise, the coincidence would be too remarkable. It was not merely a case of the Thunderlight Lion's mischief. Even so, the Wisteria Flower King would not have slain it. At most, it would have been driven away. Yet now, it lay dead, its injuries seemingly inflicted by the Wisteria, but upon closer inspection, there were fine, fuzzy marks indicating the presence of another type of vine. Chapter 42. The luminescent sphere beneath the abyss. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in Qingfeng's mind. He recalled the name of this vine, Purple Fuzz Vine. It bore an almost identical resemblance to the wisteria flower, distinguished by its fine, dense fuzz. While it is devoid of toxins, it possesses formidable control abilities. Lacking the capacity to burrow from the ground like the wisteria flower to attack, it can only ensnare its prey to bring about their demise. Therefore, this Thunderlight Lion must have been slain by this entity, or rather, by the human possessing this spirit soul. What could incite such ferocity among the soul beasts? To the extent that they become embroiled in conflict? Even the appointed officials seem unaware of the implications. What could possibly drive them to this? Furthermore, it is certain that this matter is closely related to the soul beasts. Indeed, these two millennia-old soul beasts must have perceived something beneficial for both humans and soul beasts, even to the point of engaging in a fierce battle. Thus, this entity must hold immense significance. I am increasingly intrigued by what it could be. What could possess such irresistible allure? Qingfeng's curiosity had been thoroughly piqued. He too yearned to discover what sort of object this was, for it must surely be quite entertaining. With this thought in mind, Qingfeng embarked once more on his exploration. Outside, two spirit beasts erupted in a cataclysmic battle, their roars echoing alongside the sound of heavy impacts, glimmers of tears, the screeches of electric birds, and the canopy of wisteria overshadowing the sky, while the earth itself cracked beneath the chaos. The aftermath was beyond what any mere mortal could withstand. Even Qingfeng dared not venture too close, for proximity meant certain death. He could hardly believe that his appearance could ensnare two spirit beasts. If such were the case, he could practically traverse the Douluo Continent at will, commanding legions of spectral subordinates, with one not being enough among a dozen. However, such notions remain mere fantasies. After all, how could any spirit beast possibly care for his looks? As the battle raged on, plunging the world into darkness, the cave trembled incessantly, showing ominous signs of collapse. It was no longer feasible to continue searching. It would be prudent to exit first, for being buried would yield nothing but regret. Just as he prepared to depart, the cave collapsed. Qingfeng was buried at the tender age of 11, yet his soul bore the weight of 45 years. What a shock. Strangely, however, Qingfeng felt no pain from his entombment, and the reason was quite simple. He had not yet fallen. Who could have anticipated that beneath the cave lay an abyss? A dark chasm that devoured all life? Had it not been for his quick reflexes, halting midair, he would have plummeted into the boundless void below. You might not have heard it, but the stones that fell into the depths have yet to produce a sound, a testament to the unfathomable depth of this chasm. Oh dear, what a fright. I thought I was destined to fall, only to discover that I possess wings. How delightful. Qingfeng, lost in his own amusement, failed to notice the absence of an exit above him. His cheerful expression abruptly morphed into one of dismay. The darkness above was impenetrable. There was no sign of an escape. Are they toying with me? Am I truly trapped? He pondered, exerting himself to soar upwards. However, he was met with an invisible barrier that thwarted any hope of escape. The sounds of battle echoed around him, yet the prospect of freedom seemed utterly unattainable. Damn it. What am I to do? As Qingfeng gazed at the points accumulating within the system, he contemplated the prudence of refraining from their use for the moment. Points are a valuable resource, best conserved, thus he resolved to descend and investigate further. It appeared to be a profound circular pit, devoid of life, enveloped in an eerie silence, save for the sound of his own wings stirring the air. The deeper he ventured, the more he sensed an alluring and peculiar aura that beckoned to him, stirring an insatiable desire within his very soul. What could this phenomenon be that elicited such yearning? It seemed that the humans outside, along with those two tiger beasts, were vying for this very entity. I must ascertain its nature, he mused, hastening his flight towards the source. Before him lay a hazy radiance, a faint glimmer amidst the darkness, reminiscent of flickering flames. As he approached, the luminescence intensified, almost as if someone had deliberately directed the light towards him. That woman, halt. Get any closer and I shall slay you. In an instant, Qingfeng became alert. Was there truly a woman lurking nearby? He turned his head, scanning his surroundings, yet found no trace of another being. Indeed, apart from himself, it seemed there was no one else present. Just as this realization dawned upon him, the voice spoke once more. I am speaking to you. Why do you turn away? Me? Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he was indeed a man. Yet, at this moment, he seemed to embody the essence of a woman. Acknowledging his oversight, he admitted to forgetting his feminine identity. He paused, gazing at the radiant orb before him, aware that the voice he had just heard emanated from within it. With gentle curiosity, he inquired, Do you know where this place is? Why am I here? The luminous entity did not respond immediately. Instead, it transitioned from stillness to a rhythmic dance around Qingfeng, as if scrutinizing him. Soon, the orb halted and, in a haunting tone, remarked, You are not even human. Qingfeng, you are certainly not human, nor is your entire family. Well, it seems that indeed. It is not human. It's quite distressing. I assent it, dear mushroom. Reflecting on how one can feel so emotionally constricted, to the point of wanting to weep? Qingfeng chuckled softly and inquired, What are you? The luminous orb hesitated for a moment before replying, I am not an object. After a brief pause, it added, I am a soul beast on the brink of death. Initially, Qingfeng was inclined to laugh, but upon hearing the latter statement, he found himself unable to do so, merely gazing at the orb, awaiting further explanation. However, after uttering those words, the orb fell silent, leaving the two non-human entities suspended in the air, bewildered. Ultimately, Qingfeng could no longer contain his curiosity. Why are you on the verge of death? The orb responded, Because my lifespan has come to an end, you foolish creature. I have not transcended my mortal limits, and thus, I am destined to perish. It is quite perplexing. You appear remarkably attractive, yet your intellect seems lacking. It seemed evident that good looks did not guarantee intelligence. Oh well. Could you inform me if those two above are still engaged in combat? The two referred to were likely the Wisteria Flower King and the Thunder Lion King. Yes, they are still fighting and will not cease anytime soon. However, what could possibly provoke such a conflict? The orb fell silent for a moment before apologetically explaining. It is because of me. I am a soul beast transformed from a spirit herb, and those two frequently approached me for resources when I was in good health. I had no choice but to acquiesce to their requests. However, it is precisely this that has allowed the surrounding area to remain so tranquil and harmonious, preventing other human scoundrels from driving me away. Alas, my innate potential is woefully inadequate. I cannot break through, and thus, I am nearing death. Chapter 43. The noble woman beneath the abyss. Those two must be vying for my remains. It is baffling to think they believe my valuable essence resides within a corpse. Truly, one must wonder about their mental faculties. Alas, it seems not. There are humans at play here, attempting to capture both you and these two ancient soul beasts. As the orb continued, it resumed, however, there should be human figures involved. Otherwise, these two would not be embroiled in such a conflict. They have fallen victim to human treachery, which complicates matters considerably. Qingfeng was taken aback. This soul beast possessed remarkable prowess, exhibiting such extraordinary intelligence. Truly astonishing. He gazed at the luminous orb that flickered with an array of dazzling lights. What are your intentions? The orb instinctively inquired, swiftly retreating. It appears you harbor ill intent towards me as well. I cannot remain too close to you. Beautiful women are often like venomous scorpions. I must make my escape. No. Can you truly sense my intentions so accurately? You can even perceive my desire for you? Quite impressive indeed. Little one, I have set my sights on you. Qingfeng's body gradually transformed into a dark hue, an elusive scent of rancidity permeating the air. The confined space quickly became saturated with this strange atmosphere. Yet the luminous orb, seemingly oblivious, continued to sway back and forth in the distance, its purpose unknown. As Lu Qingfeng approached, the orb of light receded. As if an inexplicable sense of tacit understanding existed between the two beings, exchanging their presence with a delightful rhythm. What a farce! Lu Qingfeng was utterly exasperated. Was this luminous or poisonous? How could it be so acutely perceptive of his movements? Nevertheless, he resolutely refused to concede defeat. Today, he must capture it. He could hardly believe he would be unable to subdue a nearly moribund spirit beast. However, the moment he took a step, the orb detected him and spoke. Do not move. You cannot catch me. I can see now that you are a soul master. Am I correct? Lu Qingfeng remained silent as the luminous orb emitted a playful laugh, its tone gradually turning frigid. I have existed for nearly 20,000 years. I have encountered all manner of individuals. Your type is not unfamiliar to me. What you seek is merely a missing soul ring. However, I must admit your entry has taken me by surprise. It must be the handiwork of those two little rascals. Well, since you have entered, it signifies that I am destined to face this calamity. It is all in accordance with fate. The orb slowly dissipated, revealing a woman of regal elegance. Adorned with a jade hairpin, her flowing hair cascaded like a waterfall, naturally drifting in the air. A delicate veil partially concealed her visage. Yet it could not entirely mask the chill emanating from her. Clad in a simple yet graceful gown, she exuded an air of nobility. Simultaneously, the surroundings brightened, revealing a precipice. Ancient trees flourished in deep green at the base of the cliff, while delicate emerald flowers wafted a soothing fragrance. Twisted, mutated vines intertwined in a chaotic yet captivating manner. In the distance lay a jade bed, accompanied by a tea set and an assortment of fruits. The noblewoman approached the bed and gently reclined, her icy blue eyes locking onto Lu Qingfeng as she spoke. Do you desire me? Lu Qingfeng nearly lost control and blurted out a yes. But he managed to restrain himself. This was, after all, an immensely powerful 10,000-year soul beast. Initially deceived by her alluring appearance, he had harbored the delusion of slaying her. Now, with a clear and sober mind, terror overwhelmed him. The sheer pressure emanating from her presence alone was enough to overwhelm him, let alone attempting to strike her down. No, I don't. Oh, but you do. You desire me. The noblewoman extended her hand, summoning an ice-blue leaf before him. Etched upon its surface was a peculiar symbol, resembling an elongated box, yet more akin to a coffin. Lu Qingfeng was perplexed by the intentions of this individual and the reason behind showing him such an object. Do you know what it is? The noblewoman spoke with a tone tinged with a hint of regret. That is a coffin, and what it contains is far from pleasant. It is, in fact, my very essence. Lu Qingfeng suddenly raised his head, realizing that the person speaking eloquently before him was not her true form. How could this be? The noblewoman smiled faintly, saying, I too am uncertain as to why this is the case. None of us possess that knowledge. The only certainty lies within that coffin. Yet, I find myself on the brink of collapse, teetering on the edge of death. It seems I may not live to see this secret unveiled. She wiped her eyes, which glistened with unshed tears, and as she withdrew from the coffin, it felt as though she was submerged in the long river of time, revisiting every memory. In those days, I was but a humble blade of grass, flourishing atop a precipice. However, one fateful day, the winds cast me into that coffin, where a peculiar energy resided. It allowed me to grow rapidly. Within mere centuries, I ascended to a realm of existence that typically takes millennia to reach. Yet, soon after, my pace of cultivation drastically slowed. In my youth, blinded by desire, I began to probe into the depths of that coffin. Alas, I had scarcely taken a step before I found myself ensnared in an abyss from which there was no return. A look of terror crossed the noblewoman's face. To this day, I vividly recall the sight, a corpse, its body a mere skeleton. Yet, I could sense that it was still alive. Fear gripped me, compelling me to flee, but I was unsuccessful. Its aura bound me, year after year, releasing a healing energy. The entity that instilled such dread within me seemed to be mending its wounds. Occasionally, it would loosen its hold on me, and seizing that fleeting opportunity, a single leaf of mine managed to escape, ultimately transforming into the being I am today. Lu Qingfeng gazed with a hint of skepticism. It is impossible. How could you transform into human form? Such an ability is typically possessed only by soul beasts that are over 100,000 years old. The noblewoman chuckled softly. I absorbed a trace of that creature's essence, and through it, I acquired numerous abilities, one of which is transformation. This is precisely why I have been able to survive until now. Is that so? Lu Qingfeng remained unconvinced, and silently stepped back a few paces. The noblewoman, however, said nothing further, her gaze fixed upon him, her eyes shimmering with an intensity akin to that of someone admiring a rare treasure. In an instant, Lu Qifeng was struck by a sudden realization. Could it be that she desires me? Once this thought took root, it grew increasingly uncontrollable. The more he observed the noblewoman, the more he sensed something amiss. Her gaze was too fervent. Steady yourself. Maintain composure. Remember that you are a cold and dignified woman, and such a gaze is unbecoming. Yet, the noblewoman unabashedly declared, what you desire, I desire as well. Why not find a mutual arrangement? Bang! Lu Qifeng was utterly stunned by the statement. Feeling both shocked and bewildered. I desire not your presence, but rather your soul ring, he exclaimed. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I have no wish to partner with you in this life. I refuse. I must return to seek my sister Qingfeng. Please, step aside. Chapter 44. Activities beneath the abyss. Lu Qifeng swiftly retreated until he encountered the wall, at which point he halted and began to flap his wings, ascending into the air. The noblewoman, witnessing this scene, was utterly taken aback. What is this? Wasn't it you who sought my favor? Why do you seem so frightened now? However, your flight is futile. You cannot escape my grasp. Ha, 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 ha. Tremble, little girl. With a mere gesture, she summoned several tendrils that shot forth, ensnaring Lu Qifeng and pulling him back. Why have you stopped flying? Continue your ascent. I am eager to see how much spirit energy you possess. Lu Qifeng appeared to be in a state of great turmoil, yet his inner self remained remarkably composed. Should this woman harbor even the slightest intention to end his life, he would not hesitate to unleash all of his deadly toxins and malevolent spiritual energy, even if it meant mutual destruction. The noblewoman seemed to have discerned his resolve. Exclaiming in astonishment, "You are not afraid? I had thought you would be crying out for your parents." It seemed she was merely putting on a performance, her calves dancing with grace. Alas, being seen through, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Lu Qifeng ceased his movements, and the noblewoman gently set him down, stating, "Release this state. To my eyes, you hardly resemble a woman. Perhaps it is due to your martial soul or soul skills that your very gender can be altered. Such power is rather formidable. To think you could discern that," Lu Qifeng remarked as he reverted to his original form and approached the noblewoman, nonchalantly biting into a fruit. How did you uncover this? Curiosity piqued him. He wondered how this woman had stumbled upon such a secret, for it was known that his disguise was imperceptible to all but those of divine caliber. Are you saying you slept with a goddess? He questioned, his skepticism apparent. No. It could indeed be plausible, considering that coffin. It appears you have connected the dots. The noblewoman continued to scrutinize Lu Qifeng, her gaze fixated on an unusual aspect of him. Indeed, it is the power within that coffin that enabled me to see through you. Over the years, I have discreetly ventured there several times, gathering numerous essences. Coupled with my innate sensitivity, I was able to unveil your disguise. Yet, others would be utterly oblivious to it. You may be small in stature, but your wit is quite abundant. Lu Qifeng felt a twinge of panic. Could a mere breath unravel the disguise? What manner of entity resided within that corpse? Why had it manifested here? Could I choose to flee? Fear enveloped me. The noblewoman, seemingly pleased, patted Lu Qingfeng's shoulder and said, "Let us merge our strengths." Silence. An utter, deathly silence. Lu Qifeng was astounded, his mouth agape. You certainly dare to speak boldly. Do you still possess any sense of shame? There was a bed here. Come quickly, beckoned the noblewoman, seated at the edge of the bed, exuding an inviting demeanor. It was evident, this woman was shameless, indeed. She was lusting after my body. Despite this thought, Lu Qingfeng's movements were far from hesitant as he approached and embraced the noblewoman's waist, leaning in gradually. She giggled, lifting his chin playfully. "Oh, little brother, aren't you a bit too mischievous?" In the next moment, an icy chill enveloped him, freezing his hands solid, rendering his body immobile. The only part of him that could move was his trembling teeth. Cold, so very cold. With a flick of her wrist, Lu Qifeng was released from his frozen state, retreating to a corner, shivering uncontrollably. "Little brother, will you dare to play like this again?" The noblewoman's smile was enchanting, her entire being radiating an aura of seduction. Yet, Lu Qifeng dared not gaze upon her. The previous encounter had left him flustered, rendering his speech clumsy. Let us discuss business," he stammered. The noblewoman's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "This matter requires our utmost cooperation to succeed. Do you understand?" Yes, he replied, knowing he could not leave at this moment and must proceed cautiously. After all, it was evident that this woman would not harm him. I wish to become your martial soul, and together we shall venture forth. Once you ascend to divinity, you will resurrect me." As she spoke, she turned to Lu Qingfeng and added, "Moreover, I can also resolve your martial soul issues." Martial soul issues? What problems? Lu Qingfeng had long harbored doubts regarding his stagnation and advancement, attributing it to the nature of his martial spirit. However, the system remained silent, and the inquiry required a point. As of now, he remained in the dark. Despite his relentless training, his soul power level had seen no improvement whatsoever. Even the White Tiger, having reached an age of 999 years, was still unable to transcend into the millennial realm. Conversely, the Wisteria continued to ascend. Yet he too questioned whether he would reach a critical juncture beyond which he could not progress. "Your martial spirit is inherently deficient. That is impossible," Lu Qingfeng countered vehemently. "I possess a fully innate soul power. There cannot exist a condition of inherent deficiency. Do not attempt to deceive me. I can discern this much." The noblewoman, unperturbed, replied, "I am not referring to this martial spirit of yours, but to another one residing within you. You are a dual martial spirit wielder, yet only one has been awakened. The other, deficient from birth, remains unawakened. Do you understand now?" The revelation struck him like a thunderclap, overwhelming in its suddenness. A dual martial spirit? How could this be? Did I truly possess another martial spirit? Upon further reflection, it made sense, given that his soul was foreign. If every individual possessed a martial spirit, then this body should indeed harbor one as well. Thus, the woman's assertions held weight, yet how formidable was she? How could she even perceive such a phenomenon? Was engaging in a transaction with her a boon or a bane? Lu Qingfeng was unaware, yet he had no choice but to proceed. For options were not afforded to him. The noblewoman approached him, taking his hand. "So, have you made up your mind?" "Very well, but what should be done?" Under her guidance, Lu Qingfeng reclined upon the jade bed. "Indeed, this woman still desires me, the vixen. I shall merge my essence with your martial soul, thus rectifying the deficiencies within it and potentially giving rise to an entirely new martial soul. Therefore, it may grow somewhat chilly shortly. You must not succumb to slumber. This marks the initial step. If successful, my spirit will assist you in unlocking your soul sea in advance, residing therein alongside your two martial souls. You may regard me as your third martial soul, albeit one lacking in utility. Then what purpose do I serve for you?" Lu Qingfeng wished to express this sentiment. Yet he was not so foolish. Merely the first two were sufficient, and perhaps even more surprises awaited him. The future holds promise. "Well, I agree. But why are you undressing?" Lu Qingfeng was somewhat puzzled. "Why do you need to undress to merge with me?" he exclaimed. "What are you planning? Don't come any closer. Please, don't take off my clothes." The noblewoman smiled slyly, her jade fingers gliding across him. "Of course, it is to merge." Chapter 45. The Lily of the Valley Sleeps on the Cliff. The Wisteria Flower King and the Thunder Lion King were both gravely injured when suddenly hundreds of human soul masters appeared. The two soul beasts realized they had fallen into a trap and immediately unleashed their final potential, slaughtering a significant number of the intruders while summoning all the soul beasts from the hunting soul forest to confront the human masters. They joined forces to battle the human soul emperor. However, after a prolonged struggle, they had exhausted much of their soul power and could no longer withstand the threat posed by the soul emperor. Yet, as ancient soul beasts, they had their pride. They would not allow these human soul masters to prevail, even in death. Enraged, the Thunder Lion King contemplated self-detonation to perish alongside them. But swifter was the Wisteria Flower King, which transformed into a colossal bud, engulfing all the human soul masters. The resulting explosion echoed through the hunting soul forest. Its reverberations felt for miles. Greenish smoke mixed with the remnants of the Wisteria Flower King filled the sky. The shockwave knocked the Thunder Lion King off the cliff, plunging the world into silence. In the city of Nodding, Xiaowu suddenly felt a wave of despondency. She understood that the explosion just now was the self-detonation of a soul beast over 10,000 years old, leaving nothing behind. All of this was due to humans, who had driven them to such a fate. More humans would soon enter the forest to hunt the remaining soul beasts. Strangely, her thoughts turned to that boy, who had supposedly been taken away by his family. But was that truly the case? After all, he bore the sin of soul beasts. The notion of going home seemed like a fabrication. He had been hunted, a living being extinguished. Yet, she did not mourn. For she understood the laws of nature. The weak are prey to the strong, and survival belongs to the fittest. However, she felt a tremor of doubt. Would her brother disdain her for being a soul beast? Would he strike her down upon discovering her true nature, transforming her into his soul ring? In that moment, She was engulfed in confusion. Meanwhile, the third party continued discussing the explosion with the master, oblivious to Xiaowu's turmoil. Now, efforts were underway to cultivate Lu Qingfen's soul sea, a reservoir of spiritual power that required meticulous care. The pain he endured was excruciating. Yet it ultimately resulted in the successful formation of his soul sea, albeit only the size of a fist. Insufficient to contain even half of the Lily of the Valley's spiritual power. With no other choice, he transformed the remaining spiritual energy into a shovel to continue expanding his soul sea, vowing to halt only when it could fully bear the weight of the power within. For half a month, he labored, suffering greatly, his physique growing gaunt and fatigued. Nonetheless, the benefits were substantial. His soul sea had taken shape, vast and imposing. Although he was unable to harness it yet, as it remained unclaimed energy, even beyond the reach of the Lily of the Valley. Nevertheless, she found joy in the myriad transformations occurring within the soul sea, embodying the essence of a woman who cherished life. Above the expanse of the soul sea floated two entities, Lu Qingfeng's dual martial souls and her true form, the extreme ice lily. At last, he clearly beheld his other martial soul, a diminutive plant of an icy blue hue, with seemingly supple yet undeniably firm leaves. Unlike the delicate and charming lily of the valley, this one exuded an aura of coldness, standing in stark contrast to everything else. This was Lu Qingfeng's second martial soul, the extreme cold ice flower. Possessing the attribute of unparalleled ice, it was a unique flower with a distinct method of attack, while it bore the essence of ultimate ice. Its most potent offensive capability lay in soul attacks. This insight came from the Lily of the Valley, who explained that the flower's mutation stemmed from an overabundance of spiritual energy, making it a special martial soul. She advised against attaching a soul ring for now, as it was already formidable in its current state and further research on the extreme cold ice flower was necessary. Regardless, Lu Qingfeng faced no urgency to attach a soul ring, choosing instead to focus on his deficiencies. Subsequently, the system presented itself once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a special sacrifice from the mutated Lily of the Valley. Reward, 1 lottery chance. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully awakened your second martial soul, the extreme cold ice flower. Reward, 1 self-crafted weapon. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully cultivated your soul sea. Reward, 1 soul secretary. After a series of notifications, Lu Qingfeng was utterly astonished. What had he accomplished to merit such an abundance of rewards? However, before he could contemplate the rewards, a voice interrupted him. Hey, little wind. Look over there. The Thunder Lion King is on the verge of collapse. Go defeat it and absorb its soul ring. This will expedite your growth. If the Thunder Lion King could hear this, it would surely curse vehemently, lamenting, What kind of elder are you? After watching me grow, you would sell me out like this? Yet, it was human nature, after all. The Lily of the Valley was now bound to Lu Qingfeng and needed to consider his well-being, as their fates were intertwined. However, Lu Qingfeng hesitated, uncertain whether to reveal his secret to the Lily of the Valley. If he chose to conceal it, he could expend a point to eliminate her. If he accepted her, their relationship would deepen, as this was indeed his greatest secret. Before he could reach a decision, the Lily of the Valley appeared feeble. Little one, I am about to fall into a deep slumber. You must nurture your mental strength diligently in the early stages. It will greatly benefit you in the future. Moreover, your card martial soul is quite powerful, so be sure to maintain control. Do not allow such a formidable martial soul to overtake you. The Thunder Lion King should be absorbed. Leaving it be would be a waste. I do not know how long this sleep will last. Before she could finish, she succumbed to a profound slumber, yet this aligned with Lu Qingfeng's desires. Chapter 46, The Cliff's Edge, however. He was uncertain whether the Lily of the Valley had truly fallen asleep, so he opted to utilize a previously acquired question-and-answer opportunity to inquire with the system. Ding! The host has used 1 question-and-answer opportunity. Response: Yes. The Lily of the Valley has indeed entered a deep slumber. Under the nourishment of high-quality spiritual energy, she can recover within 5 years. However, your current soul power requires 999 years to restore. Continue to strive for strength with the emotion pearl. Warm reminder, the system is the host's greatest secret. If the host were to divulge the system's existence to others, they must obtain the system's consent beforehand. Otherwise, the host will face erasure. This time, he felt a sense of relief. Although the opportunity was rare, he harbored no regrets about utilizing it, as it pertained to his greatest secret, which warranted utmost caution and care. 5 years, he had a minimum of 5 years to grow, during which he must become stronger than Linglong in order to seize control of everything. to master his own destiny. After Linglong fell into slumber, Qingfeng summoned his martial soul, which had undergone a significant transformation since its previous manifestation. Whereas before, his martial soul merely revealed a blank magic card. It was now different. It had evolved into 3 distinct forms. One was the magic card itself, devoid of imagery, while the other 2 depicted the soul rings he had absorbed, alongside the beastly form he could assume. The reason for this transformation lay in the awakening of his spiritual power, which had granted him these capabilities ahead of time. Moreover, the awakening of his spiritual power offered benefits beyond this, in addition to a more adept control over his soul power. He could harness the abilities contained within the magic card without needing to transform. Just like now, he could unleash a phantom raid at full potency, and even summon the white tiger's claws and the wings of the purple rain in his current state. However, these were not the most exhilarating aspects. What truly thrilled him was the genuine ability of the magic card, the power to summon characters from within the card to engage in battle, with the duration and combat prowess intricately linked to his own soul power. Unfortunately, he was currently unable to utilize this ability. As the consumption of soul power and stamina was prohibitively high, it was likely that he would collapse from exhaustion before even fully emerging from the magic card. Such was the consequence of insufficient strength. He resolved to seek some means of replenishing his energy. With the manifestation of his martial soul, Qingfeng's soul rings also became apparent, 2 deep purple soul rings radiating a ferocious aura. The first soul ring was of the millennium level, as was the second. Who else on the continent could reach my level? Ha! Qingfeng laughed heartily, disregarding his image. In the next moment, his beastly soul skill was unleashed. He transformed into a formidable tiger, its body entirely white, stretching 3 meters in length, exuding explosive power from its robust form. Its fur was immaculate, as pure as freshly fallen snow, while its paws, glistening with a radiant sheen, inspired fear at first glance. The icy blue pupils held no hint of emotion. Farewell, Lion King. At this moment, the Thunderlight Lion King found itself devoid of any strength to move. It observed Qingfeng's actions with clarity, yet rather than rage. It felt a sense of release, a liberation, for it understood that death was inevitable. But it preferred not to succumb to the hands of the group of human souls outside. The human before it was different. Within him resided its own power. If that were the case, it would willingly become Qingfeng's soul ring, simply to draw closer to him. However, this was impossible, as Qingfeng's soul power had not yet reached the 30th level, preventing him from absorbing a 3rd soul ring. Thus, he could only devour the soul ring in his white tiger form, a necessary step to elevate his own strength. With a swift motion, the sharp claws of the white tiger cleaved through the Thunderlight Lion King's head, which departed silently, offering no cries of anguish. A pitch-black soul ring floated above, and Qingfeng bit down, commencing the absorption of its power. A surge of energy flooded into his body, transforming into his cultivation years, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. The age of the soul ring continued to rise without any sign of diminishing. Simultaneously, a faint sheen of tears began to manifest upon him, while the arc of electricity that had enveloped the Lion King's form now coursed over his own. Could this signify that he would gain the ability to wield lightning in the future? Such a thought was delightful, yet the reality proved harsh. That arc of electricity, apart from possessing a certain domineering prowess, primarily served the purpose of ostentation. What a remarkable tool for showmanship! I shall gladly accept it. Farewell and safe travels. Such a powerful instrument could not simply be discarded. Qingfeng expressed his firm intention to make the most of this newfound ability. The absorption of the soul ring had persisted for an entire day and night, a remarkable feat considering the soul ring's age of over 15,000 years. Nearly 2 millennia of profound cultivation. It was quite an achievement that he had not burst from the strain. He dared not ask for more. However, the day had come for him to depart, as there was little left that held any allure for him here. Yet, before he ventured out, he needed to conceal his presence meticulously. He wished to keep this place a secret from others, for too many events had transpired here, not to mention the ominous coffin containing an unknown creature, its mere aura capable of propelling Linglong's cultivation to new heights. How terrifying must its inhabitant be? The thought alone sent shivers down his spine. Now, having utilized his first soul skill, Qingfeng's physical prowess had surged dramatically. He felt he could rival even a soul king or a soul emperor. Nevertheless, he still had some shortcomings, but these were trivial. Given time, he would surpass everyone. Swiftly, he cleared away the rubble at the cliff space to conceal Linglong's humble abode, and then he began to leave this place. reflecting on his prolonged stay here. Lu Qingfeng felt a twinge of nostalgia. Sighing, he hoped he would return once more. Lu Qingfeng let out a soft sigh and soared directly into the sky. The pristine white clouds above were adorned with a delicate layer of golden arcs, exuding an aura of striking elegance. His long hair flowed gracefully, enhancing his gallant demeanor. Standing at a height of 175 meters, he was almost unparalleled among 11-year-olds, and his handsome visage could easily captivate countless young hearts. "I have arrived," he declared. Lu Qingfeng shouted loudly, accelerating to his utmost limit. In an instant, he surged forth from the cliff's edge, resembling a meteor traversing the night sky in reverse. Shimmering against the celestial backdrop. Ding! The system detected the host's suspicious behavior, issuing a special warning. "Young man, boasting may attract misfortune. I advise you to tread carefully." Chapter 47. Encountering Tang San at the Harvest Festival the following day, within a tavern in Luoya City. Lu Qingfeng was peacefully slumbering in his private chamber when a persistent knock at his door roused him from his sweet dreams. "Who dares to disturb my slumber?" he thought, seething with indignation. After his arrival yesterday, he had chosen not to return to Notting City, but instead found refuge in the nearby Roya City, seeking a moment of respite. Yet, to be awakened from such blissful reverie was intolerable. Without a reasonable explanation, he felt a surge of rage, envisioning a massacre where all in the city would meet their demise. However, he quickly dismissed such thoughts. He was no tyrant capable of such heinous acts. Hastily donning his garments, Lu Qingfeng opened the door and inquired, "What is it?" The young attendant first offered his apologies before stating, "My sincere apologies for disturbing your rest. Esteemed guest, today marks the Harvest Festival in Roya City, and every resident is invited to partake. While attendance is not obligatory, one cannot indulge in slothful slumber, for it is already noon." Lu Qingfeng fell silent for a moment, gazing at the sun. Why did I sleep for such an extended period? Could it truly be due to the fact that I hadn't rested for over half a month? Well, it seems quite plausible. I shall reluctantly forgive you for this. What of the Harvest Festival? What can one possibly do? Observing that Lu Qingfeng was not angered, the young servant eagerly elaborated. During the Harvest Festival, every household in the city displays their finest produce, allowing everyone to sample these offerings completely free of charge. There will also be singing and dancing, followed by a bonfire gathering in the evening. After listening to the explanation, Lu Qingfeng left a gold soul coin and swiftly departed. He was curious to witness the true essence of this harvest festival. It is interesting that such a celebration exists here, while it does not in Notting City. As he walked through the streets, he beheld an array of neatly arranged harvests on either side, including fruits and vegetables, as well as vines, timber, herbs, and grains, an exquisite variety that was beyond counting. Lu Qingfeng shamelessly requested a cup of fruit wine from the jovial old winemaker, who chuckled, "Ah, young man, you have discerning taste. Within the realm of Roya City, my fruit wine is unparalleled. You shall find none other like it. Is that so? Then do pour me a cup at once. I have a penchant for fine spirits, and its aroma is already enticing," Lu Qingfeng replied eagerly. The old man, beaming with delight, seemed unable to close his mouth in his evident joy. "Here you go, all set." The fruit wine displayed a unique blend of colors, reminiscent of peach pink with a hint of verdant green. Its fragrance was refreshing, its taste sweet, leaving a lingering aftertaste that was utterly delightful. However, as he savored this exquisite beverage, an irate servant rushed over, hurling insults at the old man while pointing an accusatory finger at him. "You old rascal! Indeed, you have fine wine, yet you choose to serve it to outsiders rather than our young master. Do you hold our family in contempt?" With that, the servant attempted to seize the entire barrel, but just then, a hand landed heavily upon his shoulder, as if the weight of the 5 sacred mountains bore down upon him, rendering him unable to lift his head. "You, let go of me." The servant's face turned ashen, unable to escape the grip that felt like an unyielding cage. "Do you know who I am? I am the 3rd son of the Lord of Roya City. Release me at once." Upon hearing this, the man attempted to leverage his connections. But little did he know that such an appeal would yield no effect. Lu Qingfeng remained indifferent, savoring the fruit wine with meticulous attention. After a considerable pause, he finally remarked, "Indeed, this is fine wine, albeit a tad too sweet for my palate." The old man said nothing further, filling a gourd for him to take along. Then addressed the servant, "Now, be gone with you. This time, there will be nothing left to plunder upon your return." Lu Qingfeng also released his grip, allowing the young servant to depart. However, just as the latter was about to mount the carriage, he glanced back at Lu Qingfeng with an unkind gaze. How dare you humiliate me so profoundly? I will make you pay. This fleeting resentment was acutely perceived by Lu Qingfeng, yet he paid it no mind. Choosing instead to meander through the city, indulging in various delicacies and charming numerous young women. Before long, a throng of admirers, envious of his complexion and appearance, trailed behind him, creating a spectacle that dazzled the onlookers. Goodness, how is it possible that I cannot find you, yet you manage to attract so many, openly displaying affection? I wish you an early ascension. The streets echoed with the shattered confidence of the single men. Oh no, my goddess has transformed into a sycophant. I refuse to accept this. Come back, my goddess. Hey, handsome, do you need a steel gun? Wait, it seems something unusual has mingled in. Ahem, esteemed ladies. Please allow me to take my leave. I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot linger further. Let us meet again another day. With that, he attempted to slip away, but at that moment, he spotted two individuals. A man and a woman. The man donned a blue outfit, his bright eyes radiating charm, while the woman, with a scorpion braid, exuded sweetness and lightness, holding a candied hawthorn in her hand. They were none other than Tang San and Xiao Wu. Thus, he did not hasten his departure. Instead, he approached them directly, not with the intention of recognition, but rather to issue a challenge to the protagonists Tang San. As for whether their acquaintance would be discovered, Lu Qingfeng harbored no concerns. Though he had only recently departed, the changes were not insignificant. Having cultivated in the soul-hunting forest and endured trials at the cliff's bottom, coupled with the influence of Linglan's aura, he now possessed an almost ethereal coldness. Beyond this, his physical transformation was even more pronounced. Having grown after his time with Linglan, he now stood at approximately 175 meters. A stark contrast to the time he left when he was barely 170 meters. Therefore, he felt no fear of Tang San recognizing him, and with Xiao Wu, he felt even less apprehensive. My dear fellow, I feel an instant connection with you. How about we find a place to become sworn brothers? As Lu Qingfeng approached, he swiftly wrapped his arms around Tang Shan's shoulders. Tang Shan attempted to evade, only to realize that the other's strength and speed utterly overwhelmed him, leaving him firmly ensnared. Lu Qingfeng turned his head, feeling somewhat helpless towards the determined young ladies pursuing them. He could only hasten his pace, dragging Tang San as they swiftly fled the city. Xiao Wu followed closely behind, incessantly repeating, "Let go of my brother, let go of my brother." Lu Qingfeng, of course, would not heed their words. He led the two into the soul-hunting forest, finally coming to a halt. He carelessly threw Tang San to the ground and remarked, "Well, I've finally shaken you off." Tang San rose to his feet, positioning himself protectively in front of Xiao Wu, his gaze sharp and vigilant. "If you wish to depart, why did you not do so earlier? Why wait until you encountered us before attempting to flee? What is your true intention?" Chapter 48. The Confrontation of. Lu Qingfeng smiled as he gazed at Tang San and slowly spoke, "I merely wish to gauge your strength." Xiao Wu and Tang San retorted, "Do you have no shame? I am of a similar age to you now," he continued, "and I shall not employ my martial soul or soul skills. If you can strike me, I shall concede your victory. What say you to this?" Tang San's expression hardened, uncertain of Lu Qingfeng's true intentions. Yet, at that moment, he found himself unable to evade the situation and could only engage in a feigned compliance. Just then, Xiao Wu interjected, "Why should I acquiesce to you? We are strangers. Let us depart." Lu Qingfeng smiled faintly, extracting a snake's fang and embedding it into the ground. His expression darkened as he spoke in a low voice. "Do you truly believe you can escape from here, little rabbit?" Xiao Wu's eyes widened in shock. The mention of a rabbit made her uneasy, as if he had discerned her true identity. In that moment, an inexplicable fear gripped her, draining the color from her face, leaving her rooted in place, unable to move. Tang San noticed the shift in her demeanor and stepped protectively in front of Xiao Wu, declaring, "I will promise you this." "Excellent, that is the spirit. You may unleash all your abilities. As long as you land a single attack on me, you shall be deemed the victor. Moreover, I shall only make one move. If I fail to strike you, then I concede." "Humph," Tang San scoffed. Even a soul master, or even a soul sovereign, might struggle to evade every attack. Hidden weapons were particularly treacherous, nearly impossible to defend against. To claim one could dodge everything was to show a blatant disregard for his prowess. As a disciple of the Tang sect, he held a sense of pride. Such words were nothing short of an affront, considering their similar ages. Did he truly expect them to believe him? Xiao Wu stepped aside, relinquishing the ground to the two of them. Lu Qingfeng stood there casually, an enigmatic smile gracing his face. His request was not without reason. His strength had rapidly increased, yet he lacked opportunities to master it. Recently, he had refrained from cultivating his soul power, choosing instead to hone his physical prowess, enhancing his control over his own abilities. After all, possessing immense power without the means to wield it was a most uncomfortable sensation. His encounter with Tang San provided him with an opportunity, as Tang San's hidden energy was far from trivial. On the other side, Tang San observed the immobile Lu Qingfeng, recognizing the indifference in his demeanor. Clearly, he was not taken seriously. Without hesitation, he activated his ghost shadow perplexing steps and charged forward. His figure moved like a specter, elusive and unpredictable, seemingly veering left only to appear on the right, blurring the lines between reality and illusion, much like a true phantom. Yet, to Lu Qingfeng, this was hardly a challenge. With a slight retreat of his foot and a lean back of his body, he effortlessly evaded the initial assault, the hand merely brushing past his collar. Remarkably swift. Tang San was astonished. This individual was undoubtedly the fastest he had encountered in this world, unparalleled in speed, surpassing his own by 2 or even 3 times. Little did he know, Lu Qingfeng's speed was but a fraction of his true capability. Had he been aware, Tang San's expression would have been most telling. Not quite enough. Continue and display your true strength, he thought with a sneer. Although he could not match Lu Qingfeng in speed, Tang San understood that his advantages lay in control and hidden weapons, his trump cards in this confrontation. In the next instant, blue-silver grass emerged in his palm, a vine surging from the earth toward Lu Qingfeng. However, this proved futile, as Lu Qingfeng deftly leapt away from the vine, only to be met with a flying dart that had closed the distance alarmingly fast. For an average person, evasion would have been impossible. Yet, alas, he was facing Lu Qingfeng, an extraordinary contender. Lu Qingfeng arched his back, displaying remarkable flexibility akin to a drawn bow, evading the dart with ease. At that moment, Tang San chuckled, for he had not intended to defeat Lu Qingfeng with these initial tactics. His true strategy lay in reserve. Low-tier version, Rain of Pear Blossoms. He produced a silver needle from his hand, deploying it with the Xian Jade hand. The delicate silver needles fell like rain, the gaps between them so minuscule that evasion seemed impossible. This time, let us see how you evade, he mused, intrigued by the unfolding challenge. In the depths of Lu Qingfeng's dual pupils, a gleam of brilliance emerged, compelling him to take matters more seriously. The vital energy coursing within him surged, and in a remarkable manner, his body swiftly descended to the ground, only to then retreat and leap several meters into the air, evading all the silver needles. His ability to hasten his descent with such weight was attributed to the unique method of circulating his vital energy in the breaking wind dance, a technique he had ingeniously crafted during his training and one he had truly mastered. Tang San gazed in astonishment at the spectacle unfolding before him. Could one truly possess such capabilities? The individual before him was astonishing, able to manipulate his vital energy to alter his body's weight midair, achieving a rapid descent. Moreover, the remarkable flexibility displayed was beyond belief. Was it even possible for someone of such stature to possess it? Typically, larger individuals experience a reduction in flexibility due to the increased mass of their limbs, yet the flexibility of the person before him was astonishingly superior, rivaling even that of Xiaowu. He turned to glance at Xiaowu, who, as expected, was equally taken aback. However, this alone was insufficient to deter his resolve. The best was yet to come. As Lu Qingfeng descended, a multitude of concealed weapons hurtled toward him. Tang San, in a swift motion, stirred up the dust from the ground, obstructing Lu Qingfeng's line of sight. One cannot help but regard such tactics as despicable. However, in the heat of battle, one may resort to any means necessary, for every advantage counts. Once victory is achieved, the specifics fade into obscurity. People are indifferent to the journey, for the vanquished lose everything while the victors claim it all. With the shadows of phantoms and the haze of dust clouding his vision, even Lu Qingfeng found himself significantly hindered. This was evident in his timing to evade the hidden weapons at the outset, when the air was clear. The trajectories of these projectiles were discernible. Yet now, he could only react when they were mere inches from his face, often narrowly escaping one only to face another. The encroaching vines added an additional layer of unpredictability to his defense. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. With a slight smile at the corners of his mouth, Lu Qingfeng moved with increasing fluidity. Although he appeared somewhat disheveled during this process, he had already discovered a method to evade attacks, shedding unnecessary movements. The amplitude and frequency of his actions were rapidly diminishing, and his control over his body was continuously improving. Remarkably, his stamina had hardly been depleted, while Tang San, with his high frequency of movements, was exhausting himself significantly, despite having only reached the mid-20s in levels. Even the soul power cultivated through the Xiantian skill could not compensate for the disparity in physical prowess. He had clearly fallen at a disadvantage. Chapter 49, Journey to Heaven-Do City. Tang San was acutely aware that his body and soul power lacked the capacity to sustain prolonged high-frequency actions. If he did not conclude the battle swiftly, defeat was inevitable. How infuriating! What manner of creature was this, to possess such strength? He had nearly exhausted all his options. Even with the cover of terrain, he could not land a blow on Lu Qingfeng due to the latter's incredible speed. In the face of such absolute velocity, all ambushes and hidden weapons were rendered futile. To Lu Qingfeng, Tang San's furtive movements were laid bare. At that moment, Lu Qingfeng suddenly called out, "You there? Little rabbit, join in as well. Let me see what tricks you two possess. If you manage to hit me, I shall grant you both free passage." Xiao Wu discerned that this individual did not wish to kill them, and thus she leaped into the fray. The soft-boned charm rabbit was also remarkably swift, its agile form proving advantageous on the battlefield. Coupled with its enchanting soul skill, it became a formidable challenge, capable of ensnaring its opponents unawares. This clever little rabbit danced into action, disrupting Lu Qingfeng's line of sight while attempting surprise attacks. Although she missed on several occasions, she came perilously close to grasping Lu Qingfeng's garments. Tang San and Xiao Wu, having nurtured their relationship over several years, exhibited an unparalleled synergy. Even a soul master might struggle against them, yet they were confronted by Lu Qingfeng, whose speed was explosive and whose methods of movement and force application were in constant flux, seeking the most efficient and effortless techniques. This left the two of them feeling quite frustrated. Facing a potent adversary was one thing, but the fact that this opponent was growing stronger only compounded their plight. A pink glimmer sparked in Xiao Wu's eyes, a precursor to her attempt to bewitch her foe. However, when her gaze met Lu Qingfeng's, she was met not with warmth but with an abyss of icy malevolence and darkness, as if no warmth existed in his world. In the next instant, a powerful backlash surged towards her mind. Lu Qingfeng had awakened his spiritual powers, granting him substantial resistance against such enchanting soul skills. The force of this backlash was likely to be significant. "Ah!" Xiao Wu cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. "Xiao Wu." Tang San was taken aback, hastily rushing forward to lift her. Yet, at that moment, a fist appeared, striking him forcefully in the abdomen. In the fleeting moments before his consciousness faded, he heard a disdainful remark. "Is that all? Too weak, utterly uninteresting." Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating Tang San and Xiao Wu. Current task completion, 47. The system's voice jolted Lu Qingfeng back to reality, reminding him of the numerous rewards he had seemingly obtained but had yet to examine, having entirely forgotten about them. After ensuring that Xiao Wu and Tang San were settled in a couple's hotel, he set off alone towards the imperial city of Tiandu, Heaven-Do City. For he had a promise to keep with Qianrenxue, having loathed breaking a promise throughout his life. The fact that he had done so, albeit due to circumstances beyond his control, gnawed at him. It was a knot that needed unraveling. Before that, however, he would first explore the rewards bestowed by the system. In the depths of his heart, Lu Qingfeng silently recited the system, and suddenly, a radiant blue screen materialized before his eyes. Host, Lu Qingfeng level, 23 soul, an unremarkable novice, having just unlocked the Sea of Souls cultivation method, 5 elements classic. Soul secretary yet to be learned, 9 extremes combat technique martial soul, demon card, frigid ice blossom skills, concealed passive skill, wind-shattering dance, minor accomplishment, items, lottery chances x4. Serpent Fong, dual hearts, self-made weapon x1, poison pill, traditional Chinese medicine secret text, poison chapter. Random skill book x1 quest, level up to 30. Incomplete. The serene breeze carried an air of silence. Without delving into the essence of the soul, he humbly acknowledged his novice status, for he had only recently awakened. However, the presence of the ancient medical tome and the toxic elixir below was somewhat excessive. His pursuit of medicine was intended for the enhancement of his health and the ability to heal himself. How had it devolved into toxicity? Was he irrevocably on the path of a poison master? His intention was to be a benevolent individual. Yet, at this juncture, there seemed to be no recourse, for his skill points had already been misallocated, leaving him with no choice but to continue down this misguided path. In addition to the main page, there were 2 supplementary sections detailing the white tiger and the wisteria flower. Lu Qingfeng silently opened the page. eager to ascertain the current state of his abilities and the extent of his power. Host, Qingfeng cultivation, 5,000 years martial soul, white tiger skills, phantom strike, evil devour. Tiger roar, thunder light embodiment special, white tiger claws, beast king pressure, awakening level, 30. Upon seeing the glaring figure of 5,000 years, Qingfeng felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. 5,000 years, indeed, was sufficient to rival the might of a soul king. This was the extent of his current strength, truly remarkable. However, he was acutely aware that he could not maintain this state indefinitely. For despite the formidable new skills he had acquired, his soul power was wholly inadequate. This meant that he could only match the power of a soul king for a brief period. Nonetheless, even so, an ordinary soul king would be easily subdued by him. What perplexed him was the awakening of the beast king pressure to 30. How could absorbing a lion king lead to such a significant enhancement? Was it possible that the lion king itself was a beast king? Indeed, there was merit to this notion, as it was an absolute dominator within the soul-hunting forest. Moreover, he held a particular fondness for the thunder light embodiment, as all its skills possessed both paralysis and burning effects. This was no trivial matter in higher-level battles. Such skills were of paramount importance. Often, a fleeting moment of paralysis for an adversary could determine the outcome of the confrontation. Indeed, the skills were truly exceptional. Qingfeng stroked his chin, opening the final interface. Host, Qingfeng cultivation, 3,000 years martial soul, wisteria, a unique wisteria that nurtures flower spirits, skills, rainfall, venom. Vine control special, not awakened although the wisteria's cultivation spans merely 3 millennia. In comparison, its practicality is significantly superior. The consumption of soul power is exceedingly minimal when juxtaposed with that of the white tiger. Moreover, it possesses the ability to soar through the skies and harbors toxins, particularly lethal to those of lesser strength. In this regard, the wisteria proves to be quite formidable, likely becoming his primary form in the future. After all, it is not only aesthetically pleasing but also possesses considerable strength. Who wouldn't be enamored by such a combination? Everyone is drawn to beauty, and since one cannot possess it, one might as well transform into it. Off I go, Tendo City, here I come. As Qingfeng transformed into a figure of purple rain, he soared through the air, experiencing a velocity akin to the wind itself. In Chapter 50, Lost and Rescuing, after several days of travel, Qingfeng finally grasped a profound truth. A directionally challenged individual remains so, regardless of how well-equipped they may be. The reality of their ineptitude cannot be altered, even with navigation aids. Currently, he found himself embodying this very predicament. Having purchased a map before his journey and inquiring directions along the way, he nonetheless ended up straying further off course, utterly oblivious to his current location. Where am I? Had I known this would happen, I would never have embarked on this journey. Initially, his intention was to thoroughly familiarize himself with his body throughout this expedition, to master it completely. Yet now, while he had indeed become attuned to his physical form, he had simultaneously lost his way. Wandering through the forest for what felt like an eternity, he traversed each day in trepidation, fearing he might inadvertently enter some perilous core area. He felt an overwhelming sense of dread, profound self-reproach, deep regret, and an utter sense of helplessness. How wonderful it would be if a guiding maiden were to descend from the heavens. However, before he could finish his thought, a tremendous roar erupted ahead, and a ferocious beast leapt into the sky, pursuing a girl soaring above. The girl was clearly running out of strength, on the verge of plummeting. Qingfeng calculated that her descent was directly in front of him, and a twisted smile began to form upon his lips as he observed her. With a thud, in the next moment, the girl let out a startled cry as the small wings on her back vanished, and she plummeted from the sky. Qingfeng extended his arms, poised to execute a perfect heroic rescue, envisioning the ensuing promise of devotion that stirred his excitement. However, while imagination paints a glorious picture, reality often presents a stark contrast. The girl fortuitously tumbled behind Qingfeng, raising a cloud of dust. She was quite enchanting, petite in stature, her face etched with terror. Upon catching sight of Qingfeng, her thoughts were not consumed by his handsome visage, but rather by an urgent exclamation. Run. There's a 1,000-year soul beast behind us. A 1,000-year soul beast? What of it? Qingfeng felt that confronting such a creature was akin to dealing with a mere child, easily subdued and brushed aside. Don't worry, we must flee together, he reassured her. Yet she remained unconvinced, tugging at him in vain. Time slipped away, and the soul beast was closing in on them. A confrontation was inevitable. It was over. Lu Qifeng glanced contemptuously at the formidable sight before him, a millennium-old soul beast, the Gale Wolf, renowned for its ambush tactics and stealth, possessing remarkable patience and commendable defensive capabilities. Its most striking feature was its astonishing speed. Otherwise, this young girl, endowed with flight soul abilities, would not have been pursued so relentlessly. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Lu Qifeng stood in place, unleashing the terrifying pressure of the Beast King, which instilled fear in the Storm Wolf, causing it to tremble uncontrollably, unable to breathe. With a decisive strike, he felt that this display was executed flawlessly, certain it would win the affections of the young lady, and thoughts of mischief danced in his mind. However, when he turned around, he was met with the awkward realization that she had vanished. He muttered to himself, "Where has she gone?" Suddenly, two coughs resonated from the ground, revealing the girl, her face pale and her gaze dimming. To his astonishment, he realized that the Beast King's pressure affected humans as well. He had merely intended to test his skills, unaware of their impact on mortals. Yet, perhaps this was advantageous in a desolate forest. A robust man and an unconscious beauty found themselves at the mercy of the setting sun. Alas, he had forgotten about the small wolf. Lu Qifeng swiftly turned his head and dispatched the little wolf in an instant. He then cradled the delicate beauty in his arms and found a lovely spot to lay her down gently. As he unfastened his garment to cover her, he thought to himself that the chill in the air might cause her to catch a cold. After all, with so much skin exposed, it was quite the challenge for him to maintain his composure. Alas, how benevolent I am, even prepared to offer you my healing touch. Rainfall. Petals began to manifest upon Lu Qingfeng's hand, cascading like gentle rain, exuding warmth and comfort, their fragrant essence imbued with a sense of tranquility. The girl, lost in slumber, suddenly clasped that warm hand tightly against her front, enveloping herself in softness. Initially, all seemed well, but soon a peculiar sensation arose from that area, as if something were writhing, causing her discomfort. She struck the palm forcefully, murmuring, "Do not be troublesome. I must hunt soul beasts tomorrow." Although Lu Qingfeng wished to linger a while longer in the moment, after half an hour, his legs had grown numb and his hands felt similarly paralyzed. It was time to rouse her. Ahem, it is time to wake up. The girl, lost in a dream, suddenly awakened, gazing in bewilderment at the hand she had clung to so tightly. A rosy blush swept across her entire face, reminiscent of a delicate concubine emerging from a bath. Fragile and languid, with hues of crimson dancing upon her cheeks. The thought of her recent actions filled her with an overwhelming shyness, rendering her speechless. As she stood frozen in place, too timid to move, Lu Qifeng shook his hand and remarked, "It's been so long that it's become numb." The girl, upon hearing this, nearly erupted in a furious tirade. "You scoundrel! You take advantage of me and then act all innocent? I will bite you to death." With a huff, she turned to leave, but Lu Qifeng swiftly positioned himself before her, blocking her path. "What do you intend to do?" The girl was already in a foul mood. Not only had she brought disaster upon her companions, but she also returned empty-handed without a soul ring, knowing she would face punishment upon her return. The presence of the man before her was infuriating, maddening even. She wished to leave immediately, eager to uncover the identity of this person and repay her debt of gratitude. Yet, Lu Qifeng smiled and said, "Is this how you respond after I saved you? Perhaps I should have let the wind wolf devour you instead." Truly, the world has lost its sense of gratitude. I am so unfortunate to rescue someone only to be met with disdain. Oh, woe is me. His performance was exaggerated, inciting a desire within the girl to strike him. Clenching her fists, she gritted her teeth and replied, "Thank you. I will repay you." "Repay me? With your body?" The girl's jaw dropped at the audacity of his words. However, what followed further shattered her composure. Lu Qingfeng adopted an expression of utter despair, raising his hands weakly toward the sky. "You hesitated. Clearly, you do not genuinely wish to repay me. You merely intend to deceive me. Is this how one treats a lifesaver? Huh. Women." The girl felt her world collapse, her mindset unraveling as she stammered. I. Lu Qifeng cleared his throat softly, realizing that he had been rather shameless. This section definitely needed to be excised. "Let us go," he said. "I don't require your gratitude. If you take me out, we shall be even. You go your way, and I shall traverse my own path." Chapter 51. May I accompany you? Is that all? The girl gazed at Lu Qifeng with disdain. So cowardly and lacking in courage. I expected you to do something remarkable. Yet here we are, typical of men. This time, it was Lu Qingfeng's turn to be speechless. "Aren't you the one performing in front of me? I really don't wish to play along any longer. Please step aside." Little did he know, Her previous mental state mirrored his current one. In that moment, he truly grasped the helplessness of confronting a dramatic character and could only manage an awkward smile. Let us hurry. Darkness is approaching. Suddenly, the girl burst into laughter at his embarrassed demeanor. Why have you stopped speaking? I thought you were quite the talker. Qingfeng expressed his disinterest in engaging with the girl, turning his head away to let her lead the way. However, it seemed she had opened the floodgates of conversation. Continuing, what's the matter? Have you run out of things to say? Are you perhaps feeling shy? Men truly possess a thieving heart yet lack the courage to act. TSK. Humph. I call this devotion, while you, young child, understand nothing. Enough of this chatter. Lead the way swiftly. We must depart before darkness envelopes us. The girl appeared somewhat hesitant, clearly reluctant to leave, yet her mouth opened without knowing what to say. In truth, I came here to hunt for a spirit ring. Before she could finish, Qingfeng interrupted, I am aware, and it is the second spirit ring. There must be others accompanying you. You must belong to a prominent family, albeit one that does not value you. Thus, you sought assistance from outsiders to hunt the spirit beast, and that useless group perished. Had you not encountered me, you too would have met a grim fate. Am I mistaken? You. The girl's eyes sparkled, her mouth opening to speak. But Qingfeng once again interrupted her. You wish to inquire if I can assist you in hunting a spirit ring. Regrettably, I cannot. I have no desire to help you, nor any reason to do so. Your current task is to lead me out of here. Otherwise, you shall face a dead end. Qingfeng's tone grew icy. Although he relished the art of performance, it was merely a pastime for him. The girl was undeniably beautiful. Yet her whimsical nature was a significant flaw. Her lack of talent was secondary. The crux of the matter lay in her inability to gauge the situation. As she only considered her own interests, this was a quintessential case of princess syndrome, and associating with such a person would undoubtedly lead to complications. I am not attempting to intimidate you. It would be wise for you to comply, for I might still grant you mercy. Should you wish to leverage your status against me, I regret to inform you that you are not sufficiently qualified. Qingfeng directly presented the prince's token, which he had thrown to Qianrenchua. Upon seeing this object, the girl was rendered speechless, for the prince's token signified a close relationship with the prince. And a wave of intricate emotions surged within her heart. Despite feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness, she resolutely suppressed her feelings and continued to lead the way. Qingfeng paid no heed to the girl's condition. His sole desire was to venture outside. He had lingered in the forest for far too long and yearned for a hearty meal. All he had consumed here were raw provisions. How he longed for roasted chicken, roasted goose, and suckling pig. Qingfeng was deeply immersed in a delightful reverie, momentarily oblivious to the girl who had halted in front of him, resulting in a sudden collision. The warmth and softness of her presence enveloped him, but instead of thoughts of embarrassment, he pondered, why have you stopped? Do you not realize how hungry I am? I long to savor the delights of the outside world. However, as he raised his gaze, he discovered that the situation was far more complex. Opposite him stood a group of impeccably dressed individuals clad in black, each radiating an aura of lethal intent. Their chilling menace palpable even from a distance. Are they here to kill you? Qingfeng spoke softly, positioning himself in front of the girl. This group was evidently a clan of death warriors, and it was clear that following them was an impossibility. Death warriors generally operate in secrecy, and Qingfeng understood that either he or this group would ultimately meet their demise. Thus, another confrontation was inevitable. You owe me increasingly more, Qingfeng remarked, turning to the girl and wrapping an arm around her waist, pulling her tightly against him to prevent her from being easily thrown aside. The girl, however, seemed oblivious to her surroundings, her eyes vacant as if lost in thought. Two streams of tears cascaded down her cheeks, falling onto Qingfeng's shoulder and dampening his collar. He was unaware of the turmoil that had befallen her and had no desire to uncover it. For now, every individual obstructing his path was an enemy, and he would show no mercy in vanquishing them. Come on, if you wish to harm her, then approach. The Death Warrior Soul Master team consisted of 7 members, each a formidable 4-ringed Soul Master, indicating the strength of this group. Their careful approach towards targeting a fallen young lady, devoid of power and allies, was indeed remarkable. You have quite the audacity, summoning a Soul Master team of such caliber to eliminate you. Just how many paths have you obstructed? Qingfeng evaded an attack from an adversary and swiftly drew his snake tooth to counter. The snake tooth, possessing an indomitable nature, rendered the opponent's futile attempt to parry with a mere dagger utterly ridiculous, resulting in the forfeiture of their life. Truly, is the Soul Clan so feeble now? A single remark from Qingfeng incited the ire of the entire team, prompting the remaining 6 individuals to activate their martial souls, all of which were of standard configuration. Clearly, a considerable sum had been invested in nurturing such a group. TSK, 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 while they may be formidable, I remain curious as to how long they can endure. I have yet to even begin my warm-up. In Lu Qingfeng's eyes, a brilliant light suddenly flickered. His long blade, resembling the fangs of a serpent, darted back and forth with agility, effortlessly cleaving through the incoming energy. The leading control-type soul master, sensing the dire situation, contemplated employing his soul skill to seal the area. But as the purple soul ring behind him began to glow, a blade pierced his throat. Blood gushed forth, vividly illuminated under the moonlight. Without the guidance of their control-type soul master, the remaining combatants fell into disarray, each fighting independently. Some chose to conceal themselves, biding their time for an opportunity, while others recklessly charged forth, swinging their armored arms in an attempt to reduce Lu Qingfeng to mere pulp. Alas, such ambitions remained no more than fleeting thoughts. Lu Qingfeng wielded his long blade with a vertical slash, and to her astonishment, the man's body was cleaved in two. The formidable scales offered no resistance against the blade's relentless advance, and crimson blood splattered across the girl's figure. She stood there, transfixed, gazing at Lu Qingfeng, who resembled the very embodiment of death, uncertain whether to weep or to smile. The others were not spared from his lethal grasp, each one dispatched in turn. Their deaths grotesque and harrowing. The scene was a gruesome tableau of severed limbs and dismembered bodies, with not a single intact corpse to be found. Lu Qingfeng gazed at the girl in his arms and spoke softly, "Let us proceed. Lead the way into the imperial city. Until then, no one shall harm you." White wings unfurled from his back, and the refreshing essence of nature dispelled the remnants of bloodshed as he ascended into the sky with the girl, who felt the invigorating power of the wind. "Thank you. My name is Yu Xiaoyu. May I accompany you always?" Chapter 52. Do you not know my age? The forest they entered was not far from Tiando City, and thus their journey encountered no obstacles, allowing them to reach their destination with ease. However, there was one additional companion. Lu Qingfeng gazed at the forced smile of Yu Xiaoyu trailing behind him, feeling quite helpless. This little one had stubbornly decided not to leave his side. "Hey, don't go too far. If you don't let go, I shall strike you." Yu Xiaoyu, exhibiting an attitude of fearless defiance, clung tightly to his arm and declared, "No, unless you beat me to death, I will not release my grip." Lu Qingfeng fell silent, increasingly exasperated by this individual. Initially, upon arriving in Tiando City, the situation was not as dire. However, the moment they entered, she clung to him relentlessly. Indeed, Lu Qingfeng found himself utterly powerless against her persistence. He could hardly resort to violence in such a place. Despite the late hour, Tiando City remained vibrant, with numerous revelers enjoying the night. Moreover, she claimed to possess a means to contact the crown prince, who was, in fact, Xue Qinghe masquerading as Qianrenxue. Given this, it was impossible for him to dismiss the young girl. Reluctantly, he decided to allow her to accompany him, planning to slip away as soon as he encountered Qianrenxue. Indifferent to her fate, the two sought accommodation at a hotel, but, regrettably, only one room was available, leaving him to wonder if this was a deliberate ploy by the innkeeper. Inside the room, Yu Xiaoyu, having finished her ablutions, lay on the bed, her delicate face adorned with 2 glistening tears. Lu Qingfeng approached and directly pushed her to the edge of the wooden bed, saying, "You sleep below. I shall occupy the bed." Without waiting for Yu Xiaoyu to respond, he promptly burrowed under the covers. What a jest! You think you can wrestle the bed from me after I've paid for it? How navi. However, Yu Xiaoyu's reaction was rather unnatural. She pulled the bedding aside and nestled in, curling up against Lu Qingfeng's back. Soft, intermittent sobs escaped her, as if she were releasing some profound anguish. Suddenly, she shifted, turning to face him, and said, "Do you know who I am? I am the second daughter of the Yu family, yet my talents are rather mediocre. I possess no formidable martial spirit. Even the inherited martial spirit I have is merely a mutated windwalker bird, lacking significant combat capabilities. Thus, my standing within the family has always been low, so low that even the servants may disregard my commands. Aside from my name, I am utterly disconnected from the Yu family. I managed to connect with His Highness Xue Qinghe through my own efforts. He provides me with funds for cultivation, while I gather intelligence and perform tasks for him. I envisioned that once His Highness ascends the throne, I could depart and lead the life I desire. However, this matter became known to others, and they informed the Yu family. Initially, they intended to facilitate a connection for Yufeng, but now it is I who has taken that role, which they naturally oppose. For Yufeng possesses exceptional talent. The most efficient way to resolve this predicament is to eliminate me while I am out hunting soul beasts. I am aware of this, which is why I hired a team of soul masters at great expense. Yet, they were sabotaged, poisoned, which is why I had to flee. 7 soul masters, what should have been a straightforward task, are now all dead. Yu Xiaoyu suddenly broke into tears, clinging to Lu Qingfeng's waist, her face pressed against his back. Do you know who orchestrated all of this? It is my own father. Only he can command that shadowy team. Her emotions collapsed, and she wept bitterly against Lu Qingfeng. She needed to unburden the suffering and grievances she had endured along her journey. She could have lived a life free of worry. Yet she was shackled by the noble status of the Yu family, which would never allow a young lady to live as an ordinary person. Sadness, resentment, and distress enveloped her. Yu Xiaoyu clung to him, expressing her emotions, pouring out all the tribulations of the years gone by. Lu Qingfeng lay still, neither asleep nor moving. Simply listening. He was an outsider, unqualified to comment. After an unknown period of time, the little girl grew weary and fell into a deep slumber upon his back. Lu Qingfeng gently pinched her soft little face, finding it quite endearing. Just as he contemplated something mischievous, he swiftly suppressed that thought. No, I must seek out Qingru. She is the one for me. Resolute in this belief, Lu Qingfeng tugged at the blanket, enveloping the two of them completely. As dawn broke, the sun shone brightly. The couple in the hotel, unbeknownst to each other, awoke simultaneously, locked in each other's embrace. The man's hand rested where it ought not to be, while the woman's hand was equally unrestrained upon his body. This was none other than Yu Xiaoyu and Lu Qingfeng, staring at each other wide-eyed, enveloped in a profound silence. Non, echoed Lu Qingfeng's voice, a clear indication of his distress. There was no denying the situation. The girl had forcefully invaded his bed, her hands audaciously nearing places they should not. What else could it be but inappropriate conduct? Speak up, go on. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaoyu, though her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, felt that much of her irritation stemmed from Lu Qingfeng's audacity. She had never encountered someone so brazen. Surely, he must have faced his fair share of reprimands growing up. Why couldn't someone just silence his incessant chatter to prevent further mischief? Humph, look at what you've done to my clothes. They're all crumpled. How am I to wear this now? Go out and buy me something new. Lu Qingfeng forced an awkward smile, reflecting on the events of the previous night, which seemed rather excessive. However, should he truly be blamed? After all, it was your own fault for having grown up this way. Nevertheless, considering the coughing fit from last night and the pleasant dreams that followed, he reluctantly decided to acquiesce to your request. What size do you wear? He inquired. Yu Xiaoyu. Her face flushed with indignation, seized a pillow and hurled it at him, exclaiming, How could you not know? Lu Qingfeng remained silent, pondering how he could possibly know since he was not an LSP capable of discerning such things with just a mere touch. Yet, he found himself recalling the sensations from the previous day, gesturing with his hands to illustrate them. This only served to further infuriate Yu Xiaoyu, who, disregarding everything, charged at Lu Qingfeng with the intention of striking him. However, in the next moment, her ankle became ensnared by the sheet, causing her to topple over, her face perilously close to the ground. Lu Qingfeng, with remarkable agility and swiftness, dashed forward like a bolt of lightning, firmly supporting Yu Xiaoyu. Now she understood. Get out of my sight. Yu Xiaoyu shouted in a fit of indignation. Lu Qingfeng expressed that he would not quibble with you, were it not for your potential usefulness. He would not concern himself with your affairs. However, he felt rather pleased. Soon, the two concluded their breakfast, and Yu Xiaoyu also accompanied Lu Qingfeng to seek out Qingfeng. My encounters with His Highness the Prince are typically arranged within the confines of the Heavenly Royal Academy. Yet, I believe I must wait at least 3 days to meet him, for only then can he emerge without drawing attention. Lu Qingfeng furrowed his brow. So we must wait another 3 days? Indeed, Yu Xiaoyu replied, casting a sly glance at Lu Qingfeng and leaning closer to whisper in his ear. Are you not excited to spend another 3 days with me? No. 3 days feels too prolonged. Chapter 53. Enlightenment. The Royal Academy of Tiando, located in Tiando City, was an impressive establishment, exuding an air of nobility from afar. Its facade alone was leagues ahead of Shrek Academy, indicating a stark disparity in their respective infrastructures. Not to mention the wealth of training resources available within, Shrek Academy lacked even a semblance of the simulated training facilities. Both possessed royal tokens, granting them uncomplicated access to the Royal Academy of Tiando. However, even upon entry, their understanding remained limited. Although Yu Xiaoyu was a student there, her time was predominantly consumed by rigorous training and assisting Qingfeng. leaving her with scant leisure to familiarize herself with the academy. As they strolled through the premises, they eventually paused by a large, circular lake adorned with lush vegetation. At this season, it was in full bloom with charming flowers, and the moist air enveloped them, carrying the essence of water and the fragrance of the breeze, offering a delightful sensation. I often came here to unwind after training, she mused. Yet I seldom paid attention to the scenery. I never realized it was so breathtaking. Qingfeng responded, Indeed, it is beautiful. It is truly deserving of its royal heritage. Yet, it is regrettable. Regrettable? What is there to lament? Xiaoyu inquired. It is regrettable that this academy, in essence, is destined to serve only the nobility. With so many talented individuals, how can we ensure that all are of noble birth? Under such rigid constraints, the number of geniuses will dwindle, for in this nation, the majority remains common folk. Consequently, this institution is fated to decline. Xiaoyu was taken aback by Qingfeng's words, momentarily at a loss for response. Her gaze fixed upon him, increasingly captivated. He exuded an inexplicable charm. At times he appeared frigid, while at others he radiated warmth, lacking decorum and devoid of virtue. Yet it was this very man who rescued her, instilling within her the courage to persevere. How wonderful it is! Qingfeng was attentively listening to the whispers of the wind, wholly oblivious to the piercing gaze directed at him. In this unique place, he sensed a subtle rhythm in the breeze, chaotic and unrestrained. It flowed wherever it wished, without rhythm or constraint. This very essence embodied the perfect opportunity for mastering his wind dance. If he could grasp this wind's cadence, his artistry would reach its zenith. Ah, is that you? Xiaoyu? What brings you out? Have you ceased your secluded cultivation? Yet, as he immersed himself in the wind's rhythm, a shrill voice abruptly shattered his concentration. Enlightenment, so fleeting, had been cruelly interrupted. A rare opportunity snatched away. Qingfeng, who seldom succumbed to anger, found himself utterly enraged. The disturbance of his tranquil meditation felt like a blow to his very path. He could not simply overlook the source of this disruption. Xiaoyu, drawn by the commotion, recognized the intruder Luoya, an acquaintance of hers. Luoya was an exceedingly bothersome individual, one who spent her days antagonizing others instead of honing her skills. Being the only girl in her family, her behavior was eccentric and thoughtless, and among peers of similar backgrounds, childish quarrels were easily brushed aside. Unfortunately, Xiaoyu had become one of her targets, the reason being all too simplistic. Luoya envied her physical development. Have you changed your attire? Off to sulk somewhere else, perhaps? Luoya's words dripped with disdain, resembling those of a scorned harpy. And that over there must be your pretty boy? Have you not thought to dress him better? Or are you two planning an elopement? Xiaoyu had anticipated that she would ignore Luoya as before, but today, something had shifted within her. The usually reticent Xiaoyu began to retort, even openly rebuking Luoya. Luoya, leave me be. Luoya attempted to respond, but the man beside Xiaoyu approached with a darkened expression. He emanated an aura so frigid it felt suffocating, an oppressive malevolence weighing down upon her like a mountain, rendering her immobile. In an instant, Luoya stood frozen in place, while Qingfeng, silent and resolute, strode forward and delivered a sharp slap. Blood mingled with shattered teeth, leaving a vivid imprint upon her cheek, a searing pain coursing through her. How could a spoiled young lady like her endure such an affront? Fueled by indignation, she struggled to rise, but as soon as she regained her footing, Qingfeng struck again, leaving the other side of her face swollen, resembling a caricature. You dare to strike me? Do you even know who I am? I care not for your identity. You disrupted my moment of enlightenment, and you think to escape unscathed? Do you fancy yourself a soul emperor or a soul saint? The more Qingfeng contemplated, the more infuriated he became. He strode forward, raising his foot to kick her. However, at that moment, another foot appeared before the girl. If his foot were to land, it could very well mean her demise. Qingfeng retracted his foot and coldly snorted. What if she is dead? Do you think I would be afraid? The newcomer was a young man, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, not particularly large, with a hint of apology etched on his face. If she has offended you in any way, allow me to offer my sincere apologies. Apologies? What could you possibly offer to atone for severing someone's enlightenment? Qingfeng was currently seething with rage. Had you remained silent, he might have merely pummeled her a few times, leaving her half dead, unconscious, and reduced to a vegetative state. Yet now, he was contemplating how to extract greater benefits from this situation. Upon hearing that he had interrupted someone's moment of enlightenment, the young man's expression darkened considerably. Enlightenment is a rare occurrence, one that some may never experience in their entire lives, and to have disrupted it was tantamount to courting death. Whose responsibility is it to manage such affairs? How am I to articulate this? Even if it were to happen to me, resolving it would not be as simple as merely smoothing things over. As for Lu Qingfeng's dishonesty, he could sense the formidable strength of this individual, who was evidently enraged. This matter was, more likely than not, indeed true. Torn between avenging a thwarted path and being a teacher to the academy's students, he found himself in a most uncomfortable predicament. Why must I involve myself in this matter concerning my students? At that moment, Yu Xiaoyu rushed over and grasped Lu Qingfeng's arm, whispering, "This is Teacher Qingming, the youngest bishop of the Wuhuan Hall, a sole emperor-level powerhouse. Even a prince would not dare to offend him lightly." Lu Qingfeng, however, remained indifferent, consumed by his anger, rendering any authority ineffective. Is the sole emperor truly formidable? This remark was overheard by Qingming, whose expression shifted dramatically as he retorted, "Are you perhaps seeking to test that?" Chapter 54, Confrontation with Qingming. Fear you? Lu Qingfeng swiftly led Yu Xiaoyu to the rear, his steps quickening as he unleashed a powerful punch. The force of his strike was both rapid and fierce, accompanied by a gusting wind reminiscent of a raging tiger, strong and ferocious. Qingming, ever cautious, raised his arms to defend. However, with a resounding thud, he underestimated the impact of the blow. His arms went numb, and his body involuntarily slid backward. The strength behind this attack was at least that of a sole emperor. And yet he himself was a sole emperor. Nevertheless, having engaged in combat, he remained resolute, sharing the same rank as a sole emperor. Qingming harbored his own sense of pride. In the presence of his mutated fire wolf, martial spirit ignited a fervor within him, compelling him to revel in the thrill of battle. "Come forth." The fire wolf spirit enveloped him, exuding a terrifying aura as Qingming transformed into a ferocious wolf. Closing the distance in an instant, Lu Qingfeng, unwilling to be outdone, directly summoned the white tiger martial soul, enveloped in golden lightning, resembling a deity of war. Dazzling and blinding. Although Qingming was a sole emperor of over 60 levels, wielding a mutated fire wolf martial soul, he could not compare to Lu Qingfeng as physical prowess. Lu possessed the extraordinary physical attributes of an 8,000-year-old soul beast, further enhanced by the wind dance, rendering his physical capabilities terrifyingly formidable. Even against a millennium-old soul beast, he showed no signs of fear. The two clashed like cannonballs, producing a tremendous roar. Yu Xiaoyu was inadvertently swept away by the hurricane, nearly plunging into the lake. This deafening sound attracted numerous onlookers. Many students out for their morning exercise rushed over. Among them was Yu Feng. Upon seeing Yu Xiaoyu, a peculiar gleam flickered in his eyes. Noticing the soul master engaged in battle with teacher Qingming, he mused, "It appears you, Prince, are drawn to Yu Xiaoyu, but your brazen display of combat here will reveal how you decide to act." Typically, princes are exceedingly cautious about public opinion. Any hint of negative sentiment prompts them to intervene discreetly. An outsider engaging in combat within the Royal Academy, regardless of the reason, could tarnish the reputation of those associated with him. Should the prince acknowledge this individual, the mere act of fighting a faculty member could lead to severe repercussions for the soul master. Conversely, if he remains silent, the soul master may feel disheartened and distance himself from the prince, leaving Yu Xiaoyu without support and solidifying his standing in the Yu family while simultaneously severing ties with the prince. It was a situation ripe for threefold gains. Thus, he leveraged his authority to promptly report the incident to the current crown prince, Xue Qinghe, who immediately rushed to the scene upon receiving the information. The two combatants remained oblivious to this unfolding drama, their battle escalating to an impasse. Both possessed remarkable physical strength, their speed and power incomparable. Qingming's fiery assaults had little effect on Lu Qingfeng, while Lu's lightning abilities posed significant challenges for Qingming. Frustrated, Qingming found the incessant electricity bothersome. One misstep could lead to disaster. He resolved to conclude the battle swiftly, unaware that Lu Qingfeng could only temporarily harness such power. Mistakenly believing his opponent was akin to him, a six-ring soul emperor. This urgency aligned perfectly with Lu Qingfeng's intentions. His holy soul power was depleting rapidly, and while he possessed an additional half of evil soul power, he was reluctant to utilize it, fearing the potential emergence of troublesome entities. Though unafraid, he deemed it more prudent to avoid complications. Both warriors halted simultaneously as an overwhelming aura emanated from Lu Qingfeng, forcing the nearby flora and fauna to bow in submission. While some animals and humans alike knelt beneath this oppressive presence, he activated his special soul skill, Beast King's Pressure. This was the second time he summoned this ability, causing a swift drain of his holy soul power. Yet, This very display left Qingfeng momentarily immobilized. It was evident he was not immune to this skill. His white tiger was indeed regal, but the fire wolf was merely a mutated martial soul, incapable of resisting such intimidation. Lu Qingfeng seized the fleeting opportunity to advance, his claws extending and glistening with a chilling, terrifying sheen. Qingfeng instinctively felt a shiver run down his spine, as if this strike posed a direct threat to his life. In response, the second soul ring behind him illuminated. The second soul skill, Flame Wolf Barrier. This defensive soul skill enhances his defensive power by 50% while also inflicting a burning status and fire damage upon his adversary. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A surge of flames erupted from within him, forming a massive protective shield around his body. Yet, just as he began to feel a semblance of safety, an intensified warning surged within him, driven by an innate fear deep within his atomic martial soul, compelling him to evade. In that moment, Qingfeng realized he could not withstand this sudden assault. He swiftly attempted to shift his position, but it was already too late. The white tiger's claws of Lu Qingfeng tore through the flames, breaching his defenses and leaving 4 deep gashes on his arm. The crimson blood dripped onto the ground, and the surrounding students were rendered incredulous. Their teacher, Qingfeng, had actually fallen into a disadvantageous position. Could this individual truly possess such formidable strength? Meanwhile, Yu Xiaoyu felt a slight sense of relief. This man was even more powerful than she had imagined, and her earlier concerns had been unfounded. Unbeknownst to her, a subtle curve formed at the corner of her mouth, resembling a smile. Why was she feeling elated at this man's advantage? The situation on the battlefield was ever-changing. Just moments ago, Lu Qingfeng had been at a distance, and now he appeared before Qingfeng, not 1, but 7, with a 5,000-year-old soul skill, Phantom Assault. The transformed Phantom Assault was no longer a mere illusion. Now, even the phantoms possessed 1/10 of the original strength, capable of causing disturbances even if they were not painful. Seeing no way to evade, Qingfeng had no choice but to activate his third soul skill, Diamond Wolf. As this skill was unleashed, a golden aura enveloped him, his skin and hair slightly lengthening, interwoven with strands of flame. This was his core soul skill, which doubled all attributes for a duration of 15 minutes. Although the time was brief, it was sufficient. With the Diamond Wolf soul skill activated, Qingfeng surged forward with unstoppable momentum, disregarding an incoming assault and breaking through the encirclement. In the midst of the chaos, he found it nearly impossible to encounter a worthy opponent. His claws unleashed sharp blades, somewhat reminiscent of Lu Qingfeng's. If you wish to challenge me, do you truly believe you are worthy? As Lu Qingfeng's vital energy surged, he stamped his foot and was propelled forward with a thunderous roar, achieving a speed nearly akin to that of sound in an instant. At the same moment, Qingfeng surged forth, and the 2 streaks of light collided violently, resulting in a deafening explosion. Chapter 55, The Conclusion of Events. Arrival of Qian Rushiwei with a sharp exhale, both Qingfeng and Lu Qingfeng were sent flying backwards, although neither had exerted their full strength. This confrontation had made one thing clear: they were evenly matched, unable to gain the upper hand over one another. However, when it came to a fair contest, Lu Qingfeng held the advantage due to his other form, which possessed a potent toxin capable of easily depleting Qingfeng's strength. Furthermore, Lu Qingfeng's ability to fly was a significant edge that Qingfeng lacked. Lu Qingfeng had several ribs fractured, while Qingfeng appeared completely unaffected. Although this time it was a defeat for him, he refrained from sending a response, fully aware that his abilities could never match Qingfeng's. The latter was equally astonished by his prowess, fixating his gaze upon him. You performed admirably. Let this matter rest. Our encounter was merely a standard exchange of skills, not an indication of any external threat. His statement was unequivocal. He recognized this individual, understanding that their interaction was simply a routine sparring session, devoid of any malign intentions. Lu Qingfeng straightened his back, took a deep breath, and remarked, "Indeed, it appears to be a creature emerging from Shrek." Qingfeng was somewhat taken aback. "It has been a long time since I last heard that name. It seems you are aware of me. Did you also come from the academy?" "Not quite. I have visited the academy. We can discuss that later. For now, let us address the pressing matter at hand." He gestured towards the crowd that was converging from all directions. As more and more people gathered, the girl's family also arrived, clearly intent on defending their child. They first approached to assist Qingfeng. However, they did not anticipate that Qingfeng would brusquely shake off the arm of the middle-aged man, coldly stating, "Take care of your daughter. This time, it will be futile for anyone to intervene." The man, wanting to retort, suddenly noticed a prominent figure approaching in the distance. Xue Qinghe had arrived. "Your Highness." The crowd knelt in reverence, and the middle-aged man bowed repeatedly, hoping to garner Shui Qinghe's assistance. He had already learned from Qingming that it was his daughter who instigated the trouble, and the other party happened to be a formidable individual. He had observed that aside from a girl of unknown identity who had approached the strong figure, no one else dared to step forward, indicating that the individual was indeed an outsider. Although he was unaware of the relationship between this person and teacher Qingming, he recognized that a mere teacher could not sway the vast Tianshou Royal Academy. After all, this was not the Spirit Hall. Shui Qinghe ignored the middle-aged man and approached Qingming, politely inquiring, "Teacher Qingming, do you know what has transpired?" In any other context, or if Qingming were replaced by another individual, the crowd might have perceived Shui Qinghe as aligning himself with the Spirit Hall. Yet, this was not the case. Everyone was cognizant of Qingming's integrity and Shui Qinghe's character, knowing he would never act in such a manner. Qingming had always been just and unyielding, incapable of tolerating any form of injustice. Thus, questioning those close to him would seem inappropriate, as it might give the impression that he was shielding his own. Therefore, Shui Qinghe's demeanor was entirely in line with his character and sufficiently equitable. Qingming succinctly recounted the events, subtly transforming Lu Qingfeng into a friend he knew, while placing the blame squarely on the woman involved, as that was the truth. This time, even if the Luo family were not to be further maligned by the other families, they would undoubtedly have to pay a price, most importantly, losing face. Among noble families, nothing is held in higher regard than reputation. After listening to Qingming, Shui Qinghe stepped forward to address Lu Qingfeng with a gentle demeanor. "May I inquire who this is?" Lu Qingfeng had come this time with a singular purpose, unambiguously presenting the token he had received from Qian Rinxue. He stated, "The Soul Hunting Forest, an appointment in March." Qian Rinxue's expression shifted abruptly. Only two individuals were privy to this matter, herself and Ziyu. The fact that this man was aware of it signified that Ziyu was unharmed and, moreover, acquainted with him. Ironically, Yu Xiaoyu, a pawn easily cast aside, was also present. A curious convergence of circumstances. While she felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of reuniting with Ziyu, she remained focused on her original objective, bringing the two together to discuss a resolution. The magnitude of this situation could sway either way, contingent upon the choices made by the head of the Luo family. The Luo family head had begun to grasp the implications. Prince Shui Qinghe had inadvertently allied himself with this nameless soul emperor, turning his own advantages into liabilities, leading to a potential disgrace of monumental proportions. Contemplating the impending costs weighed heavily on his heart, prompting a resolve to discipline this unfilial offspring. With a countenance marked by reluctance, the Luo family had approached to negotiate the price to be paid, recognizing that this moment of enlightenment could not be easily atoned for. After a vigorous exchange of repartee, Lu Qingfeng successfully secured his rightful compensation, while a significant portion of this success stemmed from the involvement of Qingming and Qian Rinxue. He harbored no intention of sharing with them, as they were abundantly equipped, whereas he found himself in dire need. The discussions concluded without drawing the attention of any prominent figures, though this was merely superficial. In the shadows, influential individuals had been monitoring the proceedings, including a member of the Spirit Hall sent to protect Qian Rinxue, who had kept a vigilant watch on Lu Qingfeng, never diverting his gaze until the latter departed. This prodigy was no less formidable than Qingming, and with an acquaintance of the prince, speculation arose regarding his potential allegiance to the Spirit Hall. An approach was warranted. Concurrently, following Lu Qingfeng's appearance, numerous factions vied to forge connections with him, recognizing the value of nurturing a talent. However, Lu Qingfeng remained indifferent to such overtures. He had subtly suggested to Qian Rinxue the possibility of rendezvousing in the forest outside the city during the nights ahead, though he pondered when he might make that journey. Ultimately, he decided it was best to wait, reasoning that he certainly would not venture forth today. At least, he believed so. Although Lu Qingfeng yearned to console himself in such a manner, his years spent in the company of Qian Rinxue had granted him a profound understanding of her character. She was a woman of action, never one to procrastinate, exhibiting remarkable decisiveness. Her regard for Ziyu far surpassed his expectations. Their relationship had transcended mere friendship, resembling the bond of intimate confidence from a previous life. Yet, he remained perplexed regarding the nature of their connection. He sensed that Qian Rinxue harbored feelings for him, though such a possibility seemed implausible, given that both were women. Furthermore, should Qian Rinxue discover his true identity as a man, he feared she might not hesitate to eliminate him without a trace. Chapter 56. intricate emotions. Lu Qingfeng initially did not wish for Yu Xiaoyu to accompany him. However, this persistent individual was determined to follow him. Whenever he attempted to leave, she would burst into tears and cling to his arm, refusing to let go. Left with no choice, he brought this bothersome presence into the woods outside, knowing he wouldn't be meeting Qian Rushiwei under the guise of Ziyu. After a brief wait, Qian Rushiwei did not arrive, but instead, another group appeared. The newcomers were clad in uniforms emblazoned with the emblem of the Wuhuan Temple. It was evident that these individuals hailed from the Wuhuan Temple, and their intention was clear, to recruit him. Yet, could this truly be feasible? Being invited into the Wuhuan Temple by them was entirely different from an invitation from Qian Rushiwei. Thus, he had no intention of acquiescing to this group. And the reason was simple: he held them in low regard. Conversely, they too looked down upon him, for within the ranks of the Wuhuan Temple, there were countless warriors of greater caliber, and they had no need for one like him. Both parties harbored ulterior motives, yet when the time for discourse arrived, they exchanged jovial pleasantries, engaging in a fade of commercial banter. Yu Xiaoyu, listening from the sidelines, found herself quite overwhelmed and thus covered her ears, distancing herself until the verbal sparring concluded. Ultimately, no agreement was reached, and the meeting ended abruptly. Nevertheless, he did manage to acquire a small token, the utility of which remained uncertain. As the conversation drew to a close, Yu Xiaoyu dashed over, eager to secure her arms around Lu Qingfeng's waist. However, Lu Qingfeng, ever agile, evaded her grasp with a deft sidestep, leaving her to tumble empty-handed. "You scoundrel!" Yu Xiaoyu exclaimed vehemently, but feeling unsatisfied with just one outburst. She continued to berate him, "Scoundrel, scoundrel, scoundrel!" Lu Qingfeng, exasperated, could only cover his ears to escape the cacophony. Moments later, having exhausted her tirade, Yu Xiaoyu nestled against his back, playfully toying with his hair. It was true that Lu Qingfeng's hair was notably long and strikingly beautiful, which had led to instances where he was mistaken for a woman, much to his chagrin. Each time he clarified his gender, the incredulity of others was palpable. However, such matters were trivial. Regardless of his appearance, those who were disinclined to like him would not change their sentiments. One affection was sufficient, he mused, but unexpectedly, his thoughts wandered beyond Lin Qingru to Qian Rushiwei. This woman had somehow taken root in his heart. Could it be that he harbored feelings for her? Impossible, utterly impossible. Lu Qingfeng quickly shook his head, attempting to dispel this thought. However, the more he sought to eliminate it, the more it clung to him tenaciously. Once this notion emerged, it became impossible to suppress, as if boiling water had been ignited by a fierce flame, stirring his emotions. "No, I do not harbor such feelings for Qian Rushiwei. My sentiments towards her do not amount to affection, they simply do not." Lu Qingfeng found himself in a state of turmoil, unaware of the sorrowful tears that silently cascaded down Yu Xiaoyu's cheeks. In that moment, the girl caught each crystalline droplet with her hand, as her instinct as a woman revealed to her that the man before her was entangled in matters concerning another woman, leaving her entirely excluded from the equation. At that instant, Yu Xiaoyu grappled with an indescribable emotion, pondering what her true feelings for this man were. Perhaps she did not truly harbor affection for him. Perhaps his timely arrival merely evoked a sense of gratitude within her, devoid of any deeper sentiment. She attempted to console herself, yet the pangs of sorrow and discomfort within her heart intensified rather than diminished. Just then, Lu Qingfeng broke the silence. "Please, get off me, someone is approaching." In a fleeting moment, a petite figure emerged before them. A girl, neither conventionally beautiful nor unattractive, possessing an aura that was neither particularly good nor bad. However, her presence in that setting felt decidedly out of place. "Who are you? What brings you here? Are you not aware of the dangers that lurk within the forest at night?" Lu Qingfeng smiled faintly. This image was a painting he had created with Qian Rushiwei when he transformed into Purple Rain. At that time, they inscribed 2 phrases upon it. One was the one just mentioned, and the other was, "I am not afraid, for you protect me." Lu Qingfeng spoke in a calm tone, as if he had once again found himself in those carefree moments spent with Qian Rushiwei. The two of them, unrestrained, shared their thoughts freely and pursued their desires without hesitation. They were liberated from the concerns of being discovered, indifferent to the trivialities that surrounded them. In essence, over the years, they had forged a profound friendship. In that moment of recognition, they longed to embrace each other on the spot, though such an act was impossible. Disguised as a young girl, Qian Rushiwei, who was inherently suspicious, regarded Lu Qingfeng with a doubtful expression and inquired, "Did you summon me for a specific purpose?" Lu Qingfeng, without any circumlocution, directly stated the matter at hand. "Someone has requested that I convey to you that our future encounters will continue to be arranged through me, occurring once every 3 months. However, during our last scheduled meeting, circumstances prevented us from convening, and therefore she mentioned that you may express a single request, which she would gladly assist you in fulfilling." Qian Rinxue nodded. Well aware of Ziyu's nature, she understood that if Ziyu did not propose a demand, the other party would persistently pursue her until a request was made. Such forthrightness in communication was indeed characteristic of her. Upon reflection, Qian Rinxue realized she possessed no particular desires. If she were to articulate a wish, it would simply be to spend more time with Ziyu, but that seemed rather implausible. Thus, she casually posed a request. "Very well, since I have no specific desires, I ask this of you. Will you become my follower?" The gentle breeze carried an air of silence. Had they not returned to the starting point? "It seemed you truly wished for me to become your devoted follower. Perhaps this was destiny, an inescapable fate. Yet, a promise is a promise. Having incurred this debt, I shall repay it." Thus I acquiesced. "I understand. For the next 3 months, I shall heed your counsel." Qian Rinxue, observing Ziyu's disinterest, felt no inclination to linger and merely remarked that he should find her at the academy the following day before departing. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaoyu, perplexed by the exchange, found herself utterly bewildered. What was transpiring? This was far stranger than her previous encounters with the Spirit Hall. While those discussions were shameless, at least they were comprehensible. However, the dialogue between these two was entirely inscrutable. "Never mind," she thought. "I shall return and seek rest." Just as she intended to grasp Lu Qingfeng's arm, she noticed a change in his demeanor. His expression was tense, radiating a sense of vigilance that instinctively heightened her own anxiety. "Hush, do not speak. I sense something approaching, a soul beast, and one of considerable age, at least a millennium old. Under normal circumstances, a 1,000-year soul beast should not pose such a significant threat. Yet this instance felt palpably dangerous. This soul beast was likely formidable." Chapter 57. The terrifying flying squirrel, however, after a prolonged wait, no soul beast emerged, and the ominous, heart-stopping aura remained unabated. Lu Qingfeng attempted to shift his position, only to discover that the other party seemingly paid him no heed, as their imposing presence continued to target the same area as before. What could be the reason for this? Lu Qingfeng felt a sense of confusion, yet he remained exceedingly cautious, refraining from any unnecessary movements as he meticulously observed his surroundings while gradually retreating from the area. Just as he was stepping back, he suddenly noticed a small hole in the ground. The aperture was merely the size of a fist, emanating an otherworldly glow that resembled a gemstone or perhaps some metallic object, revealing its extraordinary nature by its ability to shimmer in the night. However, there was no time to ponder such matters. The oppressive aura still loomed over them. Suddenly, Yu Xiaoyu halted, her expression tinged with excitement. Leaning close to Lu Qingfeng's ear, she whispered, "I sense that the source of this aura is not particularly strong. In fact, when I first spotted that hole, I sensed something was amiss, leading me to suspect that the owner of this imposing presence might be a feeble spirit beast." Lu Qingfeng harbored similar suspicions. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable why such a formidable aura persisted without any sign of the spirit beast. After all, for spirit beasts, human soul masters are a considerable source of nourishment, and it would be illogical to let such an opportunity slip away. Yu Xiaoyu's reasoning made sense. If it were indeed a weak spirit beast, it would clarify why it refrained from revealing itself. It would be too timid to show itself, relying solely on this overwhelming aura to intimidate and deter the soul masters, likely motivated by the luminous object within the hole. Nevertheless, these were merely conjectures, and the true circumstances remained unclear to both of them. Should they risk venturing forth? Although he had faith in his judgment, he could not act impulsively. The situation was fraught with danger. He glanced back at the expansive grassy plain, an idea forming in his mind. "You stay here for a moment. I shall venture to test the spirit beast. If it proves formidable, we shall flee. Be ever ready to spread your wings." Yu Xiaoyu nodded eagerly. "Very well. I shall be prepared. Go ahead." Lu Qingfeng launched a direct assault, simultaneously unleashing the overwhelming pressure of the Beast King, a terrifying force that swept away everything in its path. Both the grass and the trees bowed in reverence. Even the menacing aura that had once caused his heart to race had vanished. This confirmed their suspicions, Indeed, it was merely a feeble soul beast. Qingfeng released his scarce spiritual energy to probe the surroundings, and at last, he discovered a formidable soul beast concealed behind a tree. It was a flying squirrel. No larger than 2 fists, adorned with a menacing skull emblem on its back, now rigidly lying motionless beneath the tree. A realization dawned upon him regarding the nature of this soul beast. The terrifying flying squirrel, a creature of the air, excelled in intimidation and toxins. The venom contained within its diminutive teeth was sufficient to slay dozens of individuals. Moreover, it delighted in emulating the aura of powerful beings it had encountered, wielding this presence to extort wealth, particularly drawn to anything that sparkled. So, was I truly frightened by this 500-year-old minuscule creature? Qingfeng was left in a state of bewilderment, pondering the absurdity of the situation. It was truly a stroke of bad luck. Nevertheless, he decided to proceed with the inevitable confrontation. Just as he vanquished the terrifying flying mouse, Yu Xiaoyu rushed over and grasped his hand, inquiring earnestly, "May I have this soul ring?" Instinctively, Qingfeng wanted to refuse, but upon reflection, he realized the formidable life-preserving capabilities of this terrifying flying squirrel's ability. For someone like Yu Xiaoyu, who lacked both strength and influence, it was indeed a valuable asset. However, it was not the optimal choice. The soul ring that would best complement Yu Xiaoyu's Windwalker martial spirit should ideally possess long-range attack capabilities, as this would enable her to fully harness her potential. Before he could voice his thoughts, Yu Xiaoyu continued, "My martial spirit is inadequate, my talents are not exceptional, and I have no one to support me. I find myself in a rather resentful predicament. With such an object, at the very least, I can pretend that a powerful being stands behind me, safeguarding my existence." With that, she abruptly drew a small knife she carried and struck down the terrifying flying squirrel in Qingfeng's grasp. A yellow soul ring slowly ascended, and Qingfeng ceased his protests, recognizing the futility of further words. Yu Xiaoyu absorbed the soul ring with surprising swiftness, quickly acquiring the ability to mimic an imposing aura. After testing it, she found it indeed suited her needs for self-preservation. She leapt with joy, yet Qingfeng understood that her heart was likely riddled with wounds. Her current exuberance merely masked the profound sorrow within. Qingfeng was not easily swayed or moved, yet the plight of Yu Xiaoyu tugged at his heartstrings. "Let us go and discover the source of that glow," he suggested. Just as he was about to express more, Yu Xiaoyu pulled him along to the entrance of the cave they had previously visited. Without hesitation, Yu Xiaoyu reached in and extracted the glimmering object from within. To his astonishment, it turned out to be merely a piece of fluorite. What a disappointment! I had expected a treasure, he thought ruefully. Disdainfully, Yu Xiaoyu tossed the fluorite far away and intended to leave with Qingfeng. However, Qingfeng's attention was drawn to another object concealed at the cave's entrance. It was a diminutive plant, exuding a fragrant aroma, resembling a willow leaf but with 3 distinct leaves, nestled beneath the fluorite. This trifoliate herb appeared to be of considerable age, perhaps a millennium, which explained why the fearsome flying squirrel had been reluctant to depart. Its benefits were evidently significant. Contemplating this, Qingfeng carefully collected the plant and called for Yu Xiaoyu to leave. She was still sulking over the fluorite, behaving rather like a petulant child, which was somewhat amusing. Yet, the more comical the scene, the less Qingfeng found himself able to smile. It seemed this young girl had never truly known joy throughout her life, nor had anyone ever truly understood her. Their return journey was uneventful, but upon arriving at their hotel, they were met with an eerie silence. No one was there. "Someone has arrived." Qingfeng subconsciously shielded Yu Xiaoyu behind him, unaware that this seemingly simple gesture nearly brought her to tears. However, she managed to suppress her emotions and obediently stood behind him. "You have finally returned, Lord Soul Emperor. I am Yu Jing, an old servant of the Yu family. The master is awaiting you upstairs. Please ascend for a discussion." The speaker was an elderly man, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, with a head of mottled white hair. His tone was gentle, yet it concealed an inexplicable authority. There's no need. I do not know you." Chapter 58. Father and child. Yu Jing continued to smile, waving his hand dismissively. "Young man, your talent is exceptional, and your strength formidable. Unfortunately, this is Heaven Do City. Do you truly believe you possess the power to resist?" Outside, a squad of black-armored soldiers blocked the entrance, their cold, glimmering armor reflecting a menacing light. The aura emanating from them was anything but weak, suffused with the iron-blooded spirit exclusive to warriors. Each one a formidable spirit master, soldiers of the army, devoted to slaughter. What, do you intend to eliminate me? Lu Qifeng scoffed derisively, pulling Yu Xiaoyu down into a chair, where she found herself seated directly on his lap. If you wish to see me, let him down. His attitude was undeniably harsh. Yet it was preferable to having these individuals directly obstructing his home. You dare to act so brazenly with me? Do you expect me to remain calm? At that moment, Yu Jing's expression finally shifted. His eyes gleamed with intensity as he coldly snorted, I have been courteous to you. Do not mistake my politeness for weakness. Nevertheless, Lu Qingfeng paid him no mind, appearing drowsy while cradling Yu Xiaoyu. Humph, Miss Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Is there no semblance of a refined young lady left in you? Frustrated by his inability to confront Lu Qifeng, Yu Jing turned his attention to Yu Xiaoyu. Yet, she had learned from Lu Qifeng, resting against him and ignoring Yu Jing entirely. The latter's face flushed with anger, yet he could not afford to explode. At that moment, footsteps echoed from upstairs. Young man, would you be interested in joining our Yu family? The newcomer was tall and robust, his demeanor exuding an innate authority that commanded respect. Upon his arrival, not only did Yu Jing and his companions bow in deference, but even Yu Xiaoyu stiffened in his embrace, her body rigid with recognition, undeniably. It was the current head of the Yu family and Yu Xiaoyu's father. I am Yu Tianqing, the present head of the Yu family. May I inquire your name, young brother? Without much contemplation, Lu Qingfeng responded, I have no name, only a code. You may refer to me as White Tiger. Oh, it seems that the young brother does not wish to join our Yu family. It's not that I do not wish to, but rather that I do not dare to entertain such thoughts. I am unworthy of the Yu patriarch's goodwill. This grand affair is a sight I have never encountered in my lifetime. Lu Qifeng spoke with a tone laced with sarcasm, revealing the irritation simmering beneath. But is that the true state of affairs? Not at all. Currently, Lu Qifeng is devoid of agitation. On the contrary, he remains remarkably composed. His words were merely a fade, projecting an image of a petulant young genius, still naive and unversed in the intricacies of the world. He shed this persona, gauging whether Yu Tianqing would dare to respond. If he did, Lu Qifeng possessed myriad ways to vex him, potentially conjuring troublesome scenarios. After all, Yu Tianqing remained blissfully unaware of his connection to Qianringshu. Were he to discover it, even with tenfold courage, one would wonder if he would dare to proceed. Ha ha. So the young brother is aggrieved for this reason. You should all retreat. Yu Tianqing laughed heartily, instructing the others to withdraw, leaving only the four of them in the room. At this moment, Lu Qingfeng appeared to Yu Tianqing as a fish on the chopping block, ready for slaughter. Just then, Yu Xiaoyu extricated herself from Lu Qingfeng's embrace, standing silently with her head bowed. Yu Tianqing, not casting a glance her way, addressed Lu Qingfeng, White Tiger. May I inquire your age and marital status? This implies a proposal for his daughter. No wonder Yu Xiaoyu harbors no fondness for the Yu family. A clan such as this is best avoided. Observing the dejected expression on Yu Xiaoyu's face, he grasped her icy hand and countered, Patriarch Yu, do you intend to betroth Xiaoyu to me? If my esteemed nephew does not mind, I could arrange a wedding for the two of you in due time. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoyu felt on the verge of tears. Her father was selling her right before her eyes. The anguish and bitterness of such a reality are beyond articulation. Even consuming 100 lemons or drinking 10 pounds of wine would not compare to this sentiment. Bitterness, heartache, disappointment, a medley of emotions, excruciatingly painful, utterly heart-wrenching. Lu Qingfeng chuckled. Indeed, the head of the Yu family is a heroic figure. His daughter can be so easily given away. How could I dare to collaborate with such a person? You should seek another worthy suitor, for I am unworthy. Ha ha. Yu Tianqing rose. The soul power within him surged as if it would burst forth at any moment. Yet, at that instant, Lu Qingfeng unexpectedly produced a token and placed it before Yu Tianqing. The head of the Yu family must think carefully. The newly recruited strategist of Prince Shui Qinghe perished that very night. I wonder if you can withstand such a storm? Yu Tianqing gazed at the gleaming royal token on the table, his face instantly turning the color of liver. How could he not realize now that this young man had been toying with him? You are excellent, indeed. Of course, I am excellent. If I were not, would the prince take notice of me? It is rather you, head of the Yu family, who is less than admirable. TSK, TSK, TSK. Lu Qifeng shook his head, a smug expression on his face that made Yu Tianqing want to subdue him and press him to the ground. However, he could not do so and had no choice but to turn to Yu Xiaoyu and say, come home with me. Yu Xiaoyu paused, unsure of how to decide. Her eyes were red, and tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Lu Qingfeng remained silent, fully aware that Yu Xiaoyu would inevitably choose to leave. Having been disillusioned with the family years ago, and now devoid of even the slightest sentimental attachment. "Father, I am sorry. I am an unfilial daughter." With those words, she dashed outside in a frenzy. The others, intending to stop her, found themselves paralyzed by an overwhelming aura of intimidation. In that brief moment, Yu Xiaoyu had already fled. It was the Beast King's pressure employed by Qingfeng. While it could be easily resisted when prepared, no one here was aware of his capabilities, leaving them momentarily stunned. Believing a formidable spirit beast had arrived. Before long, they regained their senses, but by then, Yu Xiaoyu had distanced herself significantly. Although they could easily pursue her, Qingfeng would not permit them to act hastily. Yu Tianxing remained silent, and thus they refrained from taking independent action. Truly, the head of the Yu family was a commendable master. Indeed, one must keep a distance from such individuals to avoid being sold out while unwittingly counting the money. A most lamentable situation. Qingfeng scoffed without hesitation, then pursued the direction in which Yu Xiaoyu had departed. At this juncture, Yu Jing stepped forward and inquired, "Master, is it worth it?" "There is no question of worth. As long as she can leave the Yu family, that is the best outcome. Her talents are lacking, and her martial spirit insufficient. Ultimately, she would only become a mere tool. I have witnessed her actions over the years, yet the old guards of the family disagreed. The Yu family is not a dictatorship. Xiaoyu's departure is the optimal result. As her father, I can only do this much." Had anyone else uttered those words, Xiaoyu would never have resolved to leave. Only I could say them. Chapter 59. Accepting the mission that night, Yu Tianxing sat at the hotel entrance, sleepless, his aged head now bearing a few more strands of white. After that night, he would never again have the chance to see his daughter. He felt a sense of joy, for his daughter could finally seek her own happiness. The price, however, was that he would never see her again and would be resented by her for a lifetime. Yet it was all worth it. For no parent wishes ill upon their child. For this reason, even at great personal cost, they would act, such as the essence of familial love. Not solely Yu Tianxing endured a sleepless night. Far across, Yu Xiaoyu and Qingfeng too found themselves awake, one engulfed in despair, the other standing by in shared sorrow. Qingfeng, at a loss for words, was unable to comfort Yu Xiaoyu. Instead, he sat beside her, absorbing the cool, silvery glow of the moonlight. He refrained from embracing her or uttering sweet nothings, as such actions felt unscrupulous, taking advantage of someone in their most vulnerable moments. He found himself incapable of such deceit, nor did he desire to engage in it. It was not until the sun ascended high in the sky that Yu Xiaoyu emerged from her state of melancholy, her expression still awry. After a simple meal, she insisted on accompanying Qingfeng to the Royal Academy, the reasons for which remained unclear. Throughout their journey, the pair exchanged little more than brief murmurs, enveloped in a heavy silence. Inside a small room within the academy, Qingfeng awaited the arrival of his former instructor. However, to his surprise, it was not her but another individual who appeared, a youth who appeared to be merely in his teens, possessing an attractive demeanor that exuded a youthful charm rather than the innocence of a puppy. The boy radiated a vibrant energy, his bright eyes significantly enhancing his appeal. To Qingfeng's astonishment, he noted that Qianrenxue had this peculiar fondness, though he was aware she did not. He merely wished to indulge in a moment of jest. Upon meeting Qingfeng, the boy introduced himself. "Hello, my name is San. This is your target for this mission." San retrieved a token and a piece of paper from within his cloak, displaying the likeness of a person alongside the inscription, 13th Prince. Was he to embark on a mission to assassinate the 13th Prince right from the outset? How thrilling! As Qingfeng's heart raced with palpable excitement. He recognized that while this situation did not compare to life-threatening crises, it nonetheless served as a profound exercise in courage and composure, often plunging one into a state of heightened tension for an extended duration. The three generals retracted the drawing paper and stated, "Your mission is to safeguard the 13th Prince. His identity is rather unique, making him a target for numerous assassination attempts. Consequently, his bounty on the black market has always been exceedingly high. We have received intelligence indicating that a bounty has been posted, which means there will undoubtedly be attempts on the 13th Prince's life in the near future. During this period, we will closely monitor the existing information from the black market and keep you informed. However, it is imperative that you ensure the 13th Prince's safety." Qingfeng furrowed his brows, pondering the gravity of the task at hand. This was his first experience in the role of protector. And to safeguard a prince at that, was this solely due to the trust placed in him by Qianrenxue? It was somewhat incredulous. Just how profound was Qian Rinxue's faith in him? Nevertheless, he inquired, if the soul master's level is too high, I may not be able to ensure protection. Rest assured, no high-ranking fool would choose to stand against an empire. You need not worry. The highest you might encounter is a soul emperor, as those of greater stature would not opt for the path of assassination, was the reassuring reply. Sen then presented him with a key and a map. For the next month, you will reside in the chambers of the 13th prince. Here is the key to his quarters and a layout of the premises for your convenience. Lu Qingfeng handed the key to Yu Xiaoyu, who examined the layout map from left to right, but still found it perplexing. Deciding to leave it with Yu Xiaoyu, he pondered, is there anything else? Perhaps we could procure some more valuable items. San's lips twitched. He wondered why His Highness the Prince would assign such an individual to safeguard the 13th prince. A sense of unease washed over him. Lu Qingfeng continued, please, grant me something of value, just a little. San decided to depart, as he had only come to deliver a task, and was taken aback by the expectation of offering something in return. Was it truly possible to engage in such a manner? Yet, Lu Qingfeng firmly grasped his arm, his expression resolute, conveying an unmistakable message. He would not allow San to leave without some form of compensation, an attitude utterly infuriating. San, lacking the audacity of the old dog Lu, could only reluctantly part with a precious herb from his own reserves, departing with a heavy heart. Lu Qingfeng hastily stowed away his belongings and summoned Yu Xiaoyu to depart for the imperial palace. He found it somewhat incredulous that anyone would be foolish enough to infiltrate the palace with the intent to assassinate a prince. Such an act was akin to courting death. Nevertheless, since the employer had asserted that a threat existed, he had no choice but to accept it as truth. Even if it were unfounded, as a mere employee, he could hardly refuse. Before long, the pair arrived at the majestic palace, where the ornate walls and exquisite tiles gleamed with splendor, all impeccably maintained. They encountered patrolling soldiers and officials coming and going, a testament to the palace's grandeur. The high walls and glazed tiles, coupled with the lavish attire and sumptuous feasts, painted a picture of opulence. Lu Qingfeng could not help but sigh, reflecting on the extravagant lifestyle of those in power. Glancing at the sky, he resolved to quicken his pace, hoping to arrive in time for dinner and experience the delightful flavors of the prince's meal. With the guidance of the nonchalant Yu Xiaoyu, they swiftly reached the entrance of the 13th prince's residence. Though referred to as a palace, it was merely a quaint courtyard adorned with several rooms and a variety of blooming flowers. The serving maidens, however, were strikingly beautiful, and one could only imagine that prolonged exposure would elevate one's standards. Upon entering, they were greeted by a timid little maid. Her voice barely above a whisper, I am Chunhua, the servant of the 13th prince. Who might you be? Lu Qingfeng produced the 3 tokens entrusted to him and declared, I am here to protect the 13th prince. Please come in, your highness. The eldest prince's attendants have arrived, Chunhua exclaimed as she hurried into the room. Before long, a frail little boy dressed in tattered garments emerged from within, his face etched with exhaustion. His eyes bore the weight of fatigue as he spoke with a feeble voice. So it is the eldest brother's people. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Let us share a meal together. However, as soon as he uttered these words, another maid tugged at his sleeve, her expression somewhat awkward. Yet, the 13th prince remained oblivious, allowing Lu Qingfeng to enter. Lu Qingfeng did not decline, gracefully clasping his hands and following behind him as they entered. Up to this point, the 13th prince had struck him as rather peculiar, as if he were not a royal but rather an ordinary citizen. Yet, such musings were of no concern to him. His sole duty was to ensure the prince's safety, and perhaps enjoy a meal in the process. However, that latter hope swiftly dissipated when he beheld the rather unrefined fare laid before him, far from the lavish cuisine one would expect for a prince. Chapter 60. The emperor's attention. Initially, Lu Qingfeng assumed the prince's repast would be splendid, yet upon observation, he discovered that the 13th prince's meal was strikingly akin to that of an average household, as though it had been procured from outside. The broth was insipid, and it was difficult to fathom that this was the sustenance of a royal. In an instant, Lu Qingfeng lost all appetite and inquired, Your Highness, are you aware of the purpose of my visit? The 13th prince chuckled, taking a seat unperturbed. Indeed, you are here to protect me. However, it matters little whether you succeed in that regard. My fate is sealed. I have resigned myself to it. He reached for the dish, revealing a hand marred with fresh scars, evidently sustained in recent days. My destiny is to perish within this palace, whether by the hand of an assassin or by another. Ultimately, it culminates in one word, death. A few years more or less makes no difference to me. As he continued to serve himself, his injured hand trembled noticeably, spilling food across the table. Chunhua and another maid approached to clean up, but he evaded them, choosing to wipe the soiled surface with his own handkerchief. "Though my means are meager, I can still offer you a meal," he said, as Chunhua quickly brought forth an additional set of utensils. Lu Qingfeng, however, requested 3 more, inviting them to sit down for a meal. "You seem to possess no airs of a prince, as you have always been indifferent to dining with us common folk." Yet, the 13th prince permitted only Chunhua to take a portion. The two of them merely concealed their own bowls and chopsticks. "For we were in the midst of our meal when you were absent." Lu Qingfeng increasingly found the 13th prince to be quite intriguing, engaging in a wide-ranging conversation with him. Their dialogue continued until the meal concluded, and it was only after a brief respite that they parted ways. However, what concerned Lu Qingfeng was that it appeared he would be sharing a bed with Yu Xiaoyu, as this small courtyard only had 3 sleeping quarters. "We shall be sleeping together again tonight. Perhaps you could consider shedding your garments this time? It would be rather cumbersome to purchase new clothing each time." Lu Qingfeng leaned in with a casual demeanor and said, however, Yu Xiaoyu responded earnestly, saying, "That sounds good." Lu Qingfeng was suddenly taken aback, his face reflecting disbelief. At that moment, Yu Xiaoyu cheerfully entered the room, closed the door, and said, "Tonight, you shall not enter this room." Lu Qingfeng was enveloped in a cascade of black lines. Realizing that indeed, women were nothing short of dramatic, he deemed it prudent to focus on the task at hand. Having pledged to protect the 13th prince, Lu Qingfeng was resolute in his commitment. His residence was nestled deep within an area bordered by a small grove, beyond which flowed a river, creating a picturesque landscape. However, this serene setting was also susceptible to infiltration. It was evident that no matter how many guards he stationed, it would be impossible to completely thwart those intent on entering, as there were numerous blind spots and hidden passages that could be exploited. This circumstance, however, presented an opportunity for Lu Qingfeng to showcase his cunning. He thought to himself, "Let the games begin. I shall lay traps of poison throughout this vicinity and see how they manage to approach." Thus, he meticulously scattered a colorless, odorless toxin in every conceivable location, ensuring that its presence would remain undetected until the moment it activated, causing the afflicted to suffer grievously. This concoction, inspired by Xia Yu's essence of chives, contrasted starkly. One was invigorating, while the other was insidious. Remarkably, this toxin exhibited remarkable efficacy against women. His initial experimentation took place in a brothel, where he spent 100 gold soul coins to have a courtesan ingest the potion. The ensuing chaos was harrowing. The man who entered that night emerged on the brink of death. Such thoughts sent shivers down his spine. Subsequent reports indicated that no woman could withstand its effects, especially once they tapped into their soul power, which accelerated the toxin's impact to a mere 2 seconds. After executing this plan, Lu Qingfeng did not retreat to rest. Instead, he ascended to the upper reaches of the courtyard, where he deployed another form of poison, an extraordinary toxin he had discovered, known as 5 steps to broken heart. This lethal substance guaranteed death within 5 paces. However, due to the rarity of its ingredients, he devised a more accessible version. While it could not ensure immediate demise, it would still prove fatal within 5 minutes if one exerted their soul power, rendering it exceedingly deadly. Despite the considerable expense involved in this endeavor, each application costing him gold soul coins, he remained undeterred. As for how the assassins might approach, it was inevitable that any living being would eventually inhale this insidious substance. Its scent was non-existent, and even if detected, one would not realize the peril of poisoning. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. Since he had embarked on this course of action, he intended to see it through to completion. Lu Qingfeng arranged the external matters meticulously, bringing the antidote into the room. At that moment, the 13th prince was surprisingly still awake, engrossed in his cultivation, while the other 2 maidservants lay sweetly asleep upon his bed. "Is there something amiss?" the 13th prince inquired nonchalantly. Lu Qingfeng produced the antidote and remarked, "I have applied a layer of poisonous miasma outside. This is the antidote. You 3 must consume it. Additionally, I will also lay a layer of poison in your room. If there are no issues, please refrain from causing disturbances against the wall or elsewhere. It would be best for you 3 to avoid any strenuous activities. Bear with it for a while." The 13th prince's expression turned awkward. In truth, he had not entertained such thoughts. However, upon hearing Lu Qingfeng's words, the primal forces within him began to stir, and a peculiar notion surged into his mind. Qingfeng could easily discern the situation. It seemed that the little fellow had succumbed to the effects of the rice weevil. With a swift decision, he left behind the detoxification pill and darted outside. The 13th prince, utterly speechless, pondered the nature of such a protector. What a headache. Nevertheless, he obediently consumed the pill and seated himself in a meditative posture to continue his cultivation. Meanwhile, Qingfeng had stealthily infiltrated Yu Xiaoyu's abode. Upon noticing a lump on the bed, he quietly moved to the other side, retrieved a blanket from the cupboard, and spread it on the ground to commence his own practice. Yu Xiaoyu, nestled in her warm cocoon, felt her heart swell with warmth at the sight and soon drifted back to sleep. However, while they reveled in their respective pursuits of cultivation and slumber, an elderly man with a white beard made his way to the premises, observing from the rooftop before departing. He entered a chamber in the heart of the imperial palace, where the current emperor of the Xinglua Empire, Emperor Shuya, was engrossed in reviewing official documents. Upon the elder's return, the emperor inquired, "What is the situation?" The old man nodded and replied, "If the individual we dispatched was the sole emperor, success would have been unattainable. That little rascal possesses numerous tricks up his sleeve and has a particular affinity for toxins." Chapter 61. The elder is in distress. An affinity for toxins? Emperor Shuya raised his gaze, contemplating the elder's words. Is he perhaps linked to that titled Douluo? The elder shook his head. In my opinion, he is not. I have encountered the poison Douluo utilizing poison, and there exists a significant disparity between him and this young man. After a moment of thought, the elder continued. I cannot assess the methods of the poison Douluo, but this boy is exceedingly cunning. The toxins he employs are colorless and odorless, difficult to dissipate and detect. The effects of the poison vary depending on the area impacted. Should anyone inadvertently trespass into that region, their survival is improbable. Furthermore, he has concocted a type of toxin outside that induces extreme discomfort upon the use of soul power. Even I find it impossible to cleanse that layer of poison from myself. More infuriating is the fact that this toxin accelerates its spread with the utilization of soul power. While it may not be lethal to me, it is sufficient to cause considerable discomfort. Emperor Xie regarded the elder and then glanced in the direction of the 13th prince's quarters, stating calmly, "Let it be for now. There is no need for undue concern. However, can you resolve the poison yourself? If not, seek out a healing soul master and inform them I sent you." The elder acquiesced and exited hastily, racing towards the location of the soul master. The nonchalance he had feigned earlier was merely a facade. Enduring such discomfort was no trivial matter. That little rascal, once healed, I shall ensure he pays for this, he thought. Unexpectedly, upon the healing soul master's arrival and their examination of the toxin, they erupted in laughter, displaying no intention of providing treatment. They even summoned several friends to witness the spectacle, and one woman, unable to contain herself, took a moment to mock him before departing disdainfully. The elder trembled with rage, on the verge of exploding when the healing soul master cast a beam of holy light over him, alleviating his suffering. But are you not irked? However, the outcome astonished all. Post-treatment, the toxin inexplicably ceased to function. This incident nearly leaked, but the elder, utilizing numerous resources, managed to suppress the matter. Yet, the reality remained. He was truly incapacitated. At that moment, thoughts of eliminating the troublesome young man crossed his mind, but he knew he could not act on them. Just as he contemplated seeking the poisoned Douluo's assistance, he was summoned by Emperor Shuya. Reluctantly, he resolved to set aside his grievances for the time being. Upon their meeting, Emperor Shuya's first words were, "I hear you are in distress." The elder felt utterly defeated. In truth, he had been so since yesterday. The emperor, wearing an understanding smile, reassured him, "Speak freely of your needs. I will take responsibility for this matter. Additionally, you should pay a visit to the poisoned Douluo. I believe he would be quite interested in this toxin, and resolving your issues should be a simple task for him. If necessary, he may even dispose of that individual." The individual in question, of course, was Qingfeng. After all, if the poisoned Douluo inquired about the source of the toxin, Qingfeng would have nowhere to hide. The elder's spirits lifted slightly, and as he pondered how to approach the poisoned Douluo, he unexpectedly encountered the young man. To make matters worse, Qingfeng was accompanied by a stunningly beautiful girl, igniting a fury within the elder. "You have rendered me incapacitated, yet here you are living it up. Once I recover, I shall make you pay dearly." After a series of complicated events, the elder finally met with the poisoned Douluo, Dugu perpetually aloof, ordered the elder to disrobe for an inspection of the toxins. Moments later, he waved his hand, enveloping the elder in a layer of faint soul power. The elder experienced an excruciating chill that pierced to his core. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he nearly prostrated himself, but Douluo Bo dismissed him with indifference, commenting, "This toxin is intricately formulated. It requires decades of expertise in poison to create something of this caliber. Where did you encounter this toxin? You must procure a sample for me. I have pressing matters and cannot leave right away. I shall need it by tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the elder felt an acute sense of frustration. A single visit was manageable, but now he was being tasked with another trip. Was this not a predicament? Yet, given that the poisoned Douluo had just assisted him, he had no choice but to comply. The thought of confronting the young man directly was out of the question. If he learned that the toxin was concocted by Qingfeng, it would surely make him the subject of ridicule. Thus, the elder resolved to manipulate the situation and not reveal his identity. With this in mind, the elder donned a bright expression and hastened to a high-end establishment outside the city to vent his frustrations from the previous night. Unbeknownst to him, the patrons around him were bemused by the sight of an elderly gentleman, seemingly in his 50s or 60s, engaging in such revelry. "Indeed, you are quite the character." The phrase lingered in the minds of all who witnessed the spectacle. Meanwhile, Qingfeng and the 13th prince ventured into the palace to a workshop specializing in furniture, where they crafted several rocking chairs according to his design. His intention was to utilize these chairs for meditative contemplation of the soul manuscript he had yet to study. For the time being, he decided to set aside his soul cultivation, as his holy soul power was somewhat unique, and he felt apprehensive about practicing within the palace. Should anyone notice, it would be a considerable risk. After all, he had a month to spare, and he could resume his cultivation once he left the palace. Once the group completed the rocking chairs, they discovered an individual collapsed on the ground. Qingfeng hurried over and discovered that it was a maid. Her complexion darkened, clearly indicating she had been poisoned. The 13th prince approached, raising an eyebrow and exclaiming, "This is Xiaohua. Wasn't she reassigned? How did she end up here? Can you save her? She poses no threat to me." Qingfeng, with a grim expression, assisted the young girl in alleviating her poison. Had he arrived even slightly later, her demise would have been inevitable. It appears necessary to post a notice outside, warning against the indiscriminate entry into this courtyard. Once the girl regains consciousness, Qingfeng intends to send her away. However, to his astonishment, Xiaohua kneels on the ground, refusing to rise, expressing her desire for a tile from the roof. In the gentle breeze of the path, it is pitiful to desire to strike out. Within the palace, someone has taken notice of his poison, wishing to study it. However, do you truly possess the capability to comprehend it fully? Qingfeng did not harbor disdain for the people here. Rather, the ancient secrets of traditional Chinese medicine, steeped in millennia of wisdom, are far from simplistic. Thus, he generously permitted Xiaohua to take a tile, understanding well that such an item could be easily acquired. His intent in employing poison here was not to conceal his actions. After allowing Xiaohua to take the tile, Qingfeng suddenly recalled that he was unaware of the name of another little girl. Upon inquiring, he learned that they all shared the name Hua. The 13th prince's acquaintances were Chunhua and Qiuhua, while Xiaohua and Donghua resided elsewhere. The 13th prince spoke with a hint of melancholy, likely familiar with the two. Yet it bore no significance to him. Since the recliner had been brought back, Qingfeng had not descended from it, basking in the sun's warmth. The others followed suit, spending their days lounging except for mealtime and essential exercise. The gentle swaying, coupled with the sun's soothing rays, provided immense comfort. However, beneath the facade of sunbathing, Qingfeng's soul ventured into the soul sea, embarking on the cultivation of the soul secret. The soul secret diverged from the 9 extremes combat technique. It merely presented the first stage of cultivation, withholding the subsequent details, presumably to prevent aspirants from being overly ambitious or perhaps because he had yet to earn the right to access further knowledge. The first stage of the soul secret, known as spiritual awareness, entails the rudimentary application and cultivation of mental energy. According to the description, this stage, while deemed the simplest, is also the most challenging, as initiating the cultivation of mental energy within the soul sea can confound many. Yet, for Qingfeng, this was a trivial matter. He had long awakened his soul sea and possessed mental energy. As he opened the soul secret, lines of golden characters imprinted upon his soul sea. Hundreds of words floating majestically, imbued with an aura of enigma. The ethereal ice flower seemed drawn to this force, gradually descending beneath the words. The magic card followed suit, quietly hovering beneath the inscription. Even the slumbering lily of the valley, unbeknownst to its own actions, drifted closer. Lu Qifeng was oblivious to these matters at that moment. He had already immersed himself in the text, striving to comprehend its meaning. Regrettably, while he recognized each individual question and their combinations, he was at a loss to grasp their collective significance. For several consecutive days, he remained in this state, yet as he spent more time contemplating the words, his spirit began to elevate. If his mental fortitude had previously been no larger than a fist, it had now expanded to the size of a human head. This enhancement could only be described as astonishing. Although he had yet to fathom the meaning, the rate at which his mental prowess was growing was evidently accelerating. Perhaps this was the correct path to cultivation. Once his mental acuity reached a certain threshold, understanding would come naturally. Furthermore, his comprehension of the breaking wind dance was deepening. That moment of enlightenment had not been in vain, and within half a month, he would undoubtedly master the dance. Lost in thought, Lu Qingfeng suddenly leapt from his recliner. Closing his eyes, he alternated between throwing punches that pierced the air with explosive sounds and moving gracefully like slender willows swaying in the breeze, yielding to the wind's whims. The 13th prince, intrigued by the spectacle, felt compelled to try it himself, only to inadvertently strain his back while attempting to mimic the movements. As for why his back was so easily injured, that was something understood by those in the know. Lu Qifeng chuckled, I have relinquished my corporeal form. Drifting with the wind. What about you? Are you mimicking a monkey's bow? His merciless mockery showed no regard for the royal status of his opponent. Yet, the 13th prince remained unperturbed, retorting, this is not merely a monkey's bow, it is an imitation of one. The two engaged in a spirited exchange of barbs, igniting a verbal duel. Meanwhile, 3 young ladies nearby watched with amusement, trembling with suppressed laughter, barely managing to stifle their voices. As night fell, Lu Qifeng lost interest in further cultivation. Unlike others, he was not captivated by the pursuit of enlightenment. He valued quality over quantity. When he felt disinclined to practice, he would not force himself. Engaging in other activities to relax his mind was equally rewarding. At that moment, he was in the midst of preparing a meal. The subpar food of recent days had compelled him to take matters into his own hands, and he decided to cook. With memories from his past life and the aid of his mental acuity, he demonstrated commendable skill in controlling the heat. His innovative cooking techniques and the way he handled the ingredients astonished his companions. The tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, stirring hunger within them, and they watched, swallowing their saliva. How fragrant, how delightful, they exclaimed. Indeed, they gazed longingly at Lu Qifeng, and had he not been so focused on his culinary endeavors, he might have been overwhelmed by the intensity of their stares, which were unnervingly intense, as if they had awakened an insatiable appetite. The 13th prince carried the table outside, where the moonlight cast a gentle glow, enhancing the enchanting aroma that filled the air. A few dishes, shared among them, led to a joyful feast. Laughter and merriment filled the atmosphere, imbued with a sense of happiness. Perhaps this is what it means to experience the warmth of human connection and the beauty of life. Indeed, the ethereal palaces of heaven cannot compare to the warmth of earthly existence. It is no wonder that some express their sentiments, for the heights can be isolating. Dancing amidst the clear shadows, how can it compare to the joys of mortal life? Lu Qifeng gazed at the moon. Yet his spirit was drawn into the ocean of souls. Strangely, several lines of glowing text dimmed, forming a coherent phrase for his comprehension. In that moment, Lu Qingfeng's mental strength surged dramatically, expanding from the size of a human head to that of an ordinary individual. How perplexing this was. Nevertheless, it was quite natural. The others nearby also turned their eyes toward the moon, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort, as if bathed in the gentle light of spring. The soul power of the 13th prince was on the rise, as was Yu Xiaoyu's, and even his own soul power began to fluctuate, while the cultivation years of Zitong changed rapidly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending a special ability, Lunar Descent. Reward, 1 designated lottery chance. Note: Lunar Descent, a unique skill exclusively for the host, enabling the harnessing of moonlight through mental power to achieve a state of accelerated cultivation, currently providing a 3-fold enhancement. Designated lottery chance. The host may specify a type of lottery or even a particular item. However, specifying an item merely increases the odds and does not guarantee a win. The host is advised to cleanse themselves and engage in meditation before proceeding. Lu Qifeng, is your last remark an insult to me? System, not at all. I am merely reminding you that your face has been adorned with a turtle, you fool, unaware of it. Upon hearing this, he suddenly came to his senses, fetched a mirror, and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness! This is not merely a turtle, it appears to be several." It was evident who the culprit was. Who but you Xiaoyu could commit such an act? Fuming with rage, he stormed into the room and bellowed, "Who did this? Come out now." To his surprise, Qian Ruxue was seated calmly in a chair, sipping tea, and nonchalantly remarked, "I did it. Do you have a problem with that? If so, keep it to yourself. I have no desire to hear it." Lu Qingfeng. It is unbearable. Shitake, please save the child. Chapter 63, Douluo. Lu Qingfeng was somewhat surprised by Qian Rinxue's unexpected presence at this moment. "What brings you here?" he inquired. Qian Rinxue cast a glance at him and continued sipping her tea. "I have come to visit my brother. Do I require your permission to do so? Why do you speak to me in such a tone, devoid of camaraderie?" He retorted, "This is unusual. Why would you choose to reveal your true nature in front of outsiders? Look at those children, utterly bewildered. What is happening? Curious about my arrival, are you?" Qian Rinxue disregarded the reactions of the others and continued speaking. "I simply found the moon here to be exceptionally beautiful, which prompted my visit." In truth, this was not entirely accurate. She had not noticed anything particularly special about the moon. Her visit was primarily motivated by the rumors surrounding the old man with the white beard. She wished to ascertain the nature of the poison utilized by this young man. Since Ziyu was also skilled in the art of poisoning, she had developed a keen interest in his techniques over the years, though she had not found the time to study them in depth. Now, discovering that the individual sent by Ziyu also possessed similar skills in poison, her desire to learn the craft was rekindled. However, upon her arrival, she sensed that she had been poisoned herself. Her current state was dire, accompanied by a strange impulse. Her gaze towards Lu Qingfeng had shifted, revealing an unsettling intensity. Lu Qingfeng realized that she had been poisoned and promptly produced an antidote for her to consume. After a considerable duration, Qian Rinxue was finally able to speak normally. "Your poison is rather feeble," she remarked. Although Lu Qingfeng employed rather formidable toxins, Qian Rinxue had witnessed the lethal skills of Ziyu, whose toxic gas could overwhelm even the highly resistant 3,000-year-old spirit beasts, reducing them to mere piles of mush and bones in an instant. In comparison, the poison Lu Qingfeng utilized seemed trivial. "Hiki, have you observed my methods of using poison?" In truth, he had already surmised what Qian Rinxue was contemplating. Previously, he had conducted an experiment with poison while she watched, and she likely remembered that moment. However, that time he had employed Ziyu's own venom, which was an incurable toxin and could not persist for long. In contrast, the poisons present in the courtyard could last at least a week, with the notorious 5 steps down enduring for a month. The two were not comparable in any sense. Nevertheless, Qian Rinxue remained fixated on Ziyu's poison, a fact he could not contest, for to assert that Ziyu was akin to him would invite danger. After some contemplation, he chose not to argue, simply stating, "You should continue your cultivation. Dabbling in poison is not suited for you." Qian Rinxue, however, was relentless, insisting, "I must learn." Her tone was colder this time, lacking the gentle cadence she usually reserved for conversing with Ziyu, and even more frigid than her ordinary demeanor, clearly reflecting her disdain towards him. Lu Qingfeng once again began to harbor doubts about whether Qian Rinxue was aware of his true identity. Otherwise, why would her demeanor towards him be so unfriendly? Nevertheless, upon reflection, he deemed it improbable. He resolved to regard this as a perplexing case and set it aside. Observing Lu Qingfeng's discomfort, Qian Rinxue's lips curled into a peculiar smirk, as if she were reveling in his predicament. Ultimately, Lu Qingfeng remained silent. Thinking to himself, "You wish to learn? Go ahead. I shall not teach you. What can you possibly do to me?" Qian Rinxue chuckled, a strange sound that hinted at a mix of anger, helplessness, and bitterness. After a brief interlude, Qian Rinxue gazed at Lu Qingfeng before stepping outside. Yet, the look she cast before departing unsettled him, as if ominous events were on the brink of unfolding. However, 3 days passed without incident, and Lu Qingfeng felt a measure of relief. Just as he was about to recline and cultivate his mental energy, an unexpected visitor arrived. Douluo approached Lu Qingfeng directly, scrutinizing him for a moment before entering the room to assess the surroundings. Upon exiting, he remarked, "You are quite impressive. To concoct such potent poison, tell me, who is your master?" "I have no master. All of this is my own creation." He spoke the truth, for he genuinely had no mentor. Yet, Douluo clearly doubted his words. What a jest! Such sophisticated toxin manipulation could hardly be the work of a mere child. "Are you attempting to amuse me?" "Humph. I shall offer you one more chance. Reveal to me the identity of your master." Lu Qingfeng was acutely aware that this old madman had already entertained the notion of taking him away, for there was no other title Douluo in the Heaven Do Empire. Here, he was virtually an invincible figure. Although Lu Qingfeng harbored a strong desire to venture into the Eye of Ice and Fire, he recognized that the time was not yet ripe. Within him, the malevolent soul power and the holy soul power were on the verge of a breakthrough. Thus he needed to embark on a hunt for soul beasts in the coming days to bolster his malevolent soul power. Otherwise, the imbalance in the quality of the two types of soul power could lead to an uncomfortable clash. Therefore, he needed to devise a strategy to prevent Douluo from taking him away. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qingfeng clasped his hands in respect and stated, "I have no intention of deceiving you, esteemed senior. All of this is my own doing, and indeed, I have no master." Upon hearing this, Douluo could hardly contain his urge to act, prompting Lu Qingfeng to exclaim, "Esteemed senior, please hold your hand. Allow me to finish speaking. It would not be too late to act afterward." "Humph, I shall listen to your sophistry," Douluo thought, eager to see what clever words this little trickster would conjure. Lu Qingfeng exhaled deeply and then spoke, "In truth, I am aware that you do not trust me, senior, yet I shall earn your trust." As he spoke, he retrieved package after package of poison from his storage bag and placed them upon the table. "What you seek to understand is how I can neutralize the properties of these poisons, preventing them from clashing and instead enhancing their potency. This begins with their attributes. Each substance possesses its own essence. Take the cold poison, for instance, which embodies the attribute of water. To amplify its effects, one should not simply increase the dosage but rather approach it from a complementary angle." He picked up a vibrant red powder from the table and combined it with the previous mixture. To unleash the full potential of the cold poison, one must introduce the fire poison. Only in this way can the cold poison's effects be maximized, for fire poison is evidently more prominent. In treatment, one would invariably commence with the fire poison. This is where the trap lies. Once they embark on treating the fire poison, they will necessarily resort to cold attributes, thus fortifying the cold poison. By the time they realize it, the cold poison will have infiltrated the very marrow, rendering it incurable. Douluo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Yet as a scholar of pharmacology, he recognized that while this theory regarding the dual poisons of ice and fire was compelling, its practical application would prove exceedingly challenging. Chapter 64. Persuasion. He chuckled softly, "Do you presume that I am entirely ignorant?" This was a deliberate ploy to test Lu Qingfeng further, to see what else he might reveal. However, Lu Qingfeng did not shy away. He candidly replied, "I understand that you possess a profound grasp of pharmacology, so I shall be forthright." He set aside the previously mixed cold and fire poisons and instead picked up another package containing a brown substance. The cold poison and fire poison can indeed negate each other, a fact you are already aware of, yet they can coexist, much like the magma within a volcano, which is primarily fire with water as a complement. Conversely, could we not achieve a balance where water predominates and fire serves as a support? Lu Qingfeng continued. There exists a rare substance known as cold fire. It embodies the essence of flame, yet its lethal mechanism is not to incinerate, but to freeze one's life away. This phenomenon arises from the fusion of cold toxin and fire toxin, with the former taking precedence and the latter serving as a complement. He added the brown powder into the fire toxin and subsequently introduced the cold toxin, mixing them thoroughly. This preparation is primarily composed of fire toxin. You may wish to try it. A mere touch will evoke a chilling sensation. However, once you immerse yourself in cold water, you will experience an overwhelming heat. Douluo took a small amount and tested it on his palm, confirming Lu Qingfeng's assertion. His gaze toward Lu Qingfeng grew increasingly profound, as he yearned to bring him along. Yet, he managed to restrain himself, watching as Lu Qingfeng prepared another concoction. "Now, I am creating a potion dominated by cold toxin. This time, I have incorporated a potent poison that penetrates with remarkable efficacy, instilling a pain akin to 1,000 arrows piercing the heart. However, this agonizing sensation is accompanied by an outer layer of fire toxin. When you expel the fire toxin with cold energy, you will confront the cold toxin, and by then, it will be too late." As he spoke, he handed the completed poison to Douluo, who sampled it and nodded in approval. "You little rascal, though diminutive, you possess quite the ingenuity. However, this alone is insufficient. I shall concoct another poison for you and provide additional resources. I am eager to see how far you can progress. Should you fail to meet my expectations, it will spell your doom." Without regard for Lu Qingfeng's consent, Douluo struck his chest with a palm and cheerfully declared, "Enjoy this poison at your leisure and prepare me a cup of tea." He reclined comfortably in a sunlit chair, basking in the warmth. Lu Qingfeng was on the verge of tears, lamenting his unwarranted predicament. Nevertheless, he chose to conceal his emotions, first taking a seat to meticulously assess the potency of this poison. Indeed, Douluo was renowned for his mastery of toxins. The venom contained in that strike was potent enough to slay a soul emperor. However, for Qingfeng, this was hardly a formidable challenge. Not only was he inherently immune to toxins, but even in the absence of such immunity, this meager dose would scarcely pose a threat to him. The primary target of this toxin was his mobility, designed to impair his movements and accelerate the deterioration of his organs, a particularly insidious poison. Yet it was far from insurmountable for him. Qingfeng quickly discerned the characteristics of this toxin. However, when he went to procure the antidote, he discovered that the old man had shortchanged him by one dose. This was a deliberate attempt to deceive him. Yet who was he? A person endowed with remarkable talent. Even if he lacked a single dose of the remedy, he would still manage to unravel the mystery. Qingfeng's hands moved with remarkable swiftness, transforming each herb into a fine powder. He then took a pinch of each, embarking on the creation of a poison. Indeed, his method was not one of healing, but rather a counteractive approach, utilizing toxicity to combat toxicity, hoping that the excess poison would clash and thus unravel the current toxin. Time passed swiftly, and beads of sweat began to form on Qingfeng's brow as he commenced self-administration of the concoction. However, due to his immunity to toxins, he could only prepare remedies that rendered him in a visibly poor state, simultaneously employing his soul power and mental energy to envelop the toxic substance. On the other hand, Douluo had grown weary of the spectacle. He had already discerned that when Qingfeng had utilized his mental energy moments ago, the boy's lack of a mentor became evident. His achievements were solely attributable to his own efforts, as very few individuals awakened their mental power at this stage. Yet, Douluo refrained from using his own mental energy to observe, fearing that the boy's limited mental power might rebound upon him. He was also curious about how the youth intended to resolve the poison. After a brief interval, Qingfeng consumed the final dose of poison and settled into a meditative posture. To the untrained eye, he appeared in a dire state. However, Douluo understood that although Qingfeng's condition seemed poor, his body harbored no significant issues. From the concoctions he had prepared, Douluo also gleaned a method to counteract his own affliction. Well done, young man, quite impressive. You have passed this trial. However, you must still accompany me back, as this decision is not yours alone. Qingfeng never anticipated that Douluo had no intention of letting him off the hook. After all the trouble taken, he still demanded Lu to return, which was quite disheartening. However, I am not devoid of compassion. I shall grant you a few more days, but thereafter, you must accompany me back. Having spoken, Douluo left behind a herb that could be restored for use and departed from the small courtyard. Qingfeng then sprang up, exclaiming in elation, "At last, he is gone. Finally free. What a relief." The others, witnessing the lively Qingfeng, were left utterly astonished. "So, you have been performing all along? Only you would dare to play tricks beneath the very gaze of a titled Douluo. Truly, it is just like you." Qingfeng felt no sense of urgency. After all, he was about to commence preparations for a significant breakthrough. The breakthroughs of others and the cultivation of soul power seemed as mundane as walking, yet he had to meticulously prepare, almost as if for a momentous occasion. However, this was an unavoidable reality. His path was unprecedented, traversing a realm where two types of soul power coexisted, necessitating utmost caution with each step. Gazing at the precious herb left behind by Douluo, Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a fortune! This is an exceedingly rare great healing flower. In all my years of cultivation, I have only encountered it twice. Its restorative properties are nothing short of extraordinary. I have truly struck gold this time. Yet, before he could claim it, a figure suddenly appeared before him, snatching the great healing flower with a playful grin. "Do you want it? I simply want to give it to you." To his astonishment, Qianren had brazenly taken the flower right before his eyes, now stowing it away within her soul guide. This was utterly intolerable. How could one be so audacious? He resolved to confront her. Qingfeng rose, adopting a fierce demeanor, and leapt forward in a tiger-like pounce towards Qianren, exclaiming, "Return the precious flower to me. It is my life. Hurry." Chapter 65. Identity revealed. Qianren effortlessly evaded him, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "Approach again, and I shall devour you." The resentful Qingfeng could only retreat to the side, drawing circles and cursing Qianren, though his efforts proved futile. The 13th prince, upon seeing Qianren approach, warmly stepped forward. "Brother, what brings you here? Is there something amiss?" Qianren Shui tucked away the precious flower and seated herself, remarking, "When one is unoccupied, is it forbidden to check on one's younger brother? Ah, little 13, you have certainly learned to indulge yourself. This chair is quite comfortable. However, one should not linger too long, for extended sitting can render a person lethargic." She rose from the chair, affectionately ruffling the 13th prince's hair, saying, "13, should you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know. I shall send someone to deliver it. In these recent days, refrain from venturing outside. I am aware of what transpired earlier. We cannot prevent the poisoned Douluo from seeking him, so I shall endeavor to arrange additional personnel for you. I have consulted someone regarding the poison he has concocted, and rest assured, the Soul Emperor will not be able to approach, so you may remain at ease. Remember to minimize your outings. My mentor has arrived, so I shall be unable to visit you in the coming days." With that, Qianren Shui approached Lu Qingfeng, gently pulling him up, and said, "This matter shall be overlooked this time, but you still owe me one." Lu Qingfeng felt helpless, yet he understood the futility of reasoning with a woman. Thus, he resigned himself to the loss, for after all, they were good friends. Upon seeing the other party nod in agreement, Qian Rushue's lips curved into a faint smile as she set down another herb for continued use and departed. Lu Qingfeng held a bundle of herbs, upon which were inscribed a few characters. "Tonight, purple rain, outside the city, forest." Why would Qianren Shui choose to meet him at this particular moment? Lu Qingfeng felt somewhat perplexed as to why she would choose to meet him at this particular moment. What was her true intention? Could it be merely a longing for him? With her heart filled with doubts, Lu Qingfeng arrived at the outskirts of the city, where the silence was profound, devoid of the chirping of insects or the singing of birds. Something felt amiss. The tranquility here was unsettlingly excessive. Lu Qingfeng instantly became alert. Generally speaking, such an unusually quiet place could only exist in two regions, one being a desolate wasteland devoid of life, and the other, the territory of a predator, indicating the presence of a formidable being poised to hunt nearby. Clearly, this was not a barren land. Rather, someone had set a trap here, perhaps Qian Rushue? The young man is quite impressive, exhibiting such strong vigilance. Suddenly, an aged voice resonated from above. It belonged to a figure clad in a black robe, whose tone suggested considerable age. He approached Lu Qingfeng and produced a token, the emblem of the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall? Lu Qingfeng furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is there something amiss, senior?" He sensed that the situation was far from simple, for Qianren Shui had no need to disclose their meeting to others, unless she intended to act against Ziyu, a possibility he deemed exceedingly slim. What, then, could be the reason for the presence of this individual from the Spirit Hall? What ulterior motives might he harbor? The elder chuckled softly and remarked, "You are quite eager to discover the purpose of my visit, are you not?" "Indeed, I am curious. Yet what I truly wish to ascertain is..." However, before he could complete his thought, the elder interrupted him, stating, "I have come to extend an invitation for you to join the Spirit Hall under my command. Will you accept or decline?" The man's demeanor was assertive, compelling Lu Qingfeng to respond without delay. He genuinely wished to refrain from joining the Spirit Hall at this juncture and sought to defer the matter. But the elder's insistence was somewhat excessive, leaving him unable to outright refuse, especially considering the formidable strength of his counterpart. "Senior, might I request a few days to contemplate this?" He longed to depart immediately, if he could escape. He would hasten back to the palace or seek refuge in the Eye of Ice and Fire, remaining concealed within its depths. In such a scenario, even the Spirit Hall would find themselves powerless against him. Yet, the elder erupted into hearty laughter. "So, you are unwilling to join us, unwilling to be by my side, are you?" Lu Qingfeng sensed that something was amiss. Why had this person's tone shifted? Furthermore, what was the implication behind their words? "Senior, it is not that I am unwilling to join, but rather that my abilities are woefully inadequate, and I fear I would not be able to bear the responsibilities, thus tarnishing the reputation of the Spirit Hall." The elder, upon hearing this, exhibited a peculiar expression, and without uttering a word, conveyed his message. "I shall ask you one final time, will you join or not?" Lu Qingfeng shook his head, already pondering how to escape completely. This outing truly seemed fraught with peril. On this dark, windy night, where murder lurked, how could one have ventured out without consulting the almanac? Why did the elder know I was here? Suddenly, the old man's expression shifted, revealing a chilling visage beneath a veneer of coldness. It was none other than Qianren Shui. "I, too, was curious as to why it was you who arrived. Where is Ziyu?" Her voice was frigid, as if she were on the verge of striking him, and her icy gaze erupted with a terrifying brilliance. Lu Qifeng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Qian Rinxue would lie in ambush at the very entrance of the forest rather than waiting for him deeper within. Moreover, it seemed she was already aware of his identity as Ziyu. Tears streamed down Qian Rinxue's exquisite face, her striking features marred by profound sorrow. And a flicker of coldness passed through her dimmed gaze. With a fierce cry, she pointed her longsword at Lu Qingfeng's heart and demanded, "Tell me, are you Ziyu?" Lu Qifeng gazed at the sight of Qian Rinxue, his heart unexpectedly aching. He realized that his true identity had been uncovered. "It is I." The whisper was so faint that Qian Rinxue could not hear it. In her world, it felt as though everything was crumbling. The vibrant colors faded into monochrome. And a cacophony assaulted her eardrums, while her vision became increasingly clouded with crimson tears. With a swift motion, her sword sliced through the air, leaving a gash on Lu Qingfeng's chest, the bright red blood stark against the moonlight. He remained silent, offering no resistance, for this was the retribution he deserved. Why? Qian Rinxue seemed to have lost her sanity, repeating the question endlessly, yet receiving no reply. The cold wind sliced through her, a knife piercing her heart. Endless bitterness burgeoned within her, shattering all past dreams and imagined futures. In that moment, her entire world collapsed. Everything, absolutely everything, ceased to exist. An intense fury ignited within her. Beneath the moonlight, the cold blade was stained crimson, the opposite end emerging from Lu Qingfeng's back. "I will never forgive you." Never. She bowed her head, tears cascading down, her words muffled by sobs. Lu Qifeng, however, grasped the iron sword and broke it, pulling Qian Rinxue close before forcefully throwing her away. Chapter 66. Death Beep. A lethal threat detected. It is advisable for the host to retreat. Beep. Lethal threat detected. Advise the host to retreat. Beep. Point successfully used. System protection commencing. Beep. Host has sustained a fatal attack. Initiating repairs. Beginning repair process. With a sudden burst, a column of black energy shot skyward, mingled with bright red blood, splattering across the forest. The cold iron sword disintegrated into dust, scattering with the wind. While sinister energy surged, terrifying and eerie, Qian Rinxue steadied herself, just in time to see Lu Qingfeng's lifeless body plummeting to the ground, a gaping hole corroding his chest. In truth, the system had warned him long before, yet he chose to act, using his own body to shield Qian Rinxue from that fatal blow. The consequence was his soul returning to the Sea of Souls, entirely unaware of the events unfolding outside. Only the system's repair sounds echoed in his ears, assuring him of his continued existence. Yet, Qian Rinxue remained oblivious. She could only see the figure who had taken the fatal strike for her. The body with a gaping wound in its chest, cold and lifeless. As she gazed at the corpse before her, her body trembled uncontrollably. Plop, plop. Red tears fell like rain upon the vacant eyes of the corpse. In that moment, Qian Rinxue deeply felt her heart had long since forgiven Lu Qifeng. But why? Why did you leave? Why did you abandon me? She knelt before his body, clutching his large hand, yearning to feel warmth within. Ziyu, wake up. Don't leave me. Ziyu, I know you. Please answer me. Don't die. I forgive you. Look at me. Say something. I beg you. Qian Rinxue now comprehended how profoundly significant this man was to her, and questioned why he had acted so foolishly. Why didn't you evade? Why must you die for me? Did you not wish to see me again? She replayed countless memories, those moments of laughter now mere echoes of the past. The playful banter reduced to bittersweet reminiscence. Everything, every last fragment of their shared joy was irretrievably lost. Even the face that had deceived her would no longer speak. Yet, unbeknownst to her, a thread of fate was weaving through the ether, conveying this tragic news. In the palace, Yu Xiaoyu was asleep, confident that Lu Qingfeng would appear before her the next day, as he often did, so she had no cause for concern. Sinking into a deep slumber filled with haunting dreams. In Nodding City, Lin Qingru gazed longingly at Lu Qifeng's photograph, placing it beneath her pillow. Yet she tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Summer rain wandered the streets selling herbs, inexplicably feeling a pang of discomfort in her heart. With a bitter smile, she turned back, deciding not to sell that day. At this moment, they all felt a unique emotion, heartache, sorrow, as though something vital had vanished from their lives. The night wore on, and Qian Rinxue's anguish deepened, cradling the lifeless body as she wept hoarsely, her tears dried, her knees pressing into the earth, leaving a deep indentation. Behind her stood the Soul Palace's protectors, sent to safeguard her, yet they could not comprehend why she was found here, weeping over a man's corpse. They knew this was an anomaly and that the matter required reporting to the Pope. Before they could act, however, a terrifying pressure descended from afar. A soul beast. Akin to a ferocious tiger, radiated malevolence, its overwhelming aura akin to a mountain pressing down upon all present, rendering them immobile. Qingfeng struggled, but to no avail. The beast roared, its terrifying sound waves threatening to shatter their eardrums, as if it were venting its wrath. The dark demon evil god tiger. Miss, flee. One of the soul masters recognized the beast, rushing to resist, but was swiftly pinned to the ground, his fate unknown. The terror of a 60,000-year-old soul beast was evident. The beast's eyes, filled with pure malevolent power, fixed upon Qingfeng as though intent on devouring her. Yet, suddenly sensing something, it withdrew, leaving Lu Qingfeng's power behind. At that moment, another guardian swiftly escorted Qingfeng away, leaving behind a chaotic scene and chilling blood. Soon, the area was surrounded, powerful warriors arriving in droves. Soldiers on high alert. Even Douluo, who resided within the Eye of Ice and Fire, arrived, surveying the aftermath of the battle and recognizing familiar remnants. That little one. Dead? He deduced from the remnants left behind that this was the same child he had seen that morning, now lifeless, with no remains to be found. Fate truly plays cruel tricks. Having finally glimpsed hope for resolving the poison within, it had vanished. He chuckled bitterly, returning to the Eye of Ice and Fire, showing little concern for the outcome. Meanwhile, others resumed their tasks. After all, the world would not pause for anyone's death. None were indispensable. Time would erase all sorrow. And in the near future, few would remember the name Lu Qingfeng. Even if some did, they would be but a rare few, like Yu Xiaoyu, who awoke to find Lu Qingfeng absent, searching frantically yet finding nothing. Ultimately, she was met by another soul master assigned to protect the 13th prince. Lu Qingfeng has vanished. Yu Xiaoyu, in a state of despondency, departed from the palace, determined to visit that place, the Nottingham City, which Lu Qingfeng had often spoken of. She left, her heart heavy with sorrow, and the sun in the sky no longer radiated warmth. Lu Qingfeng remained oblivious to his surroundings, still ensnared in the sea of souls. Unaware of the situation beyond, the system's progress bar remained stubbornly stuck at the halfway mark, neither indicating completion nor failure. What manner of system is this? Why the silence? I am left here in torment, uncertain of my existence. Am I alive or dead? Yet, this time, the system paid him no heed, preoccupied as it was. The reason for its distraction lay in the fact that the dark demon god tiger was gnawing upon Lu Qingfeng's lifeless form. Though it did not consume him, his vitality was steadily waning. While the system possessed formidable power to restore life in an instant, it could not circumvent the bug that had ensnared it. Should this persist, I shall lodge a complaint, do you understand? Consequently, the system began to contemplate the notion of vanquishing this foolish beast. Chapter 67. The dark demon god tiger. Time stretched on, and at last, Lu Qingfeng extricated himself from the clutches of death. As he opened his eyes, he was met with an abyss of darkness, the foul stench of decay wafting from all directions. Terrifying growls reverberated in his ears, accompanied by the howling winds and the rumble of thunder. He rose to his feet and gazed into the distance, where an uncharted expanse of endless forest awaited him. Where am I? Lu Qingfeng clutched his throbbing head, his heavy eyelids seemingly on the verge of succumbing to gravity, unable to open. At that moment, a peculiar voice infiltrated his mind, imbued with an unsettling quality that instantly stirred a sense of irritation within him, yet this sensation dissipated in an instant, as the malevolent soul power began to swell autonomously. You have awakened. You are outside the starry forest. Before him stood a colossal tiger, its form immense, adorned with wings, and its tail resembling a scorpion's stinger. An aura of pure yet sinister power radiated from its being. With a mere glance, Lu Qingfeng recognized the soul beast, the fearsome creature expelled by Daming and Erming, the dark demon evil god tiger, a legendary soul beast associated with the divine. But how did he find himself here? Why had it discovered him? He took a few steps back, only to realize he was perilously close to a cliff, left with no choice but to gaze at this mythical beast. Why have you brought me here? We seem to be strangers. The dark demon evil god tiger's mental energy responded. I sensed your existence many years ago, but my perception was intermittent and lacked precision. For years, I have sought you, and I finally located you a few nights ago. However, that woman intended to kill you, prompting my intervention, yet I almost caused your demise instead. Lu Qingfeng let out a bitter smile twice, for he had discovered the true culprit behind it all. Yet, why have you sought me? It is because our powers bear a striking resemblance. We are both embodiments of ultimate malevolence. However, your wickedness possesses an odd essence intertwined within it. And I can sense it. The bloodline coursing through you surpasses my own, belonging to the pinnacle of tiger-like soul beasts. Lu Qifeng was taken aback. Could this tiger possibly be contemplating devouring him? How could his diminutive frame possibly compare? Alas, his plight seemed dire. However, the dark demon tiger, noticing his expression, chuckled. Do not be alarmed. I have already tested the waters. Whether it is your blood I drink or your flesh I consume, neither has elicited that peculiar sensation. Thus, I shan't proceed with such actions, nor will I feast upon you. So, it appears my prolonged confinement in the Sea of Souls is attributed to you. I apologize. Dear System Father, I have misjudged you. Please grant me your forgiveness. System, humph. All men are but big, foolish hawks. Now that you realize your misunderstanding, it is too late. I desire the power that resides within you, and I yearn to advance toward the lineage that courses through your veins. Therefore, during this period, I shall refrain from taking your life and instead assist in your growth until I can harness that power. Lu Qifeng was astonished. Such meticulous details. Raising sheep merely to shear their wool, and then slaughtering them for meat. Truly, this is characteristic of you. Great One, a formidable presence, I cannot provoke you. I must take my leave. Yet, behind lies a precipice. Where could he possibly escape? Lu Qifeng felt an unbearable sensation akin to having consumed a bitter potion. The dark demon evil god tiger continued, I have encountered you before. Your body possesses the ability to self-repair. Even after enduring my lethal strike, you can resurrect. You must not be human. What soul beast have you transformed from into a human? Lu Qifeng wished to assert his humanity, yet found himself unable to do so. In a moment of desperation, he transformed into a white tiger before the dark demon evil god tiger. This time, it was the dark demon evil god tiger who was taken aback, aware that this child was indeed a genuine human. He was astonished to discover that he could transform into a spirit beast. In utter disbelief, he exclaimed, You can truly become a spirit beast. Lu Qifeng. So you were unaware that I could transform into a spirit beast? Are you intentionally toying with me? This is unbearable. I sense that love has vanished from this world. I shall take my leave now. With a visage marked by bitterness, Lu Qingfeng's countenance turned pale, and he fell, plummeting into the abyss. The dark demon evil god tiger spread its wings to catch him, placing him within a cave, and then soared outside to procure several spirit beasts. Do not perish. I still rely on your assistance. 3 months later, Lu Qifeng stood upon the precipice, basking in the warmth of the sun. During this period, he had come to learn many things, including the origins of the dark demon evil god tiger. According to popular belief, the dark demon evil god tiger was said to have been possessed by an evil deity, transforming from a once pure white tiger into a creature of darkness. However, the dark demon evil god tiger claimed that these tales were fabrications. Indeed, it had been overtaken by a malevolent force. Yet it was certainly not the work of an evil god, but rather a chaotic, sinister energy. Contemplate this. If you were a deity of lofty stature, would you choose to descend into the mortal realm as a soul beast? And if so, how powerful would that soul beast need to be to retain its consciousness and not be obliterated under your possession? Thus, legends remain merely legends, devoid of any solid foundation. Nevertheless, even the dark demon evil god tiger was unaware of the origins of this malevolent force. The reason it sought Lu Qifeng and brought him here stemmed from the dark soul energy residing within him. If the evil of the dark demon evil god tiger is considered the epitome of malevolence, then Lu Qingfeng's dark soul energy is pure, untainted by any external influences or marks, belonging solely to him. In simpler terms, the evil power of the dark demon evil god tiger is foreign, while Lu Qingfeng's is primal, uniquely his own, without delving into cultivation levels or other matters. Simply comparing their origins reveals that Lu Qingfeng's dark soul energy surpasses that of the dark demon evil god tiger in strength. Through the system, he had come to understand the source of his internal dark soul energy. The awakening of his martial soul brought forth this unadulterated evil, distinct from the extreme malevolence of the dark demon evil god tiger. His dark soul energy is merely a force. The crucial factor lies in whether one can master it. If one can harness it, they embody evil. If not, they become a puppet. The true origin of this power remains shrouded in mystery. Moreover, the dark demon evil god tiger harbored another notion, the bloodline of the white tiger. The system had previously indicated that Lu Qifeng possessed a trace of the white tiger's lineage, a creature revered in his world, known for its prowess in battle. However, thus far, Lu Qifeng had not discovered a means to contend with the dark demon evil god tiger. The latter remained silent, delivering sustenance each day while lounging in slumber, occasionally rousing to inquire if Lu Qifeng had devised a plan, only to be met with the perpetual response of not yet. This scenario felt akin to being ensnared by a rogue. Yet, this was only logical. It was unreasonable to assist someone who might seek his demise. Unless there was an absolute guarantee of safety. But is such a guarantee feasible? Ding. Perhaps. Chapter 68. The establishment of the contract. What possibility exists for me to assist someone who may wish to harm me? Are you mad, system? I am seriously beginning to suspect you are leading me astray. I want to file a complaint. Ding. Feel free. The system's voice bore no emotion, yet to Lu Qingfeng, it felt laced with mockery. Was this what they referred to as veiled ridicule? Enough of this. Just tell me how I can escape unscathed. Ding. Spending 2 points for spatial leap carries a high probability of retrieval. Use is not advised. Then why even present such an option, if you don't recommend it? Are you merely seeking to vex me? Ding. The system suggests that the host enter into a blood spirit contract with the dark demon evil god tiger. Upon signing the contract, neither party may strike against the other. Failure to comply will result in divine retribution. Lu Qingfeng's eyes sparkled momentarily, only to dim once more. This contract surely required points, and I would rather not spend any points on something I could conceive myself. Do not even think about it. It is absolutely impossible. To think you could deceive me into spending points, you are rather naive. He then turned to see the dark demon evil god tiger staring intently at him and promptly exchanged 1 point for the blood spirit contract. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully exchanged for the blood spirit contract. Blood spirit contract, a pact inherited from ancient times, binding both parties in such a way that neither can violate the agreement. Failure to uphold this contract will incur the wrath of the celestial realms. Furthermore, upon establishing the contract, both parties may randomly acquire one ability from the other. What a worthless endeavor. After Lu Qingfeng's automatic immunity, what is this so-called truth of irresistible allure? He is immune, utterly immune. Have you contemplated this thoroughly? I possess ample time, yet your time is limited. The human lifespan rarely exceeds a century. The dark demon evil god tiger exhibits an astonishing resilience, delivering its daily remarks without fail, and each time. It is the same phrase. It believes that this time, Lu Qingfeng will remain indifferent, yet the outcome is precisely the contrary. Lu Qingfeng called out to the dark demon evil god tiger and spoke, I have a method. Would you be willing to give it a try? What method? Lu Qingfeng retrieved the blood spirit contract bestowed by the system from his spatial ring and elucidated its purpose. We shall establish a pact. I vow to purify your malevolent powers, and in return, you must ensure that you do not take my life. The dark demon god tiger scrutinized the contract for an extended period, finally exhaling a heavy sigh before responding, very well. But merely sparing your life does not preclude me from slaying others. So, were you truly intending to dispose of me once I had served my purpose? Wretched tiger. The blood spirit contract, a relic of ancient times, is inherently intricate in its application. It necessitates not only the shedding of blood, but also the consumption of the counterpart's essence. The dark demon god tiger remained unfazed, having previously partaken of considerable amounts of blood. However, upon Lu Qingfeng imbibing the crimson liquid, the blood-red sigils inscribed upon the ancient scroll began to illuminate, and 2 blood moon emblems manifested upon their foreheads. In an instant, both individuals experienced a profound sensation, forging an indescribable bond between them. Lu Qingfeng sensed the emergence of a peculiar entity within his being. It was a massive dark light that abruptly materialized in the ocean of his soul, swiftly darting towards his magical card. The side adorned with the image of a pure white tiger faced the dark light, and within it, the tiger roared, leaping forth to devour the dark entity. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a transformation occurring within his soul ring. The deep purple soul ring suddenly ascended, rapidly shifting hues until it ultimately transformed into a pitch-black ring, exuding an aura of terrifying pressure. Behind him, a black and white striped tiger emerged, its eyes one pure black and the other pure white, radiating an overwhelming and potent presence. Simultaneously, the humanoid beast on the opposite side underwent a transformation as well. A pair of jet-black wings erupted from its back, filling the remaining space of the card. He soon realized that the cause of this transformation was the power of the blood spirit contract, which granted him the ability to acquire a skill from his counterpart. Evidently, these wings were that very ability, and astonishingly, they could even enhance the age of the white tiger. Truly remarkable, dark demon, evil god tiger. Although these wings did not manifest directly upon him, their effect was akin to being present, as transforming into the white tiger required no consumption of soul power. Moreover, At that moment, his soul power level had also risen to level 29, just one step away from the next opportunity for a draw. Of course, he was not the only one undergoing changes. The dark demon evil god tiger before him had also transformed. A shroud of dim light enveloped its formidable frame, instilling a sense of dread and invoking the most primal of malevolent thoughts from the depths of one's heart. Qingfeng had come to understand the nature of the situation. Yet disbelief lingered within him, for it defied all logic. Who, indeed, was the true child of destiny? You have directly acquired my sinister soul power. What is left for me to teach you? This is utterly illogical. Indeed, it was true. The ability bestowed upon the dark demon evil god tiger was precisely his sinister soul power, and thus, the dream of his becoming a mentor had been abruptly thwarted before it even commenced. He resolved to play a trick on the dark demon evil god tiger, curious to observe his reaction. However, this fellow seemed ensnared within this energy, unable to extricate himself. No matter how loudly he called, there was no response. How peculiar. Why does it take so long? My own acceptance of power took merely a few minutes, yet you seem to languish indefinitely. Ding. Generally speaking, the greater the talent, the longer the acceptance period, leading to more substantial rewards. Critical damage, 999999. I seriously suspect you wish to harm me. Step aside. I no longer require your presence. Wah wah wah. Ding. System unbinding in progress. Father, do not leave. Having concluded his futile negotiations with the system, Qingfeng transformed into his beastman form, unfurling his wings and soaring from the precipice. Towering trees surrounded him, extending endlessly into the horizon. It was unimaginable what wonders the distant starry forest held. However, it would be prudent to seek sustenance first. Due to his recent blood loss, Qingfeng felt somewhat dazed and urgently needed to replenish his energy. Following the river's course, he eventually discovered a medicinal herb. The herb was adorned with thorns and bloomed with delicate pink flowers, exuding a faint, enticing fragrance. The blood-replenishing flower thrived by the banks of the crystal-clear, shadowy river, known for its ability to restore lost vitality. Among spiritual herbs, it was considered a superior variety. Though it bore little value to soul beasts, only I would seek you out. As he reached for the flower, a voice called out from the distance. My good sir, could you possibly relinquish this flower to us? One of our members is gravely injured. This was a small team of soul masters, comprising 4 individuals, 2 men and 2 women, one of whom was being carried, bloodied, and battered. The speaker, a buzz-cut man leading the group, wore a pale complexion yet endeavored to maintain a seemingly benevolent smile. Chapter 69. A strenuous battle yet. Qingfeng remained silent, lingering beside the blood-replenishing flower, staring blankly at the quartet. Slowly, he extended his nefarious claws toward the charming blossom. At that moment, a diminutive woman accompanying the man spoke sharply, her voice grating. Halt. Hand over the blood-replenishing flower. Her words were a dire threat, causing even her 2 companions to furrow their brows in dismay. As for Qingfeng, he was taken aback. Could such an unpleasant voice truly exist in this world? What an eye-opening experience. However, why should their injured companion concern me? I am not the one who harmed you. If it had been me, I would have struck you down directly. Seeing Qingfeng's indifference, the woman, her claws restless, reached for the blood-replenishing flower and sensed. First soul skill, Gale Slash. She raised her hand, and a crescent-shaped blade of wind, half a meter long, hurtled toward him in an instant. With a slight smile at the corners of his mouth, Qingfeng raised his hand, from which 4 sharp claws emerged between his fingers, manifesting the formidable claws of the white tiger. These claws now exuded an even greater sense of intimidation, as dark patterns coiled around them like tendrils of smoke lingering after a fierce battle, emanating a disquieting aura. With a gentle sweep, the fierce wind dissipated in an instant. Qingfeng's figure then appeared before the woman, accompanied by 7 other silhouettes encircling the 4 adversaries. This was the soul skill, Phantom Assault. The woman, witnessing Qingfeng so effortlessly thwart her attack, felt a surge of both shock and fury within her. Yet, just as she was about to speak, a man covered her mouth, silencing her words. Qingfeng remained unhurried, plucking the Ishua flower before several onlookers and idly toying with it in his hands. You claim this flower is rare, yet it is not so uncommon. Why not simply seek out another? Must you resort to violence against me? Are you aware of the consequences of your actions? The man, fully aware of his missteps, adopted a conciliatory tone. Brother, we acknowledge our wrongdoing and humbly ask for your forgiveness. Our need for the Ishua flower drove us to act impulsively. He then produced 2 ancient herbs from his storage pouch, placing them upon the ground. These are 2 millennia-old herbs. We kindly beseech you to grant us the Yixue flower. Truth be told, the man's demeanor was impeccable, yet Lu Qingfeng was resolute in his intent. He had never contemplated relinquishing the Yixue flower. His delay was merely a means to assess the strength of his adversaries and determine whether he could withstand them. However, it became apparent that they were formidable. As such millennia-old spiritual herbs could not be found on the outskirts of the starry forest, it was evident that their cultivation levels were around that of the Soul King. This was a challenge he could surmount. Reflecting on this, Lu Qingfeng glanced at the Yixue flower in his grasp and stepped toward the 2 ancient herbs. Just as he was about to bend down to collect the herbs, a fierce gust of wind sliced through the air. The woman from before struck again, this time aiming directly for his head. How ruthless! Lu Qingfeng's speed suddenly accelerated as he swiftly seized 2 spiritual herbs, rising to evade the fierce wind slash. Simultaneously, a woman behind the man, cradling an injured individual, was enveloped in a radiant glow of yellow and purple hues, summoning 5 soul rings in an instant. However, before she could utilize her soul technique, the phantoms outside, which were manifestations of Lu Qingfeng, launched their assault, piercing a claw into the woman's back. A cry of anguish escaped her lips, yet the overwhelming number of phantoms, 6 still lurking menacingly, disallowed the other 2 from advancing. Seizing the opportunity presented by their hesitation, Lu Qingfeng unleashed a phantom ambush. The sharp claws of the white tiger brutally tore through the woman's neck, leaving her round, pallid face frozen in an expression of agony. The searing crimson blood starkly contrasted against the verdant backdrop of the forest. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The remaining 2 could scarcely believe the sudden demise. Was it truly so swift? How could one perish so quickly? After all, she was a soul king. Unfortunately, their only response was a mournful sigh as Lu Qingfeng sat upon the ground, wiping the bloodied claws of the white tiger, murmuring, "So weak yet attempting to seize what is not theirs. Is this not a touch of hubris? Enough of this. I shall spare you, for I pity your plight. One life lost serves as a lesson for you. Do not emulate such folly in the future. Do you understand?" His words dripped with a mock sage-like wisdom. Yet the truth was far from it. In reality, he was drained, feeling a disquieting dizziness and a significant decline in combat prowess. Otherwise, none would escape his grasp. More tragically, he had located the Yixue flower but could not consume it, for doing so would reveal his weakness, leading to his dismemberment before he could regain his vitality, a dire predicament indeed. Thus, he resolved to allow these 2 to depart. However, individuals accustomed to the perilous Douluo forest would not be easily deceived by such feeble ruses. The 2 observed the vanishing phantoms with cruel smiles. Now it is our turn. Let us converse amicably. Lu Qingfeng's pallid visage betrayed a hint of bitterness. It was a dire situation. With his head spinning and combat efficacy severely diminished, it seemed prudent to refrain from excessive bloodletting. Yet, how could these 2 possibly relent? They launched their assault. A combination of the wind slash and an unknown beam of light. I shall take flight. Lu Qingfeng exerted every ounce of his strength to unfurl his wings and ascend into the sky. However, his ascent was agonizingly slow, rendering him vulnerable to the imminent attacks. At that moment, he could only hope that the aim of his assailants was lacking. Yet, it seemed that fate had conspired against him, for their precision was alarmingly impeccable. Had it not been for his remarkable swiftness, he would have surely succumbed to their strikes long ago. Observing Lu Qingfeng's altitude increasing, one of the men leaped into the air, unleashing a barrage of energy beams. This time, Lu Qingfeng was unable to evade the onslaught. A solitary beam struck him with unerring accuracy, causing his blood to surge and nearly sending him plummeting from the sky. Though he managed to retain his altitude, he found himself unable to continue flying. Nevertheless, he dismissed any thoughts of further ascent, for the height he had achieved was, in his mind, sufficient. Let them perish. Behind Lu Qingfeng appeared another card, a stunning portrait of Ziyu radiating a mysterious glow. In the midst of this radiant light, Lu Qingfeng transformed into an exquisite sprite. The man suspended in the air was nearly overwhelmed by her beauty, stumbling and almost plummeting to the ground in disarray. Few possessed the fortitude to withstand the allure of such a breathtaking being. Even that woman could not help but cast several lingering glances, astonished within her heart as she mused, how can there exist such a stunning woman? Yet, unbeknownst to her, this would mark her final thought. Lu Qingfeng parted his crimson lips, and immediately, a vast expanse of green toxic mist enveloped the 2. Despite having no means of escape, they still contemplated resistance, which of course led to their utter annihilation, such as the price of life. Chapter 70. The uncontrolled evil soul power. The night was permeated by a chilling moonlight. The frigid river continued its relentless flow, carrying an indistinct object downstream into the distance. Gray, cold, and deathly silent. A tranquil giant python emerged from the riverbed. But upon glimpsing the object ahead, it became agitated. It thrashed its robust body, recklessly destroying the surrounding flora, its bloodthirsty vertical pupils devoid of any emotion. With a thunderous crash, a colossal tree was violently uprooted, obstructing the rushing river. The humanoid figure became ensnared there, gradually being drawn back to land as the water shifted. Under the moonlight, the true nature of the figure became discernible. It was a man, his damp hair tangled with debris and mud, presenting an exceedingly disheveled appearance. His striking yet pallid face bore a profound weariness, and the blood-red crescent mark on his forehead was unsettlingly otherworldly, emanating a dark aura. The giant python had succumbed to this aura, resulting in its frenzy. This man was none other than Qingfeng. After enduring that fierce battle, he had consumed the blood flower at the last moment, but ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness, drifting downstream with the river's current. Fortunately, due to his physical constitution, he had not suffered significant harm. His bodily functions were in the process of recovery, and it was believed that soon he would regain his health. However, that malevolent force had spiraled out of control. Qingfeng rose to his feet, acutely aware of the tumultuous energy swirling within him. A bitter pang of despair gnawing at his heart. How could all this chaos arise from merely a brief slumber? With a mournful expression, he sought refuge in a hollow of a tree, hoping to recuperate his soul power. Yet during this endeavor, he encountered an unprecedented difficulty. As if the malevolent soul energy had spiraled beyond his control. How could this be? He had never witnessed such a manifestation of dark soul energy, leaving him utterly perplexed about how to proceed. Must he await its complete dissolution? However, this was the soul beast forest, a realm rife with chaotic and erratic emotions that he could inadvertently absorb, implying that the malevolent energy would never truly dissipate. Moreover, venturing into the human world was not an option. In his current state, others would mistake him for a soul beast, mercilessly striking him down. In that moment, a revelation struck him. All along, he had fought using sacred soul power, deliberately shunning the use of dark soul energy. What was it he truly feared? Qingfeng understood that the power of the malevolent soul was overwhelmingly potent and difficult to control. Thus, he had no desire to wield it, merely considering it as a means to balance the sacred soul power. However, now that the malevolent soul power had spiraled out of control, he was compelled to confront it. I have been evading this reality for far too long, but there is no longer any escape. It is time to face it head-on. Let me see just how formidable you truly are. Qingfeng stood resolute, no longer preoccupied with how to neutralize the dark soul power with his sacred soul force. Instead, he fully surrendered himself, embracing and wielding the malevolent energy. A formidable strength washed over his body and spirit, awakening the hidden darkness lurking deep within. It felt as though innumerable voices roared within his heart, each one representing his malicious thoughts. Kill him. Slay the dark demon god who, seize his soul ring. Destroy, obliterate. I loathe the forest, I detest the forest, for it obstructs my view of the moon. Annihilate them, crush them, wreak havoc upon all that is beautiful. Dismantle every joyful family, render their children orphans, forcing them to endure my suffering. Why must I be alone? Why do I have no friends? No one to walk alongside me? Screams, roars, and despair surged within Qingfeng's soul, a tempest of emotions clamoring to seize control of his mind, striving to dominate that realm. Yet they could not prevail, though they were all manifestations of Qingfeng, all rightful sovereigns of this vessel. For Qingfeng's consciousness remained intact, still navigating the ocean of souls, governing this corporeal form. Simultaneously, he perceived and viscerally experienced his own malevolent inclinations, greed, inferiority, bloodlust, envy. Each was him. Yet none were him. It is we who compose you. You are us, and we are you. You can only accept us. The dark thought screamed, their chilling voices akin to the icy winds of the 12th lunar month, gnawing at his spirit. Excruciating pain, like the sharpest blade, enveloped his entire being. Qingfeng gazed vacantly at these thoughts, engulfed in a state of confusion. He found himself at a loss as to how to navigate this turmoil. For each of these thoughts represented an indispensable facet of his being. I could obliterate you, he mused, yet I cannot. If you were to perish, I would cease to exist as myself. Only through your existence can I truly be who I am. Yet, must he genuinely embrace them? Am I truly so inadequate? Will they not transform me in any way? How cowardly! Qingfeng wondered. Perhaps you are not me, merely an illusion conjured by the sinister forces. Doubt lingers. The moon's radiance has long been shrouded by ominous clouds, yet a gentle breeze persists, striving to disperse that veil of darkness. The sea of souls, submerged in malevolent thoughts, has lost its color. An endless abyss mingles with the chill of the wind, transporting Lu Qingfeng back to the childhood of his previous life. On a night much like this, the oppressive sky bore no stars, the moon obscured, enveloping the world in shadow. Relentless gales assailed the bridge's arch, rendering the makeshift shelter of cardboard feeble and ineffective. The cold roared like a beast beneath the bridge. Despair loomed like a guillotine, poised to descend upon his neck. Yet he did not perish. He remained unvanquished by that biting chill. With the cardboard gone, there remained earth, wild grass, and bags filled with mud. The modest archway gradually became concealed, the howling wind subsided, and the cries of despair faded into silence. In the darkness, a pair of luminous, obsidian eyes gradually closed. The following day dawned bright and clear. Tomorrow remains beautiful. How delightful! Lu Qingfeng gazed upon the scenes of yore, realizing that he indeed possessed virtues. Just as in that moment when he was interviewed, he candidly articulated his singular merit. My virtue, of course, is my fear of death. Indeed, it is the fear of death that compels one to strive for survival against all odds. It is only those who dread mortality who can endure the frigid nights of winter and glimpse the resplendent light of spring ahead. Amidst the chaos, Lu Qingfeng unearthed his path forward, guided by the essence of his younger self, as he once again plunged into the tumultuous sea of souls. This is my domain. Everything here should be under my command, not under the dominion of you wretched beings. His resounding voice resonated like that of a deity. And the chaotic sea of souls fell eerily silent, all clamor extinguished, all malevolent thoughts purged, leaving only a pair of ebony eyes, glimmering with an ominous light. Chapter 71. Lost direction. Deep within the shadowy thicket lay an inexplicable eeriness. Terrifying silhouettes writhed. Some reached for the heavens, while others burrowed into the earth. Blood-red serpents slithered under the moonlight, exuding a foul stench. The dreadful howls gradually subsided, and the frenzied soul beasts collapsed one by one. Their gray-tinged corpses enveloped in a delicate mist. Upon contact with this mist, the corpses instantly transformed into a viscous, malevolent liquid, seeping into the ground below. Lu Qingfeng stepped aside, droplets of dew glistening on his silvery hair. His obsidian eyes gazed into the distance, where a faint light ascended. And he broke into an enigmatic smile. It had indeed been a long time since he felt such ease. He remained in that state until the sun rose, its warm rays illuminating his pale, frail visage, which bore a smile that seemed out of place. A flying soul beast spotted him and plummeted to the ground, convulsing before succumbing to death. At that moment, Lu Qingfeng became aware, withdrawing the peculiar energy of the evil soul. The immense power was intoxicating, yet regrettably, it could not be wielded excessively. Though he had learned to resist the influence of the evil soul energy, he remained weak. Frequent use could still lead to being swayed by the malevolent thoughts lurking within. Avoiding such a fate was, in fact, quite simple. It required the cultivation of mental strength. Once his mental prowess became sufficiently robust, he could utilize the evil soul energy without fear. However, this endeavor would demand considerable time. The cultivation of mental strength was not merely a matter of relentless training, but also hinged on fortune and opportunity, which proved to be the most challenging aspect. Fortunately, with the assistance of his soul secretary, his mental cultivation would not lag significantly. Yet, he now had tasks awaiting his attention. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your soul power level has reached 30, granting you a reward of 1 lottery chance. Commence the next phase of your quest. Elevate your soul power level to 40. Indeed, his soul power had ascended. Despite dedicating his recent days to mastering the evil soul energy, his holy soul power had not waned, steadily advancing. Last night, his soul power level finally reached 30. Once he acquired his soul ring, he would become a glorious and formidable soul master, bringing him one step closer to the ominous soul sect. However, he now faced a dilemma, as he was uncertain of his whereabouts. To seek a soul ring, the Stardow Forest would be the most suitable destination. Yet, how to get there? He was, after all, notoriously directionally challenged. I should follow the river's course, as it is likely that I was swept away by its current. Lu Qingfeng resolutely transformed into a fierce tiger, dashing forward with great speed. However, he soon found himself in a state of confusion, for the river ahead had branched out into multiple paths, not merely one, but 8. How could he possibly navigate through this maze? Would he dare to venture down yet another path? Just then, a powerful gust of wind swept through, sending the turbulent waters crashing onto the shore, revealing a slender stream. The ninth branch was thus unveiled. Lu Qifeng gazed silently at the sky, convinced that you must have conspired with the system to disturb my state of mind. System? I did not. It was not I. Do not falsely accuse the good system. A single tap for a triple connection. The deeper the stain, the darker it becomes. Forget it. I shall deal with you later. It appears there is a scuffle occurring over there. The recent gust of wind arrived with an unnatural swiftness. If it were a natural phenomenon, it would not have been so fleeting. Moreover, that breeze carried with it an intriguing scent, the origin of which remains a mystery. One thing is certain. There is indeed a battle taking place over yonder. And where there is conflict, there lies an opportunity for Lu Qifeng to depart, thus allowing him to venture into the starry forest or seek out the dark demon, evil god tiger. In any case, the benefits abound. Meanwhile, 3 women are engaged in combat with a scorpion soul beast over a small girl, whose cherubic face is streaked with tears, likely terrified by the creature. Lu Qingfeng leapt onto a tree, surveying the battlefield from his elevated vantage point. The venomous fire scorpion had existed for 7 millennia, yet its 8th tail segment had yet to sprout. Nevertheless, it was a rare breed, not significantly inferior to the ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts, and it excelled in ambush tactics. It appeared that these individuals had fallen victim to such an ambush. He noted a purple wound on one woman's arm, a telltale sign of poisoning. Although its spread seemed contained, likely subdued by an antidote. If they did not procure the gem from within the venomous fire scorpion, the woman would undoubtedly perish. Regrettably, the 2 women and 1 severely injured companion were utterly incapable of confronting the scorpion. They were even at risk of being countered. The dilemma of whether to intervene or abstain from aiding them was indeed perplexing. Below, the trio and a soul beast resumed their fierce battle. The crimson venomous fire scorpion roared, unleashing a blinding flame from its mandibles, the searing heat igniting the underbrush instantaneously, sending thick smoke billowing into the air. The 3 women scattered, narrowly evading the scorpion's strike. However, to everyone's astonishment, while the attack missed the women, it cleaved a large tree in half behind them. The massive trunk, propelled by tremendous force, was set to crash down upon a small girl standing in its imminent descent. One of the women, quick-witted and agile, summoned 4 soul rings, conjuring a radiant giant shield that intercepted the falling tree, sparing the girl from certain doom. The other 2 women sighed in relief and launched their assaults on the venomous fire scorpion from different angles. Yet, the scorpion's magma-like carapace rendered their attacks ineffective, merely leaving a few superficial white marks, akin to scratching an itch, without inflicting any substantial harm. What should we do? Our efforts have proven fruitless. One woman glanced towards the small girl, who had been startled awake by the earlier commotion and was now cowering beneath the shield-wielding woman's feet, too frightened to witness the fray. The shield-bearer, feeling helpless, lifted the girl and declared, "We must retreat and return another day. We cannot afford to lose our forces here. Opportunities may arise again, but if lives are lost, no chance is worth anything." The other 2 women nodded in agreement, their gazes fixed upon the advancing venomous fire scorpion, which was now hurling a large pouch of blue powder. The powder landed on the scorpion, releasing a pungent odor accompanied by rising smoke. It was a corrosive toxin. What manner of women were these, to carry such poison with them? He refrained from observing the scorpion further, for this meager toxin would not incapacitate it, at most causing mild discomfort. However, the situation for these women was altogether different. Lu Qifeng sprouted a pair of black and white wings on his back and flew in the direction the women had departed. Chapter 72. The schemes among the 3 sisters. He had no idea where he was, but these women were different. They moved swiftly and without hesitation, clearly familiar with the terrain. Following them seemed the best way to escape. However, the women showed no intention of leaving. After shaking off the venomous fire scorpion, they settled nearby to rest. "Elder sister, what should we do?" Lamos deceived us. He claimed the scorpion was only 2,000 years old, but its cultivation must be at least 7 or 8 millennia. Not only did we fail to retrieve its core, but third sister will also. The woman pointed at the injured one, her voice laced with fury. "Elder sister, don't worry about us. Take Xiao Jing and return at once. Lamos must have lured us away to seize Father's hidden treasure. You mustn't let him succeed, or the entire village will fall under his control. We'll never recover if that happens." The third sister clutched her wound, where the venom had already begun spreading. The eldest sister remained silent, her expression dark with suppressed rage. She stared into the distance as if trying to purge her fury. Finally, with a thunderous crash, she shattered a massive tree with a single strike. Gritting her teeth, she vowed, "Rest assured, I will tear that treacherous Lamos limb from limb." With that, She lifted the little girl and swiftly departed. Lu Qifeng sensed that matters were not as simple as they seemed. The older sister from earlier appeared to be laughing. How intriguing. It seems that such melodramatic events occur everywhere, yet I find them quite delightful. He leaped lightly, just about to depart. When he heard the laughter of the second and third sisters behind him, Lu Qifeng paused his steps, reflecting that this place was likely not a central area, but rather in close proximity to human habitation. He could easily fly away at any moment, yet he found it more intriguing to observe the unfolding drama. What could be the source of amusement for these two women? He gracefully descended beneath the tree, straining to catch their conversation. Sister, what do you think will be our eldest sister's reaction upon discovering that we have ensnared her in our trap? The third sister swallowed a medicinal pill. Her arm's poison immediately subdued, preventing its spread. The second sister produced a handful of herbs from her storage pouch, grinding them into a paste to apply to her arm, binding it with a strip of cloth. No need to ponder too much. We should first eliminate Lamo. That would conveniently remove a potential threat. Afterward, we can rest a bit before returning. By then, our eldest sister should be home, eagerly awaiting our gifts. The second sister's smile was faint, while the third sister's laughter rang out boisterously, as if they were not reveling in the same matter. Hidden behind the tree, Lu Qifeng felt an exhilarating thrill. Was this the infamous family feud he had heard of? How cunning, how malevolent, he found it utterly delightful. Your treasure, he mused, convinced that whatever could incite such ruthless conflict among them must be of extraordinary value, for these three sisters would not resort to mutual slaughter without cause. Kill, kill. Once you are done, I shall merely play the role of a bystander. After a brief respite, the two sisters resumed their journey, only to encounter numerous traps along the way, some laced with toxins, clearly placed to prevent their escape. The mastermind behind these machinations could only be their eldest sister. Eldest sister, you truly are a calculating one. Even as I succumb to poison, your mistrust persists. You wish for us all to perish here. How ruthless you are. The third sister's eyes blazed with fury, her animosity toward their eldest sister palpable, wishing nothing less than to devour her whole, leaving no trace behind. The second sister, however, remained silent, her footsteps steady but her increasingly frigid gaze betraying the turmoil within her heart. Lu Qifeng understood that such a gaze signified anger. Indeed, they were three good sisters. Yet, was there perhaps something amiss? Lu Qifeng gazed at the seemingly carefree third sister. Yet, both of her elder sisters possessed intricate minds. Could she truly be devoid of ulterior motives? Perhaps she was, in fact, the one with the most concealed intentions. After all, the treasure was singular, and the second sister could not possibly share it with her. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Lu Qingfeng's mouth split into a terrifying arc, causing a passing rabbit to panic and collide into a tree, meeting its demise. The eyes of the two sisters turned towards him. He had intended to step outside, especially since he was currently in the form of a tiger, but the outcome left him utterly astonished. Before he could make his exit, a rustling sound emanated from the leaves above. Suddenly, a grievously wounded man, bloodied all over, appeared. Fear was etched on his face, and he clutched a broken sword desperately, shouting as he fled, "She has gone mad. She intends to kill me." At that moment, the second sister approached him and asked, "Lamo, what has happened?" Her tone was gentle, and her expression perfectly conveyed concern, leaving no trace of the ruthless schemer who had plotted against her elder sister moments earlier. Indeed, women are born actresses. How audacious. The man known as Lamo breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the second sister and stepped closer, exclaiming, "Second, your elder sister has lost her mind. She truly wants to kill me." "Oh, your elder sister has returned?" The second sister patted Lamo's back reassuringly. "Do not worry. We shall ensure justice is served. Even your elder sister cannot kill indiscriminately. Come, let us return." "Good, good." Lamo, overjoyed, grasped the second sister's hand rather impudently, taking the opportunity to gain an advantage. The second sister frowned slightly but chose not to comment. Just then, the third sister spoke up, her voice faint, her arm a deep shade of purple as the venom of the poisonous fire scorpion spread through her body. She was beyond saving. Second sister, I can't hold on much longer. Give me the antidote, please." Tears streamed down the third sister's face as she trembled and crawled toward the second sister, who, however, paid her no mind and walked away. Second sister. The third sister's cries echoed through the forest, filled with despair and tragedy. Yet, Lu Qifeng remained, for he was well acquainted with the effects of the poison from the fire scorpion. Although her arm was purple, It should not have manifested in such a manner. The veins should be bulging, the performance lacking authenticity. He sighed, feeling sorrow for this family as patriarch. In the next life, if given the chance, he would prefer to have a son. Women are far too terrifying. The third sister lay on the ground for a considerable time before she finally rose and began to walk away. Elder sister, second sister, Lamo. Do not think I am oblivious to everything. When you return with Xiao Jing and the treasures, it will be your demise. And as for the patriarch, why did you insist on revealing the treasure's location to Xiao Jing? She is not your biological daughter. Qingfeng, if I were in your position, I would act likewise. You women are truly formidable. Chapter 73, The Secret of the Three Sisters. By the time the youngest sister returned to the village, the sun had already set. Qingfeng concealed himself in the shadows, observing the entirety of the village. This village was expansive, bustling with a considerable population. However, the imposing walls and grand courtyards housed three magnificent structures, each identical in architectural style. Nestled between these towering edifices stood an even more resplendent mansion, rendering the three courtyards momentarily dull in comparison. Contemplating the three sisters, he recalled their words. Qingfeng deduced that the largest house must be the residence of their father, while the other three houses likely belonged to them. Without hesitation, Qingfeng made his way into the grand estate, which was already filled with villagers, creating a cacophony of noise and chaos. The eldest sister sat at the center of a circular platform with a girl known as Xiaojing, beside a stone box secured with an unfamiliar lock. At that moment, Xiaojing was fiddling with the stone box, her lips swollen and bruised, suppressing her cries as she attempted to open it. Lamo stood nearby, a glint of avarice flashing in his eyes. Hadn't he left with the second brother? How was he now beside the eldest sister? Qingfeng activated his olfactory senses and was suddenly struck by a strong scent of blood. The source of this odor was unmistakably from the room directly opposite him. It was evident that someone had perished within. He felt compelled to investigate. The little girl's demeanor suggested that she would be incapable of unlocking that door in a short span of time, granting him ample opportunity to discern what had transpired. The crowd was engrossed around the circular platform, oblivious to Qingfeng as he stealthily circumnavigated the building, creating a small aperture in the roof through which he descended, subsequently sealing the entrance behind him. Upon entering the chamber, he was immediately engulfed by the overwhelming stench of blood coupled with a peculiar, foul odor. He recognized this scent all too well. The stench of decay. Someone had indeed met their end here, and it had evidently occurred some time ago. The darkness could not shroud his vision. The truth began to unravel before Qingfeng, layer by layer. The room contained no visible corpse, yet it was replete with the essence of death. The protrusions on the walls and the depressions of the floor bore witness to the presence of bodies. A wooden tub, typically used for bathing, was filled with flower petals, beneath which lay a beautiful visage, belonging to none other than the elder sister outside. Did she bear an uncanny resemblance? Or was it something else entirely? Qingfeng reached out and pinched his elder sister's face, discovering that no skin tissue fell away. Thus, the figure standing outside was not his elder sister but the second sibling. Is this how you meet your end, elder sister? How cruel, he lamented. Yet, perhaps it was deserved that this family could not thrive. Sigh, let us wait and see what treasures you might procure. At that moment, another presence emerged in the vicinity, seemingly approaching their direction as well. Qingfeng leaped onto the beam, evading detection. Soon, a live figure descended from the rooftop. It was none other than the third sister. Upon her arrival, she walked towards the wooden tub. Upon glimpsing the corpse within, she paused, then sighed softly. Sister, how is it that you cannot change this habit of yours? Every time you return home, you must first cleanse yourself. And look what has happened this time. You have bathed yourself to death. How deeply do you long for our mother, that you wish to remain here with her? As she spoke, the third sister lifted a blue curtain that hung nearby, revealing another figure beneath it. She knelt before the outline, speaking in a hushed tone. Mother, do not worry, that old wretch will not survive. Her two daughters shall meet the same fate. Once I acquire that object, I will personally bring you forth. I vow to ensure this family ceases to exist. Meanwhile, Qingfeng listened intently. Though he was unaware of the narrative's intricacies, it did not hinder his imagination. With just 2 words, he could conjure an entire world. However, at that moment, the third sister suddenly raised her head, as if she had sensed his presence. Yet, this seemed impossible. How could she detect him? He was confident that his concealment skills were beyond her grasp. Indeed, after a brief moment of scrutiny, she lowered her head once more. Just as Qingfeng was about to relax, the woman spoke again. I know someone is here. Her words sent Qingfeng's heart racing. But upon closer listening, he realized she had not identified his presence, allowing him to settle his nerves and hear what she had to say. The third sister, seeing no response, continued, I wish to propose a transaction. You seek the old man's treasure as well, do you not? Let us collaborate. Soon. When the second sister retrieves the treasure, we shall ambush her, and I will take the treasure while you claim her corpse. Qingfeng remained silent, uncertain whether this woman was deceiving him. Her concealment was so masterful that even her own sisters had been misled. He had no intention of unraveling her secrets. Ah, it seems I possess considerable strength. Perhaps I need not concern myself with such matters. Qingfeng finally realized his own strength. Throughout his journey, he had faced formidable opponents such as the Soul Emperor, the titled Douluo, and the dark demon evil god Tiger, and he had yet to adjust his mindset. Now, gazing at the diminutive soul master right beneath his eyes, he leaped down without a second thought. What was there to fear? At worst, he could annihilate them all. They were truly a bunch of weaklings. The third one was startled by the sudden appearance of a figure and took a moment to regain composure. He looked at Qingfeng and thought to himself, what level are you? Humph, you aren't even worthy to inquire about my level. The outsiders have departed. Now, tell me how you discovered my presence. Qingfeng feigned profundity, exhibiting an exceedingly unpleasant demeanor. However, the third sister fell silent for a moment, uncertain of this individual's standing. Yet, merely by virtue of this concealed tactic, she felt a chilling sense of terror. How would one feel if someone were lurking in the rafters of their abode, observing their every action? Nonetheless, she spoke up. When I looked at the eldest sister, I noticed the water was still in motion, which led me to speculate that someone might be present here. Qingfeng felt a sense of embarrassment, having previously overlooked this matter while attending to the corpse. He cleared his throat and continued, please tell me why you wish to kill her, your sister, and what transgressions the old man committed. The third sister was taken aback. She had assumed this individual was aware of her father's identity, only to discover he was merely a passerby. Given the circumstances, she had no choice but to divulge the truth. The old man is my father. He has 3 wives, who bore me, my elder sister, and my second sister. Initially, he cherished my mother deeply, but one day, after her untimely demise, he fell into despair, and in his drunken stupor, he... Chapter 74. The Jade Man is soul-boned before long. The third sister recounted the entire tale, and Qingfeng grasped the essence of it. Essentially, it was a tragic narrative. The allure of the third sister's mother captivated her father, leading to a conspiracy between the first and second wives to eliminate the third. The despicable father then subjected the third sister to unspeakable horrors, resulting in the birth of Xiaojing, whom he aimed to groom as his heir. Yet one fateful day, upon discovering the truth, he succumbed to madness, imprisoning his 3 wives in a room, subjecting them to grotesque treatment, and thereafter languishing in despair. On rare occasions of lucidity, he would bequeath treasures to Xiaojing. However, the 3 wives overheard this, prompting the elder and second sisters to covet the treasures with the hope of escaping their plight, while the third sister harbored intentions of eliminating her elder and second sisters to claim the treasures for herself. Thus, the subsequent events unfolded. The quest for the poisonous fire scorpions stemmed from the fact that only the pearls within them could unlock the coveted treasure. The figure they referred to as Lamo was, in truth, the paramour of the second sister, while the elder sister's pursuit of a new partner named Lamo was simply a reflection of her unscrupulous nature. Having absorbed this astonishing narrative, Qingfeng could not help but marvel at the intricacies of such a prominent family, finding the plot utterly melodramatic, to the point of nausea. Ah, let us await their return, he mused. Qingfeng paid no heed to the third brother and simply opened the door. Prior to this, the crowd outside had dispersed as Xiaojing unlocked the door. Now, the courtyard lay desolate, devoid of any presence. Gazing up at the moon suspended in the sky, Qingfeng pondered whether fate was playing a cruel joke on him, as wherever he went, blood seemed to flow like a river. This night was destined to be sleepless. The third brother trailed closely behind Qingfeng, a sinister smile creeping across his clouded face. Before long, the second sister returned, her visage marred by a ghastly scar, clutching a box made of an indeterminate material. Upon seeing her return, the third brother joyfully rushed to greet her, exclaiming, "My dear sister, you have finally come back. You are still alive." The second sister, astonished, quickly embraced the box. "Indeed, how could I still be alive? It is all thanks to you, my dear sister. Today, I shall send you down to join your mother." With that, The third brother erupted in a burst of energy, his entire being enveloped in layers of sharp, piercing light. Resembling a hedgehog, in a sudden thrust, the second sister, already gravely injured, fell victim to this attack, her eyes remaining wide open. Unblinking, she departed from this world. Qingfeng made a sound of disapproval and stepped forward, intending to seize the box, only to have Lao San snatch it away instead. Leave. I will not part with it, he declared. Ah, you lack integrity. Are you forcing me to resort to coercion? I am a good person. Unlike those who engage in such acts. Lao San's face glistened with cold sweat as he produced a small horn and blew into it. Moments later, a group of fully armed soul masters appeared in the courtyard, most of whom were of the great soul master rank, with 3 among them being soul venerables. Their presence was formidable, yet still insufficient. Do you believe they can shield you from me? Do you harbor any hope? He could discern Lao San's palpable anxiety. After all, he was unaware of his own capabilities. Even if he were cognizant, he would likely act the same, for this was the essence of greed, one of the most malevolent forces inherent in human nature. If this is your desire, so be it. Qingfeng stood motionless, malevolent soul power emanating from his body. At that moment, the third elder laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! You have fallen into my trap. I have poisoned the house. The instant you wield your soul power, your body will begin to decay. Oh, I forgot to mention, I am immune to toxins." The sinister soul force surged forth, enveloping the entire courtyard in its ominous grasp, instilling terror and unease. Everyone stood frozen in place, enduring the malevolent baptism as the darkness hidden deep within their hearts erupted, seizing control over them. One by one, they descended into madness. Some engaged in frenzied combat, others sought refuge, while a few, under the influence of the sinister force, lunged directly at the third elder. What is happening? How could this be? Why? The third elder stood in a daze, bewildered by the actions of the soldiers around him. Qingfeng did not allow the third one to succumb to such a state. Instead, he silently observed before stepping forward to take the box from her hands. You should first contemplate how to deal with your toxins, he remarked. The venom of a poison fire scorpion can hardly be endured by an ordinary person for more than a few days. Moreover, when you poison me, you must have been affected by it yourself. Therefore, you ought to consider how to avoid your own demise. With that, he departed, indifferent to the fate of the place, as it bore no relevance to him. His sole purpose for coming here was the treasure, and he felt no obligation to concern himself with the surrounding events or inquire further. Ah, I forgot to ask how to reach the starry forest. Never mind. I shall inquire about it tomorrow. On the journey, he opened the box to reveal a peculiar bone, quietly resting within, its jade-green hue resembling a curved blade. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have acquired the eternal soul bone, right arm bone of the jade mantis. Astonishing. A soul bone. No wonder everyone was competing fiercely. This eternal soul bone is indeed remarkable. I never expected such a treasure to be concealed within this small village. What a windfall. He resolved to find a suitable place to thoroughly absorb this eternal soul bone. However, at that moment, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding. As the host has commenced training in the 9 extremities combat technique, absorption of the soul bone is not permitted. Forcing absorption may lead to unforeseen consequences. The host is advised to choose wisely. Qingfeng. So, is it useless for me to have obtained this item? Useless? After all the effort I exerted. You dare to tell me it is of no value? System, how much effort did you truly invest for something you acquired for free? Are you not aware of your own situation? Regardless of the rest, I have made a hasty retreat, and I have wasted my breath. This is how it is resolved. Yet, you say I cannot utilize it. Would you not agree that this is somewhat excessive? Ding. Detected that the host possesses surplus soul bones. It is advisable to exchange them for other items. Ding. The available items for exchange are as follows. 1. An increase of 10,000 years to the first soul ring's duration. 2. A chance for sudden enlightenment. 3. 1 8,000-year soul ring. 4. A chance to enhance a weapon. As Qingfeng gazed upon the 4 options meticulously presented by the system, he promptly dismissed the last and third choices, jokingly remarking that he was not in dire need of such inferior items. He believed he could summon help on his own. After all, why not seek the elusive dark demon evil god tiger? Surely, acquiring something eternal would be far more appealing. Regarding the final option of weapon enhancement, he confessed his inability to comprehend it, as he had no use for weapons. Even the serpent's fang was only utilized on rare occasions, and his qualified weapon still lay dormant within the system. Thus, He was left to choose between the first two options. However, the decision proved to be quite arduous. Ding. Only children face dilemmas of choice. Adults, of course, desire them all. The host may purchase options by expending lottery chances. Chapter 75, The Farce Before the City. I apologize. I am but a child, please spare me. Qingfeng was reluctant to squander the hard-earned opportunity to participate in the lottery on trivial matters. It had been a while since he last entered a draw. Perhaps he should try his luck again. As the thought arose, a shimmering blue light screen materialized in his mind. On it was a roulette wheel, adorned with 4 squares, each corresponding to a distinct reward. The first, a 10,000-year fire spirit eagle soul ring. The second, a 5,000-year soul ring cultivation, simultaneous enhancement of both soul rings. The third, a 10,000-year ice spirit sculpture external soul bone, wings. The fourth, a spirit tool, ice blade, attributes, indestructible, slows down. Most of the rewards in this lottery were at the 10,000-year level, yet apart from the external soul bone, none of the others were particularly remarkable. Moreover, none were essential for him at the moment. Consequently, he resolved to forego the draw, opting instead to conserve his chance for future endeavors, pondering the possibility of encountering a superior reward next time. With this thought, Qingfeng closed the lottery page. Although he could not absorb the jade mantis soul bone in his possession, it remained exceedingly useful, particularly for exchanging for an opportunity for enlightenment. He had already decided to redeem it for that purpose, as it was far more advantageous than any other option. He could enhance his soul rings and their years through his own cultivation, but enlightenment was a rare gem. Many individuals might not experience it even once in their lifetime. The last time he achieved enlightenment allowed him to grasp a portion of the profound essence of the first form of the 9 extreme combat technique, wind-shattering dance. If he could combine that with the moonlight descending this time, he might very well ascend to the second form, lion-tiger shock. However, before proceeding with the exchange, he decided to consult the system to avoid any unforeseen traps. Would the rewards be issued immediately upon successful exchange, or could he choose a time for their release? Ding. You may select the time for release, with a maximum duration of 1 month. Rewards will expire after 1 month. That was acceptable. Qingfeng naturally overlooked the last part of the message, thinking, as if I would forget about this. He leaped onto a tree and observed the flickering flames rising from a distant village, letting out a sigh as he activated his skill, Moonlight Descending. This was a formidable skill he had previously comprehended, capable of tripling his cultivation speed. Coupled with the 5 Elements Sutra, he could surmount great distances in a single night. However, due to the high quality of his sacred soul power, his cultivation speed was significantly reduced. Now, with diligent practice, gaining a level in a month would be considered a success. Conversely, with evil soul power, if he so desired, he could engage in ceaseless slaughter and cultivation within the Star Dough Forest, making his training speed surpass that of the 5 Elements Sutra by a considerable margin. Yet, there was a risk of losing control, and he would not attempt it lightly. Even now, he only dared to dabble in evil soul power cautiously. Until his mental strength had undergone a breakthrough, he could not afford to recklessly wield evil soul power. However, he had yet to embark on formal training for his mental strength, feeling that his soul secretary had not revealed its true essence. Merely relying on comprehension seemed insufficient. Perhaps his talent was lacking? In his spare moments, he often enjoyed pondering over the soul secretary, but it appeared to yield little in terms of results. Although his mental strength had grown considerably, the sensation of the unknown had intensified. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the title, Self-Awareness. Qingfeng's head was filled with dark thoughts. This system truly was like a neglectful master, allowing chaos to reign unchecked. Once I acquire sufficient strength, I shall surely teach you a lesson you won't forget. The night swiftly passed, and by the following day, the village had taken on an eerie atmosphere, with malevolent thoughts permeating the air, as each individual laid bare their darkest inclinations. Fortunately, their behavior was merely a result of the soldiers' influence, and it was not long-lasting. However, this caused a pervasive gloom to overshadow every face. As a result, when Qingfeng sought directions, no one paid him any heed. Some even responded with harsh words. This irked Qingfeng to the point of wanting to curse. What does your transformation have to do with me? The system remarked. There is no hope for this host. Not only is he thick-skinned to a fault, but his mind has also become rusty. Qingfeng evidently had a thought, clearing his throat twice before seeking another person for directions. This time, he resolved to be clever. Instead of approaching an adult, he would inquire among the young, those in their teens, or perhaps a little girl or boy of 7 or 8 years. Surely, they would not lead him astray. Surely, no one would believe that children could deceive him. Yet, he found himself in dismay, gazing up at the blazing sun above and surveying the nearly identical trees and grass that surrounded him. Qingfeng was engulfed in a cloud of melancholy. That little brat dared to deceive him. He would undoubtedly settle the score upon his return. Meanwhile, the very child he spoke of was nestled on his mother's lap, innocently declaring, "Mommy, Mommy, just now a strange uncle asked me how to get to the starry forest. Can you guess what I told him? What did you say? Of course, I couldn't let him march to his doom. He is so feeble. So, I pointed him in the opposite direction, hee. Well done, darling. But next time, you must not lie. Simply say you do not know." I understand. On the other hand, Qingfeng found himself at a crossroads. He had realized that as he progressed, the trees around him became increasingly sparse, suggesting he was nearing an exit. If he were to venture in the opposite direction, he might truly discover the starry forest. However, he was apprehensive about the exit as well. He dared not soar through the skies of the starry forest, for his abilities had not yet reached that pinnacle. Being too conspicuous could lead to peril. Thus, he resolved to exit first and seek a companion to accompany him. It would be far more convenient than embarking on this journey alone. After a brief contemplation, he made his decision to head out. This location was not far from the city, and after approximately an hour, Qingfeng caught sight of the faint outline of city walls. The grand entrance loomed close, adorned with the characters Starry City, likely the name of this settlement. A throng of people had gathered there, and adhering to the adage that one should not miss a spectacle, he swiftly slipped into the crowd. Upon arrival, he was greeted by the sight of 2 beautiful women and a man bound by ropes. Was this a scene of some playful bondage? In broad daylight, engaging in such antics at the city gate seemed rather, well, questionable. Yet, he found it amusing. However, the reality was far from Qingfeng's initial assumptions. One of the tall girls with a ponytail exclaimed, "Step aside. This brat has stolen the soul beast I painstakingly hunted. He deserves to be punished today." The other girl, slightly older with a short, neat hairstyle, shielded the young man behind her, her expression troubled as she implored, "Ame, can't we discuss this at home? With so many people watching, how will we face the world if this gets out?" As Qingfeng opened his eyes, he wondered if this was yet another family drama. He found it amusing, indeed. In Chapter 76, outside the city, the tension escalated. What can be said? The girl with the ponytail exclaimed, her agitation growing. "So many witnesses saw him seize the corpse of the soul beast right in front of our team members. What do you have to say for that?" Grabbing the collar of the short-haired woman, she forcefully threw her to the ground. "Poisoning outside the city and stealing the corpse of a soul beast. What a commendable brother you have." Linru interjected, "Listen. If your brother doesn't provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, I won't let this go." Linru stood up and continued, "Wang Yun. Lin Cheng is your brother too. You can't just let him take the fall for this. Besides, he might not have wanted to steal it in the first place." As she spoke, she kicked Lin Cheng behind her, hinting frantically. At that moment, Lin Cheng realized the gravity of the situation and shouted, "Yes, I was willing. Someone forced me to do it, and that poison was given to me by them." He sought to find a scapegoat among strangers. However, when he looked up, he was struck by Qingfeng's astonishing beauty, prompting him to exclaim in admiration, "How can someone be so incredibly handsome?" Yet, as he gazed upon that elegant and striking visage, jealousy surged within him. "How dare you be so attractive? I shall make you ugly, transform you into a hideous creature." He shouted at Qingfeng, his voice echoing through the crowd. At that exclamation, all eyes turned to him, collectively astonished by the beauty before them. As thoughts raced through their minds, how is it possible for someone to be so good-looking? Some young women even called out, "Darling, I want to bear your children." Even the boys were captivated, feeling as if they had awakened to some extraordinary attribute. His proclamation cast a spell of silence over the gathering. As everyone turned to look at him, "Stop staring like that. You're making them shy." After a cacophony of sounds, the narrative returns to its main thread. Wang Yun, with a sardonic tone, remarked, "Lin Cheng, oh Lin Cheng, your audacity knows no bounds. How can such a handsome person like you dare to shift the blame? Do you think we are all blind? It's not a matter of him stealing. If he merely utters a word, who wouldn't comply?" Lin Cheng felt a surge of frustration. Was this not a roundabout way of calling him ugly? Conversely, Qingfeng wore a smug expression, seemingly pleased that the world could discern his noble character through his striking appearance. Linru, however, could only shake her head in disbelief. How could this fellow choose such an attractive scapegoat? Now, even she felt a twinge of reluctance to assist him. This brother of hers was truly beyond redemption. Yet, with matters having progressed to this stage, there was no choice but to proceed in this manner. A glimmer of pink flashed in Lin Ru's eyes, and suddenly, a peculiar force surged into Lu Qingfeng's mind, as if it were tempting him. However, one couldn't help but wonder if this was somewhat lacking in strength. Lu Qingfeng gazed at the ethereal essence resembling a tranquil pond, and then at the minuscule spirit force akin to a thumb, a lewd smile creeping upon his lips. Lin Ru, engrossed in utilizing the seductive soul technique, suddenly felt a chilling sensation envelop her, causing goosebumps to rise in layers upon her skin. How could this be? Lin Ru pondered, her confusion mingling with a sly grin as she observed Lu Qingfeng, who had transformed into a fool. Lin Qing, equally astute, clung to Lu Qingfeng, exclaiming, "It's him. He is the one who poisoned me, embedding the toxin within my body, threatening that if I did not seize him, I would perish from the poison. Initially, he had intended to take advantage of your situation, but I managed to thwart his plans." Lin Qing's agitation grew. His desire to land a punch on this scoundrel evident. It was clear he had honed his craft through experience, having likely engaged in such nefarious deeds before. Meanwhile, Wang Yun, rather dim-witted, genuinely believed Lin Qing's claims, turning to Lu Qingfeng with a questioning gaze. Is what he said true? Lu Qingfeng, still needing to act in the present tense, immediately declared, "Indeed, it was I who provided him with the poison." A gasp of astonishment echoed among the crowd. They could hardly believe that such a handsome individual could commit such an act. Passerby, I never expected this to be a person with a human face but a beastly heart. Utterly despicable, such a beautiful visage wasted. Passerby B, indeed, he is unworthy of such a countenance. Little fangirl. Yes, it's utterly despicable. Why doesn't he come and poison me? Little fanboy, exactly. If he were to seek me out, I would gladly accept any amount of his concoctions. Wait, that's not right. I've digressed. Truly, in every realm, beauty is justice. This remains an unchanging truth. Observing the conversation veering further from its course, Lin Ru hastily interjected to steer it back. Look, he has confessed himself. He is the true culprit, the one who has stolen your soul beasts. You ought to confront him, rather than us. Wang Yun, at a loss for words, was left speechless, casting a gaze filled with complexity towards Lu Qingfeng. Just when everyone assumed this was a farce, Lu Qingfeng made his move. Lu Qingfeng turned to Wang Yun and said, Indeed, it is the poison I administered to him. I see your eyes convey disbelief. Allow me to demonstrate. Observe how I do this." With that, he strode directly towards the bound Lin Qing. Lin Ru attempted to intervene, but was swiftly overpowered by Lu Qingfeng, who crushed the spiritual force residing in her soul sea. The instantaneous backlash caused her excruciating pain, leading her to clutch her head and weep. Meanwhile, Lu Qingfeng deftly inserted a small pill into Lin Qing's mouth, grinning sinisterly. "See, last time he deemed it insufficient. I shall enhance the dosage." Before he could finish, the effects of the drug took hold. Lin Qing's eyes turned crimson, and he gasped for breath, resembling a dog in heat. Observing this, Lu Qingfeng remained unsatisfied, producing an array of toxins and relentlessly applying them to Lin Qing's body while incessantly proclaiming, "Look how I poison him. See, this is fire toxin, this is ice toxin." Lin Qing writhed in agony, alternating between cries of heat and cold, his body exuding steam, froth escaping his mouth, while yellow liquid seeped from beneath. He was utterly reduced to a pitiful state. At that moment, Lin Ru also regained consciousness. It became evident to her that this striking man was a formidable soul master, at least of the soul sect level. Otherwise, he would not withstand her allure. Moreover, he was currently tormenting her brother, and the heart-wrenching pain rendered her mind numb. She fell to her knees, pleading, my lord, please cease this. I was wrong. I shall never again disrespect you. I implore you, spare my brother." Her words finally registered with the onlookers, who realized that this woman must possess some means to make others scapegoats. However, she had now bitten off more than she could chew and was receiving the consequences. Truly, she deserved this fate. No one felt sympathy for her, nor for her brother. Such individuals deserved their plight. Even if they were slain now, it would be seen as justifiable. Chapter 77. Stardew City. Lin Ru continued to plead for mercy, but only succeeded in irritating Lu Qingfeng. He swiftly delivered a slap, pinning her to the ground, his voice cold as ice. "If you wish to die, I can grant that wish now. Do you think you possess 9 lives to dare lay a hand on me? Lin Ru and the others were taken aback by this stark contrast, left speechless and gaping. With this turn of events, Lu Qingfeng lost interest in further games. The fangs of a serpent appeared in his hand, and with swift motions, 2 round heads rolled onto the ground. The pungent stench of blood permeated the air, causing many to frown and retreat, leaving only Wang Yun standing there in a daze. You begone. A glimmer of icy coldness flickered in Lu Qingfeng's eyes, and a chilling intent to kill surged forth. He truly harbored the desire to end this woman's life, yet suddenly became aware that something was amiss within himself. He was prone to anger and irritability, a lingering effect of the malevolent soul's influence. This was no longer a direct impact. Rather, it had transformed into a subtle, insidious presence, so insidious that even he found it difficult to detect. He gazed at the crowd that had already dispersed, making their way into the starry city. Lu Qingfeng did not engage in any particular activity. He merely sought refuge in a hotel, surrendering himself to slumber for an entire night. He neither practiced his cultivation nor entertained any thoughts. He simply drifted into sleep. In the hazy recesses of his dreams, Lu Qingfeng seemed to glimpse his martial soul. The demon card, suspended behind a figure cloaked in gray. This enigmatic being possessed enormous tattered wings and wielded a broken weapon of indeterminate origin in one hand, while cradling a lifeless body in the other. Lu Qingfeng sought to discern the identity of the person in his dream, but was abruptly roused by a cacophony of noise outside. It was already midday, and he realized he had slept through the entire night. The dream felt eerily vivid. Who could that person be? Before he could ponder further, the clamor from downstairs escalated. Seemingly a man in the throes of a furious tirade. What could be the cause? He stepped outside and inquired with a young attendant. The attendant clicked his tongue and remarked, "It appears a chap has been cuckolded and has come looking for someone, but he was intercepted at the door by his wife. One can surmise that the man she sought has likely fled by now. Quite a tragic situation, indeed." Others in the tavern found the spectacle amusing. Yet Lu Qingfeng had no interest in lingering. He intended to set off towards the starry forest. However, the crowd blocking the entrance thwarted his departure. Thus, he cleared his throat and addressed them. "Would you kindly step aside? Your obstruction is unwelcome." The man's wife turned, caught sight of Lu Qingfeng, and her face flushed crimson. Stammering, "I'm sorry. You may go first." Her words, instead of diffusing the tension, incited the man's fury further. He had been seething with rage, and his wife's flustered demeanor only exacerbated his ire. "How dare you?" he began, ready to strike, but upon meeting Lu Qingfeng's icy gaze, he froze in place, paralyzed. The fire of anger within him extinguished instantly. He recognized that look all too well. It was the gaze of one who gazes upon the dead. Had he made a move just moments ago, he would have surely found himself a lifeless corpse. Without a second thought, he scooped up his wife and hurriedly fled. Regardless of the laughter from the onlookers, Lu Qingfeng chose not to pursue his original destination, but rather sought another in with a greater influx of patrons to dine and glean knowledge about this city. His motives were deliberate. He needed to understand the nature of this place. The absence of the Spirit Hall's iconic architecture and the apparent indifference towards violence left him intrigued. After a meal, he uncovered a wealth of information, such as which widow had spent the night at whom's home, the state of a certain Wang who appeared drained, and the repeated marriages of a local girl. Not that he wished to hear such gossip, it was all forced upon him. Ultimately, he grasped the essence of the city. Star City, situated at the western exit of the starry forest, was a lawless haven where individuals could act as they pleased, provided they possessed the requisite strength. Neither the Spirit Hall, the 2 great empires, nor any other factions dared impose their will upon such a city, as all soul masters required a place like this. Moreover, a formidable clandestine organization thrived within the night. This lethal assassin guild operated on a clear pricing system. Anyone willing to pay could enlist their services. Rumors circulated of a titled Douluo overseeing the city, yet no one could confirm this, and even the Spirit Hall remained apathetic to the matter. The city inspired a sense of reverence among its inhabitants. However, some held a different perspective. A certain soul sage, disbelieving of its nature, wreaked havoc in Star City, only to have his corpse displayed at the city gates the following day, left to desiccate until a vulture finally took it away. Since then, no one dared to disturb the peace within Star City, and over the decades, an unspoken agreement took root. No killing within the city. If you enter, do not kill. Armed with this knowledge, Lu Qingfeng contemplated the best method to enhance his strength. The answer was clear: Practical experience. As he could not locate the dark demon evil god tiger, he resolved to wait for it to seek him out while he focused on bolstering his abilities. His reliance on soul skills and overwhelming spiritual power had left him lacking in certain techniques. Thus, he determined to join the night after acquiring his third soul ring to become an assassin. What youth has not dreamt of such a life? The opportunity lay before him, beckoning for exploration. With this resolve, he sought someone to guide him to the starry forest, understanding that hunting for soul rings was not a task to be undertaken lightly. Given his poor sense of direction, entering alone would surely lead to disorientation. A sudden thought struck him. The woman from the previous day, Wang Yun, though frightened by him, might agree to assist him in finding his way. Yes, she would suffice. After some inquiries, he eventually discovered Wang Yun in a small shop at the corner of the street, sitting on the ground, her gaze fixed vacantly upon two upright stone tablets. The deaths of the two individuals weighed on her conscience, yet inexplicably, she appeared somewhat pleased, occasionally laughing to herself while muttering, "Sister, sister, it seems retribution has come." "You deserve it, heh." Chapter 78. The Wolf Pack. Why do you seem so joyful? Lu Qingfeng's words startled Wang Yun. Upon realizing it was him, Wang Yun fell silent and poured himself a cup of tea. The two sat beside a small table, engaged in conversation. "In truth, I ought to express my gratitude to you. It is you who have realized an idea I could never have accomplished." Lu Qingfeng took a sip of tea and remarked lightly, "Have you always been at odds with them?" Wang Yun nodded directly, showing no hesitation. "Indeed. I've long wished to eliminate them, but I cannot. I promised my father I wouldn't harm them, yet they still met their demise. Is this fate, I wonder? Perhaps?" Lu Qingfeng replied, uninterested in her narrative. "I need to venture to the starry forest. Accompany me and guide the way." Wang Yun's mouth gaped slightly, yet she said nothing. She hastily gathered her belongings, readying herself for departure. Along the way, they exchanged 10 golden soul coins for a peripheral map. Lu Qingfeng, undeterred, clutched the map and led for a while before silently handing it over to Wang Yun, who stifled a laugh as she took the lead, leaving Lu Qingfeng in a state of exasperation. The starry forest was vast, and traversing even the outskirts would take more than a day. That day, they set up camp within the woods, preparing to resume their journey the following day. After all, Lu Qingfeng could disregard the night, while Wang Yun could not. "Ah, women are truly a handful," Wang Yun remarked with a twitch at the corner of her mouth as she roasted the soul beast meat. "You brought me here to cook and guide you, and yet you call me a nuisance. You truly are a remarkable person. If glances could kill." Lu Qingfeng would have perished countless times by now. The aroma of the roasting meat wafted through the air, stirring Lu Qingfeng's appetite. Just as he was about to return, he suddenly heard a rustling sound. Something was lurking. In the shadowy forest, pairs of green eyes emerged, and an ominous presence enveloped the air. Lu Qingfeng squinted. A barely perceptible curve gracing the corners of his lips, his demeanor exuding an air of aloofness, reminiscent of an unparalleled and solitary sword immortal. In this moment, his fighting spirit soared. With a flick of his right hand, the glimmering, icy blade of the serpent's fang resembled a venomous snake poised to strike, sharp and lethal. "Come forth." Lu Qingfeng suddenly appeared amidst a pack of wolves. This was a formidable assembly of wind wolves, ancient creatures whose speed surpassed even that of soul lords. And they were not a solitary beast. There were dozens, with the potential presence of an even mightier wolf king among them. Confronting such soul beasts would render any fully equipped soul master team powerless. Yet, here was Lu Qingfeng, charging forth alone to face an entire pack. A feat deemed nearly impossible. However, the reality was starkly different. Within the throng of wolves, Lu Qingfeng moved with the grace of a tiger among sheep, the wind wolves lacking any capacity for resistance, falling victim to his relentless onslaught. His agile and razor-sharp fangs transformed into the scythe of death, harvesting lives indiscriminately. Before the terrifying wind wolves could launch an attack, Lu Qingfeng's figure materialized before one, his long knife descending, blood gushing forth. In a matter of moments, the pack suffered catastrophic losses, yet they continued to advance ferociously, death and blood merely igniting their primal instincts, driving them into a frenzied rage. This was precisely Lu Qingfeng's intention. He drew upon no soul power, relying solely on his physical prowess and the wind-shattering dance to execute his slaughter. Though his body bore numerous wounds, his speed and strength surged with every passing moment. His form leaped gracefully, akin to a delicate butterfly, flitting through the wolves as blood splattered in his wake. The wind-shattering dance unfolded instinctively, allowing him to evade the lethal claws with a softness reminiscent of cotton, before delivering a punch that struck with the might of iron. The defenseless wind wolves howled in agony, sent crashing against trees, lifeless and still, concealed in the shadows. The Wolf King observed the gradual demise of its kin, its fury ignited by both shame and wrath, seizing an opportunity to launch a direct assault. Its sharp claws pierced through the leaves, raking across Lu Qingfeng's right cheek. Instantly, crimson streaks appeared, the vivid blood and intense pain forcing him into a state of acute awareness. He swiftly shifted his stance, distancing himself from the Wolf King. This creature was the Wind Wolf King, boasting an impressive cultivation of 5,000 years, rendering soul masters utterly impotent before it. Though Lu Qingfeng had fallen prey to its ambush, the injuries he sustained were not severe, merely a few lacerations adorning his face, thanks to the 9 Extremes combat technique. Lu Qingfeng reached out to touch the scars on his face, his eyes turning icy. The Serpent Fang unleashed a flurry of blade-like strikes, surging forth in an instant. The Wolf King, swift as the wind, leaped aside to evade the Serpent Fang, retaliating with a fierce gust of energy slicing through the air. The Serpent Fang's horizontal strike met the energy blade, canceling each other out. However, the impact left his palms numb, hinting at a faltering grip. This Wolf King was not only remarkably fast, but also possessed formidable strength. Lu Qingfeng was currently struggling under the relentless assault of the Wolf King and the remaining pack of wolves. Each moment of carelessness risked inflicting wounds upon him, severely diminishing his combat effectiveness. Despite having cultivated the 9 extreme battle techniques, his body was racked with pain, and he felt an overwhelming urge to tap into his soul power. Yet, Lu Qingfeng gritted his teeth and persevered, unleashing his mental acuity to observe the wind wolves attacking from all directions. As the Wolf King lunged at him once more, Lu Qingfeng was sent flying by a single blow, leaving him with several bloody gashes on his chest. Nearby, Wang Yun watched in terrified silence. She had noticed the escalating danger long ago, but since Lu Qingfeng had remained silent, she too did not dare to intervene, even if she did. Her meager strength as a mere soul master would have done little to sway the tide of battle. Nonetheless, she was utterly astounded by Lu Qingfeng's prowess. As he valiantly fought off the horde of wolves without the aid of soul power, relying solely on his physical attributes, this was beyond mere strength. It was terrifying. However, ever since the appearance of the Wolf King, Lu Qingfeng had found himself at a disadvantage, and even his formidable abilities began to falter. She pondered in confusion why he refrained from utilizing his soul power. What kind of scene would unfold if he did? Just as this thought crossed her mind, Lu Qingfeng rose to his feet, his snake fangs vanishing, replaced by a pair of black and white claws. With this transformation, pure white fur interlaced with arcs of electricity sprouted from his body, and sharp fangs emanated a bloodthirsty aura, releasing a torrent of frenzied power. Before the Wolf King could react, it was decapitated, its massive head rolling to the ground, steam rising from the freshly spilled blood, the stench overwhelming. Once beatified, Lu Qingfeng's combat prowess surged dramatically, rendering the small wind wolves no more than ants beneath his grasp, easily crushed with a mere gesture. In mere moments, the battlefield fell silent, a graveyard devoid of sound, where even the fall of a pin could be heard. The surrounding insects and birds fled in terror, the thick scent of blood wafting through the air, soon to be claimed by other creatures. But such matters no longer concerned him, for he had discovered a way to rapidly enhance his wind-breaking dance, through combat. Intense, unrestrained combat. Chapter 79, Happy New Year. Wishing all readers a joyous and prosperous new year, filled with happiness and fulfillment. A new year brings new journeys and futures to anticipate. As we embark on this path together, reveling in shared joy. Dear ones, on this New Year's Eve, let us celebrate. If you could spare a moment in the new year to leave a kind comment, a collection, or a 5-star review, it would be greatly appreciated. Chapter 80, Sword Pine. After dispatching all the wind wolves, Lu Qingfeng did not pause, taking Wang Yun with him to flee in another direction. The thick stench of blood could attract unknown soul beasts, and should they encounter one that was too powerful, it could spell disaster. Moreover, he did not require combat at this moment. His mind was filled with insights regarding the wind-breaking dance that needed to be organized. The pair found refuge in an abandoned cave, long devoid of any soul beasts, and they settled comfortably, experiencing no ill fortune until the following morning. Wang Yun awoke first, her hunger overwhelming. She had consumed little the previous night, and their frantic escape had drained her energy. Therefore, she immediately took out some soul beast meat from her storage bag to roast. Meanwhile, Qingfeng remained immersed in his cultivation, meticulously sorting through his experiences related to the wind-breaking dance. The recent battles had yielded significant insights, and he believed that with a few more such encounters, he would master the wind-breaking dance to its fullest potential. At that point, his flexibility would rival clouds, and his strikes would break through the wind, harmonizing strength and grace, elevating his innate abilities to new heights. Currently, his strength was formidable, categorized into several tiers. First tier, without utilizing soul power or beastification. Relying solely on his physical prowess, he was roughly equivalent to a soul master of level 45 or higher. Second tier, utilizing soul power and techniques without beastification. His strength would approximate that of a soul king. Third tier, with beastification and the enhancement of soul power and techniques. His might would align with that of a soul emperor around level 65. Fourth tier, this tier was particularly formidable. It involved unleashing the true power of his magical card to summon the beastified white tiger and the elven purple ring. Even a soul sage would likely struggle to withstand this, though its execution was exceedingly challenging. In addition to these tiers, he possessed two unique states. First, under the influence of evil soul power, his overall strength could be elevated by half a tier, albeit not for long. Second, this state mirrored that of the elven purple rain, characterized by a terrifying toxin whose limits he had yet to comprehend. Perhaps, as described, it was indeed a poison that no one in the world could counter. In summary, his current strength was commendable, yet it bore the common trait of being unsustainable, which was rather vexing. Thus, he sought soul rings from soul beasts capable of storing vast amounts of soul power. Generally, such creatures were of the plant variety, akin to wisteria. Additionally, he sought immortal herbs of this nature, though these were exceedingly rare. At present, the only soul beast he knew of that could store significant soul power was the 10,000-year-old sword pine. This mutated pine tree appeared no different from a regular pine in its ordinary state, but when it hunted, it would use its needles to impale its prey, dragging them underground to absorb their essence. According to records, the sword pine had no notable weaknesses aside from its immobility. A layer of pine resin formed a formidable defense, while the countless needles served as lethal weapons, striking with incredible speed and potency. Moreover, it bore pine cones that, while seemingly innocuous, attracted a soul beast known as the sky squirrel. These squirrels would swarm around the sword pine, and should anyone attempt to harm it, they would launch a frenzied assault. Thus, any plan to contend with the sword pine would necessitate first dealing with the squirrels, complicating matters considerably. Yet, this only fueled Qingfeng's excitement. He intended to establish a camp neither too close nor too far from the sword pine and dedicate his days to honing his skills against it. After concluding his meditation, Qingfeng shared his thoughts with Wang Yun over the roasted meat, and fortuitously, she revealed she knew the location of the sword pine. We were once chased by an explosive bear and inadvertently entered the territory of the sword pine. From a distance, we could see it, but we were fortunate that it was engaged in battle with a bird-type soul beast at the time, allowing us to escape unscathed. As she led the way, she recounted various locales teeming with soul beasts. Soon, they arrived within 2,000 meters of the sword pine. The roots of the sword pine extend nearly 1,000 meters, so I won't accompany you any further. You may proceed on your own, and I shall wait for you outside. Qingfeng nodded in agreement and embarked alone upon the towering precipice. The sword pines flourished at the mountainside, their canopies reaching the summit, creating the illusion of two peaks standing in unison from afar. However, what truly astonished him was the stark desolation that greeted him when he approached within 500 meters of the sword pines. The ground was scarcely adorned with grass or foliage, instead dominated by the gnarled, sprawling roots of colossal trees, interspersed with young pine saplings that pierced the sky like unsheathed blades. Before him, the sword pine stood fully unveiled, immense beyond comprehension. One single tree rivaled an entire mountain. Its branches measured 2 to 3 meters in girth, and the trunk was so prodigious it defied description, far exceeding the dimensions of an ordinary farmhouse. It was akin to a divine entity. Standing beneath its towering presence felt as though one were gazing upon a great mountain, steep and lofty. The pine needles above emitted a chilling luminescence, each resembling the size of a longsword. No wonder it bore the name sword pine, it was indeed deserving of such a title. Without a trace of exaggeration, as he ventured closer, The majestic pines suddenly trembled, causing countless needles to cascade downwards, hurtling towards Qingfeng. Those needles, swift as arrows, sliced through the air, each movement accompanied by a resonant whoosh. Qingfeng's gaze was composed as he leaped into the air, his body bending in a manner reminiscent of rubber, evading the onslaught of pine needles with astonishing agility. The needles sliced through the air with ferocious force. A single hit could inflict severe injury, leading to a swift demise, rendering even the ability to fly futile. Yet, as he soared through the sky, he resembled a drifting cotton fluff, narrowly escaping the impending strikes of the pine needles. To an observer, this spectacle seemed utterly implausible, yet it unfolded before their eyes, compelling even the most skeptical to believe. The density of the pine needles intensified, and even he could sense the strain, his stamina waning rapidly. Nevertheless, fear did not grip him. The sacred soul energy surged within him, augmenting Qingfeng's speed once more, allowing him to deftly bat away the needles that sought to ensnare him. However, even at this heightened velocity, it was still insufficient. Before he could utter a taunt, another barrage of pine needles surged forth, this wave striking faster and harder, shimmering with a silver light akin to a volley of arrows, producing a resounding whoosh as they tore through the air. As Qingfeng moved gracefully, a smile graced his lips, and his body propelled forward, entering the attack range of the pine needles. In Chapter 81, The Sword Pine's Training, his form darted nimbly among the needles, akin to a delicate butterfly, at times serene as a painting, at other times dancing with elegance. In this moment, he grasped the essence of the Gale dance. Vivid images of lively figures danced in his mind, practicing the true Gale dance. It was then that he realized the significant flaws in his own execution. Certain postures, movements, and even breaths differed remarkably from what he envisioned. The Gale dance he rehearsed in his mind was a genuine art form, imbued with aesthetic beauty that captivated the eye while concealing deadly intent. Each step, every twist, harbored profound knowledge far beyond his current comprehension. The onslaught of the pine needles intensified, yet Qingfeng felt increasingly at ease. He was advancing, progressing at an astonishing pace, reaping immense benefits merely by mimicking the images in his mind, filling him with joy. Simultaneously, he began to harness his mental energy. The sea of his soul surged with waves, rolling like a tide, as his limited mental power radiated from every direction, serving as his eyes to scrutinize everything around him. Every rustle and movement was vividly present in his mind. However, due to the abundance of his mental energy, he felt no fatigue. This was his unique advantage. Had it been anyone else, they would have been overwhelmed, clutching their heads in despair, for a normal mind could scarcely process the vast influx of energy in an instant. Even if one could endure such a deluge of information, it would be impossible to make swift judgments and formulate plans in the blink of an eye. Yet he was different. His soul sea had been expanded by the lily of the valley, now boundless. Not only could he manage this information effortlessly, but he would also remain unfazed even if presented with more. As the speed of the pine needles accelerated, Qingfeng could no longer contain his fury. Countless roots erupted from the ground, lunging towards him. Though heavy, the roots moved swiftly, reaching Qingfeng in an instant. The force of the oncoming wave struck his face painfully, and being hit by such an attack would spell certain doom. Qingfeng's body resembled delicate cotton, swept away by the gust of energy, yet it did not completely escape his control, landing directly on the ground. His form twisted into an unimaginable state, akin to a boneless, soft-bodied creature. Indeed, having cultivated the wind dance to its consummate realm, his body could be as pliable as if devoid of bones or as solid as iron, harmonizing the dualities of strength and gentleness, resonating with the profound truths of the universe. Qingfeng, witnessing Qingfeng's erratic movements, felt his fury intensify. The frenzied pine needles tilted dangerously, yet few managed to strike him. Observing such a Qingfeng, Qingfeng recognized it was time for him to depart. He had squandered too much time here. His sacred soul power was nearly depleted. Although he still possessed malevolent soul energy to sustain him, utilizing such nefarious power within the starry forest posed the risk of being vanquished by those two ancient soul beasts. After all, how could the dark demon evil god tiger have been expelled otherwise? Those with genuine prowess had been driven away, while he, a mere novice, would be no match for a single blow. Seeing Qingfeng begin to distance himself from the battlefield, Qingfeng refrained from pursuing. The crux was that pursuit was not an option. Had he been granted a leg, he would have relished the chase, relishing the thought of pinning him down. Damn. A little brat bouncing around in front of me, thinking it's amusing? Next time, I shall end you. Unbeknownst to Lu Qingfeng, he had already extricated himself from the fray and was hastening toward the exit. Meanwhile, Wang Yun, who had been idly waiting yet hesitant to venture out, had prepared a meal, returning just in time. Not lifting his head upon seeing Lu Qingfeng, he continued to indulge in the meat in his hands, saying, "You're back. Hurry up and eat. It'll be unpalatable once it cools." Lu Qingfeng picked up the roasted meat and devoured it heartily. Yet, he sensed a peculiar disturbance. A thick aura of negativity enveloped Wang Yun. Due to the influence of the evil devourer, he could perceive this strange force to some extent, which at times felt intricate and at others, remarkably pure. At this moment, the negative energy emanating from Wang Yun was exceedingly clear, embodying merely two emotions, fear and death. The presence of such sentiments suggested that Wang Yun might be contemplating her own demise. It was understandable, with her parents gone and her siblings slain by her own hand. The purpose of her existence had been fulfilled. What was left for her in this world? To bear the weight of her sins and ascend to paradise? There was no deity in this realm. However, should she choose death, she would still need to find someone to escort her back or hastily eliminate the Jinsong before returning. Yet, he desired to utilize Jinsong's assistance in mastering the wind dance, making it far from simple to dispose of it. Moreover, even if he wished to do so, it would not be an easy task, for he was accompanied by a swarm of flying squirrels, those pesky little creatures. After finishing the roasted meat, Lu Qingfeng cast a glance at Wang Yun, ultimately choosing silence. Whatever she wished to do was her own affair. It was not his concern. Nor did he possess the inclination to meddle in such matters. Lu Qingfeng turned his head and began to cultivate his sacred soul power. The soul force within a radius of several dozen meters was drawn towards him, flowing into his body, where it was transformed into a higher quality of sacred soul power. The surrounding grasses, flowers, and trees leaned towards him, as if there existed something extraordinarily alluring in his presence. Even some of the bolder soul beasts approached. But upon seeing Lu Qingfeng, they were overtaken by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. They realized they could not contend with that human. Lu Qingfeng paid little mind to the small creatures around him. He was currently engulfed in anguish, for a notification had appeared when he commenced his cultivation. Ding. The host has utilized enlightenment. Remaining time, 10 minutes. Elapsed time, 5 minutes. He felt an urge to curse, for those 5 minutes were spent battling Jinsong. No wonder I grasped so many principles. It was you, my enlightenment. Was it not agreed that I could choose when to activate it? Why did you trigger it for me, you wretched system? Ding. Host detected dissatisfaction. Automatic explanation initiated. First, at that moment, the host was straddling the line between enlightenment and non-enlightenment. Such opportunities are rare, in accordance with the system's primary directive to assist the host. 1/3 of the enlightenment time was granted. The host gained significant insights, directly comprehending the great perfections windbreak dance and the basic application of mental power, benefits indeed worth having. Moreover, you still possess 10 minutes of enlightenment time, ample for your next use, so you ought to express gratitude rather than hurl insults at me. Second, hold your discontent. I've indulged you long enough, so cease your pointless prattling. Chapter 82. The fury of the sword pine. Despite the system's often acerbic tongue, it proves invaluable at critical moments. Had the system not taken the initiative, the outcome might have seen Lu Qingfeng exiting the state of enlightenment prematurely, without even grasping the essence of the broken wind dance. In such instances, one often finds oneself incapable of making the right choices, rendering the system all the more crucial. Those embroiled in the situation may be blinded, while outsiders maintain clarity. The following day, Lu Qingfeng returned to the sword pine, only to be met with an onslaught. The madly swirling pine needles descended like a rain of swords, a torrential barrage accompanied by the terrifying sound of slicing air, striking his face with a biting force. It felt as though his skin was being torn, and had his countenance not been sufficiently resilient, he would likely have emerged disfigured from this piercing assault. Lu Qingfeng's reaction was swift. The moment the pine needles surged towards him, he activated his windbreak dance technique. His body alternated between formidable strength, effortlessly snapping the pine needles, into ethereal softness, transforming into weightless cotton, drifting amidst the tempest. His mental energy surged forth, initiated by him this time. Although it was not as fluid as the previous occasion, it was nonetheless commendable. Once he took matters into his own hands, his proficiency escalated rapidly. In less than 10 minutes, Lu Qingfeng's application of the technique had already reached the level he achieved the day before, with his proficiency continuing to soar, and the methods and precision instinctively improving. The range of his perception expanded significantly, while his expenditure of mental energy diminished. He refrained from probing unnecessary areas, focusing his mental observation on the blind spots of his vision. By combining these elements, Qingfeng could adeptly evade 99% of the pine needles. With the remaining fragments shattered by his iron-like palms, reduced to mere debris, he traversed through the throng of flowers without a single petal touching him, perfectly embodying his capabilities. Each step he took was meticulously calculated, and every turn was executed with foresight of the subsequent dozens of steps. In that moment, the vast sea of souls that Ling Lan had helped him cultivate proved invaluable. Without it, his limited intellect would have rendered him incapable of responding effectively. However, this time, Qingfeng withdrew sooner than anticipated. The sword pine remained in a state of furious wrath, consistently poised to eliminate him. Each assault was a wide-ranging lethal strike, consuming an immense amount of soul energy, which indirectly showcased the sword pine's astonishing reserves, for it showed no signs of fatigue. The roots and trunk buried deep within harbored an ocean of soul energy, so even if several Qingfengs attacked, he could not deplete it. This was precisely what Qingfeng had yearned for, an absolute reservoir of soul energy. With this, he could wield his formidable beastification techniques for extended periods. As his soul energy waned, Qingfeng felt a retreating inclination. This encounter had already yielded significant gains. He believed that with 2 more attempts, he could perfect the wind breakdance technique, and at that point, he would be ready to slay the sword pine for its soul ring. Yet, before that, he needed to assess the capabilities of those flying squirrels, lest he be ambushed by these nimble creatures, leading to a disastrous downfall. Therefore, as he departed, he deliberately hurled a stone at a squirrel that was somewhat distanced from its group. The squirrel, feeling the pain, bared its teeth and screeched, charging towards Qingfeng with intent to bite. However, its speed was inadequate to pose any threat, and it was swiftly subdued. Flying squirrels are social creatures. As that one attacked Qingfeng, several others joined in. Now that this squirrel had been captured, the entire troop was incensed. The family that had been perched in the trees descended en masse, baring their teeth and lunging toward him. Good heavens, they all came, he exclaimed. Just as my soul energy is depleted, you choose to strike. Is there no honor among you? I warn you, behave yourselves. Yet, before he could finish his warning, a squirrel clamped down on his rear, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. You pervert, get off me. As Qingfeng shouted in desperation, he fought valiantly against the onslaught of the flying squirrels while devising various means to evade their relentless attack. The scenery around him shifted rapidly, leaving him utterly disoriented and unaware of his own whereabouts. In that moment, he acutely realized the gravity of his predicament. Though he had managed to shake off the swarm of squirrels, he was left pondering the question, where exactly was he? Qingfeng felt a profound sorrow. Gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings, his heart unable to find tranquility for a long time. If given the chance, he would willingly sacrifice a lottery opportunity to ensure he would never lose his way again in this lifetime. Ding! A special skill is detected as necessary for the host. Never lose one's way. Special redemption initiated, redeeming. Qingfeng, with quick reflexes and sharp eyes, seized the moment before the system could utter the word success. He shouted, "Stop, stop." Amusingly, is that the kind of person I am? To deceive my very existence? Absolutely not. It is utterly inconceivable. After all, one opportunity for a lottery is tantamount to a life. No one would willingly exchange such a precious thing for a skill that is merely trivial, though this seemingly trivial skill has been his greatest longing. As the saying goes, life is indeed precious, love is even more valuable. If one were to inquire about the chances of a lottery, both could be forsaken. Ha. Qingfeng came to a halt, his smile transforming into a grimace, with a glimmer of despair flickering in his eyes. At that moment, the flying squirrel in his grasp suddenly stirred. In an instant, a brilliant idea struck him. I have a free navigation tool at my disposal. How clever of me. He chuckled to himself. However, he resolved to extract the creature's skills first. With a mischievous glint, he turned his gaze toward the unsuspecting little squirrel. The flying squirrel sensed it was being targeted by a peculiar human, a chill running through its heart. Oh no. Help me, mommy. I'm being stalked by a weirdo. It squeaked internally. Hee, little squirrel, come to my embrace. I will cherish you dearly. Now, share your skills with me, and we can joyfully return to your mother. The squirrel, now in a panic, displayed a human-like expression of terror, resembling a frightened child, curling up into a ball and remaining utterly still. Had Qingfeng understood the language of beasts, he would have been incensed. The flying squirrel thought, please, don't look at me, don't eat me. This human is so grotesque and terrifying. Someone save me. In the shadowy woods, an eerie laughter echoed. Hee hee. Your resistance only fuels my excitement. Come now. I am a good person. You must obey. He taunted. Let us try a different position. The little flying squirrel was overwhelmed with fear. This human was truly terrifying. I want to go home. I want to go home. Half an hour later, Qingfeng, satisfied, released the little squirrel. He then followed a different path to the peak where the sword pine resided, gazing at the towering tree piercing the clouds. He couldn't help but lick his lips. Soon, you will be mine, he mused. He had already gleaned the essence of the flying squirrel's soul skills. Due to its weaker nature, he had only uncovered two abilities. One involved emitting a peculiar projectile from its mouth, akin to a flying sword, likely a skill learned from the sword pine itself. The other was the ability to fly for short bursts. With its mouth emitting projectiles, it resembled a real-life thunder fighter jet. If I gather a few more, we could activate boss mode. He contemplated, sensing the impending excitement. However, he chose not to rush ahead, but instead found a spot nearby to restore his soul power. As night fell, darkness enveloped the land, heralding a night of peril. Qingfeng transformed directly into a beast, wielding a serpent's fang, with black and white wings fluttering behind him. He set forth to hunt soul beasts. Beneath the sword pine, the little flying squirrel that had returned suddenly felt a pang of anxiety, as if an imminent danger loomed. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It was restless, and the surrounding squirrels gathered to comfort it, forming a tight circle. In the next moment, it caught sight of a peculiar figure and immediately raised its trembling little hand, squeaking frantically. There are bad people. There are bad people. The remaining flying squirrels turned their gaze towards Qingfeng, and then they were enraged. Flames ignited in their eyes, and they spewed forth strange, sharp projectiles from their mouths, resembling the shells of some formidable entity. In midair, Qingfeng's lips curled into a smirk as the serpent's fang transformed into a streak of light, slicing directly towards the sword pine. Boom! The serpent's fang collided with the sword pine, the icy blade piercing directly into the trunk, astonishingly disregarding the outer layer of pine resin, erupting in a thunderous explosion. A section of the trunk from the sword pine plummeted to the ground, causing the flying squirrels below to scatter in panic. However, a few weaker ones failed to escape, crushed beneath the fallen trunk. Having completed this act, Qingfeng accelerated towards the distance, igniting the fury of the flying squirrel horde, which collectively unleashed bizarre weapons from their mouths. A live-action thunderbolt fighter. Ahead, Qingfeng navigated through the sword pine's onslaught while simultaneously sensing the attacks from behind with his mental prowess. He dared not fly too swiftly, for the flying squirrels were not particularly fast, with only a few aged 3,000 to 4,000 years managing to keep pace with him. Looking further ahead, he noted the absence of additional flying squirrels beneath the pines. It became apparent that these flying squirrels were not particularly formidable in their cultivation. Relying instead on the sword pine and their collective strength, his assessment was indeed accurate. The flying squirrels primarily depended on their ability to fly and their numbers, when separated. Their offensive capabilities were rather meager. Moreover, they were shielded by the sword pine, which, with its millennia of cultivation, remained immobile, merely allowing these little squirrels to lure prey or relay information. Truly, a dependent existence, akin to being reduced to a watery porridge. Qingfeng has always held a deep disdain for such spirit beasts. It is imperative to teach you a lesson. If I, with my remarkable charm, cannot indulge in a life of ease, what gives you the right to do so? System, ding. It is due to your lack of endurance. Qingfeng. He was truly at a loss for words. This wretched system seized every opportunity to berate him mercilessly. All he wished to voice was a feeble, "What have I done to deserve this? Have I wronged you in any way?" System, ding. Alas, there is no remedy. It is simply too tedious. The only source of amusement for me lies in sparring with you. After all, you are my esteemed partner, and mutual banter can be quite entertaining, don't you think? Moreover, should you dare to insult me, the consequences will be dire. Qingfeng, father, I was wrong. As soon as the system's voice faded, a flurry of pine needles descended, glistening like silver, each resembling a thunderous divine sword, exuding an overwhelming aura. Simultaneously, the two flying squirrels, each possessing over 4,000 years of cultivation, launched a colossal spherical object from their mouths, which appeared to be a pine cone. Qingfeng was filled with questions. What on earth was this? A pine cone shell? He chose not to confront it head-on, yet this peculiar entity clung to him as if it possessed a will of its own, relentlessly pursuing him. Goodness! It had even locked onto him, truly impressive. A pinecone shell, equipped with tracking capabilities, how intriguing. This was not the end. After launching 2 pinecone shells, the 2 spirit beasts continued their relentless chase, incessantly firing from their mouths. You're no hamster. How do you have such an abundance of ammunition? Does your mouth not tire? Despite his mental musings, he understood that complaints aside, the battle must go on. In a sudden maneuver, Qingfeng halted midair, elevating his body and then soaring in reverse, confronting 2 squirrels. The 2 squirrels, lacking in intellect, remained stationary, unleashing a barrage of frenzied projectiles from their mouths. Just as the onslaught seemed poised to strike Qingfeng's handsome visage, in the blink of an eye, his form was pierced by the bullets. Employing his spirit technique, Phantom Assault. It was this very technique that altered his velocity, propelling him to an astonishing speed in that fleeting moment, leaving behind only an afterimage. The aerial squirrel's projectiles passed through this mere shadow. The bullets, relentless, collided with the pinecone artillery behind, resulting in a violent explosion. The pinecone shells unfurled like a blooming lotus, dispersing sharper pine nuts in all directions. Upon contact with any surface, these pine nuts would explode, exhibiting considerable power, notably. It was a crowd control technique, its impact on the battlefield beyond imagination. How intriguing, indeed. Yet, one wonders about the fate of those 2 squirrels. Did they survive? Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with intensity as his mental energy surged downward, instantly revealing the situation below. To his astonishment, the 2 squirrels were entwined, forming a peculiar little ball. Their tails shimmering with a metallic hue, effectively resisting the assault. Despite this, the squirrels did not plummet but instead turned and fled. It seemed they were injured. However, given Qingfeng's vigilant stance high above, he would not allow their escape. Chapter 84. The final battle with the sword pine. Thinking of fleeing? How naive. A cold glimmer flashed in Qingfeng's eyes. He hurled the serpent's fang from his hand, akin to an arrow slicing through the air, instantly penetrating the body of one airborne squirrel. A purple soul ring emerged from the creature, crashing heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater as it fell off the cliff. Simultaneously, the roots of the sword pine erupted from the earth, ensnaring the serpent's fang. It was evident that this man's attacks were heavily reliant on that sword, a strategy that was undeniably astute. Yet, it was unfortunate for them. Qingfeng was no ordinary soul master. The use of the serpent's fang was merely a matter of convenience, not due to a lack of offensive capabilities. Witnessing the serpent's fang being ensnared, he unleashed the white tiger's claws from both hands, his wings unfurling behind him, propelling him into a swift ascent. 8 gleaming claws reflected a chilling brilliance, their dark patterns reminiscent of hellish power, instilling primal fear in all living beings within a kilometer radius. At that moment, an extraordinary pressure emanated, a force that transcended mere physical intimidation. This was not an ordinary stress that could be withstood through sheer resilience. It struck at the very soul. Impervious to resistance or description, all life bowed its head, rendered powerless against this terrifying force. In this instance, Qingfeng felt the overwhelming strength of the malevolent soul power. Merely being tainted by this dark energy, his white tiger claws and wings became conduits of immense power. It was no wonder that if the dark demon evil god tiger were to cultivate continuously within the Douluo forest, the 200,000-year soul beasts would stand little chance. Its talent for devouring soul rings was nothing short of a cheat. Once it began to cultivate, it could reach comparable levels within decades. However, the mightiest forces exact the highest toll. The dark demon evil god tiger, driven by an insatiable desire to consume more soul rings for greater strength, remained oblivious to whether it would ultimately ascend to divinity or become a mere puppet. Qingfeng faced a similar dilemma. Prolonged use of the malevolent soul power would amplify the dark thoughts hidden deep within him, eventually transforming him into a mere marionette of malevolence. Thus, this battle was destined to be brief, for he could not afford the luxury of engaging for too long. At any moment, this sinister power could be sensed by those 2 ancient soul beasts, and death would await him thereafter. As Qingfeng plummeted with remarkable speed, a radiant glow of lethal intent emanated from him, locking onto the sword pine without reservation. He had never regarded the airborne squirrels as adversaries. Such feeble creatures were scarcely worthy opponents, easily dispatched. In an instant, the native flying squirrels erupted in alarm, their bodies disintegrating into 5 segments before they could even turn back, their hot blood splattering across Qingfeng's visage. The sword pine reacted immediately upon being targeted. Sensing a perilous aura, it began secreting a viscous resin that enveloped its entire form, creating a natural shield. This resin was not only thick, but also emitted an enigmatic scent, likely toxic. Whether plants could be poisoned remained a mystery. Otherwise, it would have transformed into the spirit purple rain, succumbing to toxins. With a swift motion, the white tiger claws struck the resin, cleaving several massive gashes. Yet, within moments, the resin secreted by the tree rapidly covered the wounds, restoring its original state. At the same time, the sword pine unleashed its assault. A torrential downpour of sword-like projectiles descended from the sky, an all-encompassing barrage that left Lu Qingfeng no opportunity to evade. It appeared that you two were eager for a swift resolution. Very well, let us engage. Lu Qingfeng stood unwavering, his soul power brewing within his chest as he gazed at the descending rain of swords from the heavens, revealing his razor-sharp fangs. Soul skill, tiger's roar, he bellowed, unleashing a ferocious sound wave that erupted from deep within. Instantly, the mountains and forests trembled, trees bending under the force, and the earth itself cracked. The terrifying energy waves radiated for thousands of meters, causing a nearby team of soul masters to feel a tingling sensation throughout their bodies, their hair standing on end, and cold sweat cascading down their backs. They were unwilling to linger any longer in this perilous vicinity, frantically fleeing for their lives. The Beast King is fighting. Run fast, or you'll meet your demise. Hurry, faster, escape. Before Lu Qingfeng, all the pine needles were unceremoniously scattered to the ground. In addition to its formidable offensive capability, the tiger roar could instill a terrifying sense of dread in its targets, enforcing a mandatory immobilization for at least 1 second, rendering them incapable of attack or movement. Although the sword pine was inherently stationary, this brief interval was sufficient for Lu Qingfeng to gather strength for his next strike. He bent his knees, his legs taut, wings drawn close, as he fervently amassed power. The white tiger's claws, imbued with sacred soul energy, grew substantially larger, now exceeding a meter in length. The fleeting second passed swiftly, and the now mobile sword pine unleashed an overwhelming barrage of pine needles upon Lu Qingfeng, while its massive underground roots erupted from the earth to ensnare him. Yet, it was too late. Lu Qingfeng's entire body soared forth like a cannonball, propelled by an immense force that shattered the stones beneath his feet. The instantaneous acceleration generated a sonic boom, leaving behind fleeting afterimages. Soul skill, Phantom Assault. This was the utmost manifestation of the Phantom Assault, the most formidable strike he had ever unleashed, amalgamating all illusions before him, converging every attack into a singular point with unwavering determination. Jiansong had no time to react. The root of the tree was struck, creating a colossal crater as if it had been detonated by TNT. Boom, boom, boom. Jiansong, in pain, erupted into fury, his roots thrashing about like a maelstrom of demons. Above, a dense curtain of pine needles launched an assault, sealing off the heavens and the earth, rendering escape impossible, even if Lu Qingfeng sprouted wings. Soul Beast skill, Cage. Indeed, even with wings, escape was futile. The night was dim, and the sky above crackled with serpentine lightning, unleashing a biting cold wind from all directions. The atmosphere felt oppressively heavy, reminiscent of the eerie calm before a tempest. Yet, Lu Qingfeng wore a cunning smile, seemingly dismissive of such confinement skills. Ha ha ha, truly, heaven aids me. In the next moment, arcs of electricity began to flicker around him, silent golden sparks contrasting sharply with the howling serpents of thunder above. Chapter 85, Body transformed into thunder, a strike to kill. Soul skill, Thunderlight infusion. In an instant, Lu Qingfeng was enveloped in a golden aura, crackling arcs of electricity dancing around him, rendering him akin to a thunderous warrior adorned with wings. Thunder rumbled ominously above, and the terrifying lightning serpents seemed to roar madly. Lu Qingfeng executed a sudden strike, severing the roots of the sword pine, grasping the serpent tooth in his hand. He transformed into a streak of lightning, cleaving through all obstructions as he surged towards the heavens. Above, the torrential rain poured down relentlessly. Yet, Lu Qingfeng found himself increasingly exhilarated, his form ascending higher as he brandished the serpent tooth. He intended to harness the electrical forces of nature, delivering a lethal blow that would obliterate the entire body of the sword pine. He was confident that by invoking the thunder from the sky, he could vanquish the sword pine, for this was the power of nature, the most formidable force in existence, unparalleled in its might. His soul skill, lightning embodiment, enabled him to channel the thunderous energy of the natural world for his own use. However, this was notoriously challenging on clear days, and the magnitude of power one could wield depended greatly on personal comprehension and physical strength. At this moment, the convergence of favorable timing, advantageous conditions, and harmonious energy seemed destined to allow him to deliver a decisive blow to the sword pine, especially given the current stormy weather. Lu Qingfeng summoned the entirety of his soul power, coalescing it upon the fangs of the rain serpent, soaring recklessly into the heavens. The golden arcs of electricity crackled upon him, exhibiting a discernible inclination towards ascension. Qingfeng, instinctively sensing imminent peril, unleashed a barrage of pine needles in a desperate attempt. While the pine cones upon him transformed into projectiles, swiftly pursuing Qingfeng. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he evaded them with an ethereal grace, his form flickering amidst the rain of blades, untouched by even a single leaf. The wind dance reached its pinnacle. In that moment, he comprehended the true essence of the wind dance, erupting forth with an even more formidable strength, his speed augmenting once again. Just then, from the dark clouds above, a roaring tempest surged towards Qingfeng, its velocity and ferocity rendering one utterly incapable of reaction. In the next instant, he found himself engulfed in a tempest of thunder, leaving no trace behind. Such overwhelming lightning could easily vanquish not only a mere human, but even a soul beast. Yet, against all odds, Qingfeng withstood it. Though he appeared somewhat disheveled amidst the thunderstorm, he sustained little significant injury. The electric energy enveloping him conferred a potent immunity to lightning, along with an affinity for it. Combined with the explosive physical prowess acquired through the perfected wind dance, he was no longer merely a human, but rather the formidable form of a millennium-old soul beast. His defense was nearly insurmountable, further bolstered by the unreserved attachment of the Holy Soul, which formed a robust protective barrier around him, allowing him to endure the storm and maintain lucidity. Enlightenment commenced. Ding! The moment of comprehension had begun, with a remaining span of 10 minutes. In an instant, Qingfeng delved into an esoteric state, the entirety of his surroundings manifesting vividly within his mind. His body moved in synchrony with his will, the serpent fang directed downward. Boom! In that fleeting moment, Qingfeng transformed into a terrifying bolt of lightning, hurtling towards Qingfeng. Crash! Qingfeng exerted every ounce of strength to resist, as roots, needles, and resin converged atop the crown, forming a formidable energy shield enveloping the entire tree, striving to withstand the lethal thunderclap. Yet, all efforts proved futile. The ferocious lightning, akin to a relentless force, shattered the defenses of needles and roots alike, striking the soul power shield directly. However, even the shield, forged entirely from soul power, could not endure for long, as it was swiftly penetrated. With a resounding crack, the lightning struck the trunk, igniting the outer layer of resin in a conflagration. The tree itself was cleaved in twain by the thunder, charred beyond repair, unable to heal. Though this sequence of events may seem prolonged, it transpired in but an instant. The span of time scarcely exceeded a single breath, and the battle had concluded. Qingfeng, utterly exhausted, collapsed to the ground. This strike, the most terrifying in history, instilled a profound fear within him. The boundless power of nature, if not for his state of enlightenment and the assistance of spiritual forces, would have rendered him into ashes with a mere breath, let alone summon the thunder-slashing sword against the towering tree. Though it is not entirely impossible to confront the forces of nature with one's own might, it would require the mastery of the seventh form of the 9 extremes battle technique, and he had only just begun to grasp the second form. His survival this time was largely attributed to the aid of his sacred soul power and the state of enlightenment. Unfortunately, Qingfeng did not share such fortune. He was beyond death, his trunk cleaved in two, and there was no defense against the soul technique of thunder. Moreover, thunder naturally counters tree life. The rain poured down increasingly heavily from the heavens, yet Qingfeng's spirit soared as he beheld the pitch-black soul ring rising from the colossal tree. He felt a surge of excitement. All his efforts had not been in vain. Qingfeng slowly approached the tree, his hand poised to touch the soul ring. Yet he resolutely refrained from doing so. The aftermath of the fierce battle lingered in the air, with bolts of lightning still sporadically striking down. Moreover, the sight of the colossal tree collapsing had undoubtedly been witnessed by countless humans and soul beasts alike, inevitably attracting a multitude of onlookers. Should he attempt to absorb the energies, he risked being ambushed or struck by lightning, leaving him with no recourse for lamentation. He chuckled softly to himself, "Forgive me, but I shall claim your roots." Qingfeng chuckled to himself, feeling somewhat out of line. Not only had he taken a life, but he had also gone so far as to uproot another's tree. Qingfeng remarked, "I admit I am no human, but you are truly a dog. Is this something a person would do?" Coughing slightly, Qingfeng, feeling guilty, hurriedly continued to dig at the tree roots. After approximately half an hour, he had unearthed the massive roots, slinging them over his back and racing to a cliff where he finally set them down to begin absorbing the soul ring. The pitch-black soul ring contained immense power, infused with endless resentment that surged into Qingfeng's body. However, before this resentment could manifest. It was absorbed by the sinister soul force, vanishing entirely. At that moment, the system's voice echoed softly. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying a 10,000-year soul beast. Reward: 1 chance to draw for defensive gear. Ding! Congratulations, host, for mastering the first style of the 9 extremes combat technique, Wind Break Dance. Reward: increase the year limit of any soul ring by 1,000 years. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully reaching Soul Master rank. Rewarded with 3,000 years of soul ring cultivation. Chapter 86. Harvest and draw. The time taken to absorb the 10,000-year soul ring was not short. Especially since this was only his 3rd soul ring, and the resentment was profound, prolonging the process. Fortunately, no disturbances occurred during this time. The 10,000-year Jiansong soul ring was the highest ranked he had acquired thus far. His first soul ring had been a mere 10 years. And he had fought fiercely to obtain it. Although the acquisition of this soul ring was perilous, it paled in comparison to the first. Nonetheless, this soul ring would undoubtedly become a formidable ally. He pondered what kind of person he would transform into this time. Each time the magic card absorbed a soul ring and underwent evolution, it etched the corresponding soul beast onto the card, accompanied by a shadow appearing behind it. Previously, the shadow had been that of a white tiger. Behind the wisteria, it was an elven figure named Purple Rain. This time, he found himself eagerly anticipating what it would be. Moreover, what soul skills would this Jiansong bestow upon him? They were sure to be powerful. With his heart brimming with anticipation, Qingfeng hastened the absorption of the soul ring. Terrifying power surged into him, transformed through the 5 elements technique into formidable holy soul power, accumulating within his body. Simultaneously, his physical capabilities were skyrocketing. Whereas his physical prowess had previously reached the level of a soul master, it now soared to the pinnacle of that rank. Just a step away from breaking through to the realm of a soul king. A 30-level soul master whose physical attributes could rival those of a soul king was simply unprecedented and unbelievable. If others were to learn of this, they could only exclaim in awe. Such talent is truly terrifying. Qingfeng cast aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind and focused on attuning to his own strength. The Millennium Soul Ring fully integrated into his body, endowing him with a formidable soul skill known as Cage, previously wielded by Jiansong. This skill summoned countless tree roots and pine needles, creating an all-encompassing prison that not only showcased potent control capabilities but also bore considerable offensive power. It was no surprise to Qingfeng to acquire this soul skill, as he had sensed its presence during the absorption process. However, what truly delighted him was the unique property bestowed by the soul ring, the accumulation of soul power. This allowed him to store 3 times the usual amount of soul energy, whether it be the turbocharged evil soul power or the holy soul power, thus compensating for his previous shortcomings in endurance. If he were to engage a Millennium Soul Beast now, he would require no external assistance. His own strength would suffice to vanquish it, assuming, of course, it was a typical Millennium Soul Beast. If faced with the Titan Great Ape, he could only chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Was that truly a standard soul beast? After calming his mind, Qingfeng summoned the system to check his status. Host: Qingfeng level 31 soul awareness stage cultivation method 5 elements scripture soul secretary 9 extremes battle technique martial soul demon card extreme cold ice flower skills concealment passive skill gale dance great achievement moonlight descent triple speed under moonlight items lottery chances x3 snake tooth dual heart homemade weapon x1 poison pill traditional Chinese medicine secret tome poison section random skill book x1 designated lottery chance x1 defense gear lottery chance x1 tasks level up to 40 incomplete special task challenge the protagonist S team completion 47 survive against Zhao Wujing for the duration of an incense stick incomplete. In addition to this fundamental panel, 2 others had also undergone changes. The White Tiger panel now featured a new skill, Heavenly Thunderstrike, a power realized during a moment of enlightenment. Akin to Jiansong's formidable might, particularly potent during thunderstorms as it could summon the very forces of thunder and lightning, contingent upon one's fortune. The Wisteria panel showed no changes other than an increase in cultivation to 4,000 years, now nearing 8,000 years. It was on the cusp of becoming a Millennium Soul Ring. Although a 3rd panel had appeared, Qingfeng chose not to examine it yet. He would wait until the final moment to see if the humanoid entity it represented was aesthetically pleasing. If not, he would simply ignore it. At present, he found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the disheartening level of his soul power, nearly moved to tears. The glaring level 31 was an explosive shock to him. I absorbed a Millennium Soul Ring and my soul power level only increased by 1? Surely something is amiss here? Dear child, are you filled with questions? He was enveloped in a state of confusion, pondering the source of this predicament. Is this the system's doing? This time, the system offered no response, merely displaying a line of text. Ding. Would the host like to initiate a lottery? After some contemplation, he decided to proceed with the lottery. With 3 opportunities at hand, he figured it would not harm to use one, especially since he had 3 additional chances remaining. After all, retaining items of no use served little purpose. He initiated the lottery for defense gear. As soon as the words left his lips, a grand red wheel of fortune materialized in his mind, showcasing 4 items, each accompanied by a detailed description. The first was a golden shield, adorned with thorny patterns, boasting high defensive capabilities along with a unique ability to reflect 1/10 of the damage back upon the attacker. The second item was a bracelet, intricately carved with exquisite designs, appealing to Lu Qingfeng's aesthetic sensibilities, yet it was a piece intended for women, named Rose Blossom. This created a slight awkwardness. After finally spotting an aesthetically pleasing item, it turned out to be unsuitable for him. He shifted his gaze to the third item, a white jade fan, exquisitely crafted, capable not only of blocking attacks but also of launching needle-like projectiles, serving a dual purpose of defense and flair. The final item was rather unique, an ancient-style robe. A light azure hue with white cloud embroidery at the edges, resembling the attire of a scholarly gentleman. This garment also possessed commendable defensive properties, impervious to significant damage from soul rank opponents, and boasted special effects such as waterproofing, fire resistance, and lightning protection. In essence, while it was laden with special abilities, very few were genuinely useful to him. They could be gifted to others, yet the system was notorious for preventing its items from falling into the hands of anyone else. Chapter 87. Skill. Mirror image. Unexpectedly, the system deviated from its usual silence, providing an answer. Ding. System items can be given to others, but only in the form of tangible items. Yet, even if he could gift items, did the system truly believe he would? He was notoriously miserly, a true penny pincher. The idea of relinquishing anything from his possession seemed utterly absurd. After indulging in a moment of jest, Qingfeng sought a nearby river to wash his hands and face, preparing for his lottery adventure. Heavenly spirits and earthly energies, may the Supreme Lord Laozi and Bodhisattva Guanyin manifest their powers. Here I go, I draw. The lottery will spun rapidly before coming to a halt on the white jade fan. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the prize, white jade fan. Qingfeng directly summoned the jade fan, which felt cool to the touch. Although it appeared to be crafted from white jade, its material was undoubtedly of a far superior quality, likely a precious artifact. With a gentle flick, a refreshing breeze accompanied by delicate floral fragrances wafted through the air. Concealed within the 9 bones of the fan were 18 slender embroidery needles. By simply pressing the coffin opening mechanism atop the fan, these needles could be launched with precision. Lu Qingfeng tested the power of these needles, discovering that they could easily pierce through ordinary stones at a distance of nearly 2 meters. If such a projectile were to strike a human, the consequences would be dire. Adding a touch of poison would transform it into a lethal instrument. The white jade fan. You cannot suffer losses, nor be deceived. For merely 1 point, you can acquire another to take home. The system's subsequent remarks were disregarded as Lu Qingfeng commenced another draw. This time for a random skill book. Although termed a skill book, it resembled more of a skill lottery. The current roulette was far more luxurious than the previous one, now radiant with golden light. It was divided into 5 sections, corresponding to control, strong attack, agility, defense, and support. To be candid, Lu Qingfeng approached this draw with an indifferent attitude, for he lacked nothing at present. Among the strong attacks were Tiger's Roar and Thunder's Embrace. Agility skills included Phantom Strike. Control offered Cage. Defense provided White Jade Fan, Sky-Shattering Dance, and the formidable body of a 10,000-year-soul beast, while support boasted Rainfall, an almost overpowered entity, coupled with its remarkable blending abilities. This abundance rendered him truly lacking in nothing, capable of forming a battle squad single-handedly. Nonetheless, since he had initiated the draw, he felt compelled to indulge in a few more rounds. After all, that would merely accumulate and become a burden. Sigh. Lu Qingfeng took a deep breath, washed his hands and face once more, and then clicked on the lottery. Ding. Congratulations, the host has drawn the auxiliary skill, Mirror. Mirror. This ability allows oneself or an ally to create a second self. For the duration of the mirror's existence, it will mimic the actions of the original, utilizing the same soul techniques, with the potency depending on the stored soul energy. The cooldown period is 1 day, and the current mirror can exist for 30 seconds. It takes 3 days to fully charge the mirror with soul energy. Quite formidable. Upon a mere glance at the introduction, Qingfeng discerned the formidable nature of this skill. Though it necessitates charging the mirror image, this does not diminish its immense power. Imagine engaging in a fierce battle with an equally matched opponent. At the moment when the conflict reaches its zenith, you suddenly unleash a mirror image to join forces against your adversary. Such a scene would indeed be ruthlessly brutal. The system, displaying a sense of fairness, rewards the effort. Hardly had he finished speaking when a transparent figure, identical to Qingfeng, materialized before him and immediately surged into his own body. He felt a chilling sensation enveloping him, and thereafter became acutely aware of the mirror image's presence. It clung to his form, a perfect replica of himself, yet it did not exist within the realm of reality. Although Qingfeng could perceive him and was capable of infusing soul power, he could neither see nor touch him. It was only when he was released that Qingfeng could catch a glimpse of him, yet even then, touching was impossible. This sensation was akin to the notion that he existed beyond this dimensional description, belonging instead to another realm. Such a feeling was truly wondrous. Qingfeng gazed upon his own reflection, which then transformed into a beastly form, mirroring his expression and posture with impeccable precision. He attempted to launch a surprise attack, and noticed that the reflection mirrored his actions, executing an identical ambush against the target. The ground bore the imprint of a fist, forming a deep crater. Yet upon closer inspection, it became evident that it was not a single punch that had struck, but rather two, one following the other. This detail confirmed the existence of the reflection as a tangible entity. This phenomenon was already extraordinary, however. What rendered it even more astonishing was the fact that such a soul technique could be imparted to others. More critically, the description featured those two significant characters, current existence time, indicating that the skill's duration would extend as one's strength increased. This revelation elevated the potency of the skill to an entirely new echelon. Suppressing the rapid thumping of his heart, Qingfeng activated the final lottery panel. It presented an opportunity for a designated draw, yet the specifics of what could be designated or by whom remained a mystery. At that moment, the considerate system chimed in. Ding. The designated type is to be specified by the host, categorized into item type, information type, and special type. Could you elucidate what the special type entails? He inquired. His curiosity piqued. Ding. The special type is also known as miscellaneous type, a general store of sorts, where anything is possible. There is nothing you cannot find. Only things you have yet to imagine. Qingfeng was taken aback. This special category was entirely random, reliant solely on luck. Was it truly necessary to be so deceptive? Fortunately, I had not made a selection. I did not designate a special category, so what could they possibly do to me? Heh, if you wish to trick me, I shall not specify a special category. Yet, before he could finish speaking, the system's voice echoed. Ding. The host has designated the type as a special category. The lottery is commencing. What the hell? System, you wretched thing, I clearly did not specify. Ding. The system does not err. You did indeed specify. Then, much to Qingfeng's dismay, his previous words were replayed, but only the phrase designated special category was shown, taken out of context. I swear, you've all system. Return my chance to draw. However, no matter how vehemently he protested, there was no turning back. He could only view this as a lesson learned. And perhaps the prize would not be a worthless item after all. With a heart full of trepidation, the system finally came to a halt and began to announce the results of the lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a special category prize, a Spirit Apple brand Spirit Apple. The Spirit Apple brand Spirit Apple, sourced from the Spirit Apple cultivation base, is completely natural and harmless. Consume it, and you shall not sleep for 3 days. Do be mindful of the dosage. Qingfeng. So what exactly is this? System, an apple that replenishes soul power, capable of restoring the capacity of a host's soul power, with a shelf life of 3 days. Qingfeng. So what is the purpose of this, after all? Chapter 88, Controlling Objects. Qingfeng, with a furrowed brow, consumed a Spirit Apple from the renowned brand. The crispness was delightful, bursting with juice, its sweetness intertwined with a refreshing aroma and a hint of subtle acidity, which, rather than being off-putting to those averse to tartness, imparted an intriguing nuance to the apple. Ahem, I digress. One must seize the opportunity. Once consumed, it is gone, and with a mere 3-day shelf life. It is inevitable that it shall be eaten. Indeed, it is quite delectable. Just as he was savoring his treat, the system's voice interrupted him. Ding! There is a possibility of soul bones being produced from soul beasts over 10,000 years old. It is advised that the host investigate. Qingfeng suddenly realized. Of course. The soul bone. How could I have forgotten about that? But what kind of soul bone does the pine tree produce? Is it a vertebra or something else? Regardless of the type, any soul bone would be magnificent for me. After all, I can always exchange it with the system for soul ring years or something similar. Hee. Watch me transform. Qingfeng chose not to appear in his true form this time, but instead transformed into the character depicted on the third card. He resembled an ancient scholar, adorned in a flowing robe of icy blue silk, elegantly embroidered with bamboo leaf patterns. His hair was elegantly styled with a bamboo hairpin, exuding an aroma distinct from musk. With his chin slightly raised, his almond-shaped eyes reflected the image of a grand pine tree, akin to the shadow of a sword pine. Such perfection was almost enough to make Qingfeng fall in love, yet he maintained an air of composure. With a serpent-toothed dagger hanging at his left waist and a white jade fan in hand, which he waved gracefully, enhancing his extraordinary charm. At this moment, he felt no urgency. Although the rain had ceased, the steep mountain path remained treacherous. Qingfeng advanced with the swift steps of the windbreaker dance, moving with remarkable speed. Like a gentle breeze, he traversed the terrain. The creatures of the mountain, both avian and insect, paused to gaze at him, captivated by his refreshing elegance and the lofty, untouchable aura he exuded. As he journeyed forward, he remained oblivious to the unfolding events ahead. Upon arrival, he discovered a group of individuals encircling the sword pine, engaged in fierce combat. The commotion from the previous day had attracted these onlookers, and their brawl suggested they were in pursuit of a soul bone. Although it remained unclear whose possession it was. Unhurried, Qingfeng assessed the situation. The strongest among the combatants was merely a soul king, and he anticipated dispatching them in no more than a minute. The battle had escalated to a near fever pitch, with dozens of individuals locked in a relentless struggle, embodying a sense of do-or-die determination. In that moment, Qingfeng pinpointed the location of the soul bone, at the center of a tree trunk split by lightning. A glimmering spot indicated its presence. Qingfeng stepped forward, and at that moment, he captivated the attention of all present. They ceased their activities and turned to gaze, collectively inhaling sharply. This young man was strikingly handsome. They were all enchanted by his demeanor, as gentle as jade, embodying the essence of an unparalleled gentleman. With each step he took, he appeared as if he had emerged from a painting too exquisite to disturb. It was only after Qingfeng had acquired the soul bone that the crowd realized his intention to seize the item. Damn it, stop! Put down the soul bone! Roared a towering figure, a burly man resembling a black bear. Did you hear? I'm not talking about you. Release my brother's soul bone. If my brother is pleased, he might spare your life. Don't be ungrateful. Behind him, a tall, slender figure resembling a monkey, complete with a tail, chimed in, sporting a sycophantic grin. Qingfeng smiled lightly, and before the gathered crowd, he directly stowed away the soul bone, then spoke nonchalantly. This has always belonged to me. Why should I offer an explanation to you? Upon hearing this, the black bear and his companions burst into laughter. You claim it is yours? Repeat that, and I shall end you. One exclaimed. Nonsense. This clearly belongs to my elder brother. If you wish to live, be gone. Yet, another group remained still, choosing to observe the unfolding scene. Qingfeng was utterly disinclined to engage with this group of individuals. The burly man, though appearing rather rough around the edges, was by no means a fool. His words rang out like the sound of cannon fire, yet they were merely as ineffective as damp firecrackers, serving no real purpose. No matter how much they spoke, action would not precede their words. They all understood that the likelihood of what he claimed was indeed true. Firstly, neither of them could perceive any fluctuations of soul power emanating from Qingfeng. Given the circumstances, there were two possibilities: the absence of soul power, which seemed unlikely, or the other possibility that this individual possessed strength surpassing their own. Nevertheless, they were unwilling to allow him to depart so easily, primarily due to their numerical advantage. However, Qingfeng had no time to dawdle with these people. He simply wished to leave swiftly. Almost forgetting, he inquired about the direction to exit the starry forest. The crowd, however, was bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation, and no one responded to his question. Meanwhile, the cacophony of insults from the Black Bear's group grew louder, some of which were rather unpleasant to hear. Qingfeng felt compelled to teach these individuals a lesson. He promptly closed his jade fan and addressed the black bear, saying, "Have your men keep their mouths shut and lead me out, or else they shall remain here to keep this pine tree company." The black bear grinned. "First, hand over the soul bone, and we will naturally escort you away. Otherwise, do not even think about leaving." Simultaneously, another group approached, encircling Lu Qingfeng. "Are you all intending to make a move against me?" The voice of Lu Qingfeng was soft, imbued with an air of disdain. How audaciously misguided he was. Instead of wasting breath, he unfurled the white jade fan and with a vigorous sweep, launched all 18 silver needles. Instantly, 5 or 6 of his subordinates were pierced, blood gushing forth. Yet, the silver needles did not cease. They darted through the crowd like phantoms, creating significant chaos among the throng. This was the capability inherent to Lu Qingfeng's current form. Each transformation of the magic card bestowed a corresponding ability upon the humanoid entity it represented. The first, the white tiger, granted the power of cultivation and the ability to devour soul rings. The second, the wisteria flower, allowed transformation into a wisteria sprite, conjuring purple rain. And this third form, a young man of exceptional grace amidst a world of chaos, possessed the special ability of object manipulation. Any item in existence could be controlled as long as he marked it with his imprint, and he also boasted remarkable physical prowess, excelling in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Currently, he was employing the art of object manipulation. Although controlling 18 flying needles posed some difficulty, it was not insurmountable. Their power might have been slightly diminished, yet 3 of them remained quite formidable. Lu Qingfeng spoke thus, retracting the remaining 15 silver needles into the fan's rib, leaving only 3 exposed. Though few in number, these 3 needles exhibited an unparalleled enhancement in speed, power, and precision. In an instant, one spirit master was pierced through the heart by the trio of silver needles, letting out a harrowing wail. Chapter 89, Retrieving the Soul Bone. Despite the piercing of his heart, the individual did not succumb immediately to death. Rather, he continued to cry out in torment. The onlookers tightened their brows, with some of the more timid souls already contemplating retreat. The 3 silver needles darted through the air like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, swiftly penetrating the skull of the gaunt, lanky figure. The latter let out a shriek, clutching his head as he collapsed to the ground, soon meeting his demise. However, this sight did not incite rage in the hulking bear spirit master. Instead, it rendered him even more cautious, rendering him speechless. Another group of spirit masters stood in silence, too intimidated to utter a word. After Lu Qingfeng had taken several lives, he found the experience rather dull. The individuals he had dispatched were clearly intimidated. Some of them were merely concealing further malice. Alas, it was utterly uninspiring. They were simply too feeble. "Take me out," he commanded, pointing at the black bear spirit master. The black bear did not advance. Although he was uncertain of the true strength of the man before him, he himself was a spirit king, possessing his own pride. Did one simply approach at the whim of another? Who do you think you are? Moreover, the 2 groups of spirit masters had now converged. Their number totaled 11, comprising 2 spirit kings and 9 spirit ancestors. Even a spirit emperor would not be an insurmountable challenge. Yet the pressing question remained, what was this man's cultivation level? The peculiar methods he had just displayed had instilled a sense of fear in them. However, they could not allow him to take liberties. He immediately inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Lu Qingfeng let out a cold laugh. "If you wish to fight, then come forth. If you fear, then lead the way." Do you think these meaningless words amuse me? Upon hearing this, the black bear spirit master could no longer contain his frustration and nodded at another spirit master, saying, "Why are you still hesitating? We shall discuss the matter of the soul bone later. If we do not capture him, none of us will obtain it." "Humph. I am well aware of that," retorted the spirit master, who was a weapon spirit master, wielding a formidable greatsword that exuded an air of authority. 5 soul rings shimmered behind him, one of which was a deep purple, indicating it was not far from being 10,000 years old. Lu Qingfeng, however, did not cast a single glance as 3 silver needles twirled gracefully around his fingertips. Upon witnessing the great blade-wielding soul master advancing with fervor, the air was thick with the ferocity of the blade's wind, suggesting an unwavering determination to not relent. Beside him, the black bear soul master let out a thunderous roar, each step leaving deep imprints in the ground, sending shards of stone flying into the air. Lu Qingfeng remained steadfast, even retracting the 3 silver needles. He extended a hand, unfurling the jade fan, and sat gracefully in the air. "Is that all?" he scoffed as the fan waved, conjuring a spherical energy shield. The impact of the large blade and the bare paw merely stirred a slight ripple, failing to even disturb a single strand of hair. The two Soul Kings gazed at the scene in disbelief. How is this possible? There is nothing impossible. You are simply too weak. Qingfeng replied with a faint smile, closing the fan as he stepped forward. In my eyes, you are but toddlers learning to walk. What audacity do you possess to confront me? As the words fell, his delicate white hand seized the wrist of the black bear Soul Master, effortlessly flipping him into the ground. The Soul Master wielding the blade felt a surge of alarm and attempted to flee, yet it was already too late. The figure of Qingfeng had already appeared behind him, as the white jade fan snapped shut, striking the Soul Master's head with a resounding blow. Instantly, blood gushed forth. His defenses were rather lacking. However, in light of your ignorance, I shall grant you a chance. He smiled faintly, the white jade fan opening and closing rhythmically. As if he were contemplating something profoundly, the two individuals hastily scrambled to their feet, kneeling on the ground, repeatedly offering their apologies. They were genuinely terrified. This person's prowess exceeded their wildest expectations. Their combined might barely manage to breach his defenses. And that single slap had sent the powerful beast Soul Master crashing to the ground, suggesting immense strength. Moreover, when he later confronted the great sword Soul Master, his speed was nothing short of terrifying. The two were at a loss, yet the onlooking subordinate perceived everything with clarity. After images, those were after images. A mere turn and a step seemed to occur in the blink of an eye as the white jade fan struck with ferocity, leaving the opponent bloodied and battered. Fortunately, the two, fearing for their lives, ceased their attacks and knelt in surrender. Qingfeng found the situation amusing. He had no intention of letting the two individuals go, yet he lacked any compelling reason to eliminate them. Ultimately, he perceived that the two parties belonged to entirely different realms, rendering the encounter rather meaningless. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he stated indifferently, "Enough of this. Take me out of the starry forest, and you shall no longer concern yourselves with my affairs." The two individuals, being astute, promptly expressed their gratitude. They understood that this man was likely of the Soul Saint rank, and dealing with him would be effortlessly simple for him. His reluctance to engage stemmed from his perception of their weakness, to the point where he found no interest in intervening. While this was indeed a fortunate circumstance, it presented a profound humiliation for Soul Masters. Oh, by the way, could you check if there is a small soul sovereign nearby? If you find her, bring her along. If not, then so be it. He had not forgotten about Wang Yun, but he pondered whether the woman would still be waiting for him after several days. Would someone who wished for death truly concern themselves with anything else? The group departed first, with the younger brother trailing behind, yet the outcome was starkly different. Wang Yun remained where she had been, but she did not approach. Instead, she sent a message through the younger brother. "I harbor no resentment towards you. I am going to seek them out." Qingfeng had little to say. This incident was merely a trivial episode, scarcely worthy of his concern. As he gazed upon the surrounding scenery, a profound tranquility enveloped his heart. The scholarly attire he donned demanded little of his spiritual energy, yet it afforded him a novel sensation. The flora encircling him seemed to possess a certain sentience, and even a gentle proximity revealed their extraordinary essence. Did he still possess such an ability? Qingfeng came to a halt, extending his hand to touch a towering tree before him. In that instant, he could distinctly sense the flow of soul energy within it. How intriguing! Being in harmony with nature, this body truly personifies tranquility. The surrounding onlookers dared not utter a sound, fearful of disturbing this formidable soul sage. Yet, as time passed, they remained perplexed, unable to comprehend the actions of this eminent figure, wondering why he stood there, hand upon a tree, for an entire hour. Could you not stir, esteemed one? However, at that moment, Qingfeng was ensnared in a peculiar state. The depletion of his soul energy was alarmingly swift. Yet this very phenomenon allowed him to perceive the conditions of the surrounding forest, as if he were probing its depths. The currents of soul energy flowed before him, and suddenly he beheld a radiant orb of multicolored light in the distance, irresistibly captivating. What could lie there? As Qingfeng stirred, he pointed ahead and said, "Take me there." Chapter 90. Bailey. Though the others were uncertain as to the reason for such an action, they refrained from inquiring and simply led Qingfeng forward. In a short while, they heard the sounds of a fierce struggle ahead. Upon advancing, they discovered a multitude assailing a white spirit fox, which stood valiantly before a tree emanating a mesmerizing array of colors, the mystical fruit tree. It seemed this was the vibrant orb of light he had sensed earlier. To his surprise, it turned out to be a treasure of heaven and earth. However, it bore no relevance to him. Qingfeng scrutinized the scene before him. noting that the radiant objects were indeed the fruits, and he was fortunate enough to know their name. This particular fruit-bearing tree was known as the rainbow tree, which blossomed once every year, producing a flower, and after 7 years, it would yield 7 fruits. After another 7 years, these fruits would ripen, each possessing unique abilities, some beneficial for fire, others advantageous for water. It was a rare and precious spiritual plant. However, it held no value for Qingfeng. He had no need for such a thing, as it was only useful to soul masters of the soul sect level, although he was a soul sovereign. His true combat prowess had long surpassed ordinary standards, rendering conventional evaluations inadequate. He decided to depart, casting one last glance. The law of nature dictated the survival of the fittest, and the white spirit fox, with its meager 5,000 years of cultivation, could not withstand the onslaught of 5 soul sect masters. Despite its valiant struggle, defeat was imminent. As for those soul masters, as long as they did not provoke him, he had no desire to engage with them. Yet, his indifference was not comprehended by others. The black bear soul master, reluctant to part, yearned to claim the fruits for himself, but the formidable figure before him remained silent, leaving him with no choice but to refrain from action. To provoke such a powerful individual could lead to dire consequences. He still vividly recalled that his life remained precariously within the grasp of others. Qingfeng contemplated departing directly. Yet fate had other designs, as a group of 5 soul sect members abruptly launched an assault against him and his companions. This not only incensed Qingfeng, but also terrified the black bear's entourage. Upon witnessing Qingfeng halt, the black bear soul king let out a furious roar and transformed. Advancing with formidable strength, accompanied by another soul king, they swiftly vanquished the 5 soul sect members. Capturing the white spirit fox, they knelt before Qingfeng, awaiting his judgment. One individual seized 2 fruits, offering one to Qingfeng, specifically requesting the golden one, while suggesting the others be reserved for the little fox. When acquiring spiritual treasures, one should not take all at once. It is imperative to leave some behind, as these are gifts from nature, and we must learn to express gratitude. Though his words flowed with eloquence, internally he mused, how could one harvest everything in one go? Would it not be more delightful to return and reap again once they regenerate? The others nodded in agreement, yet their minds wandered, contemplating their return after delivering the fruits. Once the little fox was released, there were no further impediments, and the group swiftly departed from the starry forest, finding refuge in a nearby village. It was then that Qingfeng remembered he was still unaware of the dark demon, evil god tiger's whereabouts. He turned to the black bear soul master and inquired, "Do you know of a towering peak nearby that overlooks the starry forest, where a fearsome soul beast resides?" After a moment of contemplation, the black bear soul master replied, "My lord, I am not familiar with such a place." While he spoke the truth, he recalled someone mentioning it to him, though he could not confirm if it was indeed the location Qingfeng sought. Thus, he quietly approached and said, "My lord, although I do not know the exact location you seek, I believe someone does." "Oh, who might that be?" Qingfeng asked, harboring little hope, as the ominous presence of the dark demon evil god tiger likely consumed all in its vicinity, leaving no one to venture near. And those who did would merely serve as sustenance for the beast. However, the black bear's claim piqued his interest. With a cheerful demeanor, the black bear responded, "My lord, I once knew someone who claimed to have escaped the clutches of a demon. He returned alone, while a dozen soul masters perished. And he boasted of this ordeal as a badge of honor, speaking incessantly of a soul beast that had existed for 100,000 years. If the beast you seek is indeed the one he spoke of, he should know its whereabouts." The road was silent, and I urged you to reveal the identity of that person, not to engage in meaningless chatter. Reluctantly, I repeated my inquiry, "Who is that individual? And where can I find him?" This time, fearing that the black bear might not comprehend, he hastily performed a series of actions. If comprehension eluded him, perhaps it was best to find someone else or simply eliminate the issue altogether. "Ah, I shall escort you there," he replied with a hint of mischief in his smile. "His name is Xiao Bailey, a man who has fallen from the status of a soul king to that of a soul sect member, residing at the eastern edge of the village." Indifferent to the implications behind the smile, I followed him to the village's eastern side. It appeared that he could not discern his directions. A mere turn would leave him utterly disoriented, a peculiar skill indeed. Upon arriving, I was met with the sight of a despondent middle-aged man, sprawled on a dilapidated bed, clutching a bottle of liquor. The disordered room was permeated by a foul stench, beyond unbearable. I could easily envision the man's current mindset, existing merely to subsist, likely a victim of significant trauma that had led to his present state. Otherwise, it was inexplicable. Moreover, his cultivation level did not align with the Black Bear's claims of him being merely a soul sect member. His soul power was undoubtedly at least that of a soul emperor, exuding a stronger aura than even Qingfeng. The playful demeanor I once held faded, replaced by an intense calmness. The Black Bear attempted to rouse the man, but was swiftly rebuffed, sent flying by a single swipe. This left the Black Bear feeling somewhat embarrassed. How could a Soul King be bested by a soul sect member? Clearing his throat, he justified himself, recalling that he had been a level 59 Soul King. Though his power had diminished, his physical prowess remained, and it was not surprising that he could not overcome someone at level 52. In search of a suitable excuse, he noticed that I remained indifferent, having taken a seat before the man. Your cultivation level is not merely that of a soul sect member, is it? I can sense the fluctuations of your soul power. It must be at least at the level of a soul emperor. With a bit of concealment, you might even be a soul sage. Am I correct? Qingfeng fixed his gaze upon the man and slowly uttered a few words. The man opposite him remained silent, but the Black Bear behind him interjected. How could that be? He is merely a lowly soul master. It is impossible for him to be a soul emperor. The man, seemingly disinterested in a confrontation, merely sat up, shaking the empty bottle towards Qingfeng and inquiring, "Do you have any liquor?" Chapter 91. The Past of the Deathly Cliff. Indeed, I have liquor. But what do you offer in exchange? During his time in Tiando City, Qingfeng had procured many fine items, including exquisite wines, some gifted by Qingfeng and others by the Luo family. I, an old man, possess nothing of value. Take whatever catches your fancy from this room. The Black Bear grinned widely. Old man, your room is filled with nothing but worthless junk. Who would desire such things? He was about to continue, alluding to the young man's search for something, but Qingfeng interrupted him. I will address that matter shortly. You may leave for now. Reluctantly, the Black Bear departed, casting a sly smile over his shoulder. Once he was gone, Qingfeng no longer concealed his intentions, presenting fine wine upon the table. Should I address you as Soul Sage or Soul Emperor? The disheveled old man opened his murky eyes. You, young one, are quite impressive. Bailey seized the wine flask and took a hearty swig. Good wine, splendid wine from Tiando City. Who would have thought this humble village could attract such esteemed individuals? Esteemed indeed, but I am no official and have no desire to become one, Qingfeng replied, savoring the rich and robust flavor of the wine. Do you truly wish to spend your twilight years in this small village? The old man, now indulging in the drink, seemed disinclined to engage in further conversation. Qingfeng remained unperturbed. Every formidable individual possesses their own narrative. Regardless of the circumstances, this is indeed a powerful soul sage. Moments later, the old man, having finished his drink, lay down in a daze and murmured, Child, I see you are not weak. Why have you sought out an old man like me? Nothing much. Merely wishing to hear tales from your esteemed past. The old man chuckled heartily, suddenly invigorated, and pulled Qingfeng towards the back of the house, where a large grave lay. He gestured towards the grave and said, This is my story. Among our group of 7, I am the sole survivor. Yet I find joy in that. Do you know why? Please enlighten me, venerable elder. The old man's expression darkened. My dear brothers and sisters wished to end my life. Yet they did not foresee that I would be the only one to survive. Is that not a twist of fate? Ha ha. His laughter resonated with both joy and sorrow, tinged with an inexplicable desolation. In our heyday, we were a renowned team of soul masters in the Stardew Forest. Having even hunted soul beasts that had lived for 70,000 years, our reputation was illustrious. As he spoke, the old man's gaze hardened, and his eyes, filled with a murderous intent, bore into Qingfeng. However, the people from the Tiando imperial family approached us, seeking to recruit us under their banner. I refused, and they took action against the other 6. What exactly transpired, I do not know, but I am certain their deaths were orchestrated by the Tiando imperial family. While I take satisfaction in their demise, do not let me catch you deceiving me. Otherwise, I shall ensure your utter obliteration. Qingfeng no longer wore a cheerful expression. Instead, he adopted a demeanor of calmness as he addressed the old man, saying, Rest assured, I am not of royal lineage, nor will I lend them my support. In fact, I harbor some grievances against them. Humph, it is best that way, the old man retorted with a cold grunt before continuing. Back in the day, when the 7 of us were united, I believed that they, like me, had rejected the invitation from the Tiando royal family. To my astonishment, they all agreed and sought to persuade me to do the same. At that time, one of our comrades had just achieved a breakthrough and proposed the notion of hunting soul beasts. The 6 of them unanimously suggested we venture to the cliff of death, claiming there was a suitable 20,000-year-old beast. I said nothing and followed along, never imagining that they intended to collude with that soul beast to eliminate me. Even more shocking was the fact that there was not just one 20,000-year-old soul beast at the cliff, but also a 50,000-year-old one lurking behind it. On that occasion, I was captured by the 20,000-year-old soul beast, but by a stroke of fortune, I managed to escape, while they all perished. It was only later that I learned the information had been provided to them by the Tiando royal family, who deliberately concealed the presence of the 50,000-year-old soul beast. They never intended to recruit us. Rather, they viewed us as a threat and sought to eliminate us entirely. The old man, filled with rage, smashed a bottle of wine and pounded his chest in despair. They were all my brothers and sisters. The elderly man, who had crossed the threshold of 50, wept openly before Lu Qingfeng, his sorrow palpable. Lu Qingfeng did not offer any comfort from the past, for he lacked the qualifications to do so. He merely waited until the old man ceased his weeping before daring to speak. Senior. Yet, before these words could escape his lips, they were swiftly intercepted by the old man. Leave me be. I shall go nowhere. Lu Qingfeng was at a loss for words. Senior. I do not intend to impose on you. I merely seek directions. I wonder if you might guide me to the cliff of death? The old man, who had been smiling at the initial part of the request, suddenly lost his mirth upon hearing the latter half. Are you jesting? Seeking death, perhaps? His head shook vigorously, akin to a rattle drum, as he swiftly declined. No way, not even at gunpoint. If you wish to go, then venture forth on your own. With that, he hastily sketched a crooked route on a piece of cloth and tossed it to Lu Qingfeng. Here is the map. You are on your own now. Do not disturb this old man any further. Hurry along to wherever it is you must go. Lu Qingfeng, if I could read a map, I wouldn't need to ask for directions. If I could find the place, why would I come to you? Even with navigation, I would still struggle to locate it. As someone notoriously inept with directions, I truly cannot venture out alone. While nearby places are somewhat manageable, the thought of distant landmarks terrifies me. I fear I might lose my way back. Senior, please open the door and take me with you. I cannot find the way. I am hopelessly directionally challenged. Senior, there is fine wine, delicious food, and spiritual fruits here. Just open the door. This time, Lu Qingfeng displayed the spiritual fruits and medicinal herbs, and indeed, the old man opened the door. However, upon seeing Lu Qingfeng, he swiftly snatched the spiritual fruits and herbs, shutting the door instantly. No amount of calling would persuade him to reopen it. Lu Qingfeng was quite vexed. This old man was clearly playing tricks on him. Come out here, he thought to himself, for he sensed the old man's formidable soul power fluctuations, an undeniable high-level soul sage, on the verge of breaking through to soul de law. This realization made him hesitant to act recklessly. Ultimately, he begrudgingly departed and sought out the black bear. Subsequently, he erected a pavilion opposite the old man and began his cultivation under the serene moonlight, provoking the old man to the point of nearly cursing several times. Yet, he remained unhurried and said, Senior, come out. Let us journey together to the cliff of severed destiny. You see how swiftly I cultivate here. Come. Chapter 92. Soul Douluo. After nearly 2 weeks of this routine, the old man finally emerged, delivering a light rap to Lu Qingfeng's head. You little brat. Is this how one plays? What is your method for gathering soul power? The density is astonishingly 3 times that of a typical environment, and your cultivation speed is excessively rapid. Lu Qingfeng chuckled softly. Now that is a secret I cannot divulge to my esteemed elder. It is a treasure I can only share with my own kind. As if I could be deceived by an old man like you. Tell me, what brings you to the cliff of destiny? To seek someone, Lu Qingfeng replied, sensing something amiss. To find a soul beast. Abandon that notion. There remains but a solitary soul beast at the cliff of destiny, the fearsome dark demon evil god tiger. Do not think that even a tidal Douluo could return safely from such an encounter. Fear not, she will not harm us, I assure you. And what do you possess to offer such assurance? Your horsefly or your beguiling charm? The old man scoffed, and after extracting a few spirit herbs, he continued. Once I achieve my breakthrough in half a month, we shall proceed. I will merely escort you there. The rest is for you to figure out. As the old man prepared to enter, Lu Qingfeng hastily grasped his arm. Elder, are you not seeking vengeance against the Tiando imperial family? The old man paused, for indeed, as Lu Qingfeng had surmised, revenge was his motive, not solely for himself, but also for his fallen brothers and sisters. The Tiando imperial family must pay a price. Yet, in the next moment, Lu Qingfeng's words extinguished his fervor. Do not go. there lies a tidal Douluo. The old man remained skeptical, shaking off Lu Qingfeng's grasp and advancing further. Behind him, Lu Qingfeng urged once more, "Follow me. Let us seek the dark demon evil god tiger and enlist her aid in hunting soul beasts. With her help, you can ascend to Soul Douluo, and after a time, once you achieve tidal Douluo, vengeance shall not be out of reach." Such audacity. What right do you have to request the dark demon evil god tiger's assistance in hunting soul beasts? The moment she lays eyes upon you, she will devour you whole. Are you attempting to toy with the old man? His irritation grew. This impudent child was utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He understood well that the dark demon evil god tiger had been expelled by 200,000-year soul beasts precisely due to her malevolence. What grounds did Lu Qingfeng have to sway her? Lu Qingfeng remained silent, directly unleashing a terrifying surge of malevolent soul energy. The exceedingly pure essence of evil instantaneously provoked a furious reaction from the old man, who, upon glancing at the ominous figure of Lu Qingfeng behind him, felt as though he had been transported back to a bygone era. The horrifying, malevolent, and ferocious dark demon god tiger seemed to materialize before him, baring its fangs. How could this be possible? He gazed at the unfolding scene in disbelief, his once tranquil state of mind now tumultuously disturbed. The aura emanating from him was strikingly akin to that of the dark demon god tiger. No, that's not entirely accurate. There were subtle differences in the essence. Who exactly are you? Lu Qingfeng, having harnessed the malevolent force, inquired, "Elder, do you believe me now? I assure you that I can persuade the dark demon evil god tiger in the prospect of tripling your cultivation speed. Does that not entice you? In just a few short years, we could attain the title of a conferred Douluo. Then, wouldn't it be far more prudent to confront the Tiando royal family? You have waited all these years. What are a few more to you?" To be frank, the old man was intrigued. Such advantageous terms far surpassed solitary cultivation. And with the aid of the dark demon evil god tiger, the age of the soul rings he sought would undoubtedly be impressive. Yet, he hesitated to follow a mere child so readily. The boy was far too young, and he couldn't simply acquiesce without retaining some dignity. After all, who isn't a bit of a proud little aristocrat? Lu Qingfeng could discern the old man's intentions and quickly grasped his arm, playfully pleading, "Senior, please agree to my request, won't you?" The old man retorted, "I asked you to find me a way out, yet you only lead me into a pit of filth. Is this your sincerity? Get lost." With a forceful shove, he pushed Lu Qingfeng away and raised his hand, declaring, "Herbs. I require them for my cultivation. Give me 2 days, and by the way, ensure that the triple speed enhancement is ready for me. Understood? There aren't many herbs left. And the celestial moon can only be summoned at night. Where do you expect me to find the moon during the day?" Lu Qingfeng replied, feeling frustrated, dismissing him entirely. The old man snatched the herbs and firmly closed the door, immersing himself in his solitary practice. 3 days later, a formidable aura emanated from the dilapidated abode. Lu Qingfeng had yet to comprehend the situation when a massive fist sent him flying. In an instant, he regained his composure and unleashed 18 silver needles from his jade fan, thrusting them toward the elderly man. "Is that all? Show me your true prowess." His voice resonated like a mighty bell, audible to the entire village. The villagers, intrigued, gathered to witness the spectacle, only to be left speechless upon recognizing the figure exuding an overwhelming aura, the very old man they had held in disdain. What is happening? How is he so powerful? No way, I used to insult him. He won't seek revenge on me, will he? Don't be so conceited. He couldn't care less about you. The crowd buzzed with chatter, while Lu Qingfeng steadied himself and approached the elder with congratulations. "Congratulations, senior, on breaking through to the Soul Douluo realm." His words ignited a frenzy among the onlookers. He is a Soul Douluo, a Soul Douluo. Good heavens, I knew it. He must be a reclusive master, a Soul Douluo. Our village has produced a Soul Douluo. Is this truly happening? At the back, the black bear watched with trepidation, recalling how he had often ridiculed the old man. If one were to rank the villagers, he would undoubtedly be at the top, due to his utter disdain. At that moment, the old man cast a glance at him, a gaze that could easily intimidate. Yet, it was merely a glance. Without uttering a word, he pointed at Lu Qingfeng and said, "Come here, let me test your abilities and see how strong you are. If you fail to meet my expectations, HM. Lu Qingfeng's expression suddenly turned grim. "Is it truly acceptable for a mere soul fighter to bully a soul master like myself? I sense you are toying with me. You are nothing but a brute wishing to assault me. May I refuse? What do you think?" Before the words had fully left his lips, Lu Qifeng transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting behind his opponent and executing a swift split kick, akin to a tempest crashing forth, leaving a stinging sensation on the skin of his back. You audacious rascal, daring to launch a surprise attack. I shall not let you off so easily, today. I shall demonstrate the vigor of age. With that, the elder's soul power surged, conjuring the imposing silhouette of a colossal leopard. Its fur was as white as snow, emanating a chilling mist, and its crystalline blue vertical pupils flickered with a terrifying brilliance, akin to a blade that promises excruciating pain upon contact. Martial Soul Manifestation, Icefield Leopard. Chapter 93, Trivial Matters. Goodness, Elder, are you truly serious? Lu Qifeng exclaimed in a flurry. It seemed the old man had harbored intentions to test him for quite some time, only now putting them into action. Moreover, this seemingly unassuming individual turned out to be a speed-oriented battle soul master, wielding a martial soul renowned for its swiftness. His speed was leagues ahead of Lu Qingfeng's own. In the blink of an eye, the elder was upon him, swinging a foot that nearly struck Lu Qingfeng's nose. Is this a ruse? Should I not reveal my true abilities, you would surely not hold back. Lu Qifeng exploded in frustration, as if revealing my true capabilities would spare me from your onslaught. It is likely that showing my true strength would only intensify your assault. Nevertheless, the elder's strikes came like a torrential storm. One moment of inattention could lead to a brutal beating. Even he found it challenging to withstand the barrage, with his white jade fan having already deflected several attacks, another few. And it would be devoid of energy. This was not a sustainable strategy. He needed to find a way to compel the elder to relent. If the old man did not cease his assault, Lu Qifeng would undoubtedly face dire consequences. A resounding crash echoed as the elder's foot struck the ground, creating a large crater and sending debris flying, engulfing the surroundings in a haze of dust. Vision became obscured, rendering clarity elusive. The opportunity had arrived. Lu Qifeng leaped gracefully, condensing a substantial amount of soul power within his palm. Soul skill, cage. This was precisely the all-encompassing control soul skill of Jiansong. Once unleashed, countless robust roots emerged from the ground, tightly entwining the old man's body, while innumerable pine needles coalesced in the sky, poised to strike him. At that moment, Lu Qifeng spoke, "Old man, do refrain from moving. There is poison atop this, and I possess no antidote." This statement was undoubtedly a fabrication. There truly existed no toxin he could not unravel, and even if there were, it would not originate from this world. He had anticipated that this would render the old man at a disadvantage. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The old man within erupted into hearty laughter, saying, "You juvenile, attempting to outwit me. I have encountered Jiansong before. It bears no poison. You are far too inexperienced to deceive me." Lu Qifeng realized that he could not deceive the old man, and thus, in a state of great urgency, exclaimed, "It is true that there is no poison on the sword pine, but I have poisoned it." Before he could finish his words, a brilliant light erupted from within the cage. A blue radiance soared into the sky, instantly shattering the entire prison, with fragments of decayed roots scattered everywhere. Roaring, amidst the blue luminescence, a figure gradually emerged, an enormous leopard standing 10 meters tall, adorned with shimmering ice-blue patterns. Its beastly eyes instilled a sense of dread in all who beheld them, and the chilling aura that surrounded it sent shivers down the spine, akin to running in sub-zero temperatures clad only in undergarments. This was none other than the Soul Saint's exclusive soul skill, true martial spirit. He had not anticipated that the old man would directly unleash his martial spirit. How could this continue? "You are cheating, and I shall no longer play with you. Step aside." The old man, transformed into the colossal leopard, chuckled menacingly. "Little one, you better run for your life. If I catch up to you, do not expect any peace." He leisurely followed closely behind Lu Qifeng, occasionally swatting down, creating massive human-shaped craters with each strike. Lu Qifeng was at a loss for words. It seemed this old man was indulging in mischief. Typically, one only resorted to their martial soul's true form in dire circumstances. Yet this elder employed it merely to toy with him. Had he known, he would have resorted to poison. The shift in his expression was precisely observed by the old man, who immediately struck again. "Little creature, do you dare to scheme against me? You think poison is effective, do you? My martial soul's true form is immune to toxins. Go ahead and try your tricks." Qingfeng, after a prolonged period, the old man finally ceased his wandering and led Qingfeng back. A throng had gathered at the village entrance, comprised largely of elderly men. Qingfeng had come to understand the reason behind the old man, Xiao Wanli's, prolonged presence in this village. Years ago, he narrowly escaped the clutches of the dark demon god. Yet the ordeal left him severely disabled. With the village's assistance, he managed to recover. This village, in truth, was both his vulnerability and his warm sanctuary. Now in his 60s, he knelt on the ground, weeping profusely as he faced the elderly, shedding tears like a child. He remained there until darkness enveloped the land. And only when the sky, devoid of stars, threatened rain did they part ways. However, Xiao Wanli did not take Qingfeng to find the cliff of severed fate. Instead, they journeyed to an unnamed city. I wish to pay a visit to an old friend. Would you accompany me, or would you prefer to linger here for a while? Qingfeng curled his lips in disdain, remarking, "Why should I accompany you to visit an old friend? Wouldn't I merely be a source of annoyance? Never mind. You should depart early and return promptly. We must venture to the Cliff of Destiny tomorrow morning. The sooner we address this matter, the better. For I fear that Tiger may escape." Xiao Wanli acquiesced and vanished upon entering the city. Although he possessed the ability to track, it seemed rather pointless. This old man was not one to forget kindness. His act of kneeling before a group of ordinary individuals devoid of any cultivation spoke volumes of his character. Moreover, he had no reason to harm himself. Should he require resources, they could be provided at any moment. Regardless, it matters not where he is gone. I shall indulge myself for now. Qingfeng did not pay much attention to it. He had not changed his appearance for nearly a month, maintaining the guise of a scholarly gentleman, which he aptly named the Scholar. However, it was precisely this visage and his ethereal demeanor that caused him considerable distress. The reason was simple. The girls in the city were exceedingly enthusiastic. The moment he appeared, throngs of young girls would flock to him, their predatory gazes fixated upon him, leaving him to wonder what unsavory thoughts lingered in their minds. Yet, what could he do? He felt utterly helpless. Surely, he could not transform into a beastly figure. It would be fortunate if he did not frighten them away entirely. Even turning into a purple rain would be futile, for such a transformation might attract rougher men instead. He would much rather be the object of admiration from young ladies than to be surrounded by rugged men. The mere thought of it conjured an unpleasant image. Some might question why he did not revert to his original appearance. He would dare not. That form was even more handsome, with a more distinctive aura. If he were to assume that guise, who knew what mischief might ensue? Alas, being handsome was a burden in its own right. As these thoughts escaped his lips, they were met with disdain from the surrounding men, who scoffed at his audacity to claim such a title at his tender age. What use is being handsome? Is it larger than mine? They would jeer, dismissing the notion as mere vanity. Yet, these remarks were swiftly countered by the nearby young ladies, some even retaliating against the less attractive men. However, Qingfeng's focus lay elsewhere. He pondered why a group of burly men had gathered so closely. What intentions did they harbor? Please, no. I only adore gentle souls. Chapter 94, Mount Jiuhua having finally escaped from the embrace of the young ladies. Qingfeng quickly sought refuge in a secluded spot to transform into a beastly figure, donning a black cloak. Now, even if he ventured out, none would recognize him. Resembling the unfortunate Xiao Bailey, who was being pursued and chastised by a middle-aged woman. Please, stop. I was wrong. I was wrong, he pleaded as he fled. The woman behind him, her eyes ablaze with anger, choked back her emotions, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! Come here. I shall not rest until I have dealt with you." This spectacle drew a crowd of onlookers, who speculated wildly about the scene unfolding before them. Surely, this old man must have wronged the lady in some way. How else could he find himself in such dire straits? One theorized. I suspect he was caught in a brothel. Another suggested. No, you are all mistaken. Observe the lady's reddened eyes. She must have suffered some grievance. And look at the old man. Though he runs, his eyes glisten with tears. They must be joyfully reunited after a long separation, hence this tumultuous encounter. But why would the lady strike the man? Came the retort. Because he frequented a brothel. TSK, it seemed this audience was well versed in the art of speculation. However, the old man, despite his unassuming demeanor, turned out to be quite the gallant figure. Indeed, one must not judge solely by appearances. No matter how formidable one may be, a gentleman remains a gentleman. What you have experienced may very well be the remnants of what he has left behind. Qingfeng felt a flutter of excitement in his heart. He stepped forward, trailing behind Xiao Bailey, and shouted with fervor, "Don't falter, my friend. You must wield your formidable presence to win her over. Go for it." As he spoke, he hurriedly advanced and thrust a bottle of faux garlic essence into Xiao Bailey's hands. His voice was so loud and his movements so swift that even Xiao Bailey was taken aback, suddenly finding himself in possession of an unusual item. What is this? A potency enhancer. Before Qingfeng could articulate his thoughts, he was abruptly interrupted by the elderly man, Xiao Bailey, who seized the moment and, with great authority, deterred the lady behind him, leaving one to wonder what words had been exchanged before he departed. The onlookers were thoroughly entertained by the spectacle, while Qingfeng, undeterred, set up his stall right there, vociferously promoting his potency-enhancing medicine. Step right up, take a look. Premium quality potency pills. Purchase without regret. You shall not be deceived. An indispensable remedy for both home and travel. Did you see that gentleman just now? He was utterly transformed by this very medicine. Who among you does not yearn to reclaim your vigor? Qingfeng spoke at length, indeed enticing many to make purchases. The reason for his actions was rather simple. He was short on funds, although he had previously profited from selling aphrodisiacs. The cost of his cultivation had proven to be exorbitant. Furthermore, during his time in Tiando City, he had recklessly exchanged all his gold soul coins for cultivation materials, only to be swindled by an old man. Frustration bubbled within him. It was a rare opportunity to encounter someone who did not take advantage of him. After all, no one knew his identity. Thus, the next day arrived. The warm sun bathed Lu Qingfeng's face, while a pair of delicate white jade fans fluttered gracefully, exuding an air of elegance. Surrounding him were numerous onlookers, mostly young ladies who dared not approach, along with a few unknown gentlemen. He had transformed into a scholarly figure, a decision driven by the desire to save money. With these young ladies providing food and drink, who could resist such generosity? After all, is a free lunch not delightful? As for the opinions of others, he thought little of it. This was not his doing. If anyone sought the culprit, they should look for the scholar, not concern themselves with Lu Qingfeng. Thus, he readily accepted these gifts until noon, at which point he began to wonder why the old man Xiao Bailey had yet to seek him out. After all, it had been quite some time, and surely he could not maintain this charade indefinitely. What a peculiar character to go seeking others. Alas, he lamented his poor choice in friendships. Just as he was about to make the decision to find the old man himself, he noticed Xiao Bailey approaching, accompanied by a woman. Their intimate demeanor indicated a relationship that was far from ordinary. The pair approached Lu Qingfeng and stated, "Young man, come with us. We have matters to discuss." The trio made their way to the city lord's mansion, where Lu Qingfeng learned that this city was called Duanan City, and the woman before him was none other than the city lord, Shanjiuhua. Lu Qingfeng scrutinized the situation and realized that Shanjiuhua was, in fact, a soul sage. "Esteemed seniors, may I inquire about your intentions?" Shanjiuhua spoke first. "I am already aware of your plans. I am willing to lend my strength in the assault on the Tiando royal family. There are thousands of soldiers within this city who can also contribute." Xiao Bailey quickly interjected, "No, she was merely jesting. We should adhere to our original plan." "What is this, Xiao Bailey? Have you become a formidable soul Douluo, daring to disregard my words?" With that, she playfully twisted the old man's ear, prompting Xiao Bailey to plead for mercy, while Lu Qingfeng chose not to watch, simply inquiring, "I surmise this territory also falls under the jurisdiction of the Tiando Empire. Why?" Though the remainder of his question went unspoken, Shanjiuhua understood perfectly. She responded directly, "Because I am one of the Nightshade. Nightshade of the Star Do." Shanjiuhua was taken aback. "You are aware of this?" "I have visited Star Do City and had the fortune to learn about the Nightshade, a notorious assassin organization." Shanjiuhua chuckled softly. "The world knows Nightshade as an assassin group, yet few realize that it commands an army of several thousand soul masters. This is precisely why the two great empires, along with the Spirit Hall, dare not take action against Nightshade. Is it not due to the title Douluo?" Lu Qingfeng retorted, "No matter how many soul masters there are, a title Douluo will inevitably face obliteration. So, does a title Douluo truly exist in the shadows? Indeed, I am the Knight Douluo subordinate, one of the 3 shadow assassins known as the Lynx," Shanjiuhua declared unabashedly. "In addition, there are 2 other cities, each governed by a city lord who is also a shadow assassin, their levels comparable to mine, around level 78. Furthermore, we only heed the Knight Douluo's commands when we have missions. At all other times, we are lords of our respective cities, free to act without scrutiny." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingfeng began to understand. However, it seemed that Shanjiuhua genuinely sought revenge for Xiao Bailey. "Yet, I have one more question." "Speak," Shanjiuhua replied, unexpectedly feeling her cheeks flush in embarrassment at the inquiry, her temper flaring as if she wished to break this impudent youth's legs. "Did you have fun last night?" she inquired. "I could hear everything from outside, and goodness, could you not keep it down?" "TSK, TSK. As she spoke, she had already distanced herself. And even if you were to chase after her, it would take a while. Xiao Bailey paid her no mind and instead comforted Shanjiuhua, saying, "Jiuhua, just a few more years, and I will achieve the rank of title Douluo. Once I have avenged you, I shall return for you. Must you truly not stay? Shan Jiahua was on the verge of tears, resembling a wronged little wife. Xiao Beili remained silent. There was no need for further words. He was resolute in his quest for vengeance, without a doubt. Chapter 95. The malevolent force. The two of them shared a remarkable tacit understanding during their journey, refraining from discussing matters concerning the city. Nor did they inquire about the identity of the elderly woman. Qingfeng could probably surmise that this old man had a romantic entanglement, as it was evident that he had once been a charming figure in his youth. At that moment, the one in front, Xiao Beili, spoke. Young man, tell me, what should I do after I acquire the 8th spirit ring? Qingfeng hesitated not a moment. Follow me to a certain place and assist in safeguarding an individual. Once you attain the rank of title Douluo, you shall no longer need to remain there. In the meantime, I shall provide you with ample resources for cultivation, rest assured. I shall not be stingy. Furthermore, I will also procure weapons and other necessities for you. Is it truly that simple? Indeed, it is. All I require is for you to protect this person. Qingfeng was truly unable to set his mind at ease regarding Lin Qingru. Although their separation had not yet reached 6 months, his longing for her grew increasingly profound, with every thought inevitably gravitating towards her. Previously, he had not taken adequate measures, relying solely on a master and a few others for her protection. Although the likelihood of danger within Notting City was minimal, he still felt a sense of insecurity and contemplated enlisting Xiao Beili for her safeguard. Furthermore, Xiao Beili's presence could serve a dual purpose, allowing Qingfeng to cultivate an aura of formidable power. By showcasing Xiao Beili, he could create the illusion of a vast hidden influence while portraying himself as a young master venturing out for experience. Although this approach might expose him to scrutiny, it ultimately provided a layer of security. He bore the weight of a significant task to vanquish the protagonist's team, whose allies were not to be trifled with. Should any conflict arise, they would not simply eliminate him, they would weigh the strength of his backing. Imagine the might of a young man in training, protected by a soul master with the prowess of a soul Douluo. What an imposing force that would indicate. This was his objective, to bolster his own reputation while concurrently safeguarding Lin Qingru. As for the costs and persuading the dark demonic god Tiger, he possessed ample leverage. Xiao Beili had little to say, guiding Qingfeng steadily ahead. After approximately 3/4 of an hour, a towering mountain emerged before them. It resembled a sword thrust deep into the earth, revealing a bottomless abyss akin to a chasm of heaven, its mere sight instilling a sense of trepidation. Qingfeng stared in disbelief, realizing that this was indeed the lair of the dark demon god Tiger. Yet, an unsettling feeling enveloped him. It was rather elevated. How could they possibly traverse it? Xiao Beili, with a stoic demeanor, replied, Naturally, we shall take a detour. This area appears deceptively deep, and indeed, it is quite profound. Hence, a bridge was constructed approximately 50 miles from here. We shall navigate through the starry forest and return that way. Only then can we ascend the Cliff of Doom. Otherwise, we would have to fly across. He expressed a hint of exasperation. If flying were an option, we wouldn't be burdened with such complications. His martial spirit was that of a leopard, which offered no means of flight, and even as a soul Douluo, scaling such a colossal mountain would be arduous, likely exhausting his soul power midway. Moreover, even with such efforts, this little fellow would still be unable to cross. Alas, what a predicament! Xiao Beili feigned an air of inscrutability, resting his forehead in contemplation. Unexpectedly, Qingfeng transformed into his beastly form, unfurling a pair of wings and soaring upwards. What troubles you? He asked, leaving Xiao Beili utterly flummoxed. You, how could you? Xiao Beili struggled to comprehend the drastic transformation of Qingfeng, momentarily at a loss for words. You take your time, I shall ascend first. With that, he took flight. However, Xiao Beili, much to his surprise, was irate. You rascal! It was you who provided that back on that fateful night, wasn't he it? Used halfway and rendered useless, right? Quite the skill you possess. I shall make you pay for this. Upon realizing the dire situation, Qingfeng accelerated his flight. It is your own inadequacy that you should lament, not me. Your age has rendered you incapable. It is of no concern to me. Yet, Xiao Beili paid no heed, charging towards him with his martial spirit manifested. Today, I shall impart a thorough lesson upon you. However, scarcely had he uttered these words when his body was struck as if by a tremendous force, plummeting like a meteor beyond the precipice. With a resounding crash, Xiao Beili's form embedded itself into the ground, creating a significant crater. Fortunately, the impact was not overwhelmingly severe, and he escaped with relatively minor injuries, yet the scene was undeniably chaotic. As he lifted his head, he beheld an image that would etch itself into his memory for eternity. Before him stood a tiger, its fur a mesmerizing blend of black and white patterns, shrouded in an aura of malevolence. Its ebony wings stirred a chilling wind, and as its scaly tail swayed, it produced a haunting sound that sliced through the air. Yet, even more astonishing were its eyes, deep black with a hint of golden light, brimming with lethal intent that was utterly soul-stirring. At that moment, the sinister soul force within Lu Qingfeng was also stirred, swirling around him and intertwining with the dark energy of the dark demon evil god tiger, resembling a malevolent deity. "Where have you wandered?" echoed the voice of the dark demon evil god tiger in his mind, laced with an unexpected hint of concern. Lu Qingfeng was rather astonished. Is this truly the dark demon evil god tiger? Why does it feel somewhat different? Ah, I forgot. My soul force went out of control, leading me astray. He uttered these words without a hint of embarrassment, gesturing towards the figure of Xiao Bailey on the ground, saying, "This fellow is one of us. Do not slay him." The dark demon evil god tiger glanced over without speaking, merely observing the wings on Lu Qingfeng's back, remarking, "Those wings resemble my own. One could say they are indeed yours. The essence replicated from your wings is intrinsically yours. However, that is of little consequence. What have you acquired?" It had been previously stated that upon signing a contract, both parties would gain a unique ability from one another, and he genuinely wished to ascertain whether the dark demon evil god tiger had indeed obtained his evil soul power. It had appeared quite similar before, yet now there was a subtle distinction. Although it felt akin, it was not quite the same. This aura was not evil soul power, yet it was not far removed from it. "I do not know," the tiger continued. "The malevolent force within me has been transformed into a peculiar strength, one that surpasses ultimate evil but remains beneath your power. Moreover, due to the contract, the ultimate light force within me seems to have awakened as well." The dark demon evil god tiger endeavored to harness the ultimate light force, but could only ignite a tiny golden spark. Lu Qingfeng approached, feeling an exceptionally pure essence that infused him with radiant strength, providing a sense of comfort. However, this essence was feeble, unable to balance the formidable power emanating from the dark demon evil god tiger. It would soon be assimilated by that malevolent force, on the verge of being devoured. What should one do? To succumb to the consumption or to persist in the pursuit of enlightenment alongside the darkness? The dark demon evil god tiger offered no response. Seizing the dazed Xiao Bailey from the ground and soaring to the other side, a cliffside that Lu Qingfeng recognized all too well. Chapter 96. The uncontrollable force of evil upon the frigid peaks lay Bailey's tears. Beneath the warm sun, cold sweat trickled down. Gazing into the cavern that housed a colossal creature, Xiao Bailey realized his grave mistake in coming here. The tiger's gaze was unnaturally predatory, as if contemplating the immediate act of slaughter. Moreover, Lu Qingfeng showed no inclination to intervene. Anxiety gripped him, a profound sense of dread engulfing his being. As he faced imminent peril, he desperately sought a means of self-preservation, feeling the urgency of his plight. If only he possessed a pit wall system at that moment. It might suggest a rather grim piece of advice: wait for death. Yet, the dark demon evil god tiger remained silent, casting a fleeting glance at him before resuming its discourse with Lu Qingfeng. "I yearn to cultivate both powers as you do. Yet I find myself powerless to enhance the essence of pure light. Every attempt at cultivation is thwarted, consumed by the malevolent force, rendering any effort futile." "Oh, I too find myself at a loss," came the reply. Lu Qingfeng expressed that he is not omnipotent. The true omnipotence lies within the system, not within himself. However, he could not assert his possession of the system, thus he had no choice but to refuse. The dark demon evil god tiger did not anticipate such a swift rejection and found itself momentarily stunned, unable to react. Once it regained its composure, it growled menacingly, demanding, "Give me the other force within you." As it spoke, it advanced towards Lu Qingfeng, intent on confrontation. At that moment, the crimson marks upon both their foreheads emitted a chilling radiance, as if blood were poised to flow from within. Suddenly, the dark demon evil god tiger collapsed to the ground, its forehead's red moon mark revealing a hint of black, as though it were being eroded. Simultaneously, the sinister and malevolent power within its body became agitated, as if striving to escape, rampaging within and dissipating continuously, causing it immense pain and relentless howling. Concurrently, an inexplicable surge of formidable contractual energy manifested within Lu Qingfeng's being. This power was none other than the blood-spirit contract. He felt somewhat ethereal, as this contractual force incessantly infused him with energy, elevating his soul power level. In a mere moment, he ascended to the 32nd level. A remarkable feat considering that before his departure, he had barely managed to improve by a single level after an entire night's endeavor with the soul ring. The magnitude of this energy was unfathomable. Perplexed by this phenomenon, he inquired of the system, what is happening? Why has such a powerful force appeared within me? Ding. The blood-spirit contract signed between the host and the dark demon evil god tiger has triggered an anomaly with the evil soul power within you. Therefore, when one party faces a lethal threat from the other, the control over life and death will shift to the opposing party, and the energy within one will transfer to the other until the threat is neutralized. Qingfeng was astounded. Does this mean he now holds the power of life and death over the dark demon evil god tiger? In other words, if I wish for this little tiger to perish, it must comply, correct? Ding. Indeed, but it is ill-advised for the host to execute such an action, as the current host lacks the capacity to absorb this soul ring. Wow, this is remarkable. Qingfeng's physical constitution at this moment is formidable, yet despite this, he finds himself incapable of absorbing the soul ring. This is utterly terrifying. What level of cultivation does the dark demon evil god tiger possess? Ding. It is not due to the formidable cultivation of the dark demon evil god tiger, but rather its soul is exceptionally powerful. The host's current soul strength is insufficient to bear it, hence the recommendation against any attempt at execution. I see now. In this instance, Qingfeng has come to a realization, simultaneously solidifying his resolve to expedite the cultivation of his soul power. Otherwise, he would find himself incapable of absorbing even the soul rings in the future, leading to an embarrassing predicament. Nonetheless, this is not the moment to dwell on such matters. He has not forgotten that the diminutive tiger before him harbors intentions to slay him. Now that it has fallen into my grasp, I shall see how it continues to feign. As he feels the surging power within him, his level is gradually ascending. Yet this also indicates that the murderous intent of the dark demon evil god tiger has not dissipated. Indeed, one must not be easily deceived. The previous actions were indeed prudent. However, just as he uttered these thoughts, the energy surging within him abruptly vanished. A flicker of golden light flashed in the eyes of the dark demon evil god tiger, which immediately conveyed telepathically the malevolent energy within me momentarily spiraled out of control. I apologize, as I have yet to fully master this force. It did not conceal its intentions, lifting its gaze directly towards Qingfeng. Controlled? Upon closer reflection, this indeed seems plausible, for at the outset, it did not slay Xiao Wanli. Given its past behavior, even if Xiao Wanli possessed 9 lives, it would not have sufficed for his survival in this place. Furthermore, during its initial utterance, Qingfeng sensed a hint of concern within its words. Thus, did the evil power within truly spiral out of control this time? The dark demon evil god tiger took a few steps back and said, I apologize. I often find myself in such situations. The evil force within me is beyond my control, which is why I am seeking to cultivate another power to counterbalance it. Qingfeng had already come to believe it, as everything aligned with his previous experiences. However, despite this realization, he was unwilling to forgive so easily. If you wish for my forgiveness, you must fulfill 3 of my wishes. He initially intended to deceive this little tiger, but to his surprise, the dark demon evil god tiger countered directly and discerned his intentions. Firstly, I can see that the person you brought needs a soul ring. Thus, your purpose in seeking me is merely to find a suitable soul ring for him. I can assist you, but you must also aid me in maintaining a certain state. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that I want to consume him at any moment. Upon hearing this, Qingfeng felt somewhat embarrassed, as he had not anticipated that his thoughts would be so readily discerned. However, he was no ordinary character. He was a resolute individual who would not yield his pride so easily. Thus, he spoke candidly. Very well, let's be direct. 1 condition, 1 wish. You sought to take my life, and in exchange for my forgiveness, you must provide a soul ring from that soul Douluo and grant me a wish. As for your desire to wield dark power, I currently have no means to assist you, but perhaps a solution may arise in the future. The dark demon evil god tiger acquiesced to the first condition, yet held a differing perspective regarding the latter. I can remain by your side. The reason I was able to extricate myself from that state earlier was that the malevolent thoughts within me were consumed by the pure evil energy within you. Therefore, I have decided to accompany you until you devise a solution. After a moment of contemplation, Qingfeng acquiesced, pondering whether this decision would bear any consequences. Chapter 97. The far north represents the most northern region of the Douluo Continent, an expanse eternally frozen for millennia, where snowflakes dance across the landscape for miles on end. earning its title as a forbidden zone for humanity. Within this realm reside various formidable soul beasts and an unyielding chill that mere mortals cannot withstand. The closer one ventures to the core, the lower the temperature becomes, approaching the extreme cold of absolute zero. This desolate area harbors the incredibly rare 10,000-year Qianbing essence, a substance of unparalleled frigidness, which serves as an extraordinary elixir for the cultivation of ice-type martial souls, promising a meteoric rise to power. Qingfeng ventured to this place for two reasons. Firstly, to assist Xiao Bailey in locating a soul ring that is uniquely his, and secondly, to test his luck in seeking a fragment of the legendary ice essence, as his second martial soul possesses the attribute of ultimate ice, which necessitates the acquisition of soul rings from this region in the future. Moreover, bringing along the dark demon, evil god tiger provides a degree of assurance, though it may also attract the attention of the three formidable rulers of the extreme north, the Snow Empress, the Ice Emperor, and the Titan Snow Demon King. It is important to note that although the dark demon, evil god tiger, is powerful, it was still driven out by 200,000-year soul beasts within the Star Doe Forest, indicating that its strength is limited, roughly equivalent to that of a 100,000-year cultivation. However, the prowess of the three rulers in the extreme north is not something that a mere dark demon evil god tiger can contend with. Not to mention the Snow Empress with her 700,000 years of cultivation, and the Ice Emperor with 400,000 years. Even the Titan Snow Demon King could easily overpower the dark demon evil god tiger, as this legendary beast is said to have ties to the Titan god. Thus, it is imperative to remain discreet, exceedingly discreet, stealthily seeking a 10,000-year soul beast, and, if fortune smiles upon them, perhaps even encountering the soon-to-be million-year soul beast, the Dream Ice Silkworm. With these thoughts in mind, the trio gradually approached the core area, where the temperature was chillingly low, a place where ordinary soul masters could scarcely tread. Their luck held, as they encountered no particularly formidable soul beasts. Lower-tier beasts fled at the mere sight of the dark demon evil god tiger. Yet, Xiao Bailey found himself perplexed. My martial soul possesses the ice attribute, rendering me impervious to the cold, and my soul power level is quite high. But how is it that you remain unfazed by the frigid temperatures? Qingfeng cast a glance, pondering for a moment before revealing his second martial soul, the frigid ice blossom. This dual martial soul embodies the utmost essence of ice, the frigid ice blossom. It is important to note that even in this location, let alone in the core area, my combat prowess will only be amplified rather than diminished. Do you comprehend this? Xiao Bailey and the dark demon evil god tiger stared in awe at this crystalline blue flower, momentarily rendered speechless. You actually possess a dual martial soul. He was taken aback. Such dual martial souls are rare in this world. This is not merely the mark of an exceptional talent, but rather the epitome of prodigious genius. A dual martial soul alone, what is there to boast about? Qingfeng spoke lightly, yet there lingered a hint of arrogance in his tone. Behind him, a person and a beast resolved to impart a lesson, intending to enlighten him on the distinction between words that should be uttered and those that ought to remain unspoken. Qingfeng seemed to sense the murderous intent trailing behind him, quickening his pace. However, this haste led him directly into an icy abyss. Above, a man and a beast looked down with mischievous smiles, extending their sinister hands. Hey, what are you up to? Why, we are here to bury you. Moments later, Qingfeng emerged from the depths, trembling and sneezing incessantly. Hyo, are you demons? Why, oh why, must you envy my talent? Oh heavens! This is so difficult for me. The dark demon evil god tiger shot him a disdainful glance, wrinkling its nose, its expression turning serious. There is a small creature ahead. A 10,000-year ice field tiger. Do you want it? Xiao Bailey was taken aback. Is it really that formidable? Why have I not sensed it yet? He remained skeptical of the dark demon evil god tiger and exerted all his strength to probe, only to be silenced by Qingfeng's remark. Stop your futile efforts. Its detection range far surpasses yours. Even if you became a titled Douluo, you would still fall short. Just give up, little brother. Xiao Bailey retorted. Must you be so harsh? You two are such prodigies, and here I am, just over 40, barely having become a soul Douluo. Although his cultivation was remarkable among humans, it paled in comparison to the two before him. No, it was utterly incomparable. One was an entity with 60,000 years of cultivation, standing undefeated against two super soul beasts, while the other was a 12-year-old soul master, whose true strength rivaled that of a soul sage, a genuine prodigy. Of course, he was unaware of this, had he known. he would likely be crushed by the revelation. Forget it, forget it. 10,000 years is not enough. It must at least be 3. Yet before he could finish his sentence, the dark demon evil god tiger interrupted. Who told you that 10,000 years is merely 10,000 years? This tiger is actually 20,000 years old. Xiao Bailey replied. Could you at least let me finish my thoughts? To be precise, it was an ice-field tiger with nearly 30,000 years of ice and snow attributes. Xiao Bailey could only remain speechless. Qingfeng interjected, it is nearly time. In the extreme north, the strength of soul beasts is formidable. Although this one is merely 30,000 years old, do you believe you can defeat it? Xiao Bailey retorted angrily, I am, after all, a soul Douluo. How could I possibly be unable to contend with a mere 30,000-year-old soul beast? Who dares to underestimate me? The dark demon evil god tiger, in a daze, responded, but he has a large pack of ice-field wolves behind him. Among them, there are at least 2 that are 30,000 years old, and, there is also a 40,000-year-old wolf king. Are you certain you can triumph? The dark demon evil god tiger gazed at Xiao Bailey with skepticism, its wings fluttering in readiness to flee. After all, that was a considerable number of wolves. Although it was powerful, Qingfeng had mentioned there was a soul beast of 700,000 years lurking nearby. If it were to discover him, the situation could turn dire. It might not simply drive him away, but might even lead to his demise. The massage tiger expressed, I cannot provoke them. I must retreat. Qingfeng remained ever vigilant, while Xiao Bailey stood in stunned silence. Suddenly, a distant rumble pierced the air, jolting her into awareness. Run! She attempted to shout. But before the words could fully escape her lips, she witnessed Qingfeng and the dark demon evil god tiger unfurl their wings and ascend into the sky. The cunning expressions on their faces ignited a desire within her to curse them. At that moment, he finally comprehended the true nature of being a spectator. The 2 flying above moved slowly, clearly relishing the chance to revel in his misfortune. Meanwhile, the ice-field wolf lurking behind him had detected his presence, forcing him to flee with urgency. Alas, he was merely a lowly soul Douluo. However, unbeknownst to them, deep within the northernmost reaches, a pair of enormous blue golden eyes flickered with trepidation. How could such a malevolent soul beast venture into the extreme north? Chapter 98, Crisis approaches the soul beast writhe. Its massive white body adorned with golden patterns that exuded an imposing aura, while its lively eyes captivated the soul. He could not allow this creature to draw near, as it would easily expose his presence. This beast was the nearly million-year-old heavenly dream ice silkworm. It was utilizing its formidable mental prowess to survey the scene from afar. Yet something felt amiss. His probing revealed only 2 outsiders, the dark demon evil god tiger and that soul Douluo. Their behavior, however, was peculiar, as if a third presence lurked nearby, which filled him with disbelief. This was troubling, far too troubling. These 2 individuals were conversing with an entity unknown to him. Why was he unable to detect it? He held immense faith in his mental strength, yet acknowledged the existence of realms beyond his own. The 2 figures' actions resonated with his expectations, affirming the presence of a third party. Concealing himself was imperative. He refused to believe anyone could locate him while he remained hidden. The heavenly dream ice silkworm twisted its colossal form within the millennia-old ice marrow, gradually blending into the surroundings, rendering itself virtually invisible. Outside, it was not only the heavenly dream ice silkworm that sensed this disturbance. The Snow Empress and Ice Empress, concealed in the true core circle, also felt the sinister aura while failing to detect Qingfeng's presence. Sister, that malevolent energy does not belong to any creature of the extreme north. We must investigate, declared the Ice Empress, preparing to depart, her massive pincers glinting with a chilling light. The Snow Empress moved gracefully, her delicate feet treading lightly, causing snowflakes to dance in her wake as she swiftly advanced. Let us see what sort of soul beast could emanate such wickedness, she proposed. As 2 of the 3 reigning monarchs, their every action held tremendous influence over the extreme north. Their exit prompted the Titan Snow Demon King, who had initially intended to remain uninvolved, to emerge as well, his colossal form casting shadows over the land, each step covering vast distances. Similarly stirred into action were the Ice Bear clan, the Snow Jaw tribe, the extreme Ice Bird lineage, and others, all following in the wake of the 3 monarchs towards the fringes, eager to uncover the identity of the soul beast radiating such dark energy. In this regard, one could clearly see the disparity between Stardow and the extreme north. The Stardow forest lacked the potent cohesion observed here. Its denizens often fought alone, lacking in true unity. Yet, in the core of the extreme north, they were prepared to mobilize en masse. In this context, the dark demon evil god tiger Sensing the ominous presence, was drenched in cold sweat as a life-threatening aura approached from a distance, compelling its instincts to flee. This was utterly horrifying. Hurry, we must leave. Something is coming. They are coming. Qingfeng was taken aback, for he had already discerned what was approaching. Below, the ice-field Wolf King was fixated on them with predatory intent, while simultaneously, the tiger and two other ancient soul beasts had also shifted their gaze in their direction. No. Retreat was not an option. Qingfeng retorted directly, for they could not escape at all. As the ruler of the extreme northern lands, the Snow Emperor, with 70,000 years of cultivation, was an adversary they could not withstand. Even the thought of fleeing was synonymous with death for them. At that moment, the malevolent power emanating from the dark demon evil god tiger began to take effect, engulfing it in a shroud of pitch-black malevolence. Its eyes transformed into an abyssal darkness, devoid of any discernible color, with even the whites of its eyes vanishing, resembling a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of hell. Witnessing this scene, Qingfeng was struck with dread. If it were to lose control now, the outcome would be catastrophic. No, steady yourself, he thought, disregarding everything else as he unleashed the power of the evil soul, infusing it into the body of the evil god tiger. The quality of the evil soul was considerably superior. Upon entering its body, it suppressed the malevolent forces within. However, the power was too feeble and was soon repelled back with great force. Qingfeng was drenched in cold sweat, a layer of icy crystals forming around the blood moon mark on his forehead. Simultaneously, Bailey sensed something amiss and halted his steps, rushing towards Qingfeng and the others. He dared not inquire about the situation, for he had already glimpsed the colossal silhouette in the distance. It was then that a sudden realization struck him. The massive soul beast known as the Titan Snow Demon King, one of the three kings of the extreme north. As described by Qingfeng, in that moment, he was engulfed in shock. Why had the Titan Snow Demon King, one of the three kings of the extreme north, been drawn here? Little did he know that not just one, but all of them had arrived, every formidable entity of renown from the extreme north. Save for the heavenly dream eye silkworm. Had he been aware of this, he would have been paralyzed with fear. This made no sense. What could be the purpose behind it? He refused to believe it was due to his presence alone and shifted his gaze to the two figures above. Fixating on the dark demon evil god tiger, filled with malevolent power, it was the first moment he felt regret. However, regret proved futile. The immense figure drew ever closer. Above, Qingfeng glanced at the distant Titan Snow Demon King, his anxiety escalating. He could barely contain the sinister energy within the dark demon evil god tiger. If this continued, death was inevitable. What to do? His mind raced, discarding one thought after another, until only a singular solution remained. Qingfeng gritted his teeth, resolving to fight with all his might. Whether he lived or died depended on this very moment. I need you to do your utmost to escape this state, or none of us will survive. Initially devoid of hope, he was astonished when the enigmatic deity, the evil god tiger, nodded in agreement, a glimmer of white appearing in its eyes. It turned out that it too was valiantly resisting this condition. Witnessing this, Qingfeng felt a profound sense of relief. He channeled half of his evil spirit power and sacred spirit power into the creature, instructing, the other source of power is the sacred force. Utilize it to amplify the ultimate light within you and suppress the malevolent energy inside. You must not be influenced before they arrive. Unsure if the evil god tiger comprehended his words, he turned to Bailey, saying, stay here and do not move. Even if attacked, do not retaliate. There was no time to elaborate further. He soared towards the direction of the imminent arrival of the three kings from the extreme north. It was a final gamble. Life or death rested upon it. Chapter 99. The arrival of the Snow Empress. The Snow Empress and her cadre of soul beasts moved with remarkable speed, swiftly reaching the source of the malevolent energy fluctuations. However, before they could approach, they sensed another extraordinary force. The Ice Emperor glanced at the Snow Empress, stating, Sister, there exists another power, even more unfathomable than the previous evil force. It feels remarkably pure, almost inducing a sense of possession within me. I feel it too, responded the Snow Empress. This force intertwines with the evil energy, yet it is far too weak in comparison. Let us proceed and investigate further. Her voice was icy, devoid of any emotion, yet within her heart, tumultuous waves surged. Unlike her sister, her perceptive abilities were far more acute. She discerned not just one, but two distinct malevolent forces, one purely evil and the other tumultuously aggressive. Initially, these two powers resided within two separate beings. However, after a time, They converged within a single entity, and astonishingly, the previously volatile evil energy became tranquil. What could this phenomenon signify? What was this force? She felt perplexed. For these energies were unknown to her, surpassing her own power and magnitude, not merely in quantity but in hierarchical supremacy. The strength of her group of soul beasts seemed inconsequential, akin to ants in the presence of such forces. Yet before they could draw closer, the Snow Empress felt her heart constrict, beating violently. That is, her words came out in a hurried rush, her breath uneven. A flicker of astonishment crossed her usually impassive face. Sister, what is that? The Ice Emperor, too, had noticed the fleeting purple light ahead, exclaiming in surprise. All the soul beasts turned their gazes toward the radiant beam of purple. A gentle purple pillar of light was entwined with dozens of elegant, beautiful wisteria vines, wafting an enchanting fragrance. Upon closer inspection, it exuded warmth, as if one were immersed in a sea of blossoms, providing an exquisite comfort. The Snow Empress was particularly captivated, her beautiful eyes widening in awe. Within the purple beam, a magnificent portal opened, revealing a small figure reaching out from the threshold. It was a girl, neither too tall nor too short, of a perfectly proportioned physique. Her fair skin shimmered with a purple aura, and her light purple floral dress accentuated her flawless form. Her sparkling eyes reflected a stunning wisteria bloom, and her delicate feet lightly touched the air, creating ripples as petals cascaded down, disintegrating into luminous specks before touching the ground. With translucent purple wings adding an ethereal grace, she embodied a perfection that transcended mere beauty. All of the soul beasts stood in stunned silence, including the nearby evil god Tiger and Xiao Bailey, who were rendered speechless. What manner of being was this? Why had she appeared here, as if a goddess had descended into the mortal realm, a rare occurrence indeed? Qingfeng glanced at the Snow Empress, who had arrived on the opposite side and flew over alone. His intention was to persuade the Snow Empress in the assembly of spirit beasts, demonstrating that they bore no ill will, to prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings. The Snow Empress signaled the spirit beasts behind her to halt, proceeding alongside the Ice Emperor and the Snow Demon King. Who are you? She inquired, struggling to suppress the astonishment rising within her. Qingfeng took a deep breath and said, My name is Ziyu, but the words that follow are meant solely for you. The Snow Emperor did not respond, but merely gestured for the Ice Emperor and the Snow Demon King to step back. With a flick of his hand, a barrier of ice and snow enveloped the two. What race do you belong to? The Snow Emperor inquired directly, without any preamble. Qingfeng replied directly. I am an elf, born of the heavens and the earth just like you. I can sense that you possess the pure essence of ice, which also belongs to the elven lineage. I, too, share this heritage, though I am merely a wisteria flower elf. The Snow Emperor was taken aback, unable to articulate a response upon hearing the revelation of the other's origins. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. Since you are an elf, why was I unable to sense your presence before? Moreover, what accounts for the disparity in the powers within you compared to my own? Qingfeng fell silent for a moment, gazing into the eyes of the Snow Empress, feeling an overwhelming chill. Speaking the truth could lead to his immediate demise, while remaining silent left him uncertain of his chances of survival. He found himself ensnared in a predicament, caught between the dilemma of speaking or remaining mute. Fortunately, the Snow Empress did not press the issue further, but inquired instead, what is the story behind the person and the beast accompanying you? Why do you associate with humans? As she spoke, she gestured towards the dark demon evil god Tiger, adding, and what is the origin of the malevolent power emanating from that soul beast? This question left Qingfeng utterly speechless, confronting him with an almost insurmountable challenge. Qingfeng raised his head, took a deep breath, and inquired, how do you perceive power? Dear sister? Before the Snow Empress could respond, he continued, power is akin to a blade. In the hands of the virtuous, it serves to protect, while in the hands of the malevolent, it is wielded for destruction. Power, regardless of its nature, ultimately depends on the person who possesses it. It is merely a force, devoid of inherent attributes. Indeed, your observation is astute, the Snow Empress replied, a hint of a playful smile gracing her lips. She had already discerned why this flower spirit, named Ziyu, had uttered such words. It was merely an attempt to dissuade her from slaying the dark demon god Tiger. Thus, she remarked, however, I have no intention of harming that little tiger. Upon hearing these words, Qingfeng was taken aback. You did not intend to slay it? I merely sensed a wave of malevolent energy and came to investigate out of curiosity. My soul beast shares the same sentiment. We both wish to witness the nature of this power that surpasses our own level. I never stated any intention to harm this little tiger. Lu Qifeng pondered for a moment and realized that it indeed seemed to be the case. Although the dark demon evil god tiger had been driven out of the starry forest, what business did it have in the extreme north? It appeared that there was truly no justification for slaying the dark demon evil god tiger in this desolate land. Could it be that all of this was merely my own sentimental folly? Was it nothing but a figment of my imagination? Lu Qifeng was taken aback, questioning the very essence of his existence. However, he soon realized a crucial point, the concept of power. The Snow Empress had repeatedly mentioned the formidable strength residing within the dark demon evil god tiger. Could it be that her presence here was solely for that power? It is indeed difficult to ascertain. Nevertheless, one issue has been resolved. Chapter 100. The original ice crystal at this juncture. It is evident that the Snow Empress and her entourage did not come here with the intent to slaughter, although that may not necessarily be the case. Is it indeed because of that power? Her inexplicable anxiety stemmed from her awareness of the dark demon evil god tiger's notorious past. While one crisis has been averted, the reality remains that life and death still lie in the hands of others. Noticing Lu Qingfeng's silence, the Snow Empress continued, I sense 3 distinct sources of power here, each surpassing my own capabilities. If my intuition serves me correctly, 2 of those powers originate from you. She fixed her gaze upon Lu Qingfeng, her expression leaving no room for doubt. I have ample time. You all shall accompany me. Lu Qifeng and his companions were taken aback, swiftly whisked away by the Snow Emperor with a mere gesture. Outside, the Ice Emperor and numerous soul beasts dispersed, each returning to their own domains. Only the Ice Emperor pursued the Snow Emperor, while even the Titan Snow Demon King, one of the 3 sovereigns of the far north, refrained from following. For it too was a legendary super soul beast associated with the divine. For their kind, the body is the foundation. Power is merely a supplementary aspect, inconsequential in the grand scheme. In a fleeting moment, they were transported to a realm enveloped in ice and snow, where the temperature approached the pinnacle of frost. A breath exhaled would crystallize into ice, and had it not been for the presence of the extreme cold ice flower, he would have been frozen into a statue. In contrast, the dark demon evil god tiger and Xiao Bailey felt differently. Despite possessing a degree of resistance, they too experienced the biting cold, their blood and soul energy sluggish and uncomfortable. The Snow Emperor, seated upon a throne forged from solid ice and snow, spoke with an air of calm authority. Now, unveil everything. What is the nature of the energy within you? Lu Qifeng feigned ignorance. Sister, the power within me is the same as yours. He knew he could never utter such a thought aloud, for doing so would likely lead to demands for his strength. Yet, barely had he spoken when a flurry of icy snowflakes descended upon him, each one resembling a sharp blade that mercilessly cut through his delicate skin, engulfing him in a wave of excruciating pain. The suffering extended beyond his physical form. Even the soul force within him was affected, its flow stifled and sluggish. If you remain silent, I shall end your life, the Snow Empress declared, her words leaving him no room for rebuttal. The frigid sword of ice pressed against his throat. So, will you speak or remain silent? Lu Qingfeng revealed a hypocritical smile, intending to employ his old tricks once more. He remarked, Sister, I cannot grant you this power. We can only establish a contract for that. However, to his astonishment, the Snow Empress interrupted him, saying, Why should I sign a contract with you? You currently have but one choice, either perish here or relinquish that power to me. How do you intend to proceed? Are you truly so domineering? Grant me a chance. Sister, perhaps his plea bore fruit, for at that moment, the Ice Empress approached. Upon seeing the dark demon tiger, her intent to kill was palpable. Such a malevolent soul beast does not deserve to exist in the northernmost realm. I shall slay it. Do not, Binger, the Snow Empress interjected. The powers within these 2 creatures are formidable. Perhaps we can study the forces within them to enhance our own might. Upon hearing this, the Ice Empress ceased her aggression, casting a glance at the trembling dark demon tiger, choosing to remain silent. The Snow Empress once again turned her gaze to Lu Qingfeng, her voice frigid and devoid of emotion. The surrounding ice and snow grew sharper, swirling around Lu Qingfeng to form a bizarre, icy prison. Lu Qingfeng felt that he had taken a considerable risk this time. He could never divulge the cultivation method of the 5 elements classic to the Snow Emperor, for it was his most significant trump card. However, it was not an absolute conviction. If there were no other alternatives, he might reluctantly part with the 5 elements classic. But currently, the situation did not warrant such drastic measures. He still had other strategies to persuade the Snow Emperor to release them. After all, he was a transcender from the Blue Star, and handling such trivial matters was a mere trifle. Ahem. Lu Qingfeng trembled as he collapsed to the ground, appearing utterly incapacitated. The Ice Empress noticed this and inquired, "Sister, is this fellow truly at his end?" The Snow Empress furrowed her brow. In her perception, Lu Qingfeng possessed no trace of soul power, and his body had grown exceedingly frail, continually deteriorating. A question arose in her mind. Could he really be on the brink of demise? There were no signs of deception, no possibility of disguise. Yet unbeknownst to her, this was indeed a fade. A hidden skill granted him formidable capabilities, allowing him to conceal his true condition even in the presence of the Snow Empress, who had cultivated for 700,000 years. Furthermore, his mastery of the 9 extreme combat techniques enabled him to control his own body, including his vital essence. Observing the puzzled expression on the Snow Empress's face, Lu Qingfeng inwardly smirked, channeling all his vital energy outward, resembling an elderly man on the verge of death. "Sister, she's about to perish." The Snow Empress said nothing, merely dismantling the icy prison surrounding them, gesturing for him to be moved into a chamber where he was laid upon a jade bed. How could he be so weak? Reluctantly, she realized that to harness that power, she would first have to ensure Lu Qingfeng's survival. The jade bed was no ordinary object. It was imbued with rich primal energy that surged into Lu Qingfeng the moment he made contact, beginning to merge with his sacred soul power and elevating his cultivation. Lu Qingfeng felt as though he were immersed in a hot spring, utterly refreshed, surrounded by a warm embrace that was simply delightful. At this moment, the system spoke up. Ding! It detected that the host had arrived at the core region of the extreme north, granting rewards. 10 primal ice crystals. Earned title, Traveler of the Extreme North. Primal ice crystal. Originating from ancient times, these crystals possess formidable ice elemental power. By absorbing primal ice crystals, one can refine their own ice-related soul power, enhancing its quality. Note: the host already possesses holy soul power, and the extreme cold ice flower has begun to exhibit traits of holy soul power. It is advisable to utilize primal ice crystals to amplify its ultimate ice attributes. The primal ice crystals materialized within the spatial ring, emanating a chilling radiance. They resembled stones, each the size of a human head, devoid of any patterns, pure white ice. Just a glance made one feel as though it could freeze a soul. A layer of ice crystals formed upon his soul sea. This sight startled Lu Qingfeng, causing him to leap up and stow the primal ice crystals into the system's backpack. However, in that moment, he suddenly realized something and slowly turned to gaze at the aloof beauty beside him, clad in a light blue gown. Snow Empress. Good morning. Chapter 101. The Return of the Lily of the Valley. The Snow Empress wore a teasing expression, mocking, "What's this? No more pretense? Go on. I find it quite entertaining to watch you absorb Binger's power, don't you, Bingo?" The Ice Empress. Lu Qingfeng, feeling unwell, abruptly leapt from his bed, only to discover that the Ice Emperor was nowhere to be found. It was then that he realized he had been deceived. Before he could utter a word, the Snow Emperor swiftly immobilized Lu Qingfeng's movements with the utmost frost, directly freezing the soul energy within him. His eyes widened in alarm as a sense of impending doom washed over him. If his soul energy ceased to flow, the inevitable consequence would be his return to his original form. This was disastrous. In his heart, Lu Qingfeng wailed in despair. Yet he found himself powerless to halt the transformation of his body. Just as the Snow Empress was about to reach him, Lu Qingfeng reverted from the form of Ziyu. The two stared at each other, momentarily ensnared in silence. However, the palpable aura of extreme cold emanating from the Snow Empress made Lu Qingfeng acutely aware that her mood was far from pleasant. Yet, she did not exhibit anger. Rather, she awaited Lu Qingfeng's explanation in serene silence. "Speak. Why do you possess such extensive knowledge? Human." The way she emphasized the word human revealed the icy bitterness of her sentiments. Lu Qingfeng no longer conceals anything from you, directly revealing the magic card. A peculiar card hovers between the two, one side shrouded in utter darkness, the other side pure and immaculate. The martial soul magic card, upon absorbing each soul ring, transforms into a distinct form. This is the essence of its nature. Humph. The Snow Empress coldly snorted. Do you think my inquiry pertains to such trivialities? Tell me, how do you possess knowledge of my information? This was a question that Lu Qingfeng truly found himself unable to answer. He could hardly confess to being a traveler from another realm, lest he be deemed a fool and face dire consequences. Yet, at this moment, he found himself at a loss for explanations, especially when confronted by the formidable Snow Empress with her 700,000 years of cultivation. Wait, 700,000 years. 700,000 years. Lu Qingfeng seemed to have grasped something, savoring these few words along with the significance they embodied. For 700,000 years, the Snow Empress appeared not to have transcended this span. She opted to transform into a human over 600,000 years ago, yet fell into captivity. This situation is quite manageable. Lu Qingfeng let out a sigh of relief, and upon glancing at the Snow Empress, he felt a newfound confidence. This was knowledge imparted to me when I transformed into the Purple Rain. It possesses a unique ability to perceive the information of certain individuals or soul beasts. When I encountered you, I was already aware of these details. However, the Snow Empress remained unconvinced, and the temperature around them plummeted several degrees once more. This time, the blood within Lu Qingfeng's body was nearly frozen, flowing sluggishly as the vitality within him rapidly waned. He gasped for breath, his face crystallized with frost. And with great difficulty, he managed to utter, I know you cannot survive the 70,000 tribulations. Upon hearing this, the junior disciple waved his hand, dissipating the surrounding ice and snow, yet Lu Qingfeng had already succumbed to a state of near death. In his vision, darkness enveloped him, with only a faint glimmer of light remaining, reminiscent of a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. That faint glow appeared to possess a consciousness of its own, drawing closer to him, transforming into a resplendent starlight that he absorbed into his being. A warm sensation washed over him, and the surroundings seemed to transform once more into a pristine white, as if he were enveloped in a world of ice and snow. As Lu Qingfeng's consciousness began to blur, he felt as if he had returned to a time long past, the frigid world of his memories resurfacing once more. In the bustling metropolis, all was hushed, save for the swirling white snow and the howling cold wind. He huddled alone amidst a pile of tattered clothing, enduring suffering and chill. The cramped space offered little warmth, yet it provided an overwhelming sense of security. For this was his first nest, an abode constructed from scraps and tin in a narrow alley. Here lay his hopes for life, his resistance against adversity, and a fierce will to survive. Though barely large enough to accommodate two bodies, he curled himself into a tight ball, his frail limbs defending against the relentless cold. Outside, the Snow Empress observed as Lu Qingfeng teetered on the brink of death, and she began to offer her aid. However, to her astonishment, he rejected her energy. Even though it was an incredibly pure essence of life, it was repelled before it could reach him. And even the gentle energy emanating from the jade bed was cast aside at that moment. He struggled to endure with only the faint remnants of his sacred soul power and his frail limbs. This will to live moved her. She found herself less anxious, eager to see how far this young boy could go and how long he could hold on. Of course, she would not allow this boy to perish, for she harbored a significant secret. As time trickled by, the Ice Emperor arrived, observing the boy's struggle for survival in silence. A layer of ice crystals had formed upon his body, his face devoid of color, and the once trembling form had grown still, resembling a lifeless corpse. Yet both women knew he was not dead. He continued to resist the onslaught of the cold. Sister, it is almost too late. If this continues, he will surely die. No, I sense he has not yet reached his limit. He is extraordinary. I can feel the solitude and strength within him. He can endure. Let him continue. The Snow Empress found her own words incredulous, yet she could indeed sense everything. This boy harbored immense potential, a near-manic desire to survive, and a profound solitude. A life lived alone, one that no one else could truly comprehend. For those who have not experienced it possess no right to claim understanding. Perhaps the Snow Empress's own experiences mirrored those of Lu Qingfeng, and she found herself feeling a flicker of empathy, though it quickly waned as she recognized their circumstances were only superficially alike. Both were parentless and solitary, yet the Snow Empress had eventually found companionship in the Ice Emperor, a friend akin to family. But what of Lu Qingfeng? He had nothing. No, perhaps Lin Qingru was someone, the one poised to unlock his heart. At that moment, a sound akin to shattering glass echoed through the air. From the boy, now encased in ice, a mysterious orchid-like glow emerged, and the ice crystals responded in kind, revealing a peculiar little flower sprouting from his head, his martial soul, the extreme cold ice blossom. Yet, this time, it was not merely the flower that appeared. Another presence manifested as well. A gentle, melodious chime resonated throughout the room, enveloping all three beings in warmth. Particularly, Lu Qingfeng shed tears as deep within his subconscious. A noble woman cradled him, nurturing him with a maternal tenderness. This was the Lily of the Valley. Chapter 102. The transaction concludes. The exquisite Lily of the Valley is a cherished blessing, bestowing good fortune upon those who encounter it, shielding them from misfortune and calamity, albeit only within the realm of the subconscious. As the entity most intimately connected to Lu Qingfeng, she comprehended his essence profoundly. Save for the knowledge of the system and his past life memories, she understood his solitude, the facade of strength he wore, the pain within his heart, the forced calmness, the panic, the fear, and the yearning for life. She grasped it all. Yet, she was unable to respond, for doing so would cost her life. But this time, she reached out, pouring her essence into communication, entering his subconscious, and enveloping him in an embrace. Though it was but a fleeting moment, it was sufficient. For Lu Qingfeng had awakened. The white ice blossom blooming amidst the frost symbolized his tenacity and indomitable spirit. Lu Qingfeng successfully embodies all of this, at this moment. He is completely intertwined with the ice flower, rising tenaciously to bloom amidst the frigid landscape. Crack! The already plummeting temperature around him descends once more, becoming even more terrifying. It has completely surpassed the ultimate chill, reaching a level capable of freezing everything, absolute zero. In this instant, the warmth emanating from Lu Qingfeng compels even the Ice Emperors to take notice. This caliber is precisely their eternal pursuit, the breakthrough of the ultimate zero-degree realm. In a fleeting moment, amidst the chilling silence, a touch of gentleness emerges, as if the swaying wind chimes have materialized before him, fluttering their leaves to bestow upon him their final blessing. Lu Qingfeng had already discerned the identity of the one who embraced him within his subconscious. A figure reminiscent of a mother. Save her, system. He uttered no superfluous words, merely articulating his unwavering resolve in those 4 simple characters. Even if it meant exposing the system, he was determined to rescue her. Even if it cost him his life, he longed for but one final encounter. Ding. The use of the primordial ice crystal can freeze her soul, and once the host attains sufficient strength, resurrection will be possible. Ding. 1 point has been consumed to utilize the primordial ice crystal. The application was successful. Please ensure its careful preservation. Lu Qingfeng understood that this was the utmost limit of what the system could achieve, for it would never willingly reveal itself, even to the host. Yet, this was already sufficient. Linglan has survived. The ice crystal flower shattered, and in this moment, it could no longer unleash that terrifying 0 degree. The soul power of Lu Qingfeng was completely drained, and even his vitality had been depleted by more than half. As darkness enveloped him, he lost consciousness. Yet in his final moments, he beheld the lily of the valley, encased within the primordial ice crystal. How wonderful! The ice and snow empresses were at a loss for words, hastily placing the boy upon a jade bed to infuse him with life force. Did you see that, sister? That bell sound seems to belong to a formidable soul beast, one remarked. What we witnessed was a sacrifice. They all understood the implications. Lu Qingfeng was certainly not one to indiscriminately slay soul beasts. The Snow Empress gazed at Lu Qingfeng, her expression turning serene. Perhaps he truly can. Can what? The Ice Empress queried, though realization dawned upon her. Is it the ultimate temperature? Could it be 0 degrees? Indeed, the Snow Empress replied. That is absolute zero, a realm even more terrifying than the utmost ice and snow, which we have never been able to attain. Yet, it has manifested within this young boy. The two exchanged glances, rendered speechless. On the 4th day, Lu Qingfeng finally awoke. The first thing he did was not to assess his own condition, but to open his system backpack and gaze upon the primordial ice crystal imprinted with the image of the lily of the valley. Seeing it still there, he smiled. However, this smile elicited a bittersweet expression from the ice and snow empresses, for their actions had caused the last remnants of the soul of Lu Qingfeng's soul beast to dissipate. In truth, they felt a sense of indebtedness towards him, and their attitudes softened slightly. Are you all right? The Ice Empress's voice, though not overly frigid, still resonated coldly in Lu Qingfeng's ears. Observing the two, he felt little desire to engage further. He had once hoped to build rapport with them to glean some knowledge. But now he wished only to depart from this place of sorrow. Let us strike a deal. What kind of deal? The Snow Empress inquired, her tone skeptical. You seem to lack the standing to negotiate with us. Huh? With a disdainful smile, Lu Qingfeng revealed nothing, stating, the Ice Emperor cannot surpass 400,000 years. And the Snow Emperor, you cannot exceed 700,000 years. I believe you are both aware of this. However, I possess the means to help you transcend these limits. And I can also enhance your strength. Do you not desire the exceptionally high-quality power within us? I can grant that to you. Upon hearing these words, the Ice Emperor was rendered speechless, for indeed, As Lu Qifeng had articulated, she had already sensed her own limitations regarding the 400,000-year threshold. The Snow Emperor felt an even deeper resonance. She had come to believe, for even she could not fathom the nature of the recently departed soul. Perhaps it was that very soul imparting this knowledge to her. What is the cost? Now, the Snow Emperor no longer displayed her previous indifference. Instead, she approached the matter with seriousness, not solely due to Lu Qingfeng's extraordinary prowess but also because of the lingering guilt hidden within her heart. Moreover, she truly found herself incapable of surpassing the 700,000-year mark. Let us depart. He was not resolute. He simply yearned to escape this place that had cost him his bellflower. He harbored resentment towards this realm. The Snow Emperor nodded in agreement. You may freely traverse the core region of the far north. As long as you do not take the initiative to strike, no soul beasts will harm you. This is my decree. Lu Qingfeng paid no heed to these matters. He merely smiled and presented 2 primordial ice crystals to them. These primordial ice crystals possess the capacity to purify your current powers by absorbing the ice elemental force within, enabling you to grow stronger and transcend the ultimate realms of ice and snow. The Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, too, sensed the terrifying power emanating from the primordial ice crystals, as well as the sheer purity of the ice elemental force contained within, far superior to their own ultimate ice and snow. In unison, the 2 women glanced at Lu Qingfeng, momentarily at a loss for words. The Ice Emperor moved, only to be halted by the Snow Emperor. That is enough. Driven by an inexplicable emotion, she chose to spare the young man, curious to see how far he could advance. The transaction is complete. We may depart. The young man's silhouette appeared somewhat forlorn and solitary, but did it truly matter to anyone else? All of this stemmed from his own inadequacy. He was simply not strong enough. He was too weak. Chapter 103. The Dream Ice Silkworm. The 2 women and 1 beast departed, leaving Xiao Bailey bewildered by the unfolding events. He noticed that when Lu Qifeng emerged, his expression was utterly numb. This was a visage he had never encountered before. Yet he could feel the profound sense of helplessness and sorrow it conveyed. He wished to speak, but found himself at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. Do not meddle in the affairs of others. Do not advise them toward goodness. He still understood this principle. In contrast, the dark demon evil god tiger remained even more silent. It comprehended neither emotions nor humanity. Such matters were irrelevant to it. It was currently harnessing the holy soul power to augment its internal ultimate light force, and it had grown considerably strong in a short span of time. However, compared to the forces of evil, it was still but a drop in the ocean. It required more holy soul power. The dark demon evil god tiger gazed at Lu Qifeng, and at that very moment, Lu Qifeng also looked back at it. Their exchanged glances imbued with an inexplicable essence. Perhaps it was the emotion of humanity. Yet, the other 2 remained oblivious to it all. Lu Qingfeng merely uttered indifferently, You 2 go search for soul rings. I shall depart alone, for there are other matters to attend. We shall reunite at the border in a month. Without awaiting a response from either the man or the beast, he had already vanished. His current state of mind was peculiar, wishing to escape, yet yearning even more fiercely for strength. The incident with Ling Lan had left him feeling powerless, igniting an unquenchable flame within him to grow stronger. Now, all he desired was power. According to his memories from a past life, the heavenly dream ice silkworm resided within the core region of this frigid northern land. Yet, its exact location remained a mystery to all. It was a sanctuary forged from 10,000-year mysterious ice marrow, known only to the silkworm itself. Even he was uncertain of its precise whereabouts, but this did not deter him. His 3rd form possessed the unique ability to sense rare treasures of heaven and earth, though it required the presence of certain plants. Surely this frozen expanse could not be entirely devoid of even a single blade of grass? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xiao Bailey watched Lu Qifeng depart, then glanced at the dark demon evil god tiger, whose expression seemed to say, This has nothing to do with me. A bitter smile tugged at his lips. It seemed he would have to seek out that little tiger he so despised once more. At that moment, however, the dark demon evil god tiger spoke. What exactly are these emotions you humans possess? Xiao Bailey stiffened. Not just humans, even soul beasts should have emotions. How could you possibly lack them? Silence lingered before the tiger spoke again. From him, I sensed something peculiar. I believe it was emotion. Yet I do not know what is emotion. I do not know what it is called, nor what it truly means. I only know that every being has their own emotions, arising in specific moments, similar, yet distinct. Like now, your desire to understand emotion. That itself could be called an emotion. The dark demon evil god tiger felt as though it were conversing with a fool. It cast a mocking glance at Xiao Bailey and scoffed, "Utter nonsense. Meaningless drivel." Though exasperated, Xiao Bailey followed nonetheless. 10 days later, Lu Qingfeng lay sprawled upon the snow, his refined scholar's face etched with exhaustion and defeat. For 10 days, he had not rested, scouring the land relentlessly for that elusive place, yet to no avail. Damn it all, nothing. Though he had encountered many peculiar plants, the core region was vast beyond measure, so vast that even he teetered on the brink of surrender. Yet he pressed on, for in his relentless search, his spiritual power had grown exponentially. 10 days and nights of ceaseless probing had honed his mastery over it. If his previous control had been that of a novice, level 1, then now he had ascended to the rank of an advanced novice, level 2. Gazing upon the endless white expanse, Lu Qingfeng inhaled deeply and unleashed his spiritual senses once more, scanning his surroundings with meticulous precision. Perhaps this time. Moments later, his head drooped again. Still nothing. Heavens, grant me success. I cannot bear to wander any longer. Despite his lamentations, he forced himself onward, sprinting across the frozen wilderness, his spiritual power leaving no detail unnoticed. Then, in an instant, a colossal mental barrier enveloped him. His probing energy rebounded violently, sending searing pain through his skull. Hiss! Lu Qingfeng drew a sharp breath, instantly realizing the culprit behind this disturbance. In these frigid northern reaches, only one being possessed such formidable spiritual power, the heavenly dream ice silkworm. Yet it was perplexing that the creature had sought him out directly, for its cultivation should still be feeble at this stage, with pitifully few means of attack. Nevertheless, since it had come knocking, Lu Qingfeng could hardly afford to be discourteous. Without hesitation, he activated the absolute zero domain, freezing the vast expanse of encroaching spiritual energy. Beneath the earth, the heavenly dream ice silkworm convulsed in sudden agony. By the time it registered the pain, that strand of spiritual force had already dissipated. Hiss! So this human truly had mastered the absolute zero domain? How formidable! The colossal silkworm writhed, its massive body undulating as it transmitted a message. You seek me, do you not? In truth, it had long been aware of Lu Qingfeng's pursuit, or more precisely, it knew the young man was after the 10,000-year profound ice veins surrounding its lair. Otherwise,